In her previous life, Lin Zhixia was the esteemed heiress of the Lin Group, commanding a fortune of billions as a formidable businesswoman. However, her biological father and stepmother conspired to usurp her inheritance and rightful position. Following the outbreak of a zombie apocalypse, her fiancé, Xin Yanji, deceitfully siphoned off all her provisions to appease his mistress, leaving Lin Zhixia to be besieged by a horde of the undead. In her rebirth, Lin Zhixia resolved to forsake romantic entanglements and embrace her destiny as an unparalleled heroine in a world fraught with peril. To her astonishment, she discovered her latent powers of spatial manipulation and a system that summoned handsome companions. To bolster her defenses, Lin Zhixia amassed an array of charming allies, dominant CEOs, gentle souls, brooding romantics, and more. When her fiancé sought forgiveness and her father pleaded for leniency, she dismissed them with contempt. The protagonist vowed to bring retribution upon all who had wronged her. Chapter 1. Return to the pre-apocalypse. The city lay besieged by zombies, the air thick with the stench of blood as decaying corpses emitted guttural howls. Lin Zhixia's scalp tingled with adrenaline as she wielded a shovel, battling through a sea of flesh and gore, precariously dodging the clutches of the undead. Upon hearing that Jiang Yan was in peril, she hesitated not a moment, risking her own safety to fight her way through. Yanji, I am here to save you. With unwavering courage, she surged forward, only to be met with the sight of two familiar figures. Jiang Yan, behind his dark-rimmed glasses, showed no concern for her plight. Instead, he tightened his embrace around the woman beside him. That woman, feigning fragility, was none other than her half-sister, Su Qianyue. Sister, you arrived so swiftly, Su Qianyue remarked, tilting her head and playfully tousling her hair. As Yanji said, with just a phone call, you came running. Lin Zhixia felt her world shatter, momentarily forgetting the zombies closing in behind her. Why have you betrayed me? Tears welled in her eyes as her voice trembled. Yanji, have I not treated you well? Well, it was merely the charity of a wealthy lady, Jiang Yan replied coldly, his gaze betraying an icy resolve. My heart has always belonged to Qianyue. Frozen in disbelief, Lin Zhixia felt her heart plummet. Qianyue, let us go, Jiang Yan urged, entwining his fingers with hers, his expression tender. The supplies hoarded in Lin Zhixia's villa will surely sustain us until rescue arrives. What about me? Lin Zhixia protested, chasing after them.
Suvianyu lafet, hermirt unrestrainet.
Sister, do be a dear and fend off the zombies for us. In the future, Yanji and I, and the child I carry, will pay our respects to you. A dagger of betrayal pierced Lin Zhixia's heart. Gazing at Jiang Yan's resolute expression as he walked away, she finally understood. It had all been a ruse. Jiang Yan had deceived her into hoarding supplies only to leave everything for Su Qianyue.
Jiang Yan, Su Yanjue,
she cried, charging forward madly, but the encroaching zombies overwhelmed her. Desperately, she arrived at her villa, only to find the doors barred, the code changed. She pounded on the door, her fingers turning crimson. Open up. Jiang Yan, let me in. Those are my possessions. My supplies. Inside, only Su Qianyue's faint laughter echoed mockingly. Thank you, dear sister, for gifting me your supplies and your man. The zombies below, drawn by the noise, began clawing their way upstairs, the stench of death growing ever stronger. Leaning against the cold door, despair washed over her. Memories of her sacrifices for Jiang Yan, her tolerance towards Su Qianyue, and the faces of her father, Su Daqiang, and her stepmother, Hu Meyer, as they seized her company flooded her mind. She had been nothing but a pawn, manipulated by all. As the zombies lunged at her, their claws tearing into her flesh, she fixated on that closed door, rage igniting within her. I refuse to accept this, she vowed, her nails digging into her palms. Jiang Yan, Su Qianyue, Su Daqiang, Hu Meyer, should there be a next life, I shall demand payment in blood for your debts. In the final moment before darkness enveloped her, she glimpsed Su Qianyue's radiant smile. Sister, farewell. Suddenly, the sound of her alarm jolted her awake. It was not the growls of zombies, nor the derision of Su Qianyue, but her morning alarm. She lay in her apartment, the familiar crystal chandelier overhead, sunlight filtering through sheer curtains, casting delicate patterns upon her bed. Lin Zhixia sat up abruptly, glancing at her arm. No wounds, no blood, just the smooth, flawless skin of the envied Lin heiress. Grabbing her phone from the bedside, she saw the date glaring back at her. 10 days prior. Her pupils dilated. Could it be she had been reborn? This was no deathbed hallucination. The sheets felt warm and soft beneath her fingers, and the scent of her favorite fragrance lingered in the air. She had indeed returned to 10 days before the apocalypse. After the initial euphoria, a chilling realization washed over her. The pain of betrayal, abandonment, and the gruesome fate that awaited her remained etched in her memory. She recalled Jiang Yan and Su Qianyue walking away, their indifference as they closed the door, and the despair she felt when the zombies claimed her life. Those images sliced through her like knives, reminding her of her past foolishness. Blinded by Jiang Yan's tenderness and deceived by Su Qianyue's pretense, she had allowed herself to be exploited by her father and stepmother when they seized her mother's company. In the end, she had faced utter ruin, her family shattered and her existence obliterated, all due to her own ignorance. But this time would be different. Armed with the memories of her past life and a heart ablaze with vengeance, she had returned before the tragedies unfolded. In this life, she would not tread the same path. Love, merely a futile shackle. Family, worthless in the face of ambition. In the apocalypse, only resources, strength, and oneself could be relied upon. She would stockpile sufficient food, water, medicine, and weapons, fortify her villa into an impregnable fortress, and thrive in the apocalypse better than anyone else. More importantly, she would ensure those who had harmed her paid their debts in full. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhixia steeled herself. Now was not the time to indulge in hatred. There were merely 10 days left before the apocalypse, and every moment was precious. She threw off the covers and approached the mirror. The woman reflected back had a pale complexion, yet her eyes sparkled with resolve, devoid of the naivety and weakness of her former self. Only cold determination remained. Her first order of business was to deal with Jiang Yan. He was undoubtedly still harboring intentions towards her and might be en route to her villa. In her past life, she would have welcomed him with open arms, but in this life, she yearned to sever ties and erase him from her existence. As she reached for her phone, the screen illuminated, revealing an incoming call from Jiang Yan. She stared at the name for a moment, her finger gliding across the screen to answer the call. Zhixia, have you awakened? Jiang Yan's gentle voice flowed through the receiver. I bought your favorite crab roe pastry this morning, and I'm downstairs at your villa. Would you like me to bring it up? In the past, Lin Zhixia would have eagerly accepted, even rushing downstairs to greet him. But now, her stomach churned. His insincere tenderness was more nauseating than the drool of the undead. No, thank you, Lin Zhixia replied, her voice icy and devoid of warmth. Jiang Yan, let us annul our engagement. On the other end, Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, his tone turning frantic.
Zhixia?
What's wrong? Have I done something to upset you? Please don't jest with me. We are to be engaged next week. I am not joking, Lin Zhixia interrupted him, her tone resolute and undeniable. From now on, there is no relationship between us. Please do not contact me again, nor seek me out. Having uttered these words, she hung up the phone before Jiang Yanji could respond, swiftly adding his number to her blacklist. Once she had completed this action, a long sigh of relief escaped her lips, as if she had shed a heavy burden. Next on her agenda was the procurement of supplies. Although the position of group president had been usurped by the Su couple, she remained a shareholder in the company, possessing a substantial number of shares and several subsidiaries, with ample liquid assets to stockpile a considerable amount of resources. Food, water, medicine, weapons, gasoline, warm clothing, whatever could be of use in the impending apocalypse, she intended to acquire as much as possible. Lin Zhixia took out her phone and dialed her assistant, Su Qinghe. Assistant Su, I need you to handle 2 tasks immediately. Her voice was calm and decisive. First, liquidate all non-core assets under my name, including stocks, jewelry, and luxury items, as swiftly as possible, with the funds transferred directly to my private account. Second, contact the largest food suppliers, pharmaceutical wholesalers, and outdoor equipment stores in the city. Stock up according to the highest specifications, having them delivered directly to my villa, regardless of the cost. Though surprised by Lin Zhixia's sudden directives, Su Qinghe's years of professionalism prevented him from questioning further. Understood, President Lin. After ending the call, Lin Zhixia approached her vanity, intending to tie her hair back for the tasks ahead, but her fingers inadvertently brushed against the necklace adorning her neck. It was a keepsake from her mother, a silver necklace with a small diamond-shaped crystal pendant. She had worn it for over a decade, never considering it particularly special. However, At the moment her fingertips made contact with the crystal, a faint blue light suddenly emanated from the pendant, and a subtle pain shot through her mind. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the scenery around her had completely transformed. She found herself in an expansive white space, devoid of boundaries, with solid ground beneath her feet, spanning approximately 200 square meters. The emptiness of the space felt strangely familiar, as if it were meant to be hers. Is this an ability space? Lin Zhixia exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. In her past life, she had heard tales of individuals awakening unique abilities, yet she had been an ordinary person, never experiencing such a phenomenon. To her shock, in this life, it seemed that her mother's necklace had allowed her to awaken this ability space ahead of time. At that moment, a mechanical, deep male voice resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host, on activating the ability space. The resources within will never decay. Ecstatic, Lin Zhixia extended her hand, attempting to touch the walls of the space with her mind, feeling a cool sensation at her fingertips. She then tried to place a lipstick from her vanity into the space. In the blink of an eye, the lipstick vanished, only to reappear on the ground of the white space moments later. It truly works. Lin Zhixia couldn't help but laugh, a glimmer of joy finally surfacing in her eyes following her rebirth. With this space, stockpiling would be much more convenient, and she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. It felt like an extraordinary blessing from the heavens. Taking a deep breath to quell her excitement, she understood that now she must prepare with utmost urgency. The apocalypse was merely 10 days away, and she needed to be fully equipped to face this brutal battle for survival. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, yet Lin Zhixia knew that in 10 days, this city would transform into a hellish nightmare. And she, Lin Zhixia, would emerge anew from this crucible. Chapter 2, Negotiations with the Su family. The roar of trucks shattered the tranquility of the afternoon as boxes of supplies were unloaded into the villa, mountains of rice, flour, and oil piled up like small hills across the front yard. Lin Zhixia's gaze swept over the goods, her brow slightly furrowed. Assistant Su, is it possible that we have procured this much? Su Qinghe adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with resignation. President Lin, your liquidated assets amount to 100 million. The supplies acquired far exceed this, with a significant quantity still en route. Lin Zhixia's eyelashes fluttered as she entered the ability space. System, can the space be expanded? A deep voice echoed in her mind. Host, the size of the ability space is bound to your territory. Currently, it encompasses only your villa, which is 200 square meters. It seems I will need to purchase a few more villas, Lin Zhixia mused to herself. Perhaps I should acquire the nearby villa complex to stockpile even more resources. However, with her assets allocated to purchasing supplies, she had no surplus funds for additional villas. It appeared that selling her shares in the group was her only option. Her father, Su Daqiang, had long aspired to be the group president, but her mother had refused, transferring her own shares to Lin Zhixia to ensure her rise to the position. After her mother's passing, Su Daqiang had colluded with shareholders and business rivals to orchestrate Lin Zhixia's downfall in the commercial arena, leading to a public uproar that resulted in her dismissal from the board. Yet, her shares remained the most substantial in the entire group, and even though her father had acquired shares from some minor shareholders, he could barely match her holdings. If she sold her shares to Su Daqiang now, it would be a significant blow to him. Lin Zhixia promptly instructed Su Qinghe, draft a share transfer agreement immediately. I am going to the old residence. In the living room of the old house, as Su Daqiang heard the word share transfer, the porcelain teacup in his hand clattered against the tray, his cloudy eyes widening in shock. He had coveted Lin Zhixia's shares for 3 years. Having employed every tactic to barely match her holdings, her sudden willingness to negotiate felt like a stroke of fortune. Zhixia, you have finally come to your senses. Su Daqiang rubbed his hands together, a greasy smile spreading across his face. We are family. Does it matter whose hands the shares reside in as long as it benefits the Lin family? Name your price, and I assure you, I will not be unreasonable. Lin Zhixia leaned against a single sofa, her fingertips absent-mindedly gliding over the armrest, her voice as frigid as ice. 500 million. Not a penny less. Do not even think about touching this agreement. 500 million. Su Daqiang sprang from the sofa, his voice soaring to a pitch that shattered as he exclaimed, Are you robbing me? What is the current valuation of Lin's circulating shares? That meager amount you possess is barely worth 300 million. Whether it is worth that much or not, you know better than I. Lin Zhixia replied, her gaze piercing through him like a knife. The shares I hold are sufficient for you to maintain your position as president and to rally the other shareholders to oust you. If you wish to seize complete control of Lin's, 500 million is hardly excessive. Beside them, Hu Meyer leaned in closer to Su Daqiang, her nails digging sharply into his arm, her voice low yet fierce. Old Su, are you foolish? 500 million for absolute control means future dividends will far exceed that amount. Moreover, if we eliminate this troublesome girl, Qianyu will become the sole heir of Lin's. This arrangement is worth every penny. Her words struck a nerve with Su Daqiang, his face shifting from pale to flush, his fingers clenched tightly, poised to relent. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Zhang Yanji and Su Qianyu entered, hand in hand, and upon seeing Lin Zhixia in the living room, they instinctively released their hold on one another. Su Qianyu hid behind Zhang Yanji, revealing only a timid half of her face, though glee flickered in her eyes. Zhang Yanji adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and stepped forward, a tone of feigned urgency and grievance lacing his voice. Zhixia, what are you doing here? I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came to the old house. I just happened to run into Qianyu on the way. Please don't misunderstand. Lin Zhixia regarded his poor acting with disdain, her stomach churning at the sight of his hypocritical facade, more nauseating than a zombie's drool. She had no interest in exposing him. Instead, she pushed the agreement across the table and tapped the paper with her fingertip. Do not waste time. Sign. I have no patience for your theatrics. Zhang Yanji contemplated further words. Hu Meyer preemptively seized the pen and thrust it into Su Daqiang's hands. Old Su, sign quickly. Don't wait for this girl to change her mind. 500 million for peace of mind is worth it. With gritted teeth, Su Daqiang ultimately affixed his signature to the agreement. Lin Zhixia, confirming its accuracy, tucked the document into her bag and stood up. I'm going to check my mother's old room. Please don't follow me. No one impeded her, for in the eyes of the Su family, that room was merely a vacant space cluttered with old belongings. Upon opening the door, the familiar fragrance of sandalwood enveloped her, the room preserved in the manner her mother had left it. Lin Zhixia approached the corner where a slightly dusty safe resided, and as if compelled by an unseen force, she pressed in her birth date. With a soft click, the door of the safe swung open. Inside, there were no treasures, only a property deed and a deep brown leather diary. The name inscribed on the property deed was unmistakably Lin Zhixia, dated a month prior to her mother's passing. She had been utterly unaware that her mother had discreetly altered the property ownership. The diary's edges were worn and glossy, its brass clasp tightly secured, utterly impenetrable without a key. With her fingertips brushing against the cold clasp, Lin Zhixia felt a pang of emotion. She swiftly placed the property deed and diary into her bag and exited the room. Returning to the living room, she slammed the property deed onto the table. The old house is under my name. You have 3 days to vacate. Su Daqiang's face froze in disbelief, while Hu Meyer erupted in protest.
Impossible.
This house belongs to old Su. On what grounds do you demand we leave? Simply because the property deed bears my name, Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow. If you're unwilling to move, then you must buy it. At market value, 30 million. 30 million? We just gave you 500 million for shares. How could we possibly afford that? Su Daqiang exclaimed, his frustration palpable as the veins on his forehead bulged. No money? Lin Zhixia scoffed, her gaze sweeping over the imperial green jade bracelet adorning Hu Meyer's wrist. That bracelet alone is worth 3 million. Over the years, you must have transferred at least 20 million to her accounts, not to mention Su Qianyue's designer bags and jewelry. Surely, that would suffice. Su Qianyue's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched Zhang Yanji's arm, choking back sobs. Sister, how can you force us like this? This is our father's home. Zhang Yanji furrowed his brow, directing a reproachful look at Lin Zhixia. Zhixia, you are being heartless. Regardless of their actions, they are still your family. How can you be so ruthless? Heartless? Lin Zhixia let out a derisive laugh, her gaze piercing into Zhang Yanji. Then why don't you generously assist them in covering the 30 million? Zhang Yanji was taken aback, his face flushing crimson, rendered speechless. Coming from a humble rural background, he had only managed to ascend to the upper echelons of society with Lin Zhixia's support, and the notion of purchasing a villa was beyond his wildest dreams. Su Daqiang glanced at Hu Meyer and then at Su Qianyue, steeling himself to concede. Hu Meyer relinquished her bracelet, and Su Qianyue reluctantly parted with her jewelry, together gathering 30 million for Lin Zhixia. I will contact you in 10 days to facilitate the property transfer, Lin Zhixia stated, pocketing her phone before turning to leave. Once outside the old house, Su Qinghe could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin, the location of the old house is mediocre. Why are you so adamant about having them purchase it? Lin Zhixia gazed at the distant sky, a glint of coldness in her eyes. I must reclaim my dignity. Pausing, she handed the property deed to Su Qinghe. Contact all major lending companies under my name for a loan. High interest is acceptable. Additionally, this property deed must be mortgaged. Though Su Qinghe remained perplexed, he nodded in response to Lin Zhixia's resolute demeanor. Understood, Lin. The wind stirred the fallen leaves at their feet as Lin Zhixia's silhouette grew distant and unwavering. She understood that in 10 days' time, these resources would empower her to exact vengeance upon those who had betrayed her. Chapter 3. Acquiring the villa complex in the upper office of the Gu Group, the bustling skyline of the city sprawled beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The cold light reflected off the glass facade fell perfectly upon the bony fingers of the man seated at the desk. Had 12 villas in the newly launched Western Villa complex been purchased all at once? Gu Yusin slowly rotated the pen held between his long fingers. When he raised his gaze, his deep-set eyes revealed little emotion, only a scrutinizing stare. Had he uncovered the identity of the buyer? The assistant, gripping the document tightly, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. It has been confirmed. The buyer is Lin Zhixia, the former president of the Lin Group. Just half a month ago, she transferred all her shares to Su Daqiang for a cash sum of 500 million, specifically requesting these 12 villas, paying in full without a hint of hesitation. Lin Zhixia? Gu Yusin raised an eyebrow slightly. He had only seen this woman in a financial magazine during the tumultuous power shift at the Lin Group 6 months prior. He vaguely remembered her in a sharply tailored suit, her eyes bright and imbued with an unexpected composure for someone of her age. It was rumored that she had been ousted by her biological father and stepmother, losing her position as president. How could she suddenly possess the funds for such a lavish purchase? What could she possibly need with so many villas? Gu Yusin set down his pen, leaning back into his leather chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The Western Villa complex was marketed as an upscale retirement community, situated in a remote area. And it was unusual for anyone to purchase such a large quantity at once. We have yet to ascertain the purpose, the assistant added. But our contacts have observed that she has been in touch with suppliers, recently transporting large quantities of food, medicine, and daily necessities to her current residence.
As if stockpiling something.
Stockpiling supplies? Selling shares to buy villas? Gu Yusin's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. After years of navigating the business world, he had encountered many profit-driven individuals. Yet none like Lin Zhixia, who forsook valuable shares to invest in seemingly frivolous real estate. Surely, there must be undisclosed motivations behind her actions. Make the necessary arrangements. I wish to meet her. Gu Yusin rose and moved toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze directed toward the western region. He intended to uncover the true intentions of this recently dethroned former president. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will contact Miss Lin's assistant immediately, the assistant responded before taking his leave. 2 hours later, in a premier French restaurant in the city center, the melodious strains of a violin floated through the air. Lin Zhixia was seated by the window, her fingertips trailing along the rim of her wine glass as her gaze drifted outside, lost in thought about the details of the villa fortification. The Western Villa complex was remote, minimizing the probability of a zombie outbreak. With the 13 villas forming a contiguous block, her residence would be encircled, creating a fortress, complemented by electric fencing and high walls, ensuring sufficient security. However, having spent nearly 300 million on the villas, she still needed to reserve funds for fortifications, stockpiling, and hiring security, which required careful management. Miss Lin? A deep male voice called from across the table. Lin Zhixia looked up to see a man in a black suit approaching. He was tall and well-formed, his features chiseled and striking, particularly his piercing eyes that seemed to see through to one's very soul, exuding an aura befitting someone accustomed to power. Mr. Gu, please take a seat. Lin Zhixia returned to the present, her tone calm, unperturbed by his status. Gu Yusin took a seat opposite her, and a server promptly presented a cup of black coffee. He did not rush into the matter at hand, instead observing her with a smile. Miss Lin appears even more decisive than she did in the financial magazines. Mr. Gu, you did not summon me merely to offer compliments, did you? Lin Zhixia sipped her coffee, maintaining her composed demeanor. She was still contemplating the renovations needed for the villas. She had to connect the numerous villas, install electric fencing, and replace the walls with blast-resistant materials, but she had yet to find a reliable team for the task. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, shattering the tranquility of the moment. Target male meeting criteria detected. The handsome man system is now activated. Lin Zhixia jolted, her wine glass nearly slipping from her grasp. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively held her breath. A handsome man system? She had only awakened the space system earlier. How could there be such an additional system? System. What is the handsome man system? The mechanical voice answered methodically. The handsome man system is designed to assist the host in collecting various types of men, enhancing intimacy and their abilities to provide defensive and offensive boosts to the host's fortress, while also augmenting the host's attributes. Current target: Gu Yusin, Capricorn Earth sign. Ability level 0. Intimacy level 0. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow. What is the ability of an earth sign? It can enhance personal strength and temporarily boost the defense of oneself and allies, requiring specific conditions to activate, with levels ranging from 1 to 10. What is the purpose of intimacy? Each level increase can enhance the fortress's attack power by 10 and randomly increase the host's attributes by 10. Once the ability level triggers an upgrade, each level increase can enhance the fortress's defense by 10. Can any bonuses be activated now? All bonuses will only take effect once the target develops feelings for the host. Lin Zhixia's heart raced, and her gaze unconsciously flickered toward Gu Yusin before she hastily averted her eyes. This dazed expression likely appeared as if she were contemplating how to respond to him. Gu Yusin took a sip of his coffee and directly probed, "Miss Lin, purchasing 12 villas and stockpiling supplies. Do you have a particular plan in mind?" His curiosity was unabashed, and if she indeed had a special need, the Gu group might profit further. Lin Zhixia regained her focus, suppressing the turmoil within. "Mr. Gu, all you need to do is ensure the villas are delivered. My plans do not require your concern." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Gu Yusin did not press further, retrieving a contract from his briefcase and sliding it across the table. "In that case, let us discuss business. This is the villa purchase agreement, detailing the delivery timeline and price." This was precisely what Lin Zhixia wished to hear. She picked up the pen and swiftly signed her name. Watching Gu Yusin's departing figure, she immediately inquired of the system. "Is Gu Yusin currently attracted to me?" The current target exhibits only commercial interest in the host and has not developed feelings. Thus, all bonuses remain unavailable. Lin Zhixia's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat disheartened. Having been deceived by Jiang Yanji's hypocrisy in her past life, she had long since lost faith in emotions. After her rebirth, she regarded love as a burden. Now, cultivating intimacy with a stranger seemed more challenging than battling zombies. In front of the Western Villa complex, Lin Zhixia and Su Qinghe stood on an open space, gazing at the 13 interconnected villas with furrowed brows. The walls needed to be replaced with blast-resistant reinforced concrete, the perimeter wall raised by 3 meters, topped with high-voltage electric fencing, and all doors and windows replaced with double-layer blast-resistant glass. These tasks required a professional team, but time was of the essence. "Lin, I have contacted several renovation companies, but either they cannot perform the blast-proof modifications, or their timelines exceed 1 month, which simply cannot meet our requirements," Su Qinghe expressed with a troubled expression. As Lin Zhixia pondered the situation, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. "If Miss Lin trusts me, the Gu group can undertake this renovation project." Gu Yusin approached from a distance. "I had someone calculate the costs. Based on your requirements, the renovation fee will be approximately 20 million. With a completion time of 7 days, using top-notch materials and a professional team." Lin Zhixia was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Gu, how did you come to be here?" "I was passing by and happened to overhear your discussion about the renovations," Gu Yusin replied, a hint of amusement in his voice, though his emotions remained inscrutable. What he did not say was that he had instructed his assistant to monitor Lin Zhixia's movements since their last meeting. This woman was anything but simple. He wished to see what she was truly planning. Now, with her in need of a renovation team, he could profit while observing her closely. Truly a win-win situation. The costs and timeline met her requirements, and Lin Zhixia did not refuse. "Very well, then I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Gu." Gu Yusin's gaze inadvertently lingered on Lin Zhixia. Standing in the sunlight, she possessed an air of maturity that belied her years. Although she was the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, she exuded a tenacity that suggested the challenges before her were merely hurdles to be overcome. Gu Yusin's curiosity deepened. What secrets did this woman harbor? Chapter 4. Ordering 100 tables of prepared food. Gu Yusin's team's efficiency exceeded expectations, and the fortification project of the 13 villas in the western complex had begun to take shape. Halfway through the pouring of the blast-proof wall, the support frames for the high-voltage power grid stood tall along the perimeter wall, and the emergency ventilation ducts for the basement had already been laid out. Lin Zhixia had only visited the construction site once to confirm the blueprints. Seeing that Gu Yusin had arranged everything meticulously, she felt relieved and turned to address another pressing matter: stockpiling freshly prepared delicacies. The food in her supernatural space would never spoil. Thus, she could also store ready meals within it. The vehicle wound its way through the winding, cobbled streets of the old town, where the wooden sign of Mu Shiji cast a warm, golden glow against the weathered wall. Upon pushing open the door, a young female staff member approached with a sweet smile. "Hello. Our braised pork and squirrel fish are our specialties. Would you like to take a look at the menu first?" Lin Zhixia found a table by the window, her fingertips gliding over the curled edges of the menu. "Please serve a selection of signature dishes, one of each." "Certainly," the waitress chirped in response. Leaning back in her chair, Lin Zhixia watched as the sycamore leaves drifted onto the cobblestones outside. Before long, the dishes arrived. The braised pork was enveloped in amber-hued sauce, while the squirrel fish was fried to a golden crisp, and even the cucumber salad was arranged in the shape of delicate flowers. She picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in her mouth. It melted instantly, the richness of the sauce mingling with the aroma of yellow wine, making it easy to consume an extra bowl of rice. "This is delightful," Lin Zhixia beckoned the waitress. "I'd like to order 100 tables of every dish for takeout." The waitress nearly dropped the water jug she was holding, her eyes wide with disbelief. 100 tables? Are you serious? Lin Zhixia did not blink, pulling out her phone to transfer a deposit. "Just let me know when it's ready." The waitress still seemed incredulous as she scratched her head and relayed the order to the kitchen, where the sound of chopping soon echoed back. 3 hours passed swiftly, and the waitress approached, wiping her brow while holding a checklist. "Miss, your 100 tables of prepared food are ready. They're set up on these empty tables beside you. Would you like to check the quantity? If it's inconvenient, we can deliver it to your residence." Lin Zhixia glanced at the adjacent tables, now laden with thermal boxes, each neatly labeled with the name of the dish, steam gently rising from their sides. She raised her gaze slightly. "No need for delivery. I've called for a delivery vehicle. You may attend to your duties." Once the waitress had walked away, Lin Zhixia looked down at the array of thermal boxes and lightly raised her hand. In an instant, all the boxes vanished. Just as she was about to leave, the kitchen curtain was gently lifted, and a figure sauntered out. He wore a chef's uniform with the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, his skin pale as porcelain, with flour dusting the ends of his hair like a sprinkle of powdered sugar. Beads of sweat glistened along his jawline, yet he bore an air of youthful vitality rather than disarray. Upon catching sight of Lin Zhixia, his eyes sparkled like grapes kissed by morning dew, their corners curving slightly, as if enveloped in warmth. His voice, soft and muffled as if wrapped in vapor, resembled the tenderness of freshly steamed buns. You must be the sister who ordered 100 tables?" Lin Zhixia's heart fluttered. She recognized this face all too well, the star who dominated advertisement billboards and television screens, always clad in designer suits with an assertive gaze. Yet the youth before her seemed softened, exuding an air of gentleness, akin to a small creature that had just been fluffed. Thank you for such recognition of my dishes," he said, fumbling through his pocket for a small glass jar, which he finally presented to her. The transparent jar contained amber-hued osmanthus honey, his fingertips tinged with a delicate pink, and as he handed it over, his hand trembled slightly, betraying his nervousness. His voice grew softer, the last few words nearly dissolving into the air. "I just made this. It's particularly sweet when steeped in water. Would you like to try it?" As he spoke, his ears flushed a deep crimson, not from artifice, but from an undeniable warmth that spread from his ears to his neck, reminiscent of a peach warmed by the sun. Lin Zhixia accepted the jar, unable to resist asking, "Aren't you the celebrity Li Mayan? What brings you here as a chef?" Li Mayan froze momentarily, akin to a squirrel caught in a snare, and glanced around furtively. Noticing only the waitress tidying up the dining area, he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Sister, please keep it down. I snuck out. This can't be known to others." He took a seat across from her, his hands resting obediently on his knees, a hint of grievance in his tone. My family insists I become a star, always rehearsing scripts and rushing to appointments. During my last historical drama shoot, I barely slept 4 hours over 3 days and nearly fainted on set. I really don't enjoy acting at all. His fingertips traced the surface of the table. His eyes suddenly alight. What I truly love is cooking. Seeing others enjoy the meals I prepare brings me joy. 2 weeks ago, I slipped away from my manager and opened this little shop. Lin Zhixia felt a pang of compassion. So, how long do you plan to hide? I don't know. Li Mayan's voice dropped, but he quickly lifted his head again. At least for now. I want to cook a few more days and savor this warmth of life. Sister, if you enjoy my cooking, please come often. I'll reserve the best seat by the window for you and prepare my new specialty, chestnut chicken. As he spoke, a smile crept onto his lips, and his eyes formed crescent moons, an irresistible charm radiating from him. Just as Lin Zhixia was about to respond, the door swung open with a loud crash, and 5 men in black suits surged inside. The leading middle-aged man wore a grim expression, his voice grave and urgent.
Li Muyan.
You've been hiding here? The whole company is searching for you. If you don't attend tomorrow's brand launch, the penalty fee will bankrupt you. The waitress nearly dropped the plate she was holding, while Li Mayan swiftly darted behind Lin Zhixia, revealing only half of his face, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. His voice trembling, I want to go back. I haven't made chestnut chicken for my sister yet. As the agent's gaze fell on Lin Zhixia, he opened his mouth to speak, but the men in black had already moved to seize Li Mayan. The young man clutched Lin Zhixia's sleeve tightly, his fingertips turning white, as if holding on to the last lifeline. He looked up at her. Sister, can I still cook for you? Lin Zhixia gently patted his head, offering reassurance. When we meet next, I'll make you my exclusive chef, just for me. As Li Mayan was pulled away by the men in black, his eyes, which had been clouded with disappointment, suddenly gleamed with fragments of hope. He turned back and shouted, Sister, I'll wait for you.
Don't forget me.
Watching the vehicle carrying Li Mayan gradually disappear around the corner, Lin Zhixia returned her attention to the present, her mind echoing with the mechanical prompt of the system. Ding. Detected that target. Li Mayan has developed romantic feelings towards the host. Favorability, 10. Current intimacy level, 1. Intimacy level 1 activated. Fortress attack power increased by 10. Randomly adds 10 points to host's combat attributes. Agility increased from 10 to 20. Current host combat attributes. Attack power 10, defense power 10, critical hit rate 10, evasion rate 10, agility 20. Lin Zhixia instinctively flexed her wrist, feeling her body grow lighter than before. A faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, it was the most endearing little rascal that was easiest to win over. Chapter 5. An unexpected kiss at the construction site in the villa district of the western city. Lin Zhixia walked along the edge of the freshly poured concrete, the soles of her white sneakers dusted with a bit of gray, yet it did not distract her focus. Worried about the workers cutting corners? A deep male voice came from her side. Lin Zhixia turned to see Gu Yusin approaching, holding a white hard hat.
Today.
He was clad not in a suit but in a black work jacket, the zipper pulled up to his chest, revealing a light gray turtleneck underneath. I naturally trust the quality of Gu's projects. Lin Zhixia took the hard hat and placed it on her head, the brim slightly lowered, concealing the flicker of emotions in her eyes. At this rate, it will certainly be completed within 7 days. The voice of Gu Yusin mingled with the wind, drifting gently towards her. The construction facilities and electrical networks were all made from military-grade materials, ensuring top-level safety. Just as Lin Zhixia was about to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar white sedan approaching from a distance. It was Jiang Yanji's car. Her heart sank abruptly, her nails digging tightly into the phone case, knuckles turning white. In her past life, Jiang Yanji had behaved just like this. Despite being entangled with Su Qianyue, he still clung to her under the guise of concern, extracting her resources with feigned gentleness. How could this man be so tenacious? Trouble was coming? Gu Yusin keenly sensed her tension and followed her gaze, spotting only a blurred silhouette of the car, yet he could read the unmasked disdain in Lin Zhixia's eyes. An inconsequential person. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhixia forced herself to calm down. Mr. Gu, could you do me a favor? Gu Yusin straightened, hands tucked into the pockets of his work pants, his gaze imbued with curiosity.
Go on.
When he arrives, just say that this villa has already been purchased by you. Lin Zhixia spoke rapidly. I don't want any further entanglement with him. As long as he thinks I'm not here, he won't come back. Gu Yusin chuckled softly. leaning closer to Lin Zhixia, closing the distance between them. The faint scent of cedar wafted over, exuding a subtle pressure. "Miss Lin, our contract does not include acting." He laughed lightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. But Jiang Yanji's car had already stopped at the construction site entrance, and that familiar figure was walking toward them. Lin Zhixia bit her lip, looking up at Gu Yusin. "Increase the payment. Add another 2 million. After hearing this, Gu Yusin's fingertips brushed against the strands of hair falling near her ear, a playful tone in his voice. "Miss Lin is quite straightforward. But I'm not particularly interested in money." Lin Zhixia was momentarily taken aback by his response, turning to see Jiang Yanji approaching. Her heart raced like it might leap from her chest. There was no time for hesitation. Lin Zhixia suddenly lifted her head, wrapped her arms around Gu Yusin's neck, and stood on tiptoe, pressing her lips against his. The moment their lips met, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Zhixia's lips were soft, tinged with the sweetness of her favorite strawberry-flavored lip balm, but in her fluster, her actions appeared somewhat clumsy, her teeth accidentally grazing Gu Yusin's lower lip. Her eyes were tightly closed, long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly, her palm resting against the nape of Gu Yusin's neck. Feeling the warmth of his skin and the strong pulse beneath, panic and exhilaration intertwined, making her heart pound almost audibly. How could she have done such a thing? But the thought of Jiang Yanji nearby compelled her to persist in that kiss. Gu Yusin's body initially stiffened, then relaxed. He looked down at the tense profile of the person in his arms, the playful glint in his eyes fading, replaced by a subtle seriousness. He did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, using his shoulder to shield Lin Zhixia from Jiang Yanji's view, his fingertips gently resting on her waist in a gesture of reassurance. Jiang Yanji, who had been searching for Lin Zhixia, stumbled upon the scene and halted in his tracks. His brows furrowed instantly, irritation flashing in his eyes. He had intended to inquire about the two, but seeing they had no intention of separating, he could only leave reluctantly. As his footsteps faded away, Lin Zhixia abruptly pushed Gu Yusin away, stumbling back several steps. Her cheeks flushed crimson, from ears to collar, her breath coming in quick, unsteady bursts. She dared not look at Gu Yusin, fixating instead on the dusty tips of her sneakers, her heart still racing. Gu Yusin leaned against the wall, his fingertips brushing his lips, where the sweetness of strawberries lingered. Observing Lin Zhixia's flustered demeanor, a smirk played on his lips. "Miss Lin, I have received your payment. This is far more interesting than 2 million. At that moment, Lin Zhixia heard the cold, mechanical voice of the system in her mind. Ding. Target Gu Yusin has developed romantic feelings towards the host. Affection level increased from level 0 to level 2, with an additional 20 points of affection value. Level 2 intimacy activated, increasing fortress attack power by 20. According to the rules, each level of intimacy raises random battle attributes by 10 points. This time, both defense and attack power increase by 10 points each. Current host battle attributes: attack power, 20, defense power, 20, critical hit rate, 10, evasion rate, 10, agility, 20. Surprised by the system prompt, Lin Zhixia never expected that a desperate kiss could yield such unexpected rewards. Yet on second thought, she couldn't help but grumble internally. Gu Yusin was indeed difficult to deal with. After taking the initiative to kiss, she had only reached level 2 at a loss. "What? Miss Lin, are you perhaps reminiscing about what just happened?" Gu Yusin's voice carried a teasing tone. Lin Zhixia's cheeks flushed even deeper as she glared at him. But the effect was hardly intimidating, it resembled more of a playful pout. "As for that 2 million, I will have Assistant Sue transfer it to you promptly." Gu Yusin chuckled softly in response, his fingertips inadvertently brushing his lips again. Did Miss Lin not just pay for her services? Of course. If Miss Lin feels it's insufficient and wishes to repeat the experience, I wouldn't mind. With that, he did not wait for Lin Zhixia's reply and turned to walk deeper into the construction site, his black work jacket swaying gently in the wind, his back exuding a certain casual charm. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Zhixia felt her heart race once more. She raised a hand to touch her lips, where the faint scent of cedar lingered along with the warmth of that kiss. "What on earth?" she muttered softly, unaware that a slight smile had crept onto her lips. Chapter 6. Serendipity. At the gym, Lin Zhixia was acutely aware that in a post-apocalyptic world, physical fitness was the cornerstone of survival. With the added support of the system, she knew she must intensify her training to slay more zombies and enhance her battle attributes. Before dawn, she entered the nearest gym to her home. In the vast training area, she headed straight for the corner where the sandbags were located. Clenching her fists, she delivered a powerful punch to the sandbag, the dull thud resonating through the empty space and sending tingles through her fingers. Sweat soon trickled down her forehead, dampening her bangs and clinging to her neck, bringing a brief respite from the heat. Yet, she remained oblivious, gritting her teeth as she repeatedly practiced her punches, kicks, and blocks. The excruciating pain of being torn apart by zombies in her past life echoed in her bones, each muscle ache reminding her she must grow stronger. Strong enough to crush all traitors with her own hands, strong enough to survive amidst the tide of the undead. Your form is incorrect. A deep, clear male voice interrupted her mechanical rhythm from behind, carrying an undeniable air of professionalism. Lin Zhixia abruptly retracted her fist, turning around, her gaze sharp and icy, directed at the speaker. It was a tall man, whose athletic build was accentuated by a dark sports tank top that outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist. The smooth yet understated lines of his muscular arms conveyed the firmness of someone accustomed to rigorous training. The gym trainer, Liao Qingxi, stood 3 steps away, his expression open and devoid of any excess emotion. At that moment, the system prompt chimed in her mind.
Ding.
Detected a target meeting the criteria. Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius, Fire Element. Current ability level, Level 0. Note: Fire element abilities require specific conditions in a post-apocalyptic setting to activate. As the level increases, both flame output and temperature will enhance. Current intimacy level, Level 0. Lin Zhixia's eyes flickered, her grip on her fists unwavering. Another system target. She had no time to dwell on trivialities. Turning back to the punching bag, she resolutely focused on one thought: to enhance her physical strength first. Everything else was secondary and not worth distraction. With her weight too far forward, her punches lacked power from her waist and abdomen, rendering them ineffective and making it easy for opponents to use her force against her. Liao Qingxi, unaware of her inner turmoil, stepped closer and offered, "Let me teach you how to just." Lin Zhixia paused momentarily, then returned to the punching bag, neither initiating conversation nor displaying any aversion. Liao Qingxi stood beside her, breaking down the essentials in the simplest language: feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, weight centered between both feet. When throwing punches, first twist the waist, then let the arms follow, with the fists facing upward. Lin Zhixia complied, adjusting her stance and throwing another punch. This time, the bag swayed more violently, the air crackling with the sound of her strikes, and the soreness in her arms served as feedback of effective training. Yes, that was the feeling. She would try again. A flicker of emotion stirred within her, yet she revealed nothing, continuing to repeat the motion until her arms ached to the point of immobility, unwilling to pause. Sweat dripped down her jawline, pooling on the floor in small, damp spots. For the next 5 days, Lin Zhixia became a regular at the gym, arriving before dawn and leaving only after dusk. Aside from necessary meals and brief 10-minute breaks, she seemed glued to the equipment area. Her moisture-wicking clothes became drenched. Her muscles ached so much that she grimaced while lying in bed at night, yet she still showed up at the gym on time the next day. The countdown to the apocalypse ticked in her ears. Every minute spent training increased her chances of survival, and she could not afford to be lazy. Liao Qingxi observed silently, offering no questions, merely staying by her side. When she reached her limits, he would hand her a bottle of water with the cap already unscrewed and a clean towel. His actions natural yet respectful of boundaries. He would set up the stretching equipment and foam roller in advance. But his concern never drifted into personal matters such as where she lived or what job she held, which allowed Lin Zhixia to lower her guard slightly. One afternoon, after completing a set of weighted squats, Lin Zhixia leaned against the equipment, gasping for breath. "You're pushing yourself too hard," Liao Qingxi finally spoke, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "Your body isn't machine. Overexertion will only backfire and affect your subsequent training." Lin Zhixia lifted her head, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel, her gaze devoid of warmth, only clarity. "I have not achieved my goal. I have no right to stop." She did not elaborate on what that goal was. No one in this world could truly comprehend her urgency. Liao Qingxi paused, recognizing the fierce determination hidden within her. This was not directed at anyone else but herself. Her tenacity bordered on obsession, yet it was imbued with a chilling clarity. He refrained from further persuasion, turning instead to fetch her a glass of warm water. When he offered it, He merely placed the cup beside her equipment without uttering a word. On the final day before the apocalypse broke out, Lin Zhixia arrived at the gym as usual. Yet Liao Qingxi was conspicuously absent. Frowning, she approached the front desk to inquire, only to learn he had taken an unexpected leave that morning. Without his timely corrections during training, she found herself strangely distracted. It was not until the afternoon that Liao Qingxi rushed in, looking paler than usual, beads of undried sweat dotting his forehead, and his collar slightly askew, suggesting he had just dealt with an urgent matter. "Are you all right?" Lin Zhixia asked impulsively as she saw him leaning against the doorframe, immediately feeling it was an unnecessary question. She turned her gaze away, reverting to her usual cold demeanor. "I can train by myself. There's no need for you to assist." "I'm fine," Liao Qingxi replied with a strained smile, weariness evident in his eyes. Yet he quickly approached, pressing down on her hand as she adjusted the weights. Noticing her sudden stiffness, he promptly withdrew his hand, explaining, "This weight is too heavy for you. Let me help you avoid injury." During training, Lin Zhixia could clearly sense something was amiss with Liao Qingxi. His arm stability faltered. His voice was hoarse, and he occasionally coughed. She bit her lip, thinking he should rest if he was unwell. "I can train on my own. There's no need to push through." Liao Qingxi took a towel to wipe his sweat, then suddenly looked up at her. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the gym's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Lin Zhixia's face. Despite her usual aloofness, a trace of softness emerged due to her recent concern. "Lin Zhixia," Liao Qingxi said, his voice slightly lower than usual, "you're not as hard to approach as you think, are you?" Lin Zhixia's heart skipped a beat before she quickly regained her composure, deliberately avoiding his gaze. "Don't overthink it. I simply don't want my coach to get hurt and delay my training." She feared that another word might expose emotions that should remain hidden. In the apocalypse, any hint of tenderness could become a fatal weakness. Liao Qingxi observed her flushed ears and chuckled softly, choosing not to confront her contradictory words. He understood this woman was guarded, and receiving such a concern, albeit disguised as an excuse, was already beyond his expectations. As evening approached, Lin Zhixia packed her gym bag to leave, but Liao Qingxi called out to her at the gym's entrance. He retrieved a small silver whistle from his pocket, its surface worn and shiny, revealing its age. He extended it toward her, his fingers betraying a hint of nervousness. "This is for you." Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, declining to take it, her tone cautious. "What do you mean?" "If you encounter danger, blow it. The sound is loud and carries far." Liao Qingxi's lips turned pale as he carefully chose his words. "I live not far from your villa. Perhaps I can hear it." Lin Zhixia studied the whistle, then caught a glimpse of his genuine concern. No ulterior motives, no flattery. Only pure worry. After a moment of silence, she finally reached out to accept it. As her fingertips brushed against his palm, she instinctively recoiled, simply stating, "I understand." "Thank you." Her gratitude was whispered softly, nearly lost in the wind. Yet it marked the first time she had said thank you to a stranger since her rebirth. Liao Qingxi watched her tuck the whistle into the inner pocket of her gym bag, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Will you come again tomorrow?" Lin Zhixia paused, not turning back as her voice floated through the air, carrying a trace of imperceptible distance. "It's unnecessary." She offered no explanation, nor could she. After tomorrow, this city would descend into a hellish nightmare. She needed to return to her fortress, prepare for the inevitable war that awaited. Liao Qingxi stood rooted to the spot, watching her silhouette vanish around the corner, his expression gradually dimming. Yet he clenched his hand tightly. He sensed that this woman named Lin Zhixia held many secrets. Not far from there, Lin Zhixia suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the system in her mind. Ding! Detected that Liao Qingxi has developed feelings for the host. Favorability 15, current intimacy level 1. Intimacy level 1 activated. Fortress attack power increased by 10. Random additional 10 points to the host's combat attributes. Agility increased from 20 to 30. Her steps faltered as she glanced down at the whistle in her bag, her expression unperturbed. Intimacy, attribute bonuses. These were merely tools for her survival. As for feelings? In the apocalypse, that was the most useless emotion, only serving to weaken one's resolve. She tightened her grip on the bag's strap and turned toward the direction of the villa cluster in the west, her silhouette resolute. That was her only retreat in this world of chaos. Chapter 7. The apocalypse descends again as she returned from the gym that night. Darkness had enveloped the villa cluster in the western part of the city. Lin Zhixia conducted her final security checks along the fortress' perimeter. At the corners of the surrounding walls, high points were fitted with high-definition cameras capable of penetrating the night, relaying clear images of movements within 100 miles back to the monitoring room, which was concealed deep within the first floor of her villa. The fortress had now become an impregnable bastion, the only regret being the absence of firearms or similar offensive weapons. Civilians found it difficult to access such controlled items. And even with sufficient funds, she had no means to procure them. However, the existing defensive weaponry is more than sufficient to confront the initial crisis. The electrified fence is charged with tens of thousands of volts. Even if a horde of zombies were to surge forth, they would be rendered rigid in an instant. Each villa is equipped with automated crossbow traps. Their arrow slots stocked with alloy arrows that have been treated with preservative agents. Lin Zhixia clutched the black remote in her palm, her fingers gliding over the cold buttons. With the slightest press, the crossbow would immediately unleash a bolt, accurately piercing any living creature at the entrance. Once everything was settled, she retreated to her room to lie down, the dagger beneath her pillow pressed against her palm, instilling a sense of security. The following day, the zombie outbreak occurred as anticipated. It began with frantic broadcasts on television, the anchor's voice strained with feigned calmness, yet betraying a tremor. Numerous unidentified assault incidents have been reported across the city. The injured exhibit extreme aggression. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. Before the message could conclude, the camera jolted violently, and a grayish-blue hand intruded upon the screen, stained with dark red blood beneath the nails. This was followed by the anchor's horrified scream, and the screen abruptly went black, leaving only a cacophony of static. Soon after, chaos erupted outside, the sound of shattering glass, the cries of the crowd, and the hoarse roars of the zombies surged through the streets and alleys of the city like a relentless tide. Lin Zhixia, her expression impassive, turned off the television and walked directly into the monitoring room. The surveillance screens revealed a city transformed into a hellish landscape. A woman in pajamas ran frantically through the streets with her child, pursued by staggering zombies. A convenience store owner wielded a mop in defiance, only to be surrounded and torn apart by 3 zombies. Some zombies even attempted to climb the tree branches outside the walls, only to trigger the electric fence, emitting a sizzle and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Her fingers glided across the control panel, bringing up images from every defensive point, her gaze as cold as ice. The despair of her past life had dulled her emotions. In this apocalyptic world, survival remained the sole principle. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number repeatedly. She answered, and immediately, Meyer's sharp curses pierced her ears. Lin Zhixia, you little wretch. Did you know all along that there would be a zombie outbreak today? Otherwise, why did you suddenly sell your company's shares and mortgage the old house? You deliberately set us up. Lin Zhixia leaned back in her chair, toying with her phone case, a smirk playing on her lips. Aunt Hu, you're not as foolish as I thought. You managed to figure this out. After all, it takes a sharp mind to manipulate Su Daqiang so easily, doesn't it? You. Meyer was left speechless with rage. Su Daqiang, fueled by fury, chimed in. Lin Zhixia, you ungrateful daughter. I raised you, and yet you deceived me out of all my possessions. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Lin Zhixia scoffed. You weren't saying that when you signed the papers. You were smiling more broadly than anyone else, weren't you? A few seconds of silence passed on the line before Su Daqiang's tone softened, turning solicitous. Zhixia, we are father and daughter. Blood ties cannot be severed. The streets are teeming with zombies, and we have no food at home. Please send us something, otherwise we won't last a few days. Lin Zhixia feigned a quavering voice of fear. Dad, it's not that I'm heartless. With so many zombies outside, you won't even step out. So how can I, a woman, dare to go out? You'd better fend for yourselves. After saying this, she hung up and blocked the number. But mere moments later, her phone rang again, still an unfamiliar number. Clearly, Su Daqiang and Meyer had changed their number, calling repeatedly, the ringtone grating like a death knell. Lin Zhixia frowned, preparing to turn off her phone when suddenly, the name Gu Yusin appeared on the screen. She hesitated before answering. Expecting a reprimand, she thought he would immediately deduce that she had foreseen the outbreak and had made preparations. However, to her surprise, his voice resonated with genuine concern. Are you all right? Where are you? Are you safe? Lin Zhixia's heart stirred slightly. In her past life, her family and fiancé had wished for her demise, while this man, whom she had known for only a few days, was the first to inquire about her safety. "I'm fine, in the fortress, very safe," she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry for not informing you about the apocalypse earlier. It's just, I understand," Gu Yusin interrupted, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. People's hearts are difficult to gauge. Even if you were to disclose it, no one would believe you. And it could bring trouble instead. Your approach is wise. Lin Zhixia fell silent for a moment, unable to resist asking, "And you? Are you safe? If you need help." "I can, to be honest, I'm currently in the top office of the Gu Corporation and the ground floor is swarming with zombies." The housekeeper isn't answering her phone. "The villa has probably fallen as well." Gu Yusin paused, his tone becoming tentative. "If you don't mind, could I temporarily stay in your fortress? I want to be a freeloader. My connections and resources can provide you with additional security in this apocalypse." Lin Zhixia's fingers tightened slightly. She certainly needed an ally like Gu Yusin. His capabilities and resources could be invaluable, plus he was the system's chosen handsome target. Yet the betrayal from Jiang Yanji in her past life felt like a thorn, making her wary of placing her trust in anyone easily. After a few seconds of hesitation, she silently inquired, "System, will I be in danger if I allow Gu Yusin to stay? Will he betray me?" A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Rest assured, host. The handsome candidates chosen by the system are all destined to be your male leads and will not harm you. They will provide you with attribute enhancements and practical assistance." Reassured by the system's guarantee, Lin Zhixia exhaled softly. "Come over. But be cautious on the way and avoid areas dense with zombies. Call me when you arrive." "Understood." A few hours later, Gu Yusin's black SUV came to a halt outside the barbed wire. Lin Zhixia scrutinized the surveillance feed, ensuring he bore no injuries before pressing the button to let him in. Gu Yusin entered, appearing travel-worn yet composed, his tone calm but with an undercurrent of relief. "I've dispatched dozens of zombies on the way. I'm glad to see you." At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Gu Yusin's abilities have successfully activated, granting him the earth elemental powers, enhancing his own strength and temporarily boosting the defense of himself and his allies. Gu Yusin's ability is currently at level 1, increasing fortress defenses by 10. As the words faded, Lin Zhixia suddenly felt an invisible shield enveloping her, radiating a gentle warmth, like a barrier protecting her within. Is this the earth elemental ability? Quite intriguing. Gu Yusin noticed the shift in her expression, his brow lifting imperceptibly as his fingertip lightly pressed against his lips. To think that while slaying zombies, I inadvertently triggered an ability that enhances my strength and provides temporary defense for those nearby. Having this edge in the apocalypse offers an additional layer of security against zombies. Lin Zhixia averted her gaze, regaining her usual cold demeanor. "You may stay in the fortress, but not in this villa. There are 12 villas outside. Feel free to choose any." Gu Yusin, without hesitation, replied calmly, "I'll choose Villa A. It's closest to you, facilitating the handling of emergencies." Lin Zhixia turned her gaze away, stepping aside to open the door behind her. "I've already prepared some supplies in your villa. If you need anything else, just come to me." Gu Yusin nodded in acknowledgement, not uttering more words, and proceeded to walk out, his posture still upright. But his steps now carried a sense of steadiness. Chapter 8. The assistant comes to seek refuge. The screens in the monitoring room remained lit, displaying scattered zombies colliding against the electric fence, emitting a sizzle. Suddenly, Lin Zhixia's phone vibrated, the name Su Qing flashing on the screen. She pressed the answer button, and the familiar yet trembling voice of her assistant filled the receiver. "On my way to the company, I encountered a multitude of zombies, which frightened me enough to return to my apartment. May I take a day off today?" Lin Zhixia couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. At such a dire moment, this assistant was more concerned with asking her for leave than contemplating his own survival. Truly, he was dedicated to his duties. "No need to ask for leave." Lin Zhixia replied calmly, her voice flowing through the phone line to Su Qinghe, carrying an unexpected sense of reassurance. The apocalypse had arrived, and the world order was in ruins. There would be no more work. "The supplies I had previously advised you to stockpile should sustain you in the apartment for a while. Lock the door and remain silent." There was a brief silence on the other end before a more urgent voice responded, "But the apartment's door has long been in disrepair. I fear that one day the zombies might suddenly break in, and my life would be in peril." After much hesitation, he tentatively inquired, "Lin, May I go to your villa community? I can still work for you. You need not pay me, just provide me with a meal. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in.
Ding.
Detected a handsome target. Su Qinghe, Pisces, water sign. Water sign abilities can generate a small amount of water. As the level increases, the amount of water will also increase. The ability will activate upon defeating zombies. She paused in surprise.
Su King?
The assistant who always rolled his shirt sleeves to his forearms and wore thin-framed glasses, even cradling documents with both hands, he was chosen by the system as a target? Why hadn't there been a notification before? In her past life, when Su Daqiang seized power, he was the only one who resolutely stood by Lin Zhixia's side. At that time, she merely perceived him as reliable, without much thought. He bore a refined appearance, and when he smiled, the slight dimples made him rather endearing. Since the system had acknowledged him, allowing him to reside here was not unreasonable. There's a narrow alley behind your apartment, Lin Zhixia said, her tone slowing as she detailed the route. It is seldom traversed by people, likely resulting in fewer zombies. My fortress does not accept useless individuals. If you manage to reach here alive and uninjured, I will let you in. I can. I will definitely make it. Su Qinghe exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline, his breath stabilizing slightly. 2 hours later, a staggering figure appeared on the surveillance feed. Su Qinghe's shirt collar was dusty. His thin-framed glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, revealing his reddened eyes. Despite his pale complexion from panic, his jawline remained sharp, and as he ran, his tousled hair gave him a youthful, frantic appearance. Lin Zhixia focused on the surveillance, enlarging the image to scrutinize his entire body. There were no bite marks, no traces of blood. As he stumbled through the door, leaning against the doorframe to steady himself, he gasped, "Lin, I've made it." Observing his shaken demeanor, Lin Zhixia reassured him, "Rest assured, my fortress is impregnable. From now on, you are safe here." Suddenly, Su Qinghe opened his palm, revealing a small pool of clear water, about the size of a fingernail, still warm to the touch. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, glimmering on the droplets, accentuating the cleanliness of his fingers. "Lin, do you know what this is? It happened when I killed zombies just now, but there was so little water that it was useless against the zombies. I thought it was just rain." At this moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Su Qinghe has activated his water sign ability after defeating a few zombies. Current ability level 1, capable of generating a small amount of water, enhancing fortress defense by 10.
Ding.
Detected that Su Qinghe has developed feelings for the host. Current intimacy level 1. Intimacy level 1 activated. Fortress attack power increased by 10. Randomly adds 10 points to the host's combat attributes, increasing critical strike rate from 10 to 20. Current host combat attributes: attack power 20, defense power 20, critical strike rate 20, evasion rate 10, agility 30. Lin Zhixia regarded the pool of water with a neutral tone. It's an ability. Many will activate theirs in life and death situations during the apocalypse. Your water supply is currently limited, but as you defeat more zombies, your level will rise, and the water will naturally increase. Su Qinghe nodded absent-mindedly, gazing at the water in his palm, then looking back at Lin Zhixia. The panic in his eyes gradually replaced by excitement, his ears subtly turning pink. Then, "I will surely help you more, and not hold you back. I prepared supplies for you in Villa B." Lin Zhixia turned to walk outside, catching a glimpse of him straightening his spine. "There are clean clothes and food inside. Go rest for now. Starting tomorrow, help me monitor the fortress's safety." "Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely. I promise to complete it." Su Qinghe immediately replied, his steps noticeably lighter. Watching him briskly head towards Villa B, Lin Zhixia remained still. The chaos in the city continued on the surveillance screen, but her fortress now had the support of 2 individuals. Did this not signify that her odds in this war had increased? On the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak, television broadcasts had nearly collapsed. Every provincial channel was merely relaying content from the central channel, most likely advising people to stay indoors and await rescue. However, Lin Zhixia understood that no effective suppression of the zombie virus could be developed at this stage. These were merely the government's attempts to reassure the public. Su Qinghe diligently remained in the control room, monitoring the footage. Suddenly, he called out in agitation, "Lin, come quick. Isn't that Su and the others?"
And Jiang Yanji.
Hearing this, Lin Zhixia hurried to the control room and saw 5 or 6 figures standing ominously at the fortress's entrance. Su Daqiang was dressed in a suit covered in mud, his hair a disheveled mess, sleeves rolled up haphazardly. Hu Meyer clung to his arm. Her makeup a disaster, yet still projecting an air of arrogance. Su Qianyue was bundled in an oversized down jacket, deliberately pushing her belly out, one hand protecting it while the other tightly grasped the arm of the man beside her. That man's profile was unmistakable, even if she turned to Ash, Jiang Yanji. The most eye-catching was a young man behind them, clad in Gu's work attire, with a crooked name tag on his chest, clutching a half-eaten piece of bread. Crumbs at the corners of his mouth, nervously glancing at the villa's walls. Lin Zhixia immediately recognized him as a junior worker from Gu's construction team who had complained about the villa owner being overly picky about even the screws on the day of the outbreak. How had they found this place? And why did they bring someone from Gu? Su Qinghe furrowed his brow, his voice filled with confusion. How did Su know that this entire villa community belongs to you? Lin Zhixia remained silent, the coldness in her gaze intensifying. It was evident that Su Daqiang must have encountered this worker on the way and, through food or threats, compelled him to divulge information. At the onset of the apocalypse, the lower-tier survivors would say anything for a meal. This was something she understood better than anyone. Chapter 9. The Su family comes knocking as she pondered. Su Daqiang had already reached the wall, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout inside, his voice gravelly and greedy. Lin Zhixia,
Come out.
I know you're in there. If it weren't for this kid spilling the beans, I wouldn't have known you bought the entire villa community. With all those supplies, are you really going to watch your own father and sister starve to death? Hu Meyer immediately followed with a shrill scream, her voice sharp enough to pierce the air. Lin Zhixia, you ungrateful wretch. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Our Qianyue is pregnant. If she starves to death, you will be a murderer. If your mother knew, she would rise from her grave to curse your unfiliality. Jiang Yanji also shouted through the megaphone, Zhixia, you have so many supplies in your villa. What harm is there in sharing a little with us?
Don't be so selfish.
In the control room, Lin Zhixia listened to their cliched moral coercion, her voice laced with unabashed sarcasm.
Don't think I don't know whose child this is.
The words struck like a thunderclap, instantly draining the color from Jiang Yanji's face, his frantic eyes behind the black-framed glasses betraying his turmoil. As he pointed at the surrounding wall with a trembling hand. Why you? How do you know about my affair with Qianyu? We kept it so well hidden. No one knows except for our families. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Su Daqiang's expression darkened instantly, while Hu Meyer was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yanji's panic had revealed everything. To wish for discretion while engaging in wrongdoing is a futile endeavor. Lin Zhixia's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, laced with mockery and an inscrutable mystery. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Yanji's forehead, his shirt soaked through with anxiety. Suddenly, as if grasping onto a final lifeline, he dashed to the loudspeaker, his voice tinged with desperate justification, shifting all blame onto Su Qianyu.
Zhixia,
It's not what you think. It was Su Qianyu. She was the one who took the initiative. She always says you're domineering and unkind. I was just momentarily confused. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, even raising his voice in an attempt to mask his betrayal with feigned affection. But I've always loved you in my heart. Zhixia, let me in. I promise I won't have any more dealings with Su Qianyu. We've been together for 4 or 5 years since university. How can you treat me this way? Look at me. Graduated from a prestigious university, not lacking in looks. Always compliant with your wishes. Where else would you find a man as exceptional as me, Jiang Yanji? His self-proclaimed romantic demeanor prompted Su Qinghe to suppress a laugh, thinking, how can he dare to inflate his own worth like this? Such audacity is commendable, yet it is wasted on Jiang Yanji. Mr. Jiang, allow me to clarify 2 matters. Gu Yusin interjected, standing beside Lin Zhixia, his expression as icy as the frost itself, his voice dripping with disdain. Your so-called excellence is merely propped up by Lin Zhixia's resources. The suit you wear, the apartment you reside in, are they not all gifts from her? He paused, his tone heavy with authority, each word carrying the weight of ice. I, Gu Yusin, heir to the Gu group, am superior to you in every conceivable aspect. I willingly adhere to Lin Zhixia's directives. How dare you, a man who cannot even control his own desires, boast about your worth? Do not presume to reach for the unattainable. It will only evoke disgust. Gu Yusin's words struck Jiang Yanji like a sharp blade, piercing directly to his core. Jiang Yanji's face flushed a deep crimson as he opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for coherent words. The status and stature of Gu Yusin were heights Jiang Yanji could never aspire to. Each of Gu Yusin's statements left him feeling powerless, his body trembling with rage. Seeing Jiang Yanji rendered speechless, Su Daqiang steeled himself and shouted into the loudspeaker, Lin Zhixia. Regardless of the circumstances, Qian Yu is carrying Jiang Yanji's child. She is also your kin. You cannot turn a blind eye.
Kin?
Lin Zhixia scoffed, the Su family's shamelessness evident to her. Her tone turned icy. Consider this your final warning. Leave immediately. If you do not depart, I will unleash arrows. You witnessed what happened to that little worker. Do you wish to test your luck? As her words fell, Gu Yusin promptly pressed a button on the remote control. With a sharp whoosh, a crossbow bolt whizzed past Su Daqiang's toes, embedding itself into the ground with a resounding thud, its tail vibrating ominously.
Su Daqiang yelped in fright, retreating hurriedly,
nearly toppling Humayr behind him. Just then, a hoarse roar erupted from the alleyway. A grayish zombie stumbled towards them. Its left arm was decayed, exposing white bone, and black saliva dripped from its mouth, a foul stench wafting through the air. The sight made them instinctively cover their noses, their breaths quickening.
Zombies. It's a zombie.
Su Qianyu shrieked in terror, turning to flee but tripping over a stone and crashing to the ground. Clutching Jiang Yanji's pant leg with desperate nails digging into his flesh, she cried out, Yanji, save me. I'm still carrying your child. You cannot abandon me. Jiang Yanji, immobilized by her grip, kicked her in the back, cursing, let go of me. You burden. If it weren't for your pregnancy, I would have severed ties with you long ago. Su Daqiang and Humayr panicked as well. Humayr shouted towards the wall, quick. Climb the electric fence. Lin Zhixia wouldn't dare electrocute us. If she kills a pregnant woman, she would be a murderer. Frantically, they rushed toward the wall, reaching for the electric fence's railing. However, before their fingers could touch the cold metal, the pursuing zombie lunged at the electric fence first. A blaring crack filled the air as high-voltage electricity coursed through the zombie, rendering it rigid. Black smoke billowed from its body, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, and the creature collapsed heavily to the ground, twitching momentarily before falling silent, faint sparks still flickering from its corpse. Su Daqiang and the others stood frozen in place, their faces as pale as paper, their outstretched hands hovering in the air, afraid to breathe. As they gazed at the smoking zombie on the ground, they finally comprehended that Lin Zhixia's mention of military-grade high voltage was no idle threat. That wall was indeed a death sentence. Still not leaving? Lin Zhixia's voice returned from the loudspeaker, coldly insistent. Humayr regained her senses, abandoning thoughts of material goods, and sprinted towards the alley's exit, hurling curses. Lin Zhixia, you little wretch. You wait. Su Daqiang echoed her sentiments. You will face divine retribution. You unfilial daughter. Jiang Yanji also turned to flee, not daring to look back. Su Qianyu cried as she stumbled to her feet, chasing after him. Yanji, wait for me. Don't abandon me and our child. Their figures quickly vanished from the alley, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the electrocuted zombie, emitting a pungent burnt odor under the sunlight. In the monitoring room, Su Qinghe sighed deeply, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. They've finally left. They were quite clingy. Thankfully. President Lin, you did not show mercy. Lin Zhixia set down the walkie-talkie, her gaze fixed on the empty expanse beneath the wall, her eyes betraying no emotion. The threats posed by these individuals were nothing more than inconsequential noise in her apocalyptic world. Gu Yusin pocketed the remote, approaching her side. They certainly won't relent. They may seek out more survivors to stir trouble. I'll set up an infrared sensor at the alley's entrance to provide early warnings. Su Qinghe nodded in agreement, yes. I'll also increase the voltage of the electric fence to ensure absolute safety. Lin Zhixia acknowledged their plans with a nod. Good, stay vigilant. The wind outside stirred the fallen leaves, producing a faint rustling sound as it swept past the wall. Lin Zhixia understood that Su Daqiang and the others' retreat was merely the beginning. In this world of chaos, the greed and malice of humanity would only be magnified. What lay ahead for her was the task of fortifying her stronghold and amplifying her strength to secure her footing in this brutal survival game. Chapter 10. Exiting to slay zombies. Life within the fortress was monotonous. Apart from eating and sleeping, the days were filled with training. However, after this period of exertion, Lin Zhixia felt her physical capabilities had significantly improved. Inside the villa, as Lin Zhixia struck the sandbag, she mused aloud, I wonder how effective my recent training has been. I wish to venture out and slay some zombies to hone my skills. Beside her, Gu Yusin shook his head repeatedly. The fortress is undoubtedly impregnable. But the outside world is another matter entirely. Moreover, we lack any suitable weapons. How can we contend with zombies? Momentarily at a loss for words, Lin Zhixia frowned. It would be ideal if we had access to firearms and ammunition. Suddenly, Gu Yusin snapped his fingers. I happen to have connections for that. I have a university friend named Song Huichuan. He is a special forces captain and undoubtedly possesses a stockpile of firearms and ammunition. At his words, Lin Zhixia's lips curled into a faint smile, then please contact him at once. However, Gu Yusin's tone shifted as he pondered the current zombie outbreak. Uncertain about the situation on his end. I'll call him now. Shortly after, Gu Yusin approached with a furrowed brow. How is he? Is he still alive? Lin Zhixia eagerly leaned in, her innocent eyes wide with anticipation. Gu Yusin couldn't help but chuckle softly at her directness, his tone tinged with affection and resignation. He is alive, at least that hasn't he disappointed you. Nonetheless, a hint of melancholy crossed Gu Yusin's face as he considered the dire circumstances of the Special Forces team. Most of his comrades had transformed into zombies, and the prospect of escape was bleak. We must go rescue him. Su Qinghe, having emerged from the monitoring room, stated resolutely. Since their last encounter with the zombies, Su Qinghe had grown bolder, having awakened his abilities. Lin Zhixia nodded in agreement, understanding that this was the opportune moment to save Song Huichuan. The outbreak was still fresh, and the zombies had yet to undergo mutations. Soon, they would be far more formidable. I'm not worried about myself, Gu Yusin said, his gaze lingering on Lin Zhixia. You, a girl, should not take unnecessary risks. Lin Zhixia waved her hand dismissively. Don't forget, you have abilities. Both Su Qinghe and I will be protected by you. It won't be easy for the zombies to harm me. Hearing this, Gu Yusin fell silent, tacitly accepting Lin Zhixia's proposal. The trio donned protective gear and masks, ensuring their skin was covered as much as possible, before arming themselves with knives and crossbows and heading out. As they got into the vehicle, Gu Yusin took the wheel, wasting no time as he sped towards the Special Forces base. Despite choosing a desolate route, they still encountered sporadic zombies, which lunged at the vehicle with shrieks. Gu Yusin accelerated, mercilessly crashing into them. Yet, the zombies, devoid of pain, continued their relentless assault. A disfigured female zombie clung to the passenger side, her gnarled hand pounding against the window, threatening to shatter it. Without hesitation, Lin Zhixia rolled down the window and swung her axe, severing the zombie's head in one swift motion. A viscous spray of zombie blood filled the car, accompanied by a foul stench. Close the window, Gu Yusin shouted anxiously. What you just did was reckless, do you realize that? Lin Zhixia rolled up the window, turning to him with indifference. What else was I supposed to do? Let the zombies break the window? That would be truly dangerous. Without glass, any zombie could leap in and bite me. Gu Yusin was momentarily speechless, eventually responding. I'll shake them off, trust me. Always prioritize your safety. I know, Lin Zhixia replied dismissively, her attention focused on the man driving. A Capricorn. He truly exuded a protective charm, instilling a sense of security. The journey was relatively smooth, as Gu Yusin's driving skills allowed him to dodge most zombies, while Su Qinghe picked off the remaining ones through the window with his crossbow. As they approached the Special Forces base, the real challenges began to unfold. The number of zombies within was overwhelming. They were densely packed and, crucially, these were former soldiers of the elite forces, possessing superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary zombies. Has Song Huichuan answered? Lin Zhixia asked anxiously, glancing out at the eager zombies. Gu Yusin shook his head. He hasn't turned into a zombie, has he? Su Qinghe questioned, his brow furrowed as he continued to shoot at the zombies outside. Just then, Song Huichuan finally picked up the call. Where are you? Gu Yusin asked directly. On the other end, Song Huichuan's voice was frantic, punctuated by the eerie growls of zombies. I'm on the rooftop of the dormitory. The entire Special Forces team has fallen. I'm the last one left. Gu Yusin couldn't help but retort, last of the wild wolves, now a lone wolf. Song Huichuan's voice grew more frantic. Hurry, my ammunition is running low, and I can't hold out much longer. Lin Zhixia's heart sank. With their current equipment, they might not even reach the rooftop before becoming zombie prey. Before she could speak, Song Huichuan added, The key to the armory is on the first floor of the dormitory. You can retrieve weapons first, then come save me. After hanging up, the trio sped towards the dormitory. Gu Yusin led the way. Lin Zhixia wielded her axe to clear the path, while Su Qinghe shot at the zombies. They moved decisively and swiftly, soon entering the dormitory. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay, and as some zombies heard the commotion and charged, Lin Zhixia skillfully dispatched them without mercy. With Gu Yusin's abilities enhancing their defenses, the zombies struggled to attack them. After some searching, they finally located the armory key. Just as they prepared to exit, a towering, muscular zombie burst in, grabbing Su Qinghe by the arm and attempting to drag him toward its mouth. As Su Qinghe was about to be bitten, Lin Zhixia leaped up and struck the zombie's skull with her axe, creating a gaping crack in its forehead,
causing it to stagger back.
Just when they thought the danger had passed, the zombie lunged again. Gu Yusin quickly stepped in, delivering a powerful punch that seemed to pierce through the zombie's chest. Seizing the moment, Su Qinghe shot an arrow into the zombie's head, finally bringing it down. "Let us go," Gu Yusin urged, pulling Lin Zhixia along as they hurried towards the exit. However, they found themselves confronted by a horde of muscular zombies blocking the entrance. More formidable than the last. Lin Zhixia's resolve faltered, but she quickly gathered her thoughts, ready to fight. Having faced death once, she was unafraid to do so again. At that moment, Gu Yusin tossed the key into her hands. "Lin Zhixia, we'll cover you. Get to the car and retrieve the weapons." Lin Zhixia resolutely shook her head, handing the key to Su Qinghe. "You go." Before Su Qinghe could protest, she commanded loudly, "Hurry, that's an order." While she and Gu Yusin engaged the zombies, they diverted their attention, creating an escape route for Su Qinghe. Once he drove away, Lin Zhixia and Gu Yusin found themselves completely surrounded by zombies, standing back to back in silent agreement to fight. Despite their agility, they struggled against the overwhelming numbers, their stamina waning. Suddenly, a system notification rang out.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host. Gu Yusin's ability has successfully leveled up, enhancing his strength. He can temporarily boost his and his teammates' defenses. Gu Yusin's ability is now level 2, increasing fortress defense by 20. With the enhancement, their defenses visibly strengthened, allowing them to combat the zombies with greater ease. They fought valiantly for nearly half an hour, their arms aching from the continuous swinging of their axes. Just then, a series of gunshots erupted in the distance.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Lin Zhixia turned her head at the sound, only to see Su Qinghe approaching them swiftly. Each hand wielding a QSC-92 handgun, with 2 Type 95 automatic rifles strapped to his waist. His eyes shone brightly behind his glasses, and though his trigger pull was somewhat awkward, he accurately dispatched the attacking zombies one by one. "President Lin, President Gu, I'm here," Su Qinghe shouted as he drew near, tossing a QSC-92 handgun to Lin Zhixia. "I grabbed this from the armory. It's standard gear for special forces, with minimal recoil. Give it a try." Lin Zhixia caught the handgun, the cold metal sending a shiver through her palm. At that moment, Gu Yusin had already used his abilities to smash the last zombie's cervical spine with a punch, breathing heavily as he looked at Su Qinghe. No time wasted. Well done. After a brief respite, the three armed themselves and hastened toward the rooftop. The zombies in the stairwell were more numerous than those below, most clad in special forces camouflage. Moving faster than ordinary zombies, Gu Yusin led the way, empowered by his earth element ability, enhancing his endurance and combat prowess. His fists creating dull thuds as they struck the zombies' chests. Lin Zhixia held her QSC-92, aiming and shooting. Each bullet pierced a zombie's skull with precision and grace, exuding calmness and poise. Almost to the rooftop, Gu Yusin kicked open the door to the third-floor stairwell, only to hear Song Huichuan shout from nearby. "Out of bullets. Damn it." Lin Zhixia rushed forward and saw Song Huichuan at the rooftop entrance, using an empty gun stock to strike at the zombies, his back already soaked in gore. 3 zombies surrounded him, one claw nearly grasping his neck. In a moment of desperation, Song Huichuan suddenly let out a low growl, a burst of orange flames erupting from his palm. Though the flame was only the size of a fist, it radiated intense heat, instantly scorching the face of the closest zombie. The zombie's skin blackened with a sizzle, staggering back. Song Huichuan stared at the flickering flame in his palm, momentarily stunned, as the other 2 zombies lunged at him.
Bang! Bang!
2 gunshots rang out and the remaining zombies fell. Lin Zhixia held a QSC-92 in each hand, the barrels still emitting faint wisps of smoke. She swiftly moved in front of Song Huichuan, shielding him, while tossing him a fully loaded Type 95 automatic rifle. Here. Sunlight illuminated Lin Zhixia's profile, beads of sweat glistening in her hair, her gaze fierce and resolute, her movements as swift as a sharpened blade. Song Huichuan grasped the rifle. Watching her retreating figure, his heart racing unexpectedly, his breath faltering. Just then, a mechanical prompt echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind. Congratulations, host. Song Huichuan has activated the Fire Element Constellation ability by killing zombies. Current ability level 1. Can generate a small amount of fire, increasing fortress defense by 10. Detected that target Song Huichuan has developed feelings for the host. Affection level 80. Current intimacy level 5. Intimacy level 5 activated. Fortress attack power increased by 50. Random additional combat attributes for the host 10 to attack power, defense, critical hit rate, evasion, and agility. Current host combat attributes: attack power 30, defense 30, critical hit rate 30, evasion 20, agility 40. Lin Zhixia was taken aback. Was the Aries fire element constellation truly so powerful? Just saving him once had skyrocketed their intimacy level to 5? She suppressed her astonishment, turning to the remaining zombies and pulling the trigger.
Stop dawdling.
Clear the rooftop of zombies. Only then did Song Huichuan snap back to reality, raising the Type 95 automatic rifle to join the fight. Though the fire element ability had just been activated and the flames were small, they could accurately ignite the zombies' clothing, and with the firepower of their firearms. The four soon cleared the rooftop of zombies. Let us head to the armory. Lin Zhixia collected her weapon, looking at Song Huichuan. You know the way, right? Song Huichuan nodded eagerly, excitement still gleaming in his eyes.
Yes.
It's on the basement level, the core armory of the Special Forces, fully equipped. The four descended the stairs, Song Huichuan explaining along the way. There are Type 951 automatic rifles, CSLR-4 sniper rifles, individual tactical vests and bulletproof vests, and plenty of ammunition. Su Qinghe's eyes sparkled at the thought, while Gu Yusin regarded Lin Zhixia thoughtfully, his fingers lightly caressing the gun. The rewards from this rescue exceeded his expectations. Upon reaching the basement level, Song Huichuan unlocked the heavy iron door of the armory with a key, the door creaking open to reveal a chilling metallic sheen. Lin Zhixia stepped inside, immediately awestruck by the sight before her. Weapons lined the shelves in perfect order. The black bodies of the Type 951 automatic rifles glimmered under the lights, while the scopes of the CSLR-4 sniper rifles reflected shards of light. Nearby, ammunition boxes were stacked to the ceiling, labeled with 58mm rifle rounds and 9mm pistol rounds. In the corner lay soldier helmets, bulletproof vests, grenades, smoke bombs, and even a few boxes of military first aid kits. This is incredible. Su Qinghe couldn't help but reach out to touch a tactical vest. With these supplies, they would have greater confidence in facing zombies. Song Huichuan approached the shelves, picking up a Type 951 automatic rifle and handing it to Lin Zhixia, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Xia, give this a try. Effective range of 400 meters, slightly more recoil than a handgun, but far more powerful. I'll teach you how to use it. I guarantee you'll master it in no time. Lin Zhixia accepted the rifle, raising an eyebrow. You should take care of yourself first. If we hadn't come to rescue you, you would have been zombie fodder by now. Song Huichuan was momentarily taken aback, but didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled even brighter. Then I'll stick with you. With me around, no one can hurt you. I'm the captain of the Special Forces, top-notch in close combat and firearms. Gu Yusin observed silently from the side, his expression darkening, yet he said nothing.
Medili instunting suking.
Move the ammunition boxes and tactical gear to the vehicle. Take as much as you can, especially the first aid kits and bullets. To ensure they could eliminate more zombies, Lin Zhixia had the three of them gather the gear while she stood at the entrance, armed with a fully loaded rifle, ready to take down any zombies that approached. Before long, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed 100 zombies. Personal combat attributes increased by 1 level, with all attributes raised by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power 40, defense 40, critical hit rate 40, evasion 30, agility 50. Chapter 12. The Banquet of Carnage. It took nearly an hour to load the core equipment from the armory into the vehicle. The trunk was stuffed with ammunition boxes. The back seat held sniper rifles and tactical vests, and even the passenger seat was piled high with first aid kits. Once inside, Gu Yusin took the driver's seat. Su Qinghe sat in the passenger seat, while Lin Zhixia and Song Huichuan occupied the back. Throughout the journey, Song Huichuan chatted with Lin Zhixia about firearms. Once we're back at the fortress, I'll teach you how to disassemble and assemble guns. You'll master it in 10 minutes. And for close combat, I can teach you 3 moves. Lin Zhixia fiddled with the bullet, examining the grooves on the casing against the light, then looked up at Song Huichuan. I've already tested the recoil. I fired 3 shots in the stairwell, and I can manage it. But about that flame of yours. Next time don't aim for the zombies' faces. It's easy to splash onto yourself. Song Huichuan leaned closer, nearly pressing against her hand, proudly showcasing the small flame flickering in his palm. I can control its size now. Look, it can shrink to the size of a fingernail. When you practice shooting, I'll hold this flame. If any zombies get in, I can drive them back in an instant. I'll protect you every day from now on. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qinghe cast a glance at the 2 individuals in the back seat, who were huddled closely together. He instinctively tightened his grip on the plastic water bottle in his hand, leaving shallow indentations on its surface. A twinge of inexplicable bitterness surged within him. Before Song Huichuan could continue, he swiftly turned to Lin Zhixia, adopting a deliberately formal tone. Ms. Lin, I need to report something to you. During the morning inspection, I found that 2 angles of the surveillance on the east side of the fortress were obstructed by branches. Should we trim them upon our return? Song Huichuan's words were interrupted, and he shot Su Qinghe a discontented glance, but could only remain silent for the moment. Lin Zhixia withdrew her gaze from Song Huichuan and nodded at Su Qinghe. Make a note of the surveillance issue and address it promptly upon our return. We cannot allow branches to obstruct our view. She paused before looking back at Song Huichuan, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. As for protection, you should first master your abilities. She added, if I hadn't acted swiftly on the rooftop, you would have been scratched by a zombie long ago. The journey proceeded relatively smoothly, and as dusk approached, they finally arrived at the villa complex in the west of the city. Lin Zhixia pressed a button, and the electric gate slowly opened. After driving in, she said to Song Huichuan, there are vacant rooms in Villa C, stocked with supplies. You should stay there for now. I refuse to stay in Villa C. Song Huichuan immediately shook his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Zhixia's villa. I want to reside in the same building as you. Only then can I protect you. Gu Yusin, having just parked the car, turned around at these words, his tone indifferent. The fortress is quite secure. You don't need to go out of your way to protect her. Villa C is close to the surveillance room, making it easier for you to familiarize yourself with the situation. Su Qinghe chimed in, indeed, Captain Song, Villa C has excellent conditions. I can help you move your things. The 2 of them, one on each side, began to drag Song Huichuan toward Villa C, ignoring his struggles. Xiaoxia, I can truly protect you. I could stay next door. Song Huichuan shouted, as he fought against their grip. Lin Zhixia observed this scene and shook her head helplessly before turning to walk toward her own villa. After Gu Yusin shoved Song Huichuan into Villa C, he silently mused that had he known this Ares was so clingy, he would never have suggested rescuing him in the first place. He desired the armory's equipment, not a passionate special forces captain competing for his attention. As the sunset bathed the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows in warm golden hues, Lin Zhixia had just placed the last dish on the table when she heard Song Huichuan's footsteps approaching from behind. He leaned against the dining table, his nose twitching as he caught the scent of the food, his gaze fixated on Lin Zhixia, his tone deliberately softening with a hint of grievance. Xiaoxia, may I join you for dinner? Lin Zhixia, who was arranging chopsticks, paused at his words. You're staying in Villa C, where there's a kitchen and supplies. It would be more convenient for you to cook for yourself. She did not intend to distance herself. She was simply accustomed to solitude, especially since Song Huichuan had only just joined them, and they weren't yet familiar with each other. However, as soon as these words left her lips, Song Huichuan's shoulders slumped. He fiddled with the hem of his clothes, his fingertips brushing against the fabric, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice tinged with sorrow. In the Special Forces, meals were always shared among a large group around a big pot, filled with laughter. Now that my comrades are gone, I find myself alone at an empty table, lacking even the appetite to eat. As he spoke, he inched closer to Lin Zhixia, resembling a large dog seeking refuge. Devoid of the fierce demeanor befitting a Special Forces captain, instead exuding a pitiful aura. Observing his forlorn expression, Lin Zhixia found it difficult to voice her rejection. In the apocalyptic world of her past life, she had struggled to secure a single stable meal, let alone enjoy the company of another at the table. After a brief silence, she ultimately could not bring herself to turn him away. "Have a seat." Song Huichuan immediately brightened, quickly sitting down and not forgetting to serve himself a bowl of rice, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on the dishes spread before him. Yet, mere moments into their meal, the living room door swung open and Gu Yusin and Su Qinghe entered one after the other. "This smells delightful. We must have come at the right time." Gu Yusin strode directly to the dining table, grabbing an empty bowl to serve himself, his movements as natural as if he were at home. Su Qinghe followed suit, adjusting his glasses and speaking with an air of casualness. "Ms. Lin, I just finished checking the surveillance and realized I hadn't eaten dinner yet." Lin Zhixia set down her chopsticks, frowning as she looked at the two of them. "What brings both of you here?" Gu Yusin picked up a piece of broccoli and leisurely replied, "It wouldn't reflect well on you if it got out that a man and a woman were dining alone together. Our presence serves to avoid any misunderstandings while also allowing us to discuss our upcoming plans. It's a win-win situation." Su Qinghe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Ms. Lin. We came for both your and Captain Song's sake to prevent any gossip from outsiders." With his mouth still full of rice, Song Huichuan pouted in discontent at their remarks, muttering under his breath, "Who's gossiping? Those zombies outside?" Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Gu Yusin's reasoning was indisputable, and he could not simply admit that he wished to dine alone with Lin Zhixia. The atmosphere at the dining table quickly shifted. Su Qinghe was the first to take action, placing a piece of braised pork into Lin Zhixia's bowl, his tone filled with concern. "Ms. Lin, you've been training hard lately. Make sure to eat more meat to replenish your strength." Gu Yusin, noticing this, promptly added a serving of broccoli to her bowl, his tone steady. "You can't just eat meat. You need to supplement with vitamins to maintain your strength." The two of them, one on each side, quickly piled Lin Zhixia's bowl high. Song Huichuan watched the scene, jealousy bubbling to the surface. Without waiting for Lin Zhixia to react, he reached over and snatched her bowl away, grumbling, "I killed so many zombies today. I need to replenish my strength even more. Xiaoxia, you should eat less, or you'll lack the energy for target practice later." Lin Zhixia regarded Song Huichuan's protective demeanor, then glanced at Gu Yusin's faint smile and Su Qinghe's furrowed brow, letting out a helpless sigh. Yet, she felt no real displeasure. Rather, she found comfort in the lively atmosphere, reminiscent of a long-lost warmth. This felt like a true home, not the cold fortress they inhabited. Chapter 13. Surrounded by zombies after dinner, Lin Zhixia had just finished clearing the table when her phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number pierced her heart like a shard of ice. "Do you truly believe your mother's death was an accident? If you wish to uncover the truth, come alone to the ruins on the back mountain." Her fingers tightened around the phone, knuckles whitening, her breath catching for a moment. Her mother's death had always been a thorn in her heart. In her past life, she had dismissed it as an accident, but upon reflection, she felt increasingly uneasy. Now, this message confirmed her suspicions. "What's wrong?" Gu Yusin noticed her distress and leaned in to take a look, his expression immediately darkening. "Don't go. This is clearly a trap. It might be a setup by Hu Meyer and her crew, waiting to lure you out." Song Huichuan also leaned in, nodding vigorously. "Yes, Xiaoxia. It's far too dangerous. The back mountain is filled with ruins and zombies. What if there's an ambush?" Lin Zhixia dialed the unknown number, but all she heard was a cold, busy signal. When she tried again, it was already switched off. Taking a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination.
"No.
"I must go. My mother cannot have died in vain. I need to know the truth." Gu Yusin frowned slightly, concern tightening his voice. "I'll accompany you." However, Lin Zhixia shook her head, her thoughts clear. "No need. You and Huichuan should investigate the Su family at the old residence. If you capture them, you might be able to directly inquire about my mother's death, which would be more effective than blindly going to the ruins. Su Qinghe and I will go together." Gu Yusin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. "All right, but you must ensure your safety." Half an hour later, the car came to a stop in front of the dilapidated building on the back mountain. The exterior walls of the building were riddled with cracks, the exposed steel bars resembling gruesome bones. The wind howled through the shattered windows, creating an eerie sound that added to the desolation. "I'll accompany you." Su Qinghe began to exit the vehicle, but was halted by Lin Zhixia. She shook her head, stopping him. "You stay in the car. The view is better from there." allowing you to spot any zombie hordes. If I encounter any danger, you can immediately drive to my aid. Su Qinghe wanted to argue further. But upon seeing Lin Zhixia's resolute gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. He was her subordinate and had to obey her orders. Besides, Lin Zhixia was right. Remaining in the car was indeed the more prudent choice. Lin Zhixia stepped into the building, where dust danced in the beams of the setting sun, and the gravel beneath her feet crunched, echoing in the vast hall. Just as she reached the staircase, two masked figures in black suddenly emerged from the shadows. Before she could draw her gun, one of them swung an iron rod at her. She sidestepped just in time, but the other seized her from behind, locking her arms in a vice-like grip. The rod struck her neck with brutal force, a sharp pain surged through her, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. President Lin. Su Qinghe heard the sounds of struggle through his earpiece, and immediately pushed open the car door, rushing inside. However, as he entered the building, a knife plunged into his abdomen, pain radiating throughout his body as blood soaked through his shirt. The assailants dragged him into a dilapidated room, binding him and Lin Zhixia to cold iron chairs. Time passed, and Lin Zhixia slowly regained consciousness. The pain in her neck was still throbbing. She struggled slightly, realizing that her hands and feet were tightly bound with coarse ropes, painfully digging into her wrists. Su Qinghe leaned beside her, his face pale, lips tinged with blue, blood seeping from his wound, his breath weak. Lin Zhixia embraced despair. A mocking voice echoed from outside the door, accompanied by retreating footsteps. President Lin, what should we do? Are we going to die here? Su Qinghe's voice was filled with despair as he attempted to move, but the ropes tightened further, making it difficult even to bend his fingers. Lin Zhixia forced herself to remain calm. She surveyed their surroundings, her gaze landing on the ropes binding them. The knots were common, but with the right leverage, they could be untied. Taking a deep breath, she said to Su Qinghe, "Don't panic, we have a way out. Lean towards me, back to back, and we will untie each other's knots." Su Qinghe hesitated for a moment, but then complied. The two adjusted their positions, their backs pressed tightly together. Lin Zhixia's fingers slipped through the ropes, the rough fibers reddening her fingertips as she meticulously traced the knot's pattern. Gritting her teeth as she pulled, Su Qinghe, despite the excruciating pain from his wound, trembled as he assisted Lin Zhixia, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. Just a little longer, the knot is almost loose. Lin Zhixia felt a shift in the ropes and quickened her efforts. Finally, with a satisfying click, Su Qinghe's bindings were undone. He wasted no time rubbing his wrists and quickly turned to help Lin Zhixia, and soon her ropes were loosened as well. But just as they exhaled in relief, the outside world erupted with the hoarse howls of zombies, drawing nearer. Lin Zhixia rushed to the window, peering through the shattered glass. A horde of zombies was climbing the building, their grayish hands clawing at the walls, black saliva dripping from their mouths, the stench wafting through the window, making her cough. Clearly, the assailants had intentionally wounded Su Qinghe, using the scent of blood to lure the zombies. Their malice was insidious. Clenching her fists, Lin Zhixia silently cursed, helplessly watching as the howls grew ever closer. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the silver whistle around her neck, a gift from Liao Qingxi. Taking a gamble, she placed the whistle in her mouth and summoned all her strength to blow it. The shrill sound pierced the air, resonating through the ruins, overpowering the zombies' cries. After several minutes, Lin Zhixia's lips grew numb, and just as she was about to give up, the sounds of a struggle and flames erupted from outside the door. The door was kicked open, and Liao Qingxi stood at the threshold, splattered with black zombie blood, a flickering orange flame dancing in his palm like a vibrant sun. Upon seeing Lin Zhixia, his eyes brightened, and he rushed over, using the flame to fend off the encroaching zombies. "Are you alright?" A system alert suddenly echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind.
Ding.
Target Liao Qingxi activated Fire Element Constellation ability, current ability level 1, enhancing fortress defense by 10. Although Liao Qingxi's flame could temporarily repel the zombies, their numbers were increasing, and the flame in his palm was dwindling, sweat trickling down his forehead as he struggled to maintain it. Just then, Gu Yusin and Song Huichuan burst in, their Type 95 assault rifles spewing fire as bullets pierced through zombie skulls, quickly piling the fallen into heaps. "Xia, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Song Huichuan rushed to Lin Zhixia's side, scanning her with anxious eyes. Gu Yusin hurried to Su Qinghe, inspecting his wound with a furrowed brow. "We must hurry back. His injury cannot be delayed further." The group supported Su Qinghe as they made their way downstairs, Lin Zhixia walking in the middle. Warmth creeping into her heart as she observed the bustling activity around her. Chapter 14. Bringing a doctor in Su Qinghe's bedroom, the air felt frozen and heavy. Lin Zhixia sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers gently brushing his forehead, the feverish heat making her heart clench. Ever since returning from the ruins, Su Qinghe's wound had become infected, and he was now burning with fever, his consciousness fading, lips cracked and dry, his breath weak. She rummaged through her supplies for antibiotics and fever reducers. When she injected him, he didn't flinch, but the medication seemed ineffective, leaving his temperature unchanged. "This won't work," Gu Yusin said, standing by the window, absent-mindedly rubbing his gun, his eyes filled with concern. "The infection is too deep. It requires a professional. Our medicine only treats the symptoms." Song Huichuan paced the room, exasperated as he tugged at his hair. "But where are we supposed to find a doctor in this apocalypse? The small clinic we passed is nothing but rubble, not a soul in sight." "There is still a central hospital operating in the city," Liao Qingxi interjected suddenly. Holding a crumpled map he had retrieved from the monitoring room. Earlier, the surveillance caught ambulances coming and going. There should still be doctors holding the fort. Lin Zhixia stood up, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Let's go, right now." Gu Yusin nodded and turned to grab his tactical vest. "I'll drive." Song Huichuan. "Take 2 Type 95s. We should leave someone with Su Qinghe." "No need to leave anyone," Lin Zhixia interrupted, tucking Su Qinghe's blanket neatly. "The electric fence and crossbows in the fortress will keep it secure. We can move faster together." Half an hour later, the black SUV sped out of the villa compound. The streets lay in disarray, abandoned cars strewn about, and a few zombies scavenging on the roadside. Upon hearing the engine, they lifted their heads, their gray faces turning towards the vehicle, howling as they lunged forward. Gu Yusin swerved the steering wheel, the car barely brushing past a zombie's arm. While Song Huichuan leaned out the window, firing his Type 95, bullets shattering skulls and splattering black blood on the ground. "Damn, these things are getting quicker," he cursed, firing several more shots to take down the pursuing zombies. Lin Zhixia, seated in the passenger seat, kept her gaze fixed ahead. The Red Cross symbol of the central hospital stood out against the gray sky. But the entrance was swarmed with zombies, clawing at the glass doors, their groans mingling with faint cries from within. "Prepare for battle." Gu Yusin halted the vehicle, and as he opened the door, his Earth Element Level 2 ability activated, enveloping him in a faint yellow glow. He clenched his fist and struck the chest of the closest zombie, shattering its ribs as it collapsed heavily to the ground. Liao Qingxi unleashed a larger orange flame from his palm, waving it towards several zombies, igniting them in a fierce blaze, the stench of rotting flesh mingling with charred remains. Meanwhile, Song Huichuan fired his rifle at the horde, unleashing a torrent of bullets, and the fallen zombies quickly piled into a mountain. Lin Zhixia gripped the 92-style pistol, meticulously aiming at each stray zombie. The smoke from the gun's muzzle had yet to dissipate when new zombies lunged at her. With fluid motions, she pivoted, fired, and reloaded in one seamless motion. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheek, yet they did not compromise her accuracy.
Bang!
The last zombie collapsed to the ground, and just as Lin Zhixia exhaled in relief, a mechanical notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating 200 zombies. Personal combat attributes have increased by 1 level, with all attributes boosted by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 50, defense power, 50, critical hit rate, 50, evasion rate, 40, agility, 60. She holstered her weapon and lifted her gaze towards the hospital entrance. The glass door bore cracks and intermittent sobs emanated from within. Gu Yusin stepped forward, forcefully kicking the door open, and several individuals rushed inside to find a few zombie corpses sprawled across the corridor. At the entrance of the examination room stood a man in a white coat, shielding several patients while clutching a scalpel. At that moment, the system issued another notification.
Ding!
Detected eligible male target. Zhou Shubai, Libra, air sign. Air sign abilities: enhanced personal speed, capability to heal oneself and others. Abilities may activate upon eliminating zombies. Lin Zhixia then turned her attention to the man before her. Clad in a white coat, his sleeves stained with blood yet still pristine, his handsome and gentle features, high nose, and tightly pressed lips exuded a calming aura.
Who are you?
Zhou Shubai asked warily, tightening his protective grip on the patients. "We are here to seek assistance," Lin Zhixia replied, striving for a gentle tone. "One of our companions has an infected wound, and is in a feverish coma. We heard there was a doctor here. So we came. Song Huichuan, eager to save their friend, stepped forward, insisting, "Stop hesitating. Come with us. We have a stronghold that is much safer." Zhou Shubai, however, took a step back, shaking his head. "No, I cannot leave. There are patients here who need me. The hospital is now a living target. The zombies outside are increasing, and it won't hold out for long." Gu Yusin interjected, his tone analytical. "Moreover, there is currently no serum for the zombie virus. If you stay here, you won't be able to save the infected. You'll only be sacrificing yourself." Lin Zhixia added, "Our stronghold is secure, equipped with electric fences and blast walls. You can focus on researching the serum there and save more lives in the future." Zhou Shubai hesitated, glancing at the patients behind him and then at the determined expressions of the group in front of him, his fingers tightening around the scalpel. A voice from the ward softly urged, "Dr. Zhou, you should go with them. They have guns, it's too frightening." Noticing his continued hesitation, Liao Qingxi and Song Huichuan exchanged glances and swiftly approached, each taking hold of one of his arms. "Stop thinking. Come with us." With great strength, they dragged Zhou Shubai towards the exit. He struggled, exclaiming, "Let me go. I haven't finished gathering the medical supplies." "Don't worry, we will help you carry them," Lin Zhixia assured, and together with Gu Yusin, they began to gather medications and medical equipment. Utilizing their spatial abilities, several boxes of medicines and surgical instruments were swiftly stored away, saving both time and effort. By the time they returned to the stronghold, night had fallen. As Zhou Shubai stepped out of the vehicle, Lin Zhixia guided him to Suqinghe's room. He wasted no time resting. Immediately donning surgical scrubs and opening the medical kit to examine Suqinghe's wound. The injury had become infected and required urgent debridement. Chapter 15. Wildfire and clear springs. He skillfully cleaned the wound with saline solution, extracting necrotic tissue with tweezers, applying antibiotic ointment, and finally stitching it up. Thankfully, they had acted in time. Had they delayed even a few hours longer, the wound could have led to sepsis, beyond any salvation. Zhou Shubai removed his mask, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and informed the group gathered at the door. "The temperature has dropped. He should awaken by tomorrow." Lin Zhixia breathed a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou." Zhou Shubai hesitated before responding, first discarding the blood-soaked surgical forceps into a tray with a clatter, the metallic sound resonating with an air of suppressed impatience. When he looked up, he avoided Lin Zhixia's gaze, his expression as cold as a freshly sterilized scalpel. His tone rigid, yet tinged with reluctant concession. "Do not call me Dr. Zhou. I am merely here at your request to perform a duty. Saving lives is a doctor's calling, not a hardship, and there is no need for thanks." That evening, Gu Yusin began assigning quarters. Pointing to the villa layout, he stated, "Liao Qingxi will reside in Building D, and Zhou Shubai in Building E." Song Huichuan leaned in, playfully patting Gu Yusin on the shoulder. "Boss Gu, you are becoming quite the authoritative figure, allocating living quarters with such clarity." Gu Yusin shot him a glare, prompting him to recoil and fall silent. Zhou Shubai showed no signs of lingering, carrying his medical kit straight to Building E. However, Liao Qingxi remained stationary, turning to Lin Zhixia with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I'm not familiar with the way. Would you accompany me to Building D? Otherwise, I might get lost." Lin Zhixia paused, recalling how he had saved her earlier among the ruins, a gratitude she had yet to express, and nodded. "All right, I will guide you." Upon reaching the entrance of Building D, Lin Zhixia opened the door, intending to point out the room's location, when Liao Qingxi suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path. "Aren't you curious how I found you so quickly?" He leaned against the doorframe, his eyes teasing, his fingertips lightly tracing the door's texture. Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, her tone cool. "Not curious." As she attempted to bypass him to open the door, Liao Qingxi unexpectedly stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, allowing her to catch a faint whiff of smoke on him. Instinctively, Lin Zhixia recoiled, only to stumble slightly over the threshold, nearly losing her balance. Quick as lightning, Liao Qingxi wrapped an arm around her waist, the warmth of his palm pressing against her abdomen, emanating a familiar heat. Their faces were mere inches apart, his breath brushing against her forehead, carrying a hint of warmth. Lin Zhixia's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson. She suddenly pushed Liao Qingxi away, flung open the door, and bolted outside without uttering a word of farewell. Observing her flustered retreat, Liao Qingxi chuckled softly, his fingertips lingering with the warmth of her waist. Just as Lin Zhixia returned to her villa, the system's notification chimed in her mind.
Ding.
Detected an increase in Zhou Shubai's favorability towards the host. Favorability at 60. Intimacy level raised by 4 levels, current intimacy level at 5. Intimacy level 5 activated, stronghold attack power increased by 50, random addition of 40 points to host combat attributes. With attack power, critical hit rate, evasion rate, and agility each increased by 10. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 60, defense power, 50, critical hit rate, 60, evasion rate, 50, agility, 70. Leaning against the door, Lin Zhixia touched her flushed cheeks. Unable to contain a mental remark, it seems that the saying love at first sight holds true. The fervor of fire signs is indeed swift, and favorability can be easily cultivated. Unlike Gu Yusin, the earth sign, who is much more challenging to navigate, after all this time, our intimacy is only at level 2. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting delicate patterns on the floor of Su Qinghe's bedroom. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant mingled with the cedar aroma Lin Zhixia favored, creating a rare sense of tranquility amidst the apocalypse. Su Qinghe's eyelashes fluttered gently, his consciousness emerging from the haze. The first sensation he registered was the warmth on his wrist. Lin Zhixia was leaning over the bed, one hand softly grasping his wrist, seemingly checking his pulse. Her long hair cascaded onto his hand, bringing a gentle tickle, while the strands clinging to her forehead, damp with sweat like morning dew, adhered to her smooth brow. Lin. His voice emerged hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, startling the girl beside him. Lin Zhixia abruptly lifted her head, her eyes still carrying the remnants of slumber. The moment she saw him awaken, her pupils brightened, and her fingertips instinctively reached for his forehead. Awake? Still burning up? The warmth in her palm was slightly cooler than the previous night, but still retained a faint heat. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brows and rose to fetch a towel. But her wrist was gently grasped by Su Qinghe. His grip was not strong, his fingers trembling slightly, his eyes filled with gratitude and an unmistakable sense of dependence. President Lin, did you stay with me all night? Otherwise? Lin Zhixia averted her gaze, withdrawing her hand to wring out the towel, her tone deliberately calm. I couldn't just let you slip away from danger unattended. Yet Su Qinghe could see the redness in her eyes and the medicinal stains on her sleeves. Remnants from when she had changed his bandages the night before. He felt as if his heart was soaked in warm water, softening him to the core. Even his breathing becoming lighter. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have. Lin Zhixia placed the wrung towel on his forehead, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his cheek, causing both of them to pause momentarily. She hurriedly withdrew her hand and turned to tidy up the medicine bottles by the bed. Dr. Zhou said you need to be observed for another 2 days. Just remember to take your medication on time. Su Qinghe watched her bustling figure, his throat moving slightly as he spoke softly. President Lin, I wish to stay by your side from now on. Whether guarding the fortress or fighting zombies, I can be of assistance and will no longer be a burden to you. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind. Ding. Targets Su Qinghe exhibits profound emotional attachment towards the host, gratitude, dependence, loyalty. Intimacy level elevated from level 1 to level 3, accumulating an additional 20 points of affection. Intimacy level 3 activated, fortress attack power increased by 30, 20 points randomly added to the host's combat attributes, with 10 points each in attack power and evasion rate. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 70, defense, 50, critical rate, 60, evasion rate, 60, agility, 70. Lin Zhixia paused while organizing the medicine bottles and turned to Su Qinghe, who gazed at her with anticipation, his eyes shimmering like stars, his ears subtly flushed. A warmth blossomed in her throat as she nodded. All right, I believe in you. Chapter 16. She's a femme fatale. Su Qinghe immediately broke into a smile, the fatigue in his eyes vanishing in an instant. Resembling a child who had received a promise, he obediently lay back, not daring to move even when the towel slipped from his forehead. Having attended to Su Qinghe, Lin Zhixia commenced rigorous training on the lawn in front of the villa. In this apocalyptic era, physical fitness must not wane, especially now that her combat attributes had improved. She needed to familiarize herself with her body's changes through training. After executing a few sets of direct punches against the sandbag, she heard familiar footsteps approaching from behind. Liao Qingxi, clad in a black athletic tank top and holding 2 bottles of ice water, hurried over. Your movements are off again. Your core isn't engaging. He stepped behind Lin Zhixia, lightly touching her side, his tone imbued with professional seriousness. When throwing a punch, first sink your shoulders, then twist your waist, transferring power from your legs to your fists.
Give it a try.
Following his guidance, Lin Zhixia adjusted her stance, and her punches became sharper. Liao Qingxi's fingers lingered at her side, distinctly feeling her muscles tense and engage. He swallowed hard, quietly retracting his hand and offering her the ice water.
Xia.
Take a break. You've been training for almost an hour. Lin Zhixia accepted the water, tilting her head back to take a sip, the icy liquid gliding down her throat, alleviating some of the heat. Leaning against the railing, Liao Qingxi watched her damp hair with a hint of melancholy in his gaze, and suddenly remarked, "Sometimes I truly envy Su Qinghe for being cared for by you." Lin Zhixia paused, her grip on the water bottle faltering as she diverted the conversation. "By the way, how did you manage to find me so quickly at the ruins last time?" Liao Qingxi chuckled softly, rummaging through his pocket before producing a small black pouch. "In fact, since the day the zombies erupted, I haven't dared to stray too far from you. There's a convenience store near your villa complex, where I stocked up on supplies. I would circle the perimeter daily, checking your situation. When I saw you driving towards the back mountain that day, fearing for your safety, I followed you." He opened the pouch to reveal a silver earring, teardrop-shaped with intricate vine patterns etched along the edge. Although slightly tarnished, its exquisite craftsmanship remained evident. "After those men knocked you out, I initially intended to rush in directly, but fearing for your safety, I first dealt with the 2 outside, and the rest fled." The leader dropped this. Lin Zhixia's gaze fixated on the earring. She recognized it all too well. It was a piece of jewelry belonging to her late mother. She distinctly remembered it being in her mother's jewelry box when she buried her. However, when she went back to the old house to sort through belongings, she found the box empty, and who Meyer had claimed it had been lost ages ago, leaving her heartbroken for quite some time. She reached out to take the earring, her fingertips caressing its cool silver surface, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. "Who Meyer, I know what you're wondering." Liao Qingxi approached her, his voice gentle yet resolute. "You wish to investigate your aunt's cause of death. I will accompany you. Whether it's searching the old house for clues or confronting Humayr, I will stand by your side." Lin Zhixia raised her gaze to meet Liao Qingxi's. Sunlight illuminated his profile, making his eyelashes appear almost transparent, and there was no hint of insincerity in his eyes, only pure support. Clutching the earring tightly, her determination solidified. Her mother's death was no accident. Neither Humayr nor Su Daqiang would escape her grasp. "All right," she replied softly, her voice imbued with a seriousness she had never before expressed. "Let us investigate together." Liao Qingxi observed the light in her eyes, his lips curving upward involuntarily as he gently brushed the dust from her shoulder. "Shall we continue practicing? This time, I'll teach you close combat. So the next time you encounter those men in black, you can handle it yourself." Lin Zhixia nodded, reclenching her fists. In the morning light, their silhouettes elongated on the training ground, the sounds of their striking movements concealing the rare warmth and camaraderie found in this apocalyptic world. As Lin Zhixia returned the training sandbag to its place, a sudden notification echoed in her mind.
Ding.
"Host, the system has detected that Zhou Shibai's affection for you is at 15, in the negative." "Negative?" Lin Zhixia paused in her motion, frowning as she questioned. "I haven't mistreated him, have I? I prepared all the medical supplies he requested. How could it be negative?" The system replied succinctly. "Host, Zhou Shibai perceives you as a femme fatale." Lin Zhixia couldn't help but chuckle.
Me? A femme fatale?
"Indeed. To Zhou Shibai. You wield a gun and have so many men at your command, taking him from the hospital regardless of other patients' fates, appearing cold and ruthless. Moreover, you force him to work, restricting his freedom. Given how these men are utterly obedient to you, he surely thinks you are not to be trifled with, a true femme fatale." After hearing this, Lin Zhixia found it amusing. "So, bringing him back and even arranging a villa for him has made me a villain? Fine. Let him think whatever he wants. As long as it doesn't interfere with changing Su Qinghe's bandages, I don't mind the negative affection." The system added, "Zhou Shibai is one of the host's destined handsome men. It is advisable for the host to strive for his affection." Lin Zhixia chose not to respond, merely shaking her head with a smile. "Not in a hurry. I'm curious to see what kind of trouble he intends to stir." At 5 in the morning, the The fog had yet to clear, and a white figure crouched by the wall of the villa complex in the western city. Zhou Xibai clung to the wall, staring at the buzzing electric fence overhead, his fingertips cautiously brushing against the cold railing. Yesterday, he had circled the wall 3 times, noting that this section of the electric fence was closest to the surveillance blind spot. He contemplated that under the cover of the dense morning fog, he could scale it and escape. Just as he prepared to roll up the hem of his white coat and step onto the stones at the base of the wall, a sudden thud of something heavy hitting the ground startled him. Zhou Xibai shivered in fright, turning around to see Song Huichuan standing on the nearby lawn, brandishing a Type 95 automatic rifle, his military boots splattering dew everywhere. "Dr. Zhou, are you attempting to test the might of the electric fence?" Song Huichuan approached, gesturing towards the flickering red warning light atop the fence. "This contraption is electrified with high voltage around the clock. Just yesterday, a zombie attempted to scale it and was instantly incinerated. Do you wish to try your luck?" Zhou Xubai's hand recoiled sharply, the chill of the railing still lingering on his fingertips. He hastily smoothed down the hem of his shirt, forcing himself to stand tall. Feigning seriousness, "I was merely concerned about the dense fog these past few days, fearing that the electric fence might short-circuit due to moisture. I came to inspect the wiring. Look, there's dew on the railing. What if it compromises our defenses? What if zombies breach our perimeter? I am merely acting in the interest of everyone's safety." Song Huichuan raised an eyebrow, resting his rifle on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over Zhou's muddy shoes. "Does inspecting the wiring require you to squat by the wall?"
Doctor.
"Zhou, it appears you are more inclined to escape than to conduct an inspection." Chapter 17. Escape from the Witch's Lair. Zhou Xubai's face flushed crimson, his toes painfully digging into his shoes. He was about to retort when he saw Song Huichuan lean closer to the electric fence, reaching out to touch the railing. A faint crackle of electricity buzzing at his fingertips.
Hear that?
"It's fully charged. No need for your concern." Song Huichuan withdrew his hand, a hint of mockery in his tone. "If there's nothing else, Dr. Zhou, you might as well return to Building E. It's nearly time for the dressing change. And I would rather not have to fetch you." Zhou Xibai dared not be defiant again, grabbing the medical kit left on the ground and trudging back, casting a lingering glare at the electric fence while muttering to himself, "High voltage, indeed. They're just trying to scare me. Once I find the opportunity, I will escape." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Xibai, seizing the moment when no one was around, slipped back to the vicinity of the main entrance. He crouched among the flower bushes beside the duty room, staring intently at the red button on the wall by the door for quite some time. He had witnessed Gu Yusin press it yesterday. The moment it lit up, the main gate slowly opened. He reasoned that if he pressed the correct button, the gate would surely open, allowing him to make a hasty escape while no one was watching. Zhou Xibai glanced around. A surveillance camera was directly aimed at the gate. He quickly lowered his head and, using the bushes as cover, inched closer to the button. His fingertip barely grazed the cold surface of the button when, suddenly, an alarm blared and the red warning light on the wall began to flash wildly. The commotion startled Zhou Xibai, causing him to jump and stumble backward, landing on the ground with a thud. "Who's there?" Liao Qingxi's voice called from nearby Building D, dressed in a black tracksuit and holding a towel, evidently just finished with a workout. Upon seeing Zhou Xibai crouched by the button, Liao Qingxi swiftly approached, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Dr. Zhou, why aren't you resting comfortably in your villa? Are you trying to escape by fiddling with the main gate button?" Zhou Xibai hurriedly withdrew his hand, stepping back 2 paces, nearly colliding with the flower bushes behind him. He smoothed his crumpled lab coat, feigning calmness as he cleared his throat. "I was merely passing by and noticed this red button. I was curious about its purpose." Liao Qingxi walked over to the button, pointing at the label above it. "If you press it again, not only will the gate not open, but it will also trigger the crossbow trap outside." He paused, his gaze landing on Zhou Xubai's tightly clenched fingers. "Dr. Zhou, if you wish to escape, there's no need for pretexts. Just say so. However, let me remind you, the remote control for the gate is solely in Gu's possession. Without it, even if you press the correct button, you cannot flee." Zhou Xubai's face turned pale. He had no idea the button could activate a crossbow trap. He dared not linger, mumbling that he was merely inquiring, and turned to dash back to Building E, not even noticing when his lab coat snagged on a bush and tore. At midnight, Zhou Xibai lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Liao Qingxi had mentioned that the remote control for the gate was with Gu Yusin, and he pondered that if he could obtain the remote, he could unlock the gate and flee. He stealthily crept out of Building E, cloaked by the cover of night, heading towards Building A, where Gu Yusin resided. He had observed during the day that Gu Yusin tended to stay up late, usually going to bed around 1 o'clock in the morning, and did not lock his door while sleeping. The villa in Building A was shrouded in darkness as Zhou Xiubai stealthily entered the bedroom, where he found Gu Yusin lying in bed, breathing steadily, clearly fast asleep. He held his breath, inching closer to the bedside, his gaze fixated on the pocket of Gu Yusin's jacket resting on the nightstand. He had seen Gu Yusin place the remote in that pocket earlier in the day. Zhou Xiubai reached out, his fingertip barely brushing the fabric of the pocket when suddenly his foot slipped and he lost his balance, tumbling forward with a thud onto Gu Yusin. Gu Yusin's eyes shot open. His deep-set gaze glinted coldly in the dark as he seized Zhou Xiubai's wrist with a grip so strong it made him wince in pain. "What are you doing?" Gu Yusin's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Zhou Xiubai felt a surge of panic, his wrist painfully trapped as he struggled. "I was just passing by and saw your light was on. I came in to turn it off. I didn't mean to land on you, I slipped." Gu Yusin frowned, his eyes scanning the hand still resting on his jacket pocket. "Does turning off my light require you to touch my pocket?" Zhou Xiubai's face flushed crimson. Feeling Gu Yusin's grip tighten, he feared his wrist might snap under the pressure. Not daring to conjure further excuses, he seized the moment when Gu Yusin relaxed his grip, scrambled to his feet, and stumbled towards the exit. As he reached the door of Building A, he could still hear Gu Yusin's voice echoing from within. "If I catch you again, I will throw you straight into the electric fence and turn you to ashes." Zhou Xiubai, terrified, bolted away, sprinting back to Building E, shutting the door behind him and leaning against it, his heart racing. He touched his painfully gripped wrist, cursing Gu Yusin in his mind. What a tyrant, this heir of the Gu Corporation. "I shall never attempt to steal the remote again. I must devise another means to escape." The moonlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the medical kit on the floor. Zhou Xiubai crouched down to pick it up, a frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. 3 escape attempts had failed, yet he remained undeterred. One day, he would break free from this prison. In recent days, aside from administering medicine to Su Qinghe, Zhou Xiubai rarely left his room. Several times, Song Huichuan had come to invite him to dinner, but he had steadfastly refused, insisting he would never dine with the witch. Lin Zhixia, disinterested, ignored him, yet the system persistently urged him on. Host, Zhou Xiubai is one of the destined beauties, essential for system enhancement, repair relationships, and increase intimacy. Under the relentless pressure of the system, Lin Zhixia reluctantly brought food to his door, but after knocking for ages, there was no response. Zhou Xiubai flatly refused to open it. The next day, after changing Su Qinghe's dressing, Zhou Xiubai stepped out of his bedroom only to be intercepted by Lin Zhixia halfway. "We need to talk. I dislike being misinterpreted." Zhou Xiubai raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Have I misunderstood you? If not, why wouldn't you let me go? The outside is crawling with zombies. I brought you here for your safety," Lin Zhixia explained patiently. Yet Zhou Xiubai scoffed, "I have no need for your so-called kindness, which you force a doctor to abandon other patients just to save one. You are nothing more than a heartless thief." Lin Zhixia, incensed, thought bitterly, "A thief? Heartless? If it weren't for the system's interference, I would have tossed you out to feed the zombies already." Chapter 18. The consequences of betrayal. As the two stood glaring at each other, Song Huichuan suddenly rushed in with news of an anomaly detected on the surveillance. A large group of individuals was slowly gathering at the fortress gate. Lin Zhixia immediately rushed to the monitoring room, where indeed, over 50 people were encircling the gate. Mostly unruly thugs wielding iron rods and machetes, clearly up to no good. As the crowd drew nearer, she finally recognized the figure lurking behind them, Su Daqiang. He hunched his neck, his eyes darting with a furtive glint. Hu Meyer, displaying a haughty demeanor, approached the leader and exclaimed, "Brother Wang, Lin Zhixia is inside, hoarding a vast amount of supplies. If we seize this fortress, everything within will be yours." "Indeed," Su Daqiang chimed in, "that's my ungrateful daughter. I toiled to raise her. And what does she do? She exploits me. Brother Wang, you must help us avenge this." The irascible Song Huichuan could hardly contain his anger, pointing at the surveillance screen as he scolded, "Last time this group came to cause trouble, I let them off easy. How dare they return? Watch me shoot a few holes into them with my crossbow." He moved to press the firing button, but Gu Yusin quickly restrained him, saying, "Hold your horses. Let's first see what they intend to do. Do we really need to observe?" Liao Qingxi replied sternly. "It was that Hu Meyer who lured Xia to the ruins and set her up. I was just about to settle the score with her. And now she comes right to our doorstep." He then turned to Lin Zhixia, assuring her, "Xia, do not worry. Our electric fence can withstand zombies, let alone this rabble." Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Zhixia's eyes. She was acutely aware of Hu Meyer's malicious intent. If she had managed to lure her out before, surely she had some hidden agenda this time as well. As anticipated, the man known as Brother Wang pulled a glass bottle from his bag and gestured towards the gasoline barrels behind him, his tone brimming with arrogance. "That girl named Xia. I don't care about your grievances with Su Daqiang. Hand over the fortress, or I'll set this bottle ablaze with gasoline and burn your electric fence to the ground, along with your villa." He laughed maniacally. Lin Zhixia cursed inwardly, realizing that a rogue with intellect was far more dangerous. Liao Qingxi's expression faltered. If the gasoline were truly ignited, it could sever the electric lines and compromise their defenses. If only Su Qinghe were not injured, his water-based powers could extinguish the flames. But he was still bedridden and unable to use his abilities. Seeing the inactivity inside, Brother Wang shouted, "Do you think hiding inside and playing dead will save you? Do you believe we won't set your villa ablaze right now?" He commanded his lackeys to move the gasoline barrels. A chill surged through Lin Zhixia, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Yusin. He promptly understood her intent and retrieved a remote, pressing the crossbow's firing button. Instantly, the bolt struck the legs of 2 lackeys, who fell to the ground, howling in pain and unable to rise. Brother Wang was infuriated, rushing forward to curse. "You little brat! How dare you harm my men? Today, I will make you pay." But as he spoke, the distant howls of zombies echoed ominously. Drawn by the scent of fresh blood, they began to converge ominously. The lackeys huddled behind Brother Wang, paralyzed by fear. "Useless trash!" he bellowed. "What good are you? Get out there!" He kicked 2 of his men forward. With no choice, they steeled themselves to confront the oncoming horde, but they were no match for the zombies. And many soon fell victim, transforming into the undead themselves. As the numbers dwindled to a mere handful, Hu Meyer, nearly paralyzed by fear, grasped Su Daqiang's arm, pleading, "Quick! Beg Lin Zhixia for mercy. Do you want us all to die here?" With no other option, Su Daqiang turned to the camera, imploring, "Daughter, I was wrong. But you can't just watch your father be devoured by zombies, can you? I am your real father." Lin Zhixia remained an impassive observer, her expression unyielding. Nearby, Zhou Shubai was aghast, trembling as he pointed at Lin Zhixia. "You heartless demon. You truly are a cold-blooded villain, indifferent even to your own father. What do you know?" Song Huichuan interjected, unable to contain himself. "Do you understand how they treated Xia?" Lin Zhixia grasped his arm, signaling him to cease. She had no desire to associate with such oblivious fools, and she found it incomprehensible why the system had bound such a person as her destined male lead. Yet Zhou Shubai continued to rant, "Just let them in. They are still human lives. As a doctor, saving lives is my duty. Yet I can only watch you let them die." Lin Zhixia, her patience exhausted, replied icily, "If you care for them so much, then go save them." She turned to Liao Qingxi and Song Huichuan, her gaze resolute. "Throw him out." At that moment, a warning blared in her mind.
Warning.
"Host, Zhou Shubai is one of the destined handsome men. Do not inflict harm upon him, or the backlash mechanism will trigger." Lin Zhixia was thoroughly enraged, shouting, "Backlash? I want to see how that works. Throw him out." The onlookers were taken aback by her sudden fury. In their eyes, Lin Zhixia was always calm and wise, never displaying such unbridled rage. Liao Qingxi and Song Huichuan acted without hesitation, quickly lifting Zhou Shubai from the ground, opening the fortress door, and pushing him out. "Alert! Alert! The Libra handsome man Zhou Shubai has suffered harm from the host. Intimacy level 20, current intimacy level decreased by 2 levels. Fortress attack power reduced by 20. Host personal combat attributes randomly deducted by 20 points. Damn it! This system is infuriating." Lin Zhixia cursed inwardly. Why is it so protective of handsome men? Is Zhou Shubai not a favored one? But the ensuing scene was even more dramatic. No sooner had Zhou Shubai been thrown out than he was seized by Brother Wang's men. Without hesitation, they used him as a human shield, and as Zhou Shubai faced imminent danger from the zombies, the system chimed in.
Beep.
Zhou Xubai activates his wind element ability, enhancing his speed and granting him the ability to heal himself and others. Detecting life-threatening danger, his ability level rises to level 2, fortress defense power reduced by 20. Lin Zhixia exclaimed in disbelief. This is absurd. It's confirmed. In her heart, she silently questioned the system. I must ask, how is it that life-threatening situations allow for a leap in power? What about Su Qinghe in the ruins or Song Huaichuan, Gu Yusen, and Liao Qingxi when they rushed to save me? Where was the life-threatening danger then? Why is Su Qinghe still bedridden? If we hadn't risked our lives to find a doctor, he might have already perished. Where's the fairness? The system remained silent. A conspiracy, I knew it, she thought. Why are you so quiet now? Feeling guilty? At that moment, Liao Qingxi, watching the surveillance, exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, this guy was just feeble, but when fighting the zombies, his speed is incredible. The zombies can't even catch him. Lin Zhixia shot him a glance but remained silent, focusing intently on the screen. Truly, he was a man of the wind element, darting through the horde like lightning, with only blurred shadows visible on the monitor. His speed made it effortless to deal with the unmutated zombies. Moreover, he possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, as long as he wasn't bitten on the neck. He could heal wounds rapidly, preventing the virus from invading his system. In less than half an hour, Zhou Xubai had dispatched all the zombies at the entrance. Brother Wang looked on in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly fragile young man was far more formidable than he appeared. Zhou Xubai, ever earnest, remarked, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. I'm glad you're all safe. Just as he prepared to leave, Brother Wang seized him by the collar, demanding, where do you think you're going, little pretty boy? The zombies have been thoroughly eradicated, and you are no longer in danger. I will return to the hospital first. Zhou Xubai remained oblivious to the sharpness and malice in the other's eyes. With a mere glance from Brother Wang, his companions swiftly subdued Zhou, pinning him to the ground. Before he could react, he found himself tightly bound with ropes. This fellow was remarkably swift. Ensuring that he would not escape, Brother Wang lit another cigarette, fixating on Zhou Xubai, as if he were prey. What are you doing? A flicker of fear and confusion appeared in Zhou's eyes. He had just saved them. How could they repay kindness with malice? What do you mean? A peculiar smile crept across Brother Wang's face as he drew a knife from his waist, its tip glinting ominously, still carrying the stench of blood and decay from the zombies. Zhou Xubai's complexion drained of color, his pupils widened in terror, fixated on the blade. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his nose to his lips, which had lost all color, trembling uncontrollably. He gasped, his voice breaking, please don't kill me. Brother Wang chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth, a cruel glint in his eyes as if toying with his prey. Look at him, terrified. After a moment, he withdrew the blood-stained knife, saying, kill you? I wouldn't dream of it. You are the only key to entering this fortress. He then shouted at the people in the camera, listen up. I reiterate, vacate the fortress, or I will kill him. Lin Zhixia let out a cold laugh. Why would I care about the fate of someone I discarded? Zhou Xubai's heart sank. Indeed, did he not choose to venture out himself? Lin Zhixia, that mercenary sorceress, would never concern herself with someone so inconsequential. Is that so? Brother Wang's smile twisted into something sinister. If that's the case, I shall start by severing his hands. Let us see if you care then. With that, he grabbed a cleaver, and a nearby lackey rushed over to restrain Zhou Xubai's hands. Please, no. Zhou Xubai was already in a state of panic, his back drenched in sweat. Lin Zhixia remained composed, yet the system in her mind blared with urgency. High-frequency alert. High-frequency alert. Target Zhou Xubai is about to suffer irreversible bodily harm. Warning. Should Zhou Xubai die or suffer dismemberment, the host will immediately trigger a severe electric shock penalty, with the duration increasing in accordance with the severity of the injury. What is this? Electric shock. Such cruelty. Lin Zhixia cursed the system inwardly countless times, but ultimately had to relent. She shouted into the camera, wait. Zhou Xubai, on the brink of losing his hands, saw a flicker of hope in Lin Zhixia's voice, perhaps for the first time feeling an eagerness for her intervention. Brother Wang's wrinkled brow lifted in triumph. Lin Zhixia, I knew you couldn't bear to part with this kid. Hand over the fortress, and I'll spare your life. The fortress was non-negotiable, Lin Zhixia's tone resolute. However, she swiftly shifted her stance. I can offer you some supplies and medical provisions instead. I want your fortress. Brother Wang brandished the cleaver, pointing it defiantly at the camera. Lin Zhixia replied coolly, as though discussing trivial matters, suit yourself. As her words fell, Su Daqiang rushed to Brother Wang's side, and Hu Meyer tugged at his arm, her voice trembling. Brother Wang, don't be stubborn. Supplies are life in this apocalypse. Where else can we find shelter? We haven't eaten in 2 days. And we're counting on Lin Zhixia for food. Brother Wang's men chimed in, some clutching their bleeding arms. Brother, not many of us are left. The injured are waiting for medical supplies. Don't waste time with her. Brother Wang's face darkened, and he kicked a nearby stone in frustration, ultimately conceding.
Fine.
20 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of sausages, 10 boxes of roasted duck, plus 2 boxes of antibiotics and bandages. Not a single item less. Seeing the amount Brother Wang demanded, Zhou Shubai's heart raced. This merciless sorceress would never part with such resources to save him. To his surprise, Lin Zhixia agreed without hesitation. All right, it's a deal. Xia, are you insane? Song Huai-Chuan exclaimed, urgency lacing his tone. This kid has tried to escape multiple times. Is he worth so much? Liao Qingxi echoed, exactly. We have guns. We could easily eliminate this group outside without dealing with their threats. Lin Zhixia remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Yusin. He immediately understood, retrieving 3 tiny cameras from his pocket, deftly placing them within the gaps of the boxes of roasted duck and instant noodles without leaving a trace. Chapter 20. Clue of the Men in Black, Don't Rush. Lin Zhixia finally spoke, her tone calm as she addressed the 2 who were focused on her. Hu Meyer is still outside. My mother's death was certainly not an accident. Until we uncover the truth, they cannot die. Liao Qingxi's eyes lit up, clapping in approval. Brilliant. Placing cameras in the supplies allows us to monitor their every move while saving Zhou Shubai without having to confront Hu Meyer prematurely. Xia, you've truly struck a balance. Before long, the main gate opened, the electric net slowly retracting. Song Huai-Chuan and Liao Qingxi stood on either side, guns trained on the entrance, their expressions fierce. Gu Yusin pushed a cart laden with supplies outside, calling Zhou Shubai back. As soon as Zhou Shubai entered the fortress, the system chimed in Lin Zhixia's mind.
Ding.
Zhou Shubai has developed feelings of gratitude towards the host, affinity level 35, intimacy upgraded from level 2 to level 1. Fortress attack power increased by 30. All deductions from the host's combat attributes returned, with an additional 10 points of defense added. Current host combat attributes: attack power 70, defense power 60, critical hit rate 60, evasion rate 60, agility 70. During dinner, Song Huai-Chuan, holding a piece of roasted duck, raised his voice intentionally. Dr. Zhou, that merciless sorceress you spoke of has indeed rescued you, with so many supplies. Zhou Shubai paused, his face flushing crimson, lowering his head further, hesitant to respond. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lin Zhixia, who was calmly slicing her steak, her expression unreadable. He remained apprehensive, unable to discern if she was the indifferent ruler or someone capable of compassion. Ultimately, his fear overshadowed any fleeting gratitude. After dinner, Zhou Shubai, without waiting for Gu Yusin to speak, took the medical kit and headed towards Su Qinghe's room, treading lightly and instinctively avoiding Lin Zhixia's gaze as he passed through the living room. Well, look who's finally taking initiative. Song Huai-Chuan teased, chewing on his roasted duck, unable to resist mocking. In the past, it took endless persuasion to get Dr. Zhou to change dressings. Now he is more eager than anyone else. Seems he has finally recognized who his savior is. Liao Qingxi joined in the laughter. Perhaps he fears being tossed out to feed the zombies again. After all, such an opportunity to be saved with ample supplies doesn't come often. Just as their banter subsided, Gu Yusin's voice came through the monitoring room, laced with seriousness. Enough joking around. Come see the surveillance footage. The group quickly sobered, rushing into the monitoring room. The screen displayed footage from the tiny cameras. Hu Meyer cradled 2 boxes of roasted duck, her fingers also clutching a bag of sausages. Suddenly she halted, turning to Su Daqiang, her brow furrowed. She snatched the box of instant noodles from Su Daqiang and slammed it to the ground, the corner splitting open, spilling several packets of noodles. Go home by yourself. Hu Meyer's voice crackled through the camera, laced with irritation. I'm off to negotiate a significant deal with President Zhao. These are prominent figures in this apocalypse. Following me will only expose you. Don't cause any trouble here. Su Daqiang hurriedly crouched down to pick up the scattered instant noodles, a fawning smile plastered across his face. Meyer, I can help you carry things too. It must be heavy for you to carry so many supplies alone. Does the weight concern you? Hu Meyer scoffed, her gaze sweeping disdainfully over the mud-stained legs of his trousers. Zhao is accustomed to dealing with capable individuals. If he finds you lacking, it could jeopardize my interests.
Can you afford that?
She paused, casting another threatening glance at Su Daqiang. Return quietly and wait. If you dare to follow me, don't expect any food from me in the future. Su Daqiang tightened his grip on the noodles, ultimately refraining from retorting, and nodded awkwardly. I understand. I'll go back now. With that, he clutched the scattered packages and walked away, glancing back 3 times. Once Hu Meyer watched his figure disappear at the alley's end, she turned to her subordinates and gestured. Let us head to the abandoned factory. Upon entering the dimly lit basement of the derelict factory, they found metal shelves stocked with crates of weapons. Several individuals in black uniforms stood in the corners, their sleeves adorned with a silver serpent emblem, indicating the presence of an organized faction. As Hu Meyer approached, she swayed her alluring waist towards the man seated on a leather sofa. A cigar pinched between his fingers and his suit jacket casually unbuttoned, revealing a gold chain around his neck. He was the leader of the black-clad group. When she reached him, he didn't even lift his gaze until she entwined her arm around his. Zhao, you see I wasn't lying, right? All these supplies were taken from that little wretch, Lin Zhixia. They're all yours. You're quite astute. Zhao's eyes finally met hers, glancing over her with unabashed frivolity. Su Daqiang is fortunate to have such an adept woman at his side. Unfortunately, his pitiful demeanor hardly befits you. Hu Meyer's smile widened as she leaned closer, her fingers trailing along the edge of his suit.
Zhao, you jest.
Why would I ever be interested in someone as pathetic as Su Daqiang? My association with him is solely based on his remaining utility. She softened her tone, continuing, the only one who treats me sincerely is you. At my age, while I may not match the youthful charm of an 18-year-old, none can understand your needs like I do. Zhao erupted with laughter, playfully squeezing her waist as he stood, wrapping his arms around her and leading her towards an adjacent room. You're perceptive. Tonight, you'll keep me company. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have more to eat and drink than with that waste. The door slammed shut, followed by sounds that were better left unheard. What a thrilling scene. Song Huichuan quickly pulled out his phone to record, his fingers trembling. Su Daqiang, under the delusion that Hu Meyer was genuine, had unwittingly donned a heavy green hat. If he were to learn the truth, wouldn't he be furious? This video must be preserved, Liao Qingxi remarked, eyes glued to the screen. We should find an opportunity to show it to Su Daqiang. It will surely incite chaos among them, allowing us to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Lin Zhixia leaned against the monitoring station, her fingers gliding over the cold surface, her eyes gleaming with cold amusement. He must see it. Have you all noticed? Gu Yusin interjected, his expression far less optimistic as he pointed at the serpent emblem on the screen. These individuals are well equipped, and the basement conceals a considerable amount of arms. They are clearly not a hastily assembled group. The apocalypse has only just begun, yet they can muster such a force. This Xiao is no ordinary figure. He paused, directing his gaze at Lin Zhixia. With Hu Meyer now allied with them, future encounters may become increasingly troublesome. They likely seek more than just supplies. They may have their sights set on your stronghold. Lin Zhixia nodded, recalling the unopened diary left by her mother, the intricately engraved earring, and the momentary flash of malice in Zhao's gaze. These clues strung together like pearls, leading to a chilling hypothesis. Her mother's demise may indeed be linked to this black-clad organization. She resolved to confront this challenge head-on, standing tall as her gaze swept across the basement captured on the monitor. Su Daqiang, Hu Meyer, and this Zhao, if they are connected to my mother's death, regardless of the strength of their backing, I will uncover the truth. What they owe to me and my mother must be repaid, piece by piece. Chapter 21. Entering the black market chat group, the flickering glow of the monitor held Lin Zhixia as attention for 3 hours. In the basement, Hu Meyer clung to Zhao like a vine, clutching a half-glossy roasted duck. Her nails, painted a garish red, grazed his arm.
Zhao.
Look at all the supplies I've brought you. Don't I deserve a reward? Zhao lounged on the couch, the cigar he held burned down to the end, ash falling onto his expensive trousers without a care. He glanced at the duck leg she offered, impatience etched on his features as he bit into it, grease trickling down his chin, wiping it away with the back of his hand. What reward? As if I lack for food when you're with me. I don't want food. Meyer tossed the duck bone aside, snuggling closer to Zhao, her gaze surreptitiously darting towards his phone resting on the coffee table. The screen still glowed, revealing a chat window titled 101 Black Market Trading Group. She feigned a pout, poking at Zhao's phone screen. I saw you chatting lively in this group earlier. I want to join and take a look. Zhao's expression soured at her words, quickly tucking his phone away. This group isn't for you. The discussions there are beyond your concern. How can it not concern me? Meyer immediately adopted a cooing tone, shaking his arm. I plan to work with you, Zhao. Wouldn't it be beneficial for me to be informed? Who knows when I might be able to assist you? As she spoke, she discreetly gauged Zhao's reaction, noticing his brow relax slightly. Besides, I promise not to speak if I join. I'll just observe, ensuring I won't cause you any trouble. Eventually, Zhao, wearied by her persistence, relented. He pulled out his phone, accessing the group settings to share the QR code, all the while warning her, once you're in, don't say a word. If you disrupt the group's rules, I won't spare you. Meyer nodded fervently, her eyes sparkling like a cat spotting its prey. Meanwhile, Lin Zhixia in the monitoring room had already tightened her grip on her phone, swiftly capturing a snapshot as the QR code lingered on the screen. The image captured every pixel of the code, even the faintest blurred edges. Once Zhao turned off his phone, and Meyer continued whispering sweet nothings to him, Lin Zhixia exited the monitoring interface, her fingers flying across her phone. Instead of using her own account, she registered a new one. She changed her profile picture to a common male image from before the apocalypse, and adopted the nickname Old Ghost, posting only a few vague updates about surplus supplies while intentionally concealing her location. By the time she completed her preparations, it was already 3 in the morning. Glancing at the chat group showing 12 online members, she estimated that at this hour, no one would be paying attention. And she used her new account to scan the QR code she had captured. To her surprise, the messages in the group were filled with bizarre codes. Goods have arrived. Pick them up at the usual place at 8 a.m. Need 20 cans in exchange. Tried a new approach last night. The boss was quite satisfied. What on earth is this? She frowned, taking screenshots of the cryptic messages and quietly observing the group. In the following 2 days, Lin Zhixia devoted her spare moments to monitoring the group chat, capturing hundreds of code snippets. These codes exhibited no discernible pattern. Some were accompanied by numbers, others by symbols, interspersed with a few seemingly ordinary words, yet their meanings eluded understanding. It was not until the 3rd evening that she organized all the screenshots and shared them in the group chat of the Fortress Beauties, tagging everyone with a message that read, I find some of these codes perplexing. Let's decipher them together. 10 minutes later, Gu Yusin, Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxi, Zhou Shubai, and the recently recovered Su Qinghe gathered in the living room of Lin Zhixia's villa. The table was strewn with printed screenshots of the codes, as the group formed a solemn circle around it. What on earth are these? Song Huichuan exclaimed, his expression one of utter confusion. Liao Qingxi scratched his head, pondering. Is this Morse code? I can't make sense of it at all. I'll take a stab at it, Gu Yusin asserted, showcasing his intellect. He picked up a piece of paper and began writing while speaking. In some apocalyptic scenarios, certain black market merchants refer to individuals with common goods, with can symbolizing canned food. He continued, if we assume 35 indicates the grade of goods and 20 cans represents the traded items, this phrase likely means that a level 35 individual has arrived, and they're to collect the goods at the usual spot tomorrow morning at 8, requiring 20 cans in exchange. Lin Zhixia pointed to another image. What about this one? 12. Tried some new games last night. Boss is quite satisfied. What does this signify? Gu Yusin pondered for a moment. 12 is a lower level. New games could imply torture? These bosses must be significant figures behind the black market. As soon as he uttered this, Song Huichuan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with indignation. What? Using goods to refer to people? And categorizing them by levels? Is this even human? Liao Qingxi furrowed his brow as he picked up another screenshot, noting, 41, fresh heart and liver to be delivered to boss tonight. Could it mean? Before he could finish, Gu Yusin interjected, his voice as cold as ice. If heart and liver are taken literally, this indicates that the hearts and livers of level 41 individuals are fresh and to be delivered to the boss tonight. They must be treating humans as commodities for sale. This is unacceptable. Zhou Shubai interrupted, his voice laced with incredulity. How can there be such cruel people in the world? Dissecting hearts and livers for others to consume? This must be a misinterpretation. Gu, are you overthinking this? Song Huichuan shot a glare at Zhou Shibai, his tone filled with fury. Last time you were caught by Brother Wang, if it weren't for Xia saving you, you'd have become zombie fodder by now. What kind of revolting acts do you think exist in an apocalyptic world? Do you think we're still in peaceful times? Liao Qingxi nodded in agreement, adjusting his glasses. Gu's interpretation holds merit. During my time as a fitness coach, I heard colleagues mention that some black market traders treat people like cattle, though I never expected it to be this extreme. Song Huichuan rolled his eyes, refusing to argue further with Zhou Shibai. Engaging in reason with someone still trapped in a utopian mindset was a futile endeavor. Zhou Shibai wished to counter, but saw the icy resolve in Lin Zhixia's eyes. Swallowing his words, he lowered his head, staring at the screenshots on his phone, his fingers trembling slightly. If this interpretation were true, these individuals were nothing short of demons clad in human skin. Chapter 22. The generator is destroyed. The atmosphere in the living room became overwhelmingly oppressive. Song Huichuan clenched his fists, knuckles widening. No. We can't allow them to get away with this. We must find a way to dismantle this black market. Hold on. Lin Zhixia urged, pressing down on his hand with a calm tone. We still don't know where their lair is, and the people in the group are all anonymous. Acting rashly will only alert them. We must wait and see if we can uncover more clues. Gu Yusin concurred. Xia is correct. We require further information. Tomorrow, I will check the group for any mentions of specific trading locations. Once we ascertain their position, we can plot our strategy. After deliberating for a while longer, they each returned to their villas to rest. As night deepened, the lights in the fortress gradually extinguished, save for the flickering red light in the monitoring room, resembling a vigilant eye. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the stillness of the night. Lin Zhixia jolted upright in bed, swiftly grabbing her phone to access the monitoring interface. On the screen, a dozen figures clad in black surrounded the fortress's electric fence, wielding specially designed black spray bottles, dousing a metal pole with a transparent liquid. The moment the liquid touched the pole, it emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound, as the once sturdy metal began to erode at a visible rate, forming a gaping hole. It's a strong acid corrosive, Lin Zhixia quickly deduced. Her fingers flying across the group's chat, the black-clad individuals are destroying the electric fence with strong acid and have infiltrated from the east side. Stay in your villas and lock all doors and windows. As soon as she sent the message, Gu Yusin's reply popped up. Don't worry. The doors and windows of the villas are made from specially designed anti-explosive materials, reinforced with steel. The security is top-notch. They won't be able to breach it. Song Huichuan also sent a voice message, the sound of him racking a gun audible in the background. Xia, rest assured. I'm stationed at the entrance. Anyone who dares approach my villa will receive a barrage. Liao Qingxi and Su Qinghe quickly responded affirmatively, assuring their safety. However, Zhou Shibai remained silent for an extended period. Just as Lin Zhixia contemplated calling him, she noticed he had finally sent a text. I've locked the door. The medical kit is nearby. Lin Zhixia exhaled in relief, her gaze returning to the monitor. The black-clad figures had already breached the electric fence, with Zhao, the leader, brandishing a formidable axe, striking the door of the nearest Villa C. With a resounding crash, the axe struck the door, leaving only a faint white mark, with not a splinter of paint lost. Zhao paused momentarily, then swung a few more times, yet the door remained unyielding. Useless. Use the cleaver. Zhao kicked one of his subordinates, who promptly handed him a large cleaver, slashing it at the door's crack. However, the cleaver met the anti-explosive door with a sound akin to striking steel, leaving no dent whatsoever. Another subordinate, witnessing this, brought over a chainsaw, flicking it on, the deafening sound echoing through the night. The saw's teeth grazed the door panel, sending sparks flying, yet it still failed to create even the slightest opening. Damn it! What is this door made of? The subordinate exclaimed, panting heavily. It's impossible to breach. Boss, why don't we just use a cannon to blast it down? A cannon? Where do you think you can find a cannon? Zhao retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the subordinate, causing him to stagger. You idiot! In the monitoring room, Lin Zhixia observed the scene and picked up the intercom, pressing the button. Her voice resonated through the external speakers of the villa, clearly reaching the ears of every black-clad intruder. Save your efforts. The villa's security is constructed to the highest military standards. You will not breach it. Upon hearing her voice, Zhao abruptly raised his head, glaring at the surveillance camera with eyes blazing like a provoked beast. You little wench! How dare you install surveillance in the supplies to spy on me? Do you think you're safe hiding inside? Today, I will make you understand the consequences. Lin Zhixia, you little vixen. Hu Meyer also stepped closer to the camera, her face twisted with malice. If it weren't for you placing a camera in the supplies, Zhao wouldn't have struck me. Just wait. Once we get inside, you'll see how I handle you. You're to blame for this, you filthy woman. Zhao bellowed, glaring at Hu Meyer, his voice seething with fury. You didn't even notice someone planted a camera in the supplies? What good are you? Didn't you say that damaging her electric fence would allow us to capture them all?
And now?
Her villa is stronger than the electric fence. Wasteful woman. Hu Meyer's eyes reddened from the scolding, her venomous expression vanishing as she returned to Zhao's side, her voice laced with a whimper. Zhao, I didn't know. That little wench Lin Zhixia is too cunning. Don't be mad. Let me think of another way. Her gaze wandered, suddenly landing on the generator room, not far away. That was the heart of the fortress's power supply, which Lin Zhixia had previously reinforced. However, for the sake of maintenance, the outer wall was not made of blast-resistant material. Hu Meyer's eyes sparkled as she grasped CEO Zhao's arm, pointing towards the generator room. Zhao, go look. That's the generator. If we can sabotage it, her entire power grid and surveillance system will collapse. She'll be like a fish in a barrel. CEO Zhao followed her gaze and immediately burst into laughter. You have some use after all. Brothers, let's go smash the generator. Several men in black swiftly armed themselves with tools and rushed toward the generator room, wielding axes and machetes to strike at the generator's casing. In no time, the generator emitted a crackling sound of electrical leakage, followed by a resounding bang as it came to a complete stop. The surveillance screens instantly went dark, and the lights throughout the fortress extinguished, rendering the power grid utterly inoperative. Damn it! Lin Zhixia muttered under her breath. Quickly retrieving a backup flashlight and pressing the red button on the wall, the activation key for the villa's crossbow mechanism. Simultaneously, she sent a message to the group. Activate the crossbow mechanisms of your respective villas. Free fire. The handsome men promptly replied in the group chat. Received. Instantly, the sound of crossbow bolts whizzing through the air echoed outside the villa. In Building C, where Song Huichuan resided, the crossbow bolts were the first to be fired, accurately striking two black-clad men attempting to climb through a window. Building D, where Liao Qingxi stayed, also unleashed bolts, the fiery tips ignited by his fire elemental abilities, setting the black-clad men's clothes ablaze. Building A, belonging to Gu Yusin, shot 10 bolts in rapid succession, each hitting its mark with lethal precision. The black-clad men were thrown into chaos, their screams rising in a cacophony, while the strong scent of blood quickly attracted nearby zombies.
Run.
Zombies. Seeing this, CEO Zhao abandoned the assault on the fortress and turned to flee through the gaping hole in the power grid. The remaining men in black scattered in all directions. Some were pursued by zombies, while others fell to the crossbow bolts. In the end, only CEO Zhao, Hu Meyer, and a few lackeys managed to escape. As they fled, Hu Meyer continued to curse. Lin Zhixia, you little wretch. I will not let you off. Lin Zhixia coldly scoffed. That should be my line. Chapter 23. Searching for the generator chase after them. Lin Zhixia seized the 951 automatic rifle from the side table, flung open the villa door, and charged outside. Gu Yusin, Song Huichuan, and Liao Qingxi followed closely behind, while Su Qinghe and Zhou Xubai stood guard at the fortress entrance to prevent any black-clad men from escaping. In the night, the sounds of gunfire, the growls of zombies, and the activation of abilities intertwined. Lin Zhixia squeezed the trigger. Each bullet pierced through a zombie's skull. Gu Yusin activated his level 3 Earth Elemental ability, striking a zombie with his fist and sending it flying. Song Huichuan's level 2 Fire Elemental ability produced flames larger than before, capable of igniting 3 zombies at once. Liao Qingxi's level 2 Fire Elemental ability, combined with crossbow bolts, allowed the fiery tips to burn through a zombie's chest in an instant. The battle raged for over half an hour, and as the last zombie fell to the ground, Lin Zhixia heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 300 zombies. Personal combat attributes have increased by 1 level, and all attributes have increased by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 80, defense power, 70, critical hit rate, 70, evasion rate, 70, agility, 80.
Ding.
Detected enhancement in handsome men's abilities. Gu Yusin, Capricorn. Earth ability level increased from level 2 to level 3, enhancing fortress defense by 30. Song Huichuan, Aries. Fire ability level increased from level 1 to level 2, enhancing fortress defense by 20. Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius. Fire ability level increased from level 1 to level 2, enhancing fortress defense by 20. Su Qinghe, Pisces. Water ability level increased from level 1 to level 2, enhancing fortress defense by 20. Zhou Shubai, Libra. Wind ability level increased from level 2 to level 3, enhancing fortress defense by 30.
Ding.
Current fortress defense has increased by a total of 110. Due to the significant enhancement in fortress combat power, the system grants a special fortress defense buff, resistance to 1 explosion damage. Lin Zhixia lowered her gun, panting as she glanced at the others. Gu Yusin's suit was splattered with zombie blood, Song Huichuan's military boots were caked with flesh, and Liao Qingxi's sportswear was torn in several places, yet their eyes shone brightly. However, when their gazes fell upon the generator room, all smiles faded. The generator's casing was utterly destroyed, its components scattered across the floor, clearly rendered completely inoperative. Without the generator, the fortress's power grid, surveillance, and crossbow mechanisms could not function. Although they had just repelled the black-clad men, they might not be so fortunate next time. As the night deepened, a cold wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood. Lin Zhixia and the handsome men stood at the entrance to the generator room, staring at the damaged power system, engulfed in silence. How to repair the generator and prepare for the next attack from the black-clad men became their most pressing concern. Lin Zhixia clapped her hands, suggesting, "Let's all return to rest for a while. At dawn, we'll set out to procure a generator." Exhausted from the battle, everyone complied with Lin Zhixia's orders and obediently returned to their respective villas to sleep. Just as dawn broke, Gu Yusin drove a black SUV out of the fortress gates. Gripping the steering wheel, his gaze swept sharply over the abandoned shops lining the road. The engine's roar echoed eerily in the empty streets, attracting a few wandering zombies that shrieked and lunged at the vehicle. "Hold on tight." Gu Yusin swerved the steering wheel, narrowly brushing past a zombie's arm. While the rear wheels kicked up debris that struck the zombie, causing it to stagger but not deterred, it continued its pursuit. Lin Zhixia sat in the passenger seat, tightly gripping a Type 92 pistol, the muzzle aimed out the window. She observed the faded red letters of the sign for the Shengsheng Electromechanical City, the glass door shattered, and a pile of decaying corpses at the entrance, clearly indicating that this place had long been ravaged by zombies. "Let's check out the Electromechanical City first," Lin Zhixia said calmly. "There used to be many stores selling generators here. Perhaps we can find some stock." As the vehicle halted at the entrance of Electromechanical City, Song Huichuan pushed open the car door and jumped out, brandishing a Type 95 automatic rifle to survey the area. All clear, but the smell inside is overpowering. The group entered through the shattered glass doors, stepping into a dimly lit hall thick with dust, shelves askew, and components strewn about. Lin Zhixia rummaged through a dilapidated cardboard box, finding only a few rusted wires. She then approached a store labeled Generator Specialty, where the rolling shutter door had been pried open, revealing nothing but emptiness inside, save for a few faded posters of generators still clinging to the walls. Damn it! Not even a shadow of a generator. Song Huichuan kicked over a nearby shelf, dust cascading down. This place used to be bustling, and now not even a live rat can be found. Liao Qingxi wandered deeper into the shop, suddenly halting in his tracks. "Look at this." The group gathered around to see a small generator lying on the ground, its casing battered, revealing exposed coils smeared with dark red blood. Clearly, someone had been here before but failed to take the generator, which likely became prey for the zombies. "Let us go to the next one." Gu Yusin turned to leave, his tone devoid of emotion. "There are still a few stores in the hardware market. Let us keep searching." For the next few hours, they scoured the suburban hardware markets, agricultural machinery stations, and even rummaged through waste recycling stations, yet the outcome was consistently the same. Either the places were deserted, or they were left with only damaged remnants, failing to find a single operational generator. Their final stop was an agricultural maintenance shop, where the counter had been overturned, and a few bottles of machine oil lay scattered on the floor. In a corner, a zombie with a severed arm curled up, immediately lunging at them with a shriek upon noticing their presence. Lin Zhixia did not hesitate to pull the trigger, the bullet piercing through the zombie's skull. Black blood splattering against the wall. She stepped forward and kicked the corpse of the zombie, frowning as she said, "It seems we must devise another plan." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the off-road vehicle slowly returned to the fortress. Upon entering, Song Huichuan slammed his gun onto the table, the metallic clatter echoing throughout the living room. Damn it, this wretched apocalypse. Finding a generator is harder than slaying zombies. Those men in black are truly despicable. Ruining the generator and fleeing. If I ever encounter them again, I'll turn them to ashes. Liao Qingxi followed suit, kicking a nearby wooden crate, which rattled with the sound of canned goods inside. The power grid is down, and now we can't even rely on surveillance. If those men in black return with zombies for a surprise attack, we won't have any warning. Lin Zhixia, however, remained surprisingly calm, covering her mouth in jest. When they get anxious, those two little mad dogs get frantic. Chapter 24. The black market trading group provoked by her teasing. Song Huichuan realized his emotions were unstable and began scratching his head in self-defense. I wasn't anxious. I was just. Yet it was Liao Qingxi who reacted quickly. Laughing in spite of his anger, chasing after Lin Zhixia and exclaiming, "Lin Zhixia, who are you calling a little mad dog?" Gu Yusin ignored the bickering group and approached the generator room, crouching down to inspect the damaged parts. His fingertips grazed the iron post corroded by strong acid, and he looked up to say, "Worrying won't help. The core components of the generator are shattered, and we have no spare parts. We cannot repair it. We must find a new one." Watching him busily tend to the repairs, Lin Zhixia silently pondered, "System, what should we do now? Without the generator, the fortress's defenses are effectively halved." The cold mechanical voice soon responded, "Current issues must be resolved by the host independently. The system only provides services related to handsome attributes and fortress enhancements. Resolve independently?" Lin Zhixia rolled her eyes internally, irritated that the system was failing at a critical moment. It was always eager to urge her to increase intimacy and collect handsome figures, yet now that a situation had arisen, it shirked all responsibility. Nevertheless, she knew she couldn't rely on the system, so she turned to the others. "Gu Zong is right. We need to think of another way." Gu Yusin stood up, brushing the dust from his hands. "We might as well inquire at the black market. The 101 black market trading group you joined mentioned various items for trade. Perhaps they have something as substantial as a generator." Lin Zhixia immediately frowned. "My alter ego, Old Gui, has only been active for 3 days without a single word. Suddenly asking about a generator might seem too conspicuous. If Zhao Zong's people catch wind of it, all our previous groundwork will be wasted. We have no choice." Song Huichuan scratched his head. "The power grid is down, zombies are increasing outside, and the men in black are not letting up. If we delay any longer, we'll inevitably be trapped." Gu Yusin pondered for a moment and nodded. "Song Huichuan makes a valid point, but we mustn't ask directly. Let's not reveal our intention to buy a generator. We can say we're merely interested in seeing the goods, probing the black market's depths. Once we are familiar with the group, we can subtly inquire about supplies." After contemplating, Lin Zhixia deemed this plan feasible and took out her phone. Logging into Old Gui's account, she opened the 101 black market trading group, tapped on the screen, and sent a message. "Old Gui, are there any interesting scarce goods available? I have quite a bit of hard currency, and am looking to try something new." Just seconds after sending the message, a reply came from the group. The user with an avatar resembling a spade card chimed in first. "Spade, new here? I haven't seen you before. If you want to enter the trading hall, you must prove your strength. No one believes empty words." Lin Zhixia exchanged a glance with Su Qinghe, who immediately began retrieving several boxes of instant noodles and canned goods from her space, neatly arranging them on the ground. Lin Zhixia took her phone and snapped a close-up of the supplies, deliberately avoiding any background that would reveal their villa, before sending the photo to the group. "Old Gui, these are merely the tip of the iceberg. There are plenty more in the warehouse. Am I qualified to enter the trading hall?" The group fell silent for a few seconds before a user with a heart-shaped avatar promptly replied, "Heart J, sufficient. Very sufficient. This big shot is quite generous. Tomorrow night at 8, come to the black market trading hall. I assure you will find what you desire." "Old Gui, where's the address?" "Heart J, on the outskirts, at the abandoned car warehouse. Remember to wear a mask. It's a rule of the trading hall to avoid revealing your identity to prevent future troubles." "Old Gui, understood. But will someone meet me at the warehouse entrance? What if I end up in the wrong place?" "Spade, rest assured. Just say you're Old Gui upon arrival, and someone will lead you in. Tomorrow's trading hall will have plenty of good items. guaranteed to satisfy you. Lin Zhixia reviewed the group chat records and handed her phone to the others. We need to wear masks. That's a good thing. Tomorrow night, I will wear a mask. So we need not worry about being exposed. Gu Yusin took the phone and carefully read the chat logs, yet his brow furrowed with concern. You cannot go. Why not? Lin Zhixia frowned slightly. Hu Meyer and Zhao Zong both recognize you. Gu Yusin replied sternly. Even with a mask, you are a woman. Your figure and voice can easily draw attention. If they recognize you, it could be dangerous. Without hesitation, his deep voice resonated. I will go in your stead. I have long dealt with merchants and know how to navigate interactions with black market individuals. It is less likely for me to err. Lin Zhixia immediately shook her head. No. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The black market is a den of chaos. If you encounter Zhao Zong's people or they set a trap, you'll have no backup. I will accompany Gu Zong. Song Huichuan immediately stood up, thumping his chest. With the gun in his hand glinting in the light, my gun is not for show. Anyone who dares to touch Gu Zong will have to face my wrath. Liao Qingxi nodded in agreement, a small orange flame flickering in his palm. I will go as well. My fire ability is effective against both zombies and humans. My presence will help alleviate much trouble for Gu Zong. Seeing the resolute expressions of the three, Lin Zhixia's worries gradually dissipated. She understood Gu Yusin's composure, Song Huichuan's bravery, and Liao Qingxi's agility. Together, they would indeed be much safer than if she went alone. All right, Lin Zhixia nodded, her tone earnest, but you must be cautious. Once at the black market, do not easily trust anyone. If circumstances change, retreat promptly and do not engage in unnecessary fights. Lin Zhixia continued to express her concerns. I will have Su Qinghe prepare masks and ensure you have sufficient ammunition and first aid kits. Gu Yusin nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Zhixia's shoulder. His deep gaze instilling a sense of tranquility. Rest assured, we will swiftly ascertain the black market situation and return with the generator. Soon, the night of the following day arrived. The inky darkness blurred the outlines of the villa complex in the western city. Gu Yusin held a silver-gray fox mask, intricately engraved with delicate dark patterns, glimmering coldly under the dim emergency light. The masks were all checked, with the pinhole camera concealed within the right eye of the fox mask and the spare button camera tested and ready. Su Qinghe crouched on the ground, holding a small monitor, the screen clearly displaying a close-up of Gu Yusin's button, with audio synchronized perfectly. Lin Zong could hear everything in real time from the monitoring room. Song Huichuan donned a tiger mask, revealing only his fierce eyes. Liao Qingxi also put on an antelope mask. Chapter 25. The black market trading hall. The off-road vehicle slowly exited the fortress, its headlights slicing through the night, illuminating the remnants of abandoned cars along the roadside. The street was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional distant moans of zombies, hauntingly drifting through the dark. Gu Yusin gripped the steering wheel, his gaze sharply scanning the shadows by the roadside, stopping at each intersection to ensure no zombies lay in ambush. Ahead lay the abandoned car warehouse on the outskirts. Liao Qingxi pointed toward it. The warehouse's corrugated iron roof glimmered rustily in the moonlight, and two figures in black uniforms stood at the entrance. Their sleeves embroidered with a spade pattern, seemingly the exclusive emblem of the black market. Gu Yusin parked his car at the entrance of the warehouse, deliberately straightened his back as he opened the door, and walked forward with a steady gait. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi trailed behind him, one with arms crossed and the other with hands tucked into his pockets, striking a pose of arrogant subordinates. Is this the infamous boss, old ghost? The man in the spade uniform at the entrance immediately approached, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Brother Spade is waiting for you inside. Please come in. As the warehouse door swung open, a pungent mixture of blood and wine assaulted their senses. To their astonishment, the interior had been transformed into a bar. Dim red lights cascading down from chandeliers, casting elongated shadows around the room. A stage draped in black velvet curtains stood at the front, while several round tables were set up, occupied by individuals wearing various masks, each holding a wine glass and scanning the surroundings with eyes like ravenous wolves. Waitstaff clad in plain card-patterned uniforms moved mechanically among the guests, filling glasses, their badges emblazoned with symbols like the Queen of Hearts and Ace of Clubs. This way. Esteemed guest. A spade-clad server approached briskly, his badge clearly marked with a spade. We've reserved a VIP table for you, with the best view of the stage. Gu Yusin remained silent as he followed the server to the front row table. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi stood at his sides, their vigilance scanning the crowd. Some wore skull masks, others donned clown masks, each emanating an air of danger. Soon, a woman in a red iris-patterned dress approached. She wore a rabbit mask, her skirt embroidered with silver patterns, her badge marked with an ace of clubs, and she held a tall glass filled with a dark red liquid. "This blood rose has been specially crafted for you," the ace of clubs said, extending the glass toward Gu Yusen, her fingertips lightly brushing his hand with an intentionally seductive tone. "It's made with the finest Bordeaux and a unique ingredient. Would you care to taste?" Gu Yusen accepted the glass, feeling the chill of the cup against his fingertips. He bent down to inhale the aroma, first detecting the rich scent of wine, soon followed by a faint metallic odor that mixed with the wine's fragrance, creating a bizarre atmosphere. "This wine is laced with human blood." A wave of nausea rushed through his stomach. He suppressed the urge to retch and took a symbolic sip. The initial richness of the wine was quickly overpowered by the unmistakable taste of blood, prompting him to spit the liquid back into the glass. "Why have you stopped drinking?" The server's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its previous cheerfulness. "The unique ingredient is sourced from the most compliant stock. We only brew 10 cups a month. You might find it a bit overwhelming on your first try." In the surveillance room, Lin Zhixia fixated on the glass on the screen, her fingers tightening around the walkie-talkie, her lips turning pale. The brutality of the black market was far beyond her imagination, using living blood as an ingredient. Next to her, Zhou Shubai suddenly covered his mouth and bolted to the trash can, retching violently. He removed his glasses, tears smudging the lenses, his voice trembling with disbelief. How could they use human blood to make wine? "This is too cruel." Lin Zhixia shot him a cold glance, gripping his collar and yanking him back into his seat. "Fool, when you called me a she-devil, did you consider that the evil of this world might reach such depths? Watch closely. This is the hell your so-called benevolent healer cannot save." Zhou Shubai stumbled back into his seat, forced to gaze at the screen, tears streaming down his face as his stomach churned. Just then, the velvet curtain on stage was suddenly pulled back. There was no iron cage, only 6 scantily clad, worn women standing in the spotlight. Their dresses were made of cheap lace, frayed at the edges, some stained. Their arms and ankles bore bruises, some even displaying unhealed scratches. A clear sign of past abuse. The background music blared abruptly as a square-uniformed server cracked a whip against the stage floor, the sharp sound causing the women to flinch, compelling them to move stiffly. Their movements were devoid of grace. Some stumbled. Others raised their arms only to lose strength halfway, forcing smiles that masked their vacant, numb gazes. Moving like marionettes. Lin Zhixia's attention suddenly sharpened. The woman farthest to the right had a slight bulge in her abdomen, instinctively cradling her belly as she danced, her movements more rigid than the others. It was Su Qianyue. Her hair was disheveled across her face, and her lips bore the remnants of swelling, clearly having faced recent violence. "Dear esteemed guests, tonight's fresh stock has arrived." The spade server took the stage, microphone in hand, his voice echoing with a nauseating excitement. 6 beauties, each with their unique charms. Especially this one, pregnant and obedient, will surely add a different kind of pleasure. Starting bid. 1 box of instant noodles. The highest bidder first enjoys the fun. Immediately, bids were raised. A man in a skull mask rasped, 2 boxes of noodles. "I want the one who's not pregnant." 3 boxes. "And a sausage." "I want this pregnant one," shouted another man in a clown mask, his gaze greedily fixed on Su Qianyue.
Su Qianyue trembled more violently,
halting her dance, clutching her belly with both hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. But no one acknowledged her tears. The bidding intensified, quickly escalating to 5 boxes of noodles and 2 boxes of sausages, with others clamoring for canned goods. Despair filled Su Qianyue's eyes as she surveyed the frenzied crowd, her legs giving way beneath her, nearly causing her to collapse on stage. "By me," Lin Zhixia declared decisively. Su Qinghe furrowed his brow.
"Lin,
why would you save Su Qianyue after all she did to you? She deserves to be tormented by these people." Lin Zhixia remained silent. Zhou Shubai, however, murmured under his breath, "Even if she made mistakes, she is still a pregnant woman. The child is always innocent. A healer's heart." Lin Zhixia, incensed by his incessant rambling, kicked Zhou Shubai sharply. "Be quiet." Zhou Shubai immediately fell silent. Lin Zhixia turned back to Gu Yusen, instructing him to inquire about the black market and subtly ask if she knew anything about her mother, as well as why she was there. Understood, Gu Yusin acknowledged, raising a silver sign. 1 box of instant noodles. The moment those words left his lips, the room fell silent. All eyes turned toward him, expressions filled with astonishment. 5 boxes of noodles and sausages was already a high price. This old ghost was only offering 1? The spade server was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure.
Boss.
This pregnant woman is a premium item. Isn't 1 box a tad too little? My warehouse supplies exceed everything in your black market combined. 1 box of noodles is a generous offer. Gu Yusin leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the table, his tone dripping with undeniable arrogance. Either you sell, or I walk out now, and you'll never acquire anything from me again. The server's expression shifted as he glanced at the crowd. Though reluctant, they recognized Gu Yusin's substantial resources and did not wish to offend a potential major client, gradually lowering their bids.
Sell.
Of course, we will sell. The spade server immediately replied, beaming. This pregnant woman is now yours. After securing Su Qianyue for 1 box of noodles, 2 servers in square uniforms approached the stage and began escorting her down. Su Qianyue, terrified, felt her legs weaken as she was led awkwardly forward, looking up at Gu Yusin, who wore a fox mask. Who are you? Where are you taking me? The playing card servers guided Gu Yusin and Su Qianyue into a secluded room. Under the dim yellow light, Gu Yusin shut the door, turning to face Su Qianyue, his voice as cold as ice. If you wish to survive, divulge everything you know. Su Qianyue huddled in the corner, her hands tightly cradling her belly. Her eyes filled with dread. What do you want to know? Gu Yusin, with a devilish charm and an air of mystery, slightly smirked. I am a businessman, specializing in the trade of certain information. Tell me, what is the truth behind this black market? The dim yellow light distorted their shadows, and Su Qianyue's voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, tears streaming down her cheeks, splattering onto the cold floor. I truly know nothing. I was simply bought. She clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her grip on her abdomen tightening. They locked me and a dozen other women in cages. Any sign of defiance resulted in beatings, and they forced us to learn those revolting things, catering to men who offered nothing more than a stale piece of bread a day, leaving us dizzy with hunger. Gu Yusin's fingers tapped rhythmically against the wall, the sound dull and heavy, his gaze devoid of any compassion. How did you end up here? It's all his fault. That heartless bastard. Su Qianyue's voice suddenly rose, a mix of hatred and despair welling in her eyes. My fiancé sold me to the traffickers for just 2 bags of instant noodles. He knew I was carrying his child. He didn't care about me, nor about this child. She broke down, covering her face, her shoulders shaking violently, her cries muffled and heart-wrenching. Gu Yusin's expression darkened abruptly, an undeniable pressure in his tone. Do you know Lin Yue, the only daughter of the Lin Group? How much do you know about her situation? Lin Yue? Su Qianyue's sobs halted abruptly, her gaze flickering, her lips quivering, struggling to form coherent words. Gu Yusin's patience waned rapidly, his eyes swirling with malice. Without waiting for her response, he kicked out violently. Su Qianyue was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against the wall and letting out a muffled groan, curling up in pain, yet her hands remained steadfastly protecting her belly. Gu Yusin advanced step by step, towering over her, the tip of his shoe hovering above her protruding abdomen, his tone icy and merciless. Not going to speak? I will. Su Qianyue was terrified, her face as pale as a sheet, tears and mucus intermingling as she desperately bowed her head in supplication. I know a little. Please don't harm my child. I beg of you. Gu Yusin coldly uttered a single word. Speak. Su Qianyue, now prostrate on the ground, dared not conceal any longer. At that time, Aunt Lin discovered my father's infidelity and insisted he leave everything behind. My father knelt and cried, admitting his mistakes, even severing ties with my mother in front of her. She wiped her tears away, her voice lowering, tinged with embarrassment. I was only 7 or 8, locked in a wardrobe by my mother, who covered my mouth and instructed me not to make a sound. Aunt Lin had no idea of my existence, wishing to give Lin Zhixia a complete family, so she forgave my father. Her voice dropped further, filled with an unbearable awkwardness. In the following years, I never saw my father again. My mother grew close to 2 men. One was called Brother Zhao, who often brought gifts. The other was more mysterious, dressed in a black suit, exuding a strong aura. My mother treated him with great respect, never even mentioning his name to me. Behind the surveillance screen, Lin Zhixia smirked coldly. Hu Meyer is quite the schemer, juggling Su Daqiang while engaging in affairs, probably unaware that the green hat on his head has long piled high. Gu Yusin's voice turned frigid enough to shatter the air. Was Lin Yue harmed by Hu Meyer? And no.
Please no.
Su Qianyue trembled all over, hastily shaking her head. My mother didn't care about Aunt Lin's life. She constantly egged my father on to harm Aunt Lin, partly to seize the Lin family's wealth, but later, she became involved with an even wealthier figure. She swallowed hard, her eyes wide with fear, wanting to remove my father from the picture to make room for that big shot. I heard that big shot was from abroad. When he came to the country to see my mother, she encouraged my father to deal with Aunt Lin so she could have time to be with him. She buried her head lower, her voice barely a whisper. As for how Aunt Lin died, I truly don't know. My mother never spoke of it in front of me. The malice in Gu Yusin's eyes deepened, evidently taken aback by the foreign connections at play. Lin Zhixia, behind the surveillance, felt the cold smirk fade, replaced by a chilling realization. It turned out that her mother's death was merely a bait thrown out by Hu Meyer for her own infidelity. Just as Gu Yusin was about to inquire further, a sudden, frantic knocking sounded at the door. The voice of Black Spade, laced with deliberate flattery, penetrated the door. Esteemed guests, the main event is upon us. We invite you to partake in some thrilling activities. Gu Yusin's fox mask concealed much of his face, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. His gaze darkened, withdrawing his foot from hovering above Su Qianyue's abdomen, his voice cold as ice. Stay put. He then turned and exited through the door. Several card-themed attendants swiftly returning to seize Su Qianyue once more. Upon returning to the VIP area, Gu Yusin remained aloof and proud, his mask mysterious and intimidating. The table was now adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, vibrant reds and greens artfully arranged. The card-themed servers, carrying silver trays, meticulously served the distinguished guests, creating the illusion of a lavish banquet. Chapter 27. The system's reward. Black Spade rubbed his hands, standing beside the main seat, his gaze sweeping over Gu Yusin's fox mask as he cheerfully explained, esteemed guests, today's dishes are customized according to your consumption levels, ensuring each of you experiences a unique flavor. Gu Yusin cast his eyes down at the dish before him, revealing neatly arranged ribs, their rich brown-red hue quite enticing. Yet, as he leaned closer, a faint yet pungent scent of blood reached him, distinctly not that of ordinary meat. The brow beneath the fox mask furrowed instantly. He rested his fingers on the table's edge, making no move to pick up his chopsticks. Black Spade, perceptive, quickly approached with a smile. Rest assured, esteemed elder ghost. These are top-quality goods, absolutely fresh and authentic. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia felt a chill run down her spine, exchanging a glance with Su Qing, both eyes wide with horror. This so-called rib was not from livestock, it was unmistakably human flesh. Zhou Shubai, already unsettled by prior events, felt his stomach churn at Black Spade's words, as if he could smell the foul scent of unidentified meat through the surveillance screen. Unable to endure any longer, he abruptly stood and rushed aside to retch, his face as pale as a ghost. Gu Yusin, maintaining his composure, picked up a silver fork, feigning to stab a piece of rib near his lips, yet did not truly take a bite, instead frowning as he set it down. His gaze turned frigid, his tone laced with disdain. No thanks, my resources are plentiful, such base meat is beneath my palate. Black Spade paused, then quickly acquiesced, yes, yes. Esteemed elder ghost, your status is indeed noble, such fare would not befit you my oversight. When it came time for free trade, Gu Yusin deliberately slowed his movements, casually selecting a few inconsequential items such as lace nightgowns and cheap jewelry, pretending to be merely a wealthy merchant seeking amusement. Once the atmosphere became lively, he discreetly approached a stall selling heavy goods, casually inquiring, do you have a generator? One capable of powering a large grid. The stall owner's eyes lit up, eagerly responding, yes. A brand new diesel generator, able to power a 3-kilowatt grid. For you, 10 boxes of instant noodles will suffice. 10 boxes? Gu Yusin furrowed his brow, feigning negotiation. Too expensive, I'll offer 5 boxes of noodles and an additional 2 boxes of ham. The stall owner hesitated momentarily, but eventually relented. Fine. Since you are a VIP, 5 boxes it is. After the transaction was completed, Gu Yusin instructed Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi to carry the generator. Turning to exit the warehouse, Black Spade attempted to retain him, but was deterred by Gu Yusin's icy glare. The off-road vehicle departed from the outskirts of the city, its headlights piercing through the thick night, while the engine's roar echoed across the desolate streets, provoking a chorus of snarls from the wandering zombies. Brace yourself. Gu Yusin sharply turned the steering wheel, the tires crunching over gravel and sparking as they narrowly evaded 3 zombies, blocking their path. Turning a corner, they were met by a horde of over a dozen of the undead. They lunged forward with guttural growls, their claws scraping against the vehicle's body, producing a jarring sound. Song Huichuan leaned against the rear window, the muzzle of his Type 95 automatic rifle spitting flames, his palm igniting with an orange blaze the size of a basin.
Bang!
The gunshot coincided with a fiery explosion, instantly piercing and igniting 3 zombies, the scent of charred flesh mingling with the stench of black blood. Damn it! These pests are getting denser. Song Huichuan cursed under his breath. Leave it to me. Liao Qingxi rolled down the window, grasping an A rifle and unleashing his fire-based abilities. The flames enveloped the bullets, allowing each shot to penetrate the skulls of 2 zombies. Gu Yusin, while maneuvering the vehicle, activated his earth-based powers, a heavy yellow aura radiating around him. Not only did his personal defense increase significantly, but the vehicle itself seemed to be shrouded in an invisible barrier, leaving only futile scratches from the zombies' claws. Seizing the moment, he pressed the accelerator, the front of the vehicle crashing into a cluster of 5 zombies, forcibly carving a path ahead. The battle raged for over half an hour, with the trio coordinating seamlessly to eliminate the zombies along their route. When the last zombie fell beneath the wheels, Lin Zhixia heard the system's clear notification sound in her mind.
Ding!
Detected synchronization upgrade of Handsome Man's abilities. Gu Yusin, Capricorn. Earth ability level upgraded from level 3 to level 4, Fortress defense increased by 40. Song Huichuan, Aries, fire ability level upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Fortress defense increased by 30. Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius, fire ability level upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Fortress defense increased by 30. My abilities have upgraded again. Song Huichuan retracted his rifle, wiping the grime from his face, his tone brimming with excitement. Now we can face those men in black with more confidence. Liao Qingxi nodded, the flames in his palm flickering more vigorously. That wave of fire blades was exhilarating. Next time we encounter a horde, I'll incinerate them completely. Gu Yusin drove steadily, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. First, we return to the fortress and install the generator. By the time the off-road vehicle reached the fortress, dawn was breaking, and Su Qinghe and Zhou Xubai were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the generator in the back, Su Qinghe rushed over to assist. Mr. Gu, you finally brought the generator back. Together, they moved the generator into the machine room, with Gu Yusin directing the installation based on his extensive experience, while Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi lent a hand and Su Qinghe checked the wiring connections. Though Zhou Xubai was not adept at physical labor, he proactively handed over tools and water, remaining silent throughout. When the last wire was connected, Gu Yusin pressed the start switch and the generator emitted a steady hum, illuminating the fortress with bright lights. The monitoring screens regained clarity and the power grid was reactivated, emitting a soft crackle. At that moment, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the generator crisis. System reward. Generator will remain durable and never malfunction. A rare smile graced Lin Zhixia's lips. In a world where resources are scarce, core equipment like generators are difficult to replace once damaged, this reward was akin to a lifeline. The thought of using it for decades, or even until the end of the apocalypse, without worrying about failures, filled her with satisfaction. Subsequently, the group busily repaired the power grid, corroded by strong acid. Song Huichuan used his abilities to melt metal and complete the corroded iron columns, while Liao Qingxi dried the moisture from the wire connections with flames. Gu Yusin and Su Qinghe reinforced the power grid support structure. Lin Zhixia oversaw the operation, ensuring every detail was flawlessly executed. When the final section of the power grid was restored, high voltage was reactivated, and the red warning lights on the walls flashed rhythmically, forming an impregnable defensive barrier.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully repairing the power grid. System reward. Power grid immune to one external malicious attack. Lin Zhixia looked up at the illuminated power grid, her eyes filled with determination. With the generator never malfunctioning, and the power grid immune to one malicious attack, these rewards provided additional assurance to the fortress's defenses. Chapter 28. The kiss after drinking with a generator and power grid setup, the group's taut nerves finally relaxed. The lights in the western villa district flickered back to life, the warm, yellow glow dispelling the chill of the apocalyptic night. Lin Zhixia discreetly retrieved food from her ability space in the kitchen and brought the dishes to the table. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the villa's dining area. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, braised pork glistening in amber sauce, crispy golden squirrel fish, and steaming chestnut chicken with sautéed vegetables. All of these were prepared meals from Mushurji, which Lin Zhixia modestly claimed to have made herself. Finally, a warm meal. Song Huichuan was the first to grab his chopsticks, shoveling a hefty piece of braised pork into his mouth, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. After days of eating instant noodles and chewing on ham due to the power outage, he felt as if he were about to taste something heavenly. Liao Qingxi chimed in, taking a few bites of rice. Indeed, it was unbearable without electricity and hot water. We couldn't even take a proper shower. Lin Zhixia felt a twinge of guilt. She had no justification for keeping the prepared meals to herself during the power outage, but she had indulged in them alone in her room. Gu Yusin methodically sliced the fish and, hearing their words, looked up. Tomorrow, I'll reinforce the generator's defenses, adding several layers of explosion-proof steel plates and infrared sensors. We cannot allow it to be easily destroyed again. Mr. Gu, I'll accompany you. Su Qinghe immediately responded, adjusting his glasses. I have some understanding of wiring and defensive layouts, so I can lend a hand. Zhou Xibai, who had been silent, hesitated before quietly speaking up. I can help too. With moving things and such. Song Huichuan raised an eyebrow, teasing. Oh, Dr. Zhou is turning over a new leaf, planning to live well with us now. I understand that in this apocalypse, we must band together to survive. I won't cause any more trouble for everyone. Zhou Xibai's cheeks flushed, but he did not back down, speaking earnestly. However, I still cannot suppress my instincts as a doctor. When I see someone injured, I want to help. I hope you won't blame me for that. Lin Zhixia met his gaze, her expression gentle yet resolute. It's all right. You are a doctor. Kindness is your inherent quality. People like you are rare in this apocalypse. We don't need you to force yourself to change. Just be yourself. The light fell on Lin Zhixia's face, her brows and eyes relaxed, her tone devoid of reproach, only filled with complete understanding and acceptance. Zhou Xibai felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing that the woman before him seemed to radiate light. He had previously misunderstood her, clashed with her, and even attempted to escape multiple times, yet she still embraced his stubbornness. This grace is no wonder so many exceptional men willingly follow her.
Ding.
Detected that Zhou Xibai has developed a deep recognition of the host. Affection level 15, current intimacy level 2. Intimacy level 2 activated, fortress attack power increased by 20. Randomly adds 10 points to the host's combat attributes. Evasion rate increased from 70 to 80. Current host combat attributes. Attack power, 80. Defense power, 70. Critical hit rate, 70. Evasion rate, 80. Agility, 80. The system notification echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind, and she subtly curved her lips. Picking up a ladle to serve soup to everyone. Hurry and eat. The food will get cold. Dinner concluded in a lively atmosphere, and everyone prepared to return to their rooms for rest. Gu Yusin, having consumed quite a bit of red wine, had a faint blush on his cheeks and a slightly unsteady gait. He grasped Lin Zhixia, who was about to turn away, his voice tinged with the languor of intoxication. Xia, help me back to the villa. Seeing the situation, Song Huichuan and the others, though somewhat envious, discreetly retreated, leaving the two alone. Lin Zhixia sighed in resignation and helped him towards Villa A. As she was about to leave after escorting Gu Yusin to his room, he grasped her wrist. Noticing that he had drunk a bit too much, Lin Zhixia soothingly said, "Go take a hot shower to help you sleep. I'll prepare some hangover soup for you. All right." Gu Yusin gently nodded, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light, his tone laced with a subtle hint of endearment. Lin Zhixia turned to busy herself in the kitchen. With an array of fresh ingredients at her disposal, she quickly prepared a bowl of warm hangover soup. As she entered the bedroom, she heard the sound of water from the shower. The hangover soup is ready and placed at the door. Just as she was about to set down the bowl and leave, Gu Yusin's voice called from the bathroom, "Xiaoxia, could you bring me my pajamas?" Lin Zhixia's cheeks flushed instantly, her fingers instinctively tightening around the edge of the pajamas, a wave of indescribable shyness surging within her. After a brief hesitation, she gently picked up the folded pajamas at the foot of the bed and stepped towards the bathroom door. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Gu Yusin wrapped in a white towel. Water droplets cascaded down his well-defined chest, his firm abdominal muscles and honey-toned skin glistened under the light, creating a striking visual impact with his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Lin Zhixia's heart raced, and she instinctively turned her face away, her throat tightening involuntarily. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Gu Yusin's eyes as he swiftly approached and pulled her into his embrace. "Seems like you are quite pleased with my physique." He leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, mingling the rich aroma of red wine with the fresh scent of shower gel. "No," Lin Zhixia retorted stubbornly, her cheeks betraying her with a deep crimson hue. "Is that so?" Gu Yusin chuckled softly, pressing her against the wall in a possessive manner. "Why do I feel that your mouth is the only thing that is tough?" Before Lin Zhixia could retort, Gu Yusin had already captured her lips with his. Unlike their previous tentative kisses, this one was infused with a fervent possessiveness and tenderness, igniting her resistance. Initially, she pushed him away lightly, but gradually, she succumbed to the domineering yet comforting kiss, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. With Gu Yusin by her side, she felt an unparalleled sense of security, as if he would shield her from any danger that might arise. Suddenly, a mechanical voice interrupted the tender atmosphere, jolting Lin Zhixia back to reality. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp alarm pierced through the tranquility of the villa complex. "What is happening?" Gu Yusin instantly snapped back to alertness, shielding Lin Zhixia behind him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. They rushed out of the villa to find Su Qinghe running towards them, panting heavily, a grave expression on his face. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu, there are zombies howling near the electric fence beside my villa, and the sound is particularly strange." The group quickly gathered in the monitoring room, and the footage on the screen made everyone gasp in shock. A mutated zombie, towering at 2 meters, was frantically attacking the electric fence. Its massive frame was covered in twisted muscles, its slate-gray skin marred with gaping wounds revealing stark white bones. And its murky eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red, black drool dripping from its mouth. The electric fence, already standing 2 meters high, was being contorted by the brute strength of the mutated zombie. The high-voltage electricity coursing through its body crackled ominously, yet it seemed impervious to pain, continuing its relentless assault on the fence. Lin Zhixia recognized that with its height and strength, it was only a matter of time before it would breach the fence. This is bad. If it gets in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liao Qingzi clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Zhixia made a swift decision. "Everyone grab your weapons and meet at Su Qinghe's villa immediately." A few minutes later, all 6 had gathered on the second floor of Su Qinghe's villa. Pushing open the window on the second floor, they could see the mutated zombie more clearly. Its arms were thick as tree trunks, with sharp, blackened nails. The earlier tearing had created a significant breach in the fence. At that moment, it lowered its head, using its skull to ram against the breach, each collision making the fence groan under pressure. "Xiaoxia, don't worry." Song Huichuan raised his 95-style automatic rifle, his eyes resolute. "If it dares to come in, I'll blow its head off." "Yes, Xiaoxia, I will protect you." Liao Qingzi also raised an A rifle. Lin Zhixia shook her head, calmly stating, "Hold your fire for now. The fence is electrified, and we don't want stray bullets damaging the circuitry and causing a short circuit. We'll take positions at 3 windows. This is the most advantageous sniping position. Once it completely crosses the fence, we'll concentrate our fire." She quickly assigned roles. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingzi would guard the east window, Su Qinghe and Zhou Xi by the west, while she and Gu Yusin would cover the south window, ensuring it had no chance to escape. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin." Su Qinghe nodded, gripping his handgun tightly. "If it dares to step in, we'll make sure it never returns." Zhou Shibai also raised a spare handgun, though his palms were slightly sweaty, his gaze unwavering. Through their time together, he had learned that in this apocalyptic world, only by fighting side by side could they survive. He could no longer afford to be cowardly. The impacts of the mutated zombie grew increasingly fierce, and the breach in the fence widened. Finally, it let out a deafening roar, suddenly lifting its foot and stepping over the deformed steel bars, landing heavily in the open space of the villa complex. It steadied itself, turning its head. Its murky eyes instantly locked onto Su Qinghe's villa, and it charged forward with a roar. "Fire!" Lin Zhixia commanded. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, bullets raining down on the mutated zombie. The bullets fired by Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi were engulfed in flames, igniting the zombie upon impact, the acrid smell of charred flesh wafting through the air. Gu Yusen activated his earth-based powers, a heavy yellow aura enveloping him as he shielded Lin Zhixia behind him, shooting with precision, each bullet striking the zombie's vital points. Despite the zombie's tough hide and immense strength, under the seamless cooperation of the six, it soon was riddled with wounds, its movements slowing. It let out a reluctant roar, attempting to lunge at the window, but Song Huichuan shot it in the head, causing it to stagger back a few steps before crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. Lowering their weapons, exhaustion and relief etched on their faces. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, "Congratulations, host, for killing a level 1 mutated zombie, earning 10 points. The point shop is now officially open." The sound echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind, instantly conjuring a virtual shopping interface filled with an array of dazzling items, overwhelming in their variety. The shop featured various firearms, such as improved 95-style automatic rifles, high-precision sniper rifles, and ample ammunition supplies. Medical supplies were plentiful. From basic first aid kits and antibiotics to advanced healing potions, there were even revival elixirs and immunity shield potions that granted temporary immunity to all damage. What stirred Lin Zhixia's heart the most was the zombie virus suppressant tucked away in the corner of the mall. However, upon seeing its exorbitant exchange price of 999 points, she was momentarily taken aback. Such a staggering amount of points. Lin Zhixia couldn't help but scoff internally. To put it in perspective, defeating a level 1 mutated zombie only awarded 10 points. To accumulate 999 points, she would have to eliminate an unfathomable number of mutated zombies. Moreover, this suppressant could only be exchanged for a single vial, capable of saving just one person. The notion of relying on it to save all of humanity was nothing short of a delusion. Just then, the system's mechanical voice resounded. "Host, there is no need for excessive despair. When the host's combat attributes reach 100 points, a chance for a high-level lottery will be granted. The lottery pool includes rare resources such as heavy artillery, high-explosive grenades, and top-tier protective armor. As the host's combat attributes improve, the rewards in the lottery pool will also upgrade, with a chance to win the zombie virus suppressant in later stages." Lin Zhixia's eyes brightened, her disappointment instantly replaced by a glimmer of hope. Although the points required for the suppressant were astonishingly high, the lottery mechanism undoubtedly offered her a new prospect. If she continuously enhanced her strength, perhaps one day she could truly discover a way to eradicate the zombie virus once and for all. Gu Yusen noticed the change in her expression and approached her softly, inquiring, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Lin Zhixia withdrew her gaze, her fingertips still tingling from the earlier battle. "That mutated zombie is already 2 meters tall, and our current fortress and electric fence are merely 2 meters high. If we encounter an even larger one next time, I fear it won't hold." Gu Yusen followed her gaze towards the breach in the electric fence, his eyes darkening. "We need to raise it by 18 meters, encase the outer layer in 3 layers of explosion-proof steel plates, pour reinforced concrete on the inside, and install high-density barbed spikes on top." Without hesitation, Gu Yusen began to assign tasks. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi utilized their fire abilities to melt steel bars and weld the supports. Su Qing and others replanned the electric fence layout to avoid short circuits, while Zhou Shibai assisted in transporting steel plates and bolts. He himself used his earth abilities to stabilize the foundation. 2 days later, a 35-meter-high fortress and electric fence stood tall, with tightly fitted steel plates and glimmering barbs. Gu Yusen knocked on the reinforced wall and said to Lin Zhixia, "Now, even larger mutated zombies won't be able to breach it." Lin Zhixia gazed at the sturdy defenses, a sense of security finally blooming in her heart. Chapter 30. Quarrel with the CEO. The morning light in the villa cluster of the western city was obscured by heavy clouds, and the fortress electric fence gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The high-density barbs atop shimmered ominously in the dimness, while the wind carried the distant, faint howls of zombies. Gu Yusen leaned against the railing, the sleeves of his black work attire casually rolled up, a cigarette resting between his fingers. His tone steady as the reinforced concrete beneath him. With the emergence of mutated zombies, the outside world will become increasingly perilous. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, do not venture outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia turned her head, her eyes gleaming without a trace of hesitation. "Do you think, Mr. Gu, That hiding in the fortress will keep us safe? The 35-meter-high wall, 3 layers of explosion-proof steel plates, and high-voltage electric fence made Gu Yusin's brow furrow slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. This is already the safest refuge in this apocalypse. We should remain here until rescue arrives or the end of the world passes. There is no need to take risks. Safety is merely temporary, Lin Zhixia replied, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the handgun at her waist. The last mutated zombie, if it had been stronger, might have breached the electric fence. Only through real combat can one truly enhance their strength. We cannot afford to wait until danger knocks at our door to regret our inaction. Gu Yusin fixed his gaze on her, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Is your so-called combat worth risking your life for? It's not worth it. It is worth it to me. Lin Zhixia lifted her gaze slightly, her long, thick lashes framing resolute eyes. I need to protect those around me, and I must uncover the truth behind my mother's death. All of this requires sufficient strength. Hiding will never make one strong. When we encounter a more formidable mutated zombie or the men in black, we will still be passive. Revenge and protection are contingent upon your survival. Gu Yusin's voice deepened, infused with the possessive authority characteristic of a CEO. The training equipment in the fortress is comprehensive. If you wish to enhance your abilities, there is no need to engage directly with zombies. Lin Zhixia gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet it concealed an unwavering determination. Mr. Gu, you do not understand. Some growth can only be achieved on the edge of a knife. Passive defense has never been my style. What I seek is the strength to actively control my destiny. The two locked eyes for a moment, the wind carrying only their breaths. Gu Yusin's concern lay hidden beneath his stern facade, while Lin Zhixia's determination shone brightly in her clear eyes. Ultimately, neither managed to convince the other. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Zhixia ceased speaking and turned to enter the surveillance room. She focused on the monitor, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the handgun at her waist. Suddenly, she spotted 2 zombies on the screen. These 2 zombies moved with remarkable agility, their eyes devoid of the usual vacant stare of ordinary zombies. They were clearly 2 mutated zombies. They were currently pacing anxiously around the fortress, their howls penetrating the steel and concrete, echoing dully in the open space. One of them, though not as gigantic as the previous 2-meter behemoth, had long limbs and claws like iron hooks, nimbly jumping and climbing along the walls, producing a screeching sound as its fingertips scraped against the steel plates. The other occasionally opened its mouth, spewing forth orange flames that scorched the walls, sending thick smoke swirling toward the villa cluster. Points. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Zhixia's eyes. These mutated zombies had long ceased to be threats in her mind, transforming instead into a ladder leading to the points mall. The reminder of receiving 10 points for defeating a level 1 mutated zombie still echoed in her mind. If she could accumulate enough points, not only could she exchange for more powerful weapons, but she might even have the chance to draw the zombie virus suppressant. She grabbed the 95-style automatic rifle from the table and turned to head downstairs, only to collide with Gu Yusin, who was coming up. The man, clad in black work attire, stood tall, his brows furrowed deeply, evidently having heard the zombie's roars. Where are you going? Gu Yusin's voice was low, laced with an undeniable sense of authority. The fortress is high enough, and the electric fence is charged with high voltage. They cannot breach it. There is no need to take risks. If they can't breach it, then I'll go out and kill them, Lin Zhixia replied, attempting to sidestep him, only to have Gu Yusin reach out to block her path.
No.
His hand pressed firmly against her gun with considerable force. The last mutated zombies showed us their ferocity. These 2, one is agile, and the other breathes fire. It's too dangerous. We just need to hold the fortress and wait for the apocalypse to end.
Wait?
Lin Zhixia shot her head up, her eyes filled with resolute determination. Gu Yusin, you can wait, but I cannot. I need to grow stronger. I need to avenge my mother. All of this cannot be rushed. Living is the prerequisite. Gu Yusin's tone grew colder. The fortress is our safe zone. There is no need to put yourself in danger for revenge. Danger is what makes one grow. Lin Zhixia shrugged off his hand, impatience creeping into her voice. If you're afraid, stay in the fortress. I'll go alone. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Gu Yusin's gaze was sharp as a knife. Do you think that without my earth abilities, your defenses can hold for long? If it weren't for me last time, you would have been overwhelmed by zombies long ago. Lin Zhixia felt a sting from his words, memories of past helplessness flooding back, her tone turning acutely sharp. Can you refrain from meddling in my affairs? This is my home. It is a fortress I built with my life and resources, and I will do as I wish. Gu Yusen's expression darkened in an instant, his thin lips pressed tightly together as he stared at her for several seconds. Ultimately, he remained silent, turning on his heel and striding back to his villa, the door slamming shut with a force that made the chandelier in the living room tremble slightly. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi, having heard the argument, rushed over, noticing the tension in Lin Zhixia's profile. They quickly approached her, trying to mediate. "Xia, mister. Gu is only looking out for your well-being. He has concern for your safety. I know he means well, but I cannot continue to hide in a greenhouse." Lin Zhixia took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in her heart. "If you fear death, you may remain in the fortress. I shall go alone." "What nonsense." Song Huichuan immediately grew anxious, raising his rifle and tapping it. "When have we ever been afraid? Wherever you go, we shall follow." Liao Qingxi nodded in agreement, a small orange flame flickering in her palm. "Indeed, how could we miss out on exterminating zombies? It's the perfect opportunity to test the power of our upgraded abilities." Su Qinghe adjusted his glasses, speaking with determination. "Manager Lin, I shall forever be your subordinate. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and I will not hold you back." The group turned to glance at Zhou Xubai, who stood in the corner, clutching the hem of his lab coat, his face pale and eyes filled with hesitation. He naturally valued his life, and his relationship with Lin Zhixia was not as close as that of the others. Faced with the fire-breathing mutated zombie, it was hard for him not to feel apprehensive. If Dr. Zhou prefers to stay behind, that is perfectly acceptable. Lin Zhixia did not force him, after all. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Zhou Xubai hesitantly nodded, watching the backs of the others as they walked away, a complex emotion stirring within him. Yet he ultimately did not dare to follow. The fortress gates slowly opened and Lin Zhixia, along with Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxi, and Su Qinghe, charged out. As soon as they landed, the agile mutated zombie let out a roar and lunged towards Lin Zhixia, its claws aiming directly for her face. "Be careful." Song Huichuan reacted swiftly, raising his rifle and shooting the zombie in the shoulder, while simultaneously igniting a flame the size of a basin in his palm, slamming it down onto the zombie's head. The fire seared the zombie's skin, emitting a hissing sound, yet it seemed impervious to pain, continuing its assault with its claws. Liao Qingxi raised his air rifle, firing flaming bullets at the zombie's legs, forcing it to retreat a few steps. Without Gu Ziyun's defensive abilities, it was indeed much more challenging. Su Qinghe shouted while providing cover fire, his water-based powers only able to generate a small amount of water, proving ineffective against the zombies, forcing him to rely on firearms for support. Lin Zhixia squeezed the trigger, accurately hitting the eye of the fire-breathing zombie, which let out a piercing scream, causing its flames to intensify, nearly singeing Liao Qingxi's clothing. "Damn, this fire is too fierce." Liao Qingxi quickly retreated while amplifying his abilities, the flames transforming into blades that slashed at the two zombies. The four of them spread out in a fan formation, covering each other as they attacked. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi's fire abilities became the main force, while Su Qinghe provided distractions, and Lin Zhixia sought opportunities to aim for the zombies' vital points. However, without Gu Ziyun's earth-based abilities to bolster their defenses, they not only lacked a protective barrier but also had to attack while evading, making it considerably more arduous. The battle raged on for over half an hour, and the four began to tire. Sweat dripped down Song Huichuan's forehead, and the flames in his palm had dimmed significantly. "We cannot continue like this. My powers are nearly depleted." Liao Qingxi gasped for breath, his rifle now empty, relying solely on his abilities to hold on. "I'm out of bullets too. This isn't sustainable." Lin Zhixia's arms began to ache as she gazed at the still ferocious zombies, dread creeping into her heart. Just then, the agile zombie suddenly broke through their defenses, its claws reaching for Lin Zhixia. "System. If you do not assist soon, your host will perish." Lin Zhixia urgently shouted in her mind.
Ding.
Host crisis detected, automatically upgrading the abilities of three handsome men. Song Huichuan, Aries, fire ability level upgraded from level 3 to level 4, significantly increasing flame temperature. Capable of forming a flame shield. Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius, fire ability level upgraded from level 3 to level 4, can manipulate flames to create a firewall, continuously burning targets. Su Qinghe, Pisces, water ability level upgraded from level 2 to level 3, capable of generating a large amount of water, possessing temporary water control ability. As the system's notification faded, Song Huichuan's palm ignited with fierce flames, transforming into a sturdy shield that blocked the zombie's claws. Liao Qingxi waved his hand, instantly forming a 2-meter high firewall that trapped the two zombies in between, the flames scorching them as they howled in agony. Su Qinghe pressed his palms together, and a pool of clear water appeared before him. With a thought, the water transformed into several arrows that accurately struck the zombies' wounds, slowing their movements, albeit not lethally. Wonderful. Lin Zhixia felt invigorated, raising her rifle once more, aiming for the heads of the zombies trapped within the firewall, concentrating their fire to eliminate them. Song Huichuan's flame shield transformed into a fiery spear, piercing through the chest of the agile zombie. Liao Qingxi manipulated the firewall to close in, encasing the fire-breathing zombie within. Lin Zhixia pulled the trigger, 2 bullets hitting the heads of the 2 zombies with precision. With 2 dull thuds, the mutated zombies finally ceased their struggles, their black blood mingling with the scent of charred flesh.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for killing 2 level 1 mutated zombies, earning 20 points. Host's combat attributes increased by 1 level, all attributes raised by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 90 defense power, 100 critical hit rate, 90 evasion rate, 90 agility, 80 breathing heavily. Lin Zhixia looked at the interface of the point shop in her mind, unable to suppress her dissatisfaction. This leveling up is too slow. When will I ever accumulate enough points for a lottery? It is recommended that the host quickly increase intimacy with the handsome men. Enhancing personal attributes through intimacy is the fastest method. The system's mechanical voice chimed. A feeling of turmoil arose in Lin Zhixia's heart as she observed the 3 individuals beside her, equally exhausted yet with bright eyes. And she could not help but feel a mix of emotions. She understood the system's implication. For every level of intimacy gained, one could randomly obtain attribute bonuses and enhance the fortress's offensive and defensive capabilities. However, this meant maintaining close relationships with each handsome man, making her feel like a cad. Yet she also recognized that survival in this apocalyptic world was inherently challenging, and to grow stronger quickly, to protect those around her, and to avenge her mother, this seemed the quickest shortcut. Moreover, she had always been aware of Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxi, and their feelings for her. They willingly followed her. And if she merely spent more time accompanying them, it did not seem inappropriate. Manager Lin, are you alright? Su Qinghe noticed her lost expression and gently inquired. Lin Zhixia snapped back to reality, shaking her head. It's nothing. Let us return. As the 4 turned to head back towards the fortress, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the distance, bullets whistling sharply towards them. Lin Zhixia's pupils constricted. Before she could react, a figure suddenly lunged in front of her. With a sickening thud, the sound of a bullet piercing flesh was unmistakably clear. Song Huichuan let out a muffled groan, collapsing heavily to the ground as blood gushed from his back, staining the earth beneath him.
Huichuan.
Lin Zhixia's heart dropped, a wave of pain surging through her as rage clouded her judgment. How dare they harm my man? She snatched up 2 rifles from the ground, turning to the direction of the gunfire, and began to fire wildly. The black-clad assailants were caught off guard, scrambling to retreat and seek cover.
In Villa A.
Gu Ziyan sat on the sofa, brooding in anger, when Zhou Xubai rushed in, flustered. Manager Gu, it's bad. Manager Lin and the others have gone out to exterminate zombies, and they are now ambushed by black-clad men. Gu Ziyan sprang to his feet, his anger swiftly replaced by concern. He grabbed the gun from the table and dashed outside, with Zhou Xubai hastily following. Upon exiting the villa, they saw Su Qinghe supporting the bloodied Song Huichuan towards the fortress. Lin Zhixia and Liao Qingxi were bracing against the wall, counterattacking, as the number of black-clad men increased, bullets raining down like a storm around the perimeter. Lin Zhixia was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, only to be jolted back to reality by the incessant gunfire. Without further ado, retreat to the fortress, Gu Yusin shouted, firing while stepping back, his tone still somewhat harsh, yet unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. The group provided cover for one another as they gradually retreated to the fortress. Gu Yusin pressed the switch, and the electric net slowly rose. High-voltage electricity activating in an instant. The figures in black reached the base of the wall, gazing at the flashing red warning lights and the dense barbs at the top. They had no choice but to halt their advance with reluctance. Retreat. The leader of the black-clad figures commanded. Trying to escape? Lin Zhixia scoffed. leading Gu Yusin and Liao Qingxi into the nearest villa, where they took position at the second-floor window, unleashing a torrent of gunfire at the black-clad figures below. The bullets poured down like a torrential rain, and the black-clad figures screamed in agony, suffering heavy casualties. Those who remained dared not linger, turning to flee in disarray. As the battle concluded, Lin Zhixia rushed to Song Huichuan's side. His back wound continued to bleed profusely, dark red blood saturating his clothing, flowing down his body and pooling on the ground. His complexion was pale as paper, lips cracked, consciousness fading, yet he persistently murmured, "Xiaoxia, I'm here. I'm right here." Lin Zhixia crouched down, gripping his icy hand, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Shubai furrowed his brow, having used his wind elemental ability to staunch some of the bleeding, but the bullet was lodged in his shoulder blade. Immediate surgery was imperative to remove it, lest infection and inflammation endanger his life. "Quickly, take him to Building E," Gu Yusin decisively commanded. Zhou Shubai was a professional doctor, and his villa was stocked with medical supplies, making it the most suitable place for emergency treatment. Su Qinghe and Gu Yusin worked together to carry Song Huichuan into Zhou Shubai's villa. Zhou Shubai had already cleared a clean area in the room, where medical boxes, surgical instruments, and disinfectants were neatly arranged, all supplies he had salvaged from the hospital. He swiftly donned sterile gloves, first rinsing the wound with saline solution, then disinfecting with alcohol, his movements agile and professional. Just as he was about to extract the bullet, Song Huichuan suddenly grasped Lin Zhixia's hand, weakly saying, "Xiaoxia, stay with me, or I want to go through with the surgery." "All right, I will stay with you." Lin Zhixia's heart ached, her eyes turning red as she tightly held his hand, reassuring him, "Rest assured, the surgery will be a success." Zhou Shubai, donning sterile gloves, picked up the scalpel and incised the skin around the wound, blood immediately gushing forth. He carefully avoided blood vessels and nerves, using tweezers to search for the bullet amidst the flesh, the operation proving to be exceedingly arduous. Song Huichuan trembled from pain, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to release Lin Zhixia's hand. "Xiaoxia, it hurts so much." He leaned his head against Lin Zhixia's palm, resembling a wronged child, pleading, "Just touch me, and it won't hurt anymore." Lin Zhixia gently stroked his hair, softly comforting him. "Hold on, it will be over soon." Breathing heavily, Song Huichuan's eyes lit up as he gazed at Lin Zhixia, earnestly stating, "Xiaoxia, they say those who survive great adversity will be blessed. If I come through this, will you promise to let me be yours? You already are mine." Lin Zhixia was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped his meaning.
I don't mean that.
Song Huichuan shook his head, his eyes filled with deep affection. "I want to be the one in your heart, to truly be your man, not just your comrade." Lin Zhixia looked at his pale face and sincere gaze, a tumult of emotions blossoming within her. Throughout their time together, she had long been moved by this passionate man who was willing to risk everything for her, yet the barrier in her heart remained. She feared becoming too sentimental, even more so that she might disappoint those who treated her sincerely, the moral condemnation leaving her in a constant state of hesitation. However, witnessing Song Huichuan's frail and pitiful demeanor and recalling the moment he unhesitatingly shielded her from bullets, all her doubts dissipated like smoke. She nodded gently. "All right, I promise you." A radiant smile instantly spread across Song Huichuan's face, akin to a child receiving a sweet treat. He pressed further. "Then you must kiss me. Consider it an early interest." Lin Zhixia, upon seeing his expectant gaze, could no longer suppress the feelings within her heart. She leaned down and gently placed a kiss on his sweat-drenched forehead. This tender moment was inadvertently witnessed by Gu Yusin, who stood at the door of the operating room. His expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he silently turned away, his silhouette appearing particularly forlorn under the corridor lights. Time slipped by, and at long last, Zhou Shubai extracted the bloodied bullet with tweezers, releasing a sigh of relief. "The bullet is out. Now we can suture the wound." The suturing needle wove through the flesh, the thread tugging at the edges of the wound. Song Huichuan's already pale face drained of all color, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls on a broken string. His jaw clenched tightly. Ultimately, he could not endure the excruciating pain any longer. His eyelids fluttered and he fainted. "Song Huichuan! Song Huichuan!" Lin Zhixia clutched his icy hand, desperately calling out, her fingertips trembling, yet he lay unresponsive, eyes closed, brow furrowed, Regardless of her pleas, even his breathing grew faint. Zhou Shubai wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone grave as if a heavy stone had been placed upon him. His wound is too deep. The bullet has penetrated the shoulder blade and damaged surrounding nerves, and now he has developed a high fever. If he does not awaken by tomorrow morning. The unspoken words hung heavily in the air, but those present understood the implication. What if, that day, when you were outside the fortress fighting zombies, you sustained several hits while saving those ungrateful wretches and emerged unscathed? Liao Qingxi suddenly seized Zhou Shubai by the collar, fire blazing in his eyes. The wounds heal faster than anyone else, and zombies cannot even come close to you. Why is it different for Huichuan? Are you deliberately refusing to save him? Zhou Shubai struggled to catch his breath, his face turning crimson, urgently explaining, I do possess healing abilities, but my level is too low. While effective on myself, it only provides minor assistance to teammates. I have already pushed my abilities to the limit during the suturing. He wiped the sweat from his face. The back of his surgical gown thoroughly soaked. I truly did my best. If my abilities were higher, perhaps I could alleviate his suffering. But right now, Chapter 33, Song Huichuan's injury. Qingxi, do not make it difficult for him. Su Qinghe stepped forward to pull Liao Qingxi back, his tone gentle yet resolute. Look at how he was drenched in sweat during the surgery. He has indeed given it his all, and no one desires Huichuan's survival more than he does. Liao Qingxi forcefully shook off Su Qinghe's hand, his chest heaving violently, yet he understood the validity of Su Qinghe's words, only able to kick the wall in frustration. Anxiously fixating on the unconscious Song Huichuan. As time passed, Song Huichuan remained in a deep coma, his fever unrelenting, his lips cracked and peeling. Lin Zhixia stayed by his bedside, holding his feverish hand, repeatedly wiping his forehead and neck with a damp cloth, her eyes bloodshot. The night deepened and gradually faded, dawn breaking on the horizon, yet there were still no signs of Song Huichuan awakening. Lin Zhixia's heart sank with each passing moment, fear engulfing her like a tidal wave. She leaned down, her cheek resting against his hand, her voice choked with sobs. Song Huichuan, why are you so foolish? You risked your life to save me. If you leave like this, I will owe you a life debt for eternity. How can I repay that? Tears fell upon his hand, the warmth seemingly stirring something within him. At that moment, a faint yet clear voice reached her ears, laced with a familiar playfulness. Actually, there's no need to repay. Just offer yourself to me. Lin Zhixia jerked her head up, her eyes red as she looked at Song Huichuan. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat unfocused. Yet the corner of his mouth bore that infuriating smile. You're awake. You finally awakened. Lin Zhixia instantaneously transformed her sorrow into joy, rushing forward to embrace him tightly, her tears flowing even more fiercely. You scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Why are you crying? Song Huichuan weakly raised his hand to gently pat her back, his voice still hoarse from waking, yet retaining its usual playfulness. I haven't completely become your man yet. How could I bear to die? Lin Zhixia, amused despite her anger, lightly hit his uninjured shoulder. What are you still joking about at a time like this?
Ouch.
Song Huichuan exaggeratedly cried out, furrowing his brow. Startled, Lin Zhixia quickly withdrew her hand, anxiously asking, Did I touch your wound? Does it hurt? I didn't mean to. Just teasing you, he chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. But honestly, that hit you just gave me hurt far more than my wound. Who is such a barbaric wife? Who is your wife? Lin Zhixia's cheeks flushed as she reached to hit him again, only to have him firmly grasp her wrist. If you keep talking nonsense, I might truly knock you out, and then you could sleep for 3 days and nights. Their playful banter echoed softly in the hospital room, clear enough to reach the corridor. Liao Qingxi leaned against the wall, glancing at the slightly ajar door, feeling a pang of jealousy. If I had known that shielding Xia would cause her such worry, I should have rushed in myself. If I were injured, Xia would undoubtedly stay by my side like this. Forget it, Zhou Shubai commented as he walked by with a tray of supplies, exasperation evident on his face. One Song Huichuan keeps me on my toes. Do you want another injured one to work me to death? It's truly impossible to rescue everyone. The evening breeze in the villa of the West City carried a unique stillness, drifting through the reinforced blast-proof windows and gently stirring the curtains. Lin Zhixia sat by Song Huichuan's bedside, her fingertips delicately resting on his bandaged shoulder, her gaze as gentle as water. During these days, she had hardly left his side, administering medicine, cleaning him up, changing his dressings, even resting only in the adjacent bed at night. After Song Huichuan awoke, he found various ways to cling to her, sometimes requesting her to read the news or peel fruit, all the while making light-hearted quips despite his healing wounds. The affection in his eyes unmistakable. Beep. Song Huichuan's intimacy with the host has increased from level 5 to level 8. Fortress attack power increased by 80. Host's combat properties receive an additional 30 points, attack power, agility, and critical rate each increased by 10. The system's notification echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind, filling her heart with joy as she silently summoned her attribute panel. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 100, defense power, 100, critical rate, 100, evasion rate, 90, agility, 90. Wonderful. Lin Zhixia rejoiced inwardly. If she could increase both the evasion rate and agility by another 10 points, all her attributes would max out, unlocking advanced lottery opportunities. Perhaps even yielding the zombie virus suppressant. Her fingers tightened slightly, her eyes shimmering with quiet anticipation. Once Song Huichuan fell into a deep sleep, Lin Zhixia tiptoed out of the hospital room and returned to her villa. After freshening up, she sat before her vanity, instinctively opening a drawer to retrieve a hair tie. But her fingertips unexpectedly brushed against a hard object. It was her mother Lin Yue's deep brown leather diary. She carefully cradled the diary, her fingers tracing the icy cover. The leather had been smoothed by time, and the brass lock remained tightly fastened, as if it held her mother's unspoken secrets. Remembering her mother's gentle smile and the unresolved truth of her wrongful death, a wave of bitterness surged within her. Tears welled in her eyes, falling onto the diary, creating small damp stains. Just then, a soft knock broke the silence of the room.
Come in.
Lin Zhixia sniffed, hastily wiping her tears with the back of her hand, striving to keep her voice steady. The door opened, and Liao Qingxi stepped inside, clad in black athletic wear, his tousled hair suggesting he had just finished a training session. Upon entering, he instantly sensed Lin Zhixia's distress and, noticing the diary she held, understood the reason without needing to inquire. He approached her slowly, gently stroking her head, his movements tender, as if soothing an injured kitten. "Don't be sad," he said, his voice low and soothing, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "I don't have parents either." Lin Zhixia lifted her tear-filled eyes, gazing at him in confusion. "I grew up in an orphanage." Liao Qingxi smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. "I don't even know what my parents look like. As a child, I would secretly envy those who had parents to pick them up, but eventually, I became accustomed to it." He paused, his gaze resting on her face, filled with deep empathy, the kind of longing that can never be reached. "I understand." Hearing this, Lin Zhixia felt a pang of sympathy deepen in her heart. She had always known Liao Qingxi to be cheerful, yet never imagined he bore such a lonely past. They were both lost souls, and that profound sense of isolation drew her closer to him, sharing an unspoken bond. Chapter 34. The Lock on the Diary. Liao Qingxi's fingertips brushed gently over the tear stains on her cheek, his tone turning serious. "From the moment I first saw you in the gym, I was captivated by your resilience. You are clearly a pampered young lady, yet possess an extraordinary sense of reason and clarity. Your refusal to bow down in adversity reflects the person I aspire to be." He continued, "Learning about your background, your betrayal by family, and deception by your fiancé, yet still shining so brightly in this apocalypse, makes me feel that you are another version of myself." His voice grew softer, his gaze deepening like a sky full of stars. "You have many people around you, Mr. Gu, Song Huichuan, Su Qing, but I only have you. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side, even if you cannot see me." Their eyes met, and the air seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them, Liao Qingxi's gaze burning with intensity, as if he wished to melt her very being. Lin Zhixia's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson. Instinctively, she wanted to withdraw, yet he gently held her hand. His palm was warm and strong, the heat sending a tremor through her heart. Just as their lips were about to meet, the system's notification abruptly interrupted. Beep. Liao Qingxi's intimacy with the host has increased from level 5 to level 6. Fortress attack power increased by 60. Host's combat attributes receive a random addition of 10 points, evasion rate 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 100, defense power, 100, critical rate, 100, evasion rate, 100, agility, 90. Lin Zhixia suddenly snapped back to reality, pulling away from the intimate moment. Her evasion rate had finally maxed out. Only agility remained. She suppressed her fluttering heart, her fingers unconsciously tracing the lock on the diary, her thoughts shifting back to the cause of her mother's death. During the last black market auction, Su Qianyue mentioned that Hu Meier didn't truly care about her mother's fate. She simply wanted to incite Su Daqiang to deal with her mother, so she could freely associate with that foreign bigwig. Lin Zhixia's brow furrowed, her voice laced with confusion. So, Hu Meier wasn't directly involved in my mother's death? Does that mean my mother was killed by Su Daqiang? But he is so cowardly and dim-witted. How could he possibly have the ability to harm my mother? Liao Qingxi released her hand and sat beside her, his tone steady as he analyzed. Su Qianyue's words may not be the truth. After all, she is Hu Meier's daughter. Perhaps she is deliberately exonerating her mother and shifting the blame onto Su Daqiang. You're right, Lin Zhixia nodded, her eyes firm. No one's words can be trusted. I will only believe the clues left by my mother. Her gaze shifted to her mother's diary, yet it remained locked, and I had no desire to forcefully destroy it. It was the only remnant of my mother that I had left. Liao Qingxi glanced at the brass lock on the diary, pondering for a moment. How about I give it a try? In the orphanage, I often help the teachers with repairs and have some experience with locks. Lin Zhixia's eyes lit up, quickly handing the diary to him. Really? That would be wonderful. Please be careful not to damage it. Don't worry. Liao Qingxi replied as he took the diary, turning to rummage through a drawer for a few thin wires and finding a pair of small tweezers. He began to delicately work on the lock. His movements were focused and earnest, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, yet he dared not lose concentration. As time ticked by, the night outside deepened. Lin Zhixia sat beside him, anxiously watching his actions, her heart a mix of anticipation and unease. Half an hour later, with a soft click, the brass lock finally yielded. It's open! Lin Zhixia exclaimed in excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, when she eagerly attempted to open the diary, she discovered an additional layer inside. This layer was secured with a small combination lock, displaying a 6-digit input box. The sudden excitement was doused with a cold splash of reality. Lin Zhixia froze for a moment before commencing her attempts to input the password. She first tried her mother's birthday, but the screen displayed an error, then her own, which also proved incorrect. She even tried Su Daqiang's and Hu Meier's birthdays. Yet the lock persistently indicated a wrong password. With each failed attempt, Lin Zhixia felt a pang of frustration, leaning back against her pillow with a weary sigh. Observing her despondent demeanor, Liao Qingxi reached out to gently tousle her hair, speaking in a tender tone. Don't rush. We will eventually uncover the truth. We have already unlocked the first layer, which means we are one step closer to the truth. The night is deep. You've been watching over Song Huichuan all day. You must be exhausted. It's best to rest early. Feeling the warmth of his concern, Lin Zhixia nodded, carefully cradling the diary in her arms. As if embracing her mother's warmth, Liao Qingxi ruffled her hair once more before quietly closing the door behind him as he left. Lin Zhixia lay in bed, tightly holding the diary, closing her eyes, and gradually drifting into slumber. In the dining room of the villa on the west side of the city, the warm yellow light barely dispelled the unique gloom of the apocalypse. A table laden with delicacies emitted faint wisps of steam but failed to alleviate the heavy atmosphere. Gu Yusen, Liao Qingxi, Su Qinghe, and Zhou Xibai sat around, their chopsticks rising and falling with an unspoken awkwardness. Liao Qingxi was the first to put down his chopsticks, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of his bowl, his tone laced with jealousy. This meal is utterly dull. Xia has been with Song Huichuan all day, even taking her meals to his room. We're merely here to fill the seats. He glanced at Gu Yusen across from him, who was leisurely picking at his vegetables, his expression serene as if the situation had nothing to do with him, prompting Liao Qingxi to inquire. Gu, how do you manage to remain so composed? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sit still. Gu Yusen lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, merely casting a fleeting glance at him before resuming his meal with steady movements. Yet, no one noticed that the tips of his fingers gripping the chopsticks were turning pale. After eating to a point of satiety, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, leaving only a casual remark. You all take your time. His posture was upright but radiated a sense of detachment as he walked directly towards Block A of the villa. Upon returning to his room, Gu Yusen locked the door behind him, isolating the outside noise. He approached the wine cabinet, retrieving an unopened bottle of red wine, uncorking it, and pouring the crimson liquid into a goblet without letting it breathe. He immediately tilted his head back and drank deeply. The fiery liquid burned his throat, sliding down his esophagus into his stomach, bringing a fleeting warmth that could not quell the rising agitation within him. One glass after another, the bottle quickly emptied, and red veins began to appear in his eyes, while the chills surrounding him intensified, making the air feel as if it had solidified into ice. Chapter 35, The Black Market Invitation. In stark contrast, in another room, Song Huichuan's treatment was the envy of all. Lying in bed, his eyes fixated on Lin Zhixia, who was feeding him, a smile that he could hardly conceal flickered in his gaze. Yet, when Lin Zhixia glanced his way, he feigned pain, groaning softly. "Hang in there. Eat more. Today's meals are all nourishing." Lin Zhixia's voice was tender to the core as she offered him a spoonful of vegetable porridge. Song Huichuan took a small bite but wrinkled his brows in disdain, playfully tugging at Lin Zhixia's arm. "Xia, I don't want to eat vegetables or porridge. I want meat. Right now, you're still injured. It's not suitable for you to eat rich food," Lin Zhixia coaxed. "You need to recuperate well. And once you're better, I'll personally make you braised pork." At the mention of this, Song Huichuan instantly perked up, his eyes shining with excitement. Like a child. "Really?" He playfully tugged at Lin Zhixia's arm once more. "Is it just for me? Or will others have it too?" Lin Zhixia found his antics amusing, yet couldn't he bear to expose him. "Only for you, no one else." Upon hearing this, Song Huichuan immediately brightened, obediently drinking the vegetable porridge. The act of feeding carried a hint of intimacy, and Song Huichuan's gaze towards Lin Zhixia was anything but innocent. Their cheeks were mere inches apart, and even their breaths mingled with a hint of flirtation. With a fervor akin to fire, Song Huichuan leaned in closer, causing Lin Zhixia's heart to race. Just then, a notification sound from the system echoed in her mind. "Beep. Host Gu Yusin has killed 100 zombies. His abilities have leveled up by 1, currently at level 5, enhancing the fortress's defense by 50. Lin Zhixia was momentarily taken aback, confusion flickering in her eyes as she detached herself from the earlier flirtation. Yet the system's notifications continued to sound one after another. Beep. Host Gu Yusin has killed 200 zombies. His abilities have leveled up by 1, currently at level 6, enhancing the fortress's defense by 60. Beep. Host Gu Yusin has killed 500 zombies. His abilities have leveled up by 2, currently at level 8, enhancing the fortress's defense by 80. Lin Zhixia was utterly bewildered. What had come over Gu Yusin? Why was he suddenly out there killing zombies? What had provoked him? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and upon opening it, she found Su Qinghe, his face flushed with urgency. "Lin, you must go check on Gu. He has locked himself in his room, drinking heavily. And now he has gone out to kill zombies." Amid her confusion, concern took precedence as she hurriedly asked, "Where is he now? Can we see him on the surveillance?" When Su Qinghe couldn't provide an answer, Lin Zhixia immediately rushed to the monitoring room, frantically searching for Gu Yusin's figure. To her dismay, not a single camera captured him. Without hesitation, she declared, "I'm going out to find him." Grabbing her weapon, she stepped outside with no moment of doubt. Su Qinghe caught her arm. "Lin, don't rush. I've already informed Liao Qingxi and Zhou Xibai. We'll accompany you for your safety." Seeing everyone so united, the spirited Song Huichuan naturally refused to be left behind. "I want to go too. What do you think you're doing?" Su Qinghe soothed the restless patient in bed. "If you go, Lin will have to split her attention to care for you. You should stay behind in the villa and keep watch." After gathering at the fortress entrance, the group boarded a black SUV, scouring the streets for any sign of Gu Yusin. Zombies on the roadside, drawn by the scent of humans, came rushing with shrieks. Liao Qingxi wielded flames, while Su Qinghe manipulated water, sending the attacking zombies flying. As the vehicle progressed, the system's notifications continued to ring out incessantly. Liao Qingxi, Fire Element Sagittarius, has leveled up his ability by 1 level, currently at level 4, with a 40-point increase in fortress defense. Zhou Xibai, Air Element Libra, has leveled up his ability by 1 level, currently at level 4, with a 40-point increase in fortress defense. Su Qinghe, Water Element Pisces, has leveled up his ability by 1 level, currently at level 4, with a 40-point increase in fortress defense. Su Qinghe searched for Gu Yusin in vain for a long time, and the faces of everyone reflected a growing anxiety. Finally, beside the black market trading post, they discovered Gu Yusin's off-road vehicle. The group hurried over to investigate, only to find that Gu Yusin was nowhere to be seen in or around the car.
Lin.
What do you see? Su Qinghe asked as he retrieved a letter wrapped in brown paper from the back seat. Lin Zhixia opened the envelope to find a black invitation inside. Miss Lin, I take a keen interest in you. If you are also concerned about Gu Yusin's fate, please come to the G private room at the black market trading post. Liao Qingxi quickly grasped Lin Zhixia's arm. Xia, we cannot go. It might be a trap. But he is inside. I must save him. Lin Zhixia's furrowed brows betrayed her resolute determination. If you are afraid, you can stay in the car and wait for me. What are you saying, Xia? Liao Qingxi immediately countered. If we are going, we go together. We cannot let you take the risk alone. Zhou Shubai nodded in agreement. Although his palms were sweating, his voice remained unwavering. I will accompany you. Su Qinghe, though silent, conveyed his steadfast resolve through his determined gaze. The four shared an unspoken understanding as Lin Zhixia donned the fox mask she had prepared earlier and led the way into the black market trading post. Upon arrival, the guards at the entrance, noticing her mask, became alert and blocked her path. Please present the invitation. After she revealed the invitation, a card dealer hurried over. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Miss Fox, please enter. Our king is eager to meet you. Following the card dealer into the G private room, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them, making one feel profoundly uncomfortable. The room's decor was even more bizarre and grotesque than the hall outside, adorned with human skulls. And the flickering lights cast a sinister shadow over the entire space. Once seated, Lin Zhixia saw a man wearing a tiger mask and dressed in a tailored suit. Although his features were obscured, he emanated an aura of danger. What do you want from me? Lin Zhixia's voice was as cold as ice. The man slowly removed his mask, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. His sharp brows and deep-set eyes, tinged with an enigmatic darkness, made it impossible to discern his true intentions. He extended his hand. Hello, Miss Fox, my name is He Jinyu. Lin Zhixia did not take his hand but asked directly. Are you the head of the black market trading post? This seems irrelevant to our discussion today. He Jinyu retracted his hand, leaning back against the sofa, deliberately avoiding the question. Lin Zhixia wasted no time. All right, I will ask directly. Where is Gu Yusin? Chapter 36. The most unique person. He Jinyu clapped his hands. Miss Fox, you are quite straightforward. Let us cut to the chase. As he spoke, two men in suits, each adorned with playing card insignias, dragged Gu Yusin into the room. Although his limbs were bound by thick ropes, Gu Yusin's gaze remained sharp and unyielding. Lin Zhixia's heart ached at the sight, her voice growing colder. What have you done to him? If he loses even a hair, I will make you wish you were never born. He Jinyu's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped the sofa with his fingers. Miss Fox, do not be angry. I am a businessman, and profit is paramount. Name your price. Lin Zhixia did not hesitate, her eyes resolute. He Jinyu chuckled. Miss Lin, you are indeed forthright. I appreciate that. My demands are not excessive. He said with a devilish charm. 30 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of flour, 5 barrels of oil, 2 boxes of beef, 10 boxes of instant noodles, and 5 boxes of compressed biscuits. Goods for goods. At his words, Gu Yusin's expression darkened further as he shouted at Lin Zhixia. Xia, do not agree to him. Lin Zhixia, however, paid him no mind. She snapped her fingers, and the supplies appeared instantaneously in the G room. Everyone was taken aback, including He Jinyu, who revealed a hint of surprise. I have never witnessed such an extraordinary ability. Miss Fox, you are indeed a remarkable woman. Today, I have gained insight. Knowing my prowess. Will you not release my companion? Lin Zhixia's tone was icy, laced with menace. If I can conjure supplies, I can just as easily make them disappear. Upon hearing this, He Jinyu wasted no time and immediately ordered the ropes binding Gu Yusin to be untied. Are you alright? Lin Zhixia asked with concern as she examined Gu Yusin, ensuring he bore no injuries before leading him away. Watching their departing figures, He Jinyu wore an inscrutable smile. One of his black-clad subordinates inquired, Your Majesty, are you simply allowing them to leave? He Jinyu leaned back against the black sofa, slowly lighting a cigarette. There is no rush. A big fish must be reeled in slowly. As they returned to the fortress, the dark mist had already enveloped the entire villa complex. Lin Zhixia brought Gu Yusin back to Building A. Inside the bedroom, the warm yellow light illuminated Gu Yusin's face, accentuating his pallor. Lin Zhixia helped him onto the soft bed and detected a faint scent of alcohol lingering on his black suit. Let me see if you are injured, she said. rolling up his pant leg and looking into his eyes, her concern evident. Did those people from the black market harm you? As Lin Zhixia's icy touch grazed his leg, Gu Yusin lowered his gaze, concealing a hint of suppressed grievance. His throat tightened. Though he bore no wounds, his heart felt heavily bruised. Lin Zhixia's heart sank as she caught sight of the turmoil in his eyes, filled with jealousy and desolation. At a loss for words, she hastily withdrew her hand and changed the subject. I will get you a glass of warm water after a long day. You need to hydrate for a good night's sleep. Just as she turned to leave, she felt her wrist gripped tightly by a powerful force, rendering her unable to escape. Before she could react, Gu Yusin pulled her into his embrace with a force that nearly took her breath away, his overwhelming possessiveness unmistakable. When will you see only me in your eyes? His voice whispered close to her ear, laced with a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Utterly devoid of his usual calm and dominance, Lin Zhixia struggled to breathe in his embrace, her tone tinged with helplessness. Gu Yusin, you are too greedy. I want to be calm. I want to restrain myself. Gu Yusin's deep voice brushed against her ear, radiating warmth. But every time I see you by Song Huichuan's bedside, feeding him medicine and keeping him company, I become unbearably jealous. Why do you care for him so deeply? What about me? What am I to you? His voice trembled with uncontainable jealousy, his body slightly shaking, even hinting at a suppressed sob. Lin Zhixia's heart softened. The Gu Yusin she knew was always composed and restrained. Never had she seen him in such a state of sorrow and loneliness. Her tone softened, infused with warmth and concern. But you cannot rush out alone to fight zombies. It's too dangerous, and you could end up in the hands of the black market people. That He Jinyu is clearly a deeply scheming and dangerous individual. Thankfully, I managed to intimidate him with my abilities today. Otherwise, we might not have escaped unscathed. Gu Yusin's voice lowered, filled with guilt. It was my fault. I was not rational, blinded by jealousy, and put you at risk of losing so many supplies. Is it really about the supplies? Lin Zhixia felt a mix of anger and amusement as she pinched his cheek. What I care about is whether you can prioritize your own safety. You have no idea how frantic I was when I heard you ventured out alone to confront the zombies, and the surveillance footage revealed not a trace of you. Gu Yusin abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of brightness dancing in his eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and fixed his gaze upon her. Is it true? You do care about me, don't you, Xia? Xia? Lin Zhixia was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks warming slightly as she instinctively averted her gaze. His sudden address caught her off guard, leaving her unaccustomed to it. However, Gu Yusin was relentless, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, compelling her to meet his eyes. The steadiness and dominance he once exuded had vanished, replaced by a childlike fervor of expectation. I wish to call you that. A name that differs from how Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi refer to you. She sighed in resignation, smiling as she patted his shoulder. All right, I will acquiesce to your wishes. Gu Yusin's eyes instantly sparkled, his cool lips parting slightly as he cautiously ventured. Then, Xia, may I become the most special person in your heart? Of course, Lin Zhixia replied without hesitation. You will always hold a unique place in my heart. With you by my side, I can confidently gather supplies and rest easy. You are an indispensable part of my life, the most extraordinary existence. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Yusin enveloped her in his arms once more, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As if he had embraced the sole ray of light in a world shrouded in darkness. The corners of his lips curled upward, revealing a barely perceptible satisfaction. Lin Zhixia made no attempt to resist, leaning against his broad chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which deepened her sense of security. For reasons unknown, whenever Gu Yusin was near, she felt an unwavering sense of peace, as if a wandering boat had finally discovered its rightful island. The two remained in silence, listening to each other's breaths, reluctant to part. Just then a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Chapter 37. The Night of a Lottery, Ding. The system has detected Gu Yusin's profound affection for the host, elevating the favorability level by 3 tiers. Current Intimacy Level, Level 8. Intimacy Level 8 activated. Fortress Attack Power increased by 80. Randomly adds 30 points to the host's combat attributes, with Agility, Critical Strike Rate, and Evasion Rate each increasing by 10. Current host combat attributes: Attack Power, 100, Defense Power, 100, Critical Strike Rate, 110, Evasion Rate, 110, Agility, 100.
Ding.
The host's personal combat attributes have surpassed 100 points, achieving a perfect score across all attributes. One lottery chance awarded. The lottery interface has been activated. As soon as the system's notification concluded, a lottery interface materialized in Lin Zhixia's mind. It was a vibrant and colorful spinning wheel, adorned with intricate and luxurious patterns. In the center of the wheel was a pointer, with the 4 cardinal directions corresponding to various elixirs, each boasting distinct colors and descriptions. She carefully read the descriptions. The first elixir was called the Youth Elixir, a pristine white. As its name suggests, possessing this elixir would render one's skin smooth and radiant, bestowing beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Had it not been for the apocalypse, this elixir would undoubtedly be sought after by many, fetching a handsome price. Yet, in this desolate world, who still cared about appearances? The second elixir was the Stamina Elixir, a vibrant yellow, designed to rejuvenate one's energy during combat, instantly dispelling fatigue and restoring vigor. The third elixir was the Charm Elixir, which emanated a peculiar hue, neither quite purple nor pink, presenting an alluring yet strange allure. Upon reading its description, Lin Zhixia felt faint. This elixir could only be consumed by handsome men, and upon use, it would elevate their intimacy with the host by 3 levels, triggering a mechanism for a memorable night together. What on earth? Lin Zhixia gaped, unable to suppress her incredulity. Is this a legitimate system? What use is this charm elixir in the apocalypse? I would prefer a powerful cannon for practicality, rather than facing zombies with trepidation each time I venture out. Continuing to scrutinize the wheel, she noted the 4th elixir, the Immunity Elixir, which captivated her attention. This elixir could cure all ailments and even terminal illnesses, rendering the user immune to all poisons and automatically providing immunity to the zombie virus. This elixir was truly formidable. After consuming it, one would be invincible. What was there to fear from zombies? Lin Zhixia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "System, can I specifically choose the Immunity Elixir? I no longer wish to partake in the lottery." The system's cold voice responded, "Ding. The prize must be obtained through the random lottery. It cannot be chosen by the host." With no alternative, she decided to take a gamble. Lin Zhixia inhaled deeply, clasping her hands together in fervent prayer. "Heaven, please grant me the Immunity Elixir. That is all I wish for. Please do not give me that bizarre Charm Elixir." With that, she shouted in her mind, "Let the tides turn. Begin." As soon as her words faded, the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly, blurring into a mere shadow, leaving Lin Zhixia uncertain of its destination. Watching the speed of the pointer, her heart raced, and she dared not even breathe loudly. Moments later, the pointer slowed, first hovering near the Youth Elixir, then gliding past the Stamina Elixir, approaching the Immunity Elixir. Just as Lin Zhixia felt a flicker of hope, the pointer suddenly veered left, shifting slightly before landing squarely on the alluring Charm Elixir.
No.
Lin Zhixia screamed internally in despair.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the Charm Elixir. This elixir can be consumed by any handsome man, rapidly increasing intimacy upon use. Wishing the host an enjoyable night. For reasons unknown. As she listened to the system's cold, mechanical voice, she sensed a mocking undertone. It was infuriating. She had been so close. Lin Zhixia's face flushed with suppressed anger. Why had it chosen the very elixir she most desired to avoid? Was it cursed? The system's calm voice echoed in her mind. Host, do not be anxious. Lottery opportunities are not limited. Each time the host's combat attributes reach 100 points, another chance will be granted. As the host's abilities enhance, the prizes in the lottery pool will also increase, including medical supplies, military weaponry, and various rewards. Having consumed the system's platitudes, Lin Zhixia could only console herself internally, assuring herself that it was all right, that she would undoubtedly draw the best prize next time, although she had no desire for it. The enigmatic charm elixir now lay in her palm. Gu Yusin, standing nearby, sensed something amiss. She had been silent since their earlier conversation, her complexion fluctuating between shades of purple and green, now holding an unfamiliar pill-like object. What is this? Gu Yusin inquired, his brow furrowing as he peered down at it. Nothing, Lin Zhixia stammered, scrambling to fabricate a lie. Just a regular health supplement. Though reluctant to deceive him, the elixir's effects were too embarrassing to disclose. As she contemplated hiding the elixir, Song Huichuan and his companions burst into the room. The ever-curious Song Huichuan was immediately drawn to the pill in her hand.
Hey.
What is this? Instantly, the gazes of all the handsome men shifted toward the elixir. Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment, Lin, when did you learn to concoct elixirs? Concoct elixirs? Liao Qingxi's eyes lit up as he swiftly snatched the elixir, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. It smells rather delightful. What is it for? Zhou Shubai, as a physician, exhibited even greater interest in novel substances, leaning in closer. Let me see. I want to take it back for research. With that, he reached out eagerly. Don't snatch it. Liao Qingxi dodged, leaping to evade Zhou Shubai's grasp. I got it first. I'm a doctor. Let me examine it. And I'll return it to you. Zhou Shubai was naturally unwilling to relent, but his stature was not as tall as Liao Qingxi's. So, he could only leap to seize the object. The two of them chased each other around the bedroom, creating a cacophony. Lin Zhixia was exasperated, stamping her feet. Stop fighting. That medicine is not to be touched. Quickly return it to me. Yet, both of them had already immersed themselves in this playful chase, refusing to cease. As they ran, perhaps Liao Qingxi was too swift, and when he turned, he collided with Zhou Shubai. Zhou Shubai nearly lost his balance and instinctively opened his mouth to exclaim, causing the pill to fly out and land directly in his mouth. Zhou Shubai felt a sudden constriction in his throat as he swallowed the pill. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and Lin Zhixia held her breath, quietly watching Zhou Shubai. Chapter 38. Enigmatic Zhou Shubai. Detecting the handsome target, Zhou Shubai has consumed the enchantment pill. Intimacy level increased by 3 levels, current intimacy level 5. Intimacy level 5 activated, fortress attack power increased by 50. Random additional 30 points to host's combat attributes, with agility, attack power, and defense each increased by 10. Current host's combat attributes, attack power, 110 defense power, 110 crit rate, 110 dodge rate, 110 agility, 110 handsome. Zhou Shubai triggers passionate mode. Wishing the host a delightful night with the target. May you bear children soon. Bear children soon, my foot. Lin Zhixia's heart was in turmoil. After Zhou Shubai ingested the pill, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His previously calm gaze ignited with fervor, fixating intently on Lin Zhixia, accompanied by a foolish grin. Sister Xia, you look exceptionally beautiful today. I long to be close to you, he declared. Before Lin Zhixia could react, he suddenly dashed towards her. Startled, she hurriedly sidestepped. Don't come near. She fled from the bedroom to the living room, but Zhou Shubai relentlessly pursued her, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Xia, don't run. I won't harm you. I just feel so happy being with you. Please don't reject me. It truly saddens me. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi stood by, dumbfounded. Their expressions a mix of astonishment. Was this really the previously aloof and dignified Dr. Zhou? Had he been possessed? Hadn't he always sought to escape the fortress? Indeed. Hadn't he often called Xia a female demon? How had he suddenly transformed into such a clingy individual? Gu Yusen, though silent, sensed that something was amiss, positioning himself to shield Zhou Shubai. However, Zhou Shubai, slippery as an eel, darted beneath Gu Yusen's arm and circled around him. Witnessing Lin Zhixia fleeing in panic, Liao Qingxi could no longer contain himself. Grabbing a broom nearby, he shouted, Demon! Who are you? Get off, Dr. Zhou. To everyone's surprise, Song Huichuan rushed from the kitchen with a handful of glutinous rice, tossing it at Zhou Shubai. Demon! If you don't want to be beaten to a pulp, quickly reveal your true form. In an instant, the entire villa was in disarray. Gu Yusen could only facepalm in exasperation, while Su Qinghe attempted to mediate. But no one paid him any mind. Lin Zhixia dashed into her bedroom, quickly locking the door behind her. Her heart raced as she sank to the floor. This demon had finally been shaken off. But before she could catch her breath, a furious knocking echoed from outside her door. Zhou Shubai's ghostly voice called out, Dearest Xia, open the door. Your darling husband is here. At that moment, the system audibly interjected. Host detects your darling husband knocking at the door. Lin Zhixia, infuriated, retorted. What darling husband? He is more like your husband. The system's mechanical voice, accompanied by a faint electric hum, remained cold yet seemed to carry a hint of mockery. No. Host, he is your husband. Your husband. Your husband. Your husband. Lin Zhixia found herself in a heated exchange with the system, only to hear Zhou Shubai outside singing a love song, completely tone-deaf yet lost in his own world, creating what could only be described as a significant noise pollution. Her skin crawled as she cursed at the system. Which deity invented this pill? Can it make him shut up? Seeing that the system ignored her, she yelled at Zhou Xibai outside. Zhou Xibai, shut up. Zhou Xibai, aggrieved outside, continued his noisy serenade. Dear Xia, don't you like the song I'm singing? Not at all. Lin Zhixia replied icily. She thought that such a heartless statement would silence him, but to her surprise, after a brief pause, he reignited his fervor. No worries, Xia, if you don't like this song, I'll sing you another. With that, he dove back into his melodic oblivion. The noise pollution drove Lin Zhixia to despair. She could only desperately cover her ears. How she wished she were deaf at that moment. After what felt like an eternity of being tormented by the cacophony, the singing finally ceased. Lin Zhixia peered out the window. The mist had thickened, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. With a sigh, she thought, at last, this fellow had left, likely tired and off to sleep. She lazily collapsed onto her bed, ready for a well-deserved rest. Yet, barely 5 minutes passed before strange noises emerged from outside her door. Zhou Xibai was peering through the window, his head poking out, grinning widely, revealing a row of pearly teeth. Lin Zhixia jolted upright, nearly fainting. In the pitch-black night, it appeared as if a set of shining teeth floated outside her window. Before she could utter a curse, Zhou Xibai's ghostly voice floated in from outside. Xia.
Don't be shy.
It's so late, I'm afraid you might be scared, so I came to keep you company. Lin Zhixia scoffed internally. You being here is far more terrifying. After much coaxing, she finally managed to persuade the demon Zhou Xibai to return to sleep. In the morning, the first to emerge for breakfast was Song Huichuan, his eyes shadowed with dark circles, clearly having had a sleepless night. Liao Qingxi was no better, his pallor resembling that of a zombie. Gu Yusin maintained his usual calm demeanor, but his movements betrayed a sense of restraint, fatigue evident in his eyes. The most pitiable was Su Qinghe, who slumped into a chair in the dining room, looking as if he had been drained of all vitality. The physical toll from the previous night had been more exhausting than slaying 100 zombies. Just as everyone appeared weary and ready to indulge in breakfast, Zhou Xibai strolled in, seemingly unfazed, his pace light and sprightly. What delectable delights await us this morning? He inquired, his gaze bright and innocent, as if he had no recollection of the previous night's events. Ah, more whole wheat bread. I suppose that will suffice, he said, nonchalantly taking a seat, munching on bread while sipping milk. His carefree demeanor left the other handsome men momentarily speechless. Had this fellow truly forgotten the previous night? Yet, they dared not provoke him, wary of inadvertently triggering his demon switch and creating another disaster. It was Song Huichuan, bold as ever, who cautiously asked Zhou Xibai, "Do you have any recollection of what transpired last night?" At this, Zhou Xibai pondered for a few seconds, a look of innocent confusion on his face as he resumed eating his bread. For some reason, I have no memory of last night. But it must have been a splendid evening. Good heavens! Liao Qingxi nearly exploded with frustration. Splendid? How audaciously he uttered those words. Song Huichuan was incensed, rising abruptly and raising his hand, intent on delivering a resounding slap to the scoundrel, only to be firmly restrained by Su Qinghe. Despite this, he could not suppress his roar. Zhou Xibai, you heartless wretch. Liao Qingxi joined in the vitriol. You may be well, but what about us? We've endured your torment all night, and you, upon waking, have completely forgotten. However, Zhou Xibai gazed at them with an expression of innocence, his wide eyes brimming with questions. What are you all talking about? In an instant, their defenses crumbled, and wails echoed throughout the apartment. Chapter 39. The madman's invitation. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, gliding down Lin Zhixia's hair and dripping onto her porcelain shoulders. The fragrance of shower gel enveloping the entire bathroom in a fragrant mist. Just as she switched off the shower, droplets still clinging to her fingers, her phone vibrated restlessly, capturing her attention. Lin Zhixia donned her bathrobe, casually drying her hands before pulling her phone closer. A message suddenly popped up from an unfamiliar number. Miss Fox, do you have time to come over? I might have something you desire. Lin Zhixia was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, her damp fingers typing a response. Who are you? The reply came swiftly. Miss Lin, being so clever, you must have already guessed. Such madcap words could only have been penned by He Jinyu, a man of profound scheming. A flicker of anxiety coursed through her, and she hastily dried the ends of her hair before exiting the bathroom. In her haste, the bathrobe hung loosely, water still dripping from her hair onto her cheeks, cascading onto her robe. Her focus remained solely on the message, oblivious to the alluring and enchanting sight she presented as she emerged from the bath. Without time to dry her hair, she slipped on a pair of dry slippers and dashed towards the A-building villa of Gu Yusin. In moments of urgency, her thoughts instinctively turned to Gu Yusin. This man always provided her with a sense of security amidst her chaos. Gu Yusin, Lin Zhixia exclaimed as she rushed in, scanning for his figure. Come quickly, I need to talk to you. At that moment, Gu Yusin was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. But as he glanced towards the door, his attention was captivated. Lin Zhixia's wet hair cascaded down her sides, her cheeks flushed from the rush, and the loosely wrapped bathrobe exuded a languid charm, rendering her even more enchanting. Gu Yusin felt a subtle tightening in his throat, his heart racing uncontrollably. The air around them seemed infused with the sweetness of cotton candy. Detected strong emotional attraction from Gu Yusin towards the host. Intimacy level increased from level 8 to level 9. Intimacy level 9 activated, fortress attack power increased by 90. Host combat attributes randomly increased by 10 points. Critical hit rate raised to 120. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 110, defense power, 110, critical hit rate, 120, evasion rate, 110, agility, 110. Lin Zhixia stared at the sudden system notification in her mind, puzzled. She was merely hurriedly delivering news. How had her intimacy level inexplicably risen? She waved her hand in front of Gu Yusin. What are you daydreaming about? Gu Yusin snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze, and feigned calmness. Xia, what's the matter? Lin Zhixia immediately thrust her phone towards him, her tone laced with urgency. This is from He Jinyu. He claims to have something I want. What should we do now? Gu Yusin took the phone, perusing the message before his brows furrowed tightly, a suppressed hatred glimmering in his eyes. It's him. We haven't settled the score from last time, and he dares to come back. Had it not been for his ambush during the outbreak of mutated zombies, I wouldn't have been so easily captured. This man was cunning. Who knew what schemes he was plotting now? Lin Zhixia's gaze flickered with melancholy. Despite the danger, she felt compelled to go. After all, she had yet to uncover the truth behind her mother's death. Perhaps investigating would yield some revelations. Of course, we must go. Gu Yusin rose decisively, his tone resolute. This time, we'll not only probe his intentions, but also collect our debts with interest. They nodded in agreement, each retreating to gather their belongings. As was his custom, Gu Yusin summoned Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxi, Su Qinghe, and Zhou Xibai, who convened at the fortress entrance, prepared to accompany her to confront He Jinyu. Song Huichuan, shouldering a Type 95 automatic rifle, despite his wounds still healing, could hardly contain his excitement regarding the impending battle. Last time, he had shielded Lin Zhixia from gunfire, sustaining considerable injury, but thanks to Zhou Xubai's wind element abilities that aided his recovery, the pain had lessened significantly. Coupled with Lin Zhixia's unwavering care, his recuperation was swift. Understanding his combative nature and loyalty, Lin Zhixia did not deter him from joining. After all, with Gu Yusin's protective skills, He Jinyu would think twice before attempting to harm them. Once they were all in the vehicle, Gu Yusin took the driver's seat, steering steadily down the darkened road towards the black market exchange. Numerous zombies littered the route, yet Gu Yusin's driving skills were remarkably adept, allowing him to dodge every oncoming threat. The others, not without their own prowess, wielded firearms and efficiently cleared the path of advancing zombies. As they approached the black market exchange, Lin Zhixia donned a fox mask, obscuring her face entirely, her steps brisk as she entered. Gu Yusin and the other handsome men followed closely behind, exuding a formidable aura that would intimidate anyone within a 5-meter radius. He Jinyu lounged in the VIP section, lighting a cigarette. His gaze turned colder and more playful upon her entrance, as if awaiting his prey to take the bait. Slowly rising, a half-smile gracing his lips. Here marked Miss Lin, you arrived quite swiftly. I wonder why Mr. He summoned me? Lin Zhixia, disinterested in engaging in pleasantries with this calculating man, cut to the chase. Her tone icily resolute. Mr. He Jinyu echoed, his slender fingers resting on his chin, his eyes glinting with amusement. It's been a long time since anyone has addressed me that way. After a brief pause, he continued as a businessman. Seeking out Miss Lin is undoubtedly for the sake of profit. Lin Zhixia tilted her head slightly, questioning, what do you mean? He Jinyu leisurely replied. A new batch of goods has recently arrived. Would Miss Fox care to stay and take a look at something fresh? The word goods slipped from his lips, as if discussing a trivial item rather than living beings. She vividly recalled the previous auction at the black market, where these soulless individuals displayed a complete disregard for human life, lacking any moral compass. Seeing the inhumane He Jinyu, Lin Zhixia couldn't help but internally curse, heartless merchant. Despicable and shameless. She composed herself, suppressing her anger, and coldly stated, if Mr. He has summoned me for this matter, I must decline. Before her words had fully left her lips, she turned to leave. Miss Fox, don't be hasty. He Jinyu's voice slithered like an evil sprite. I advise you to stay and take a look. This is a gift I have meticulously selected for Miss Lin. Chapter 40. Reunion with Jiang Yan. A gift? Lin Zhixia paused, her heart racing with unease. This sinister man, what schemes was he concocting now? He Hanyu exuded an aura of danger that deterred any approach. Yet, the mere mention of a gift piqued Lin Zhixia's curiosity. The cause of her mother's death remained unresolved, and she was unwilling to overlook any potential clue. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately resolved to stay. The auction commenced swiftly, revealing several iron cages upon the stage, casting an eerie shadow under the bright lights. Each cage contained a different individual, both male and female. Clad in tattered garments, their bodies bore the scars of cruel beatings, their eyes filled with despair and terror. Huddled in the corners, too frightened to utter a word. Amidst this chilling atmosphere, the auctioneer's voice resonated like a specter. Various patrons began to bid on their chosen toys. The price shockingly low, merely a handful of snacks and instant noodles to indulge in their grotesque desires. These individuals were merciless, employing brutal tactics that transcended mere humiliation, even contemplating handing them over to the chef. They deliberated on how best to prepare these goods, debating methods such as boiling, frying, or stir-frying. The incessant chatter suggested that, in their eyes, the occupants of the cages were not human beings, but mere playthings satisfying their perverse appetites and culinary whims. Zhou Shubai, a man of integrity, had never witnessed such a scene, his cheeks flushed, veins bulging.
How can you treat them this way?
They are not commodities, they are living beings. Don't you have any conscience? Conscience? He Hanyu glanced at him with disdain, scoffing. What value does conscience hold? If it could be sold, perhaps it would be worth something. Lin Zhixia could no longer suppress her fury, her gaze piercing as she confronted He Hanyu. You are utterly heartless. How can you earn money through such inhuman means? Don't you fear nightmares? Fear nightmares? He Hanyu turned away, his eyes devoid of emotion. Miss Lin, how naive you are. Sensing the underlying meaning in his words, Lin Zhixia inquired. What do you mean? Should I commend your intelligence or your foolishness, Miss Lin? He Hanyu retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone. If you weren't so naive, how could you have been outmaneuvered by your biological father and stepmother? Betrayed by your fiancé? Such a promising background, yet you end up with nothing. Wasn't that your own childishness? His words sliced through Lin Zhixia's heart like a knife. Her brows furrowing, pupils constricting, fists clenching, her body trembling. My plight is not due to my kindness, but because I encountered cruel and scheming individuals like you. Even if I endure betrayal after betrayal, I will never regard human life as expendable, nor will I resort to unscrupulous means for profit. Individuals like you will inevitably face retribution. Retribution? He Hanyu burst into laughter, as if he had heard a great joke, his voice carrying a derisive tone. Do you truly believe that in this cannibalistic world, the virtuous can survive? When your resources run out, you will perish just the same. Instead of pitying others, might it not be wiser to pity yourself? Even if I find myself starving and destitute, I will not survive by trampling on the lives of others. Lin Zhixia declared resolutely. Even in the face of apocalypse, I will preserve my ideals. My goal is to save lives, not harm them. I have no interest in associating with someone like you, who sees only profit and manipulation. Disdain? He Hanyu inched closer, his voice low, imbued with an unsettling allure. Miss Lin, your ideals are commendable, yet I wonder how long they will sustain you. Those who have never witnessed darkness have no right to judge others' actions. Your righteous indignation seems profoundly hypocritical to me. As their eyes locked, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. Warning: a fierce conflict has occurred between the host and He Hanyu. He Hanyu's favorability has significantly decreased, current intimacy level at 50. Alert! Negative intimacy will result in a 50 decrease in fortress attack power. Please mend the relationship or distance yourself from the target. Another damnable threat. Lin Zhixia scoffed. She wished for He Hanyu to despise her even more, ensuring she would never have to cross paths with such madness again. Before she could contemplate further, she noticed He Hanyu approaching with someone. Her heart tightened as she recognized the disheveled figure before her, whose eyes radiated insincerity and loathsomeness. It was Jiang Yanji. That despicable He Hanyu, in his quest for revenge, had brought Jiang Yanji along, positioning him beside her. Disgusted, she turned her body away, attempting to distance herself from him. To her surprise, He Hanyu smirked, an enigmatic and sinister smile gracing his lips. "Miss Lin, are you pleased with the gift I have presented to you?" Lin Zhixia glared at him. "If you summon me just to see him, then I believe I can take my leave." With that, she stood to depart. Yet He Hanyu grasped her arm, his deep-set eyes filled with mystery. "There is a second gift, Miss Lin. Why not take a look?" Jiang Yanji had not initially recognized Lin Zhixia, but He Hanyu's insinuations made it clear. Upon seeing her well-being, he approached with a sycophantic grin. "Zhixia? Is it really you? Where have you been? I've searched for you everywhere. I was genuinely worried." Faced with his familiar visage, Lin Zhixia felt only revulsion, recalling the shame of having once been enamored with such a person. Though he received not a single glance from her, Jiang Yanji persisted, feigning concern. "You still blame me, Zhixia? Please forgive me. I merely made a mistake that any man might make. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? It's all that wretched Su Qianyue's fault for seducing me. I have only ever loved you." Lin Zhixia ignored the groveling Jiang Yanji, finding even a single word exchanged with him distasteful. Su Qinghe interjected with a tone laced in mockery. "Lin, the atmosphere in this exchange is dreadful. Filled with buzzing flies. How revolting." Song Huichuan joined in. "Su Qinghe, you misheard. It's not flies but barking dogs. There's one making quite a racket."
How dare he?
Liao Qingxi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yanji. Even dogs possess loyalty, unlike some people, whose hearts are as filthy as can be. Before Jiang Yanji could retort, the auctioneer announced, "Next, we present the two most precious items of this auction." As the iron cage was wheeled onto the stage, a hush fell over the audience. Inside, a young boy donned a tattered black t-shirt, sleeves torn, revealing his lithe arms. His skin was pale, yet vibrant with youthful vigor. His hair was tousled, with strands obscuring one eye, the visible one glinting with rebellious spirit. Even confined within the cage, he radiated a wildness that dared anyone to approach. The system's notification echoed in the air, detecting a suitable target, Xinxingye, a Leo, a fire sign. His fire-related abilities allowed him to conjure flames, with both intensity and temperature increasing as his power level rose, currently at level 0, and intimacy also at 0. Just as the system's prompt faded, another iron cage was pushed forward, revealing a woman curled up within. Su Qianyue. Her complexion was ashen, her clothing tattered, yet her abdomen still showed a slight bulge, indicating that the child within her was still alive. Lin Zhixia inwardly scoffed at Su Qianyue's tenacity. Despite being brutalized in the black market, she had not lost her child. Upon seeing Su Qianyue, Jiang Yanji's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned to Lin Zhixia, his tone laden with moral indignation.
Zhixia,
"Look at how Su Qianyue is suffering. And she is pregnant. You must use your resources to rescue her. She is your sister." "Sister?" Lin Zhixia finally lifted her eyelids, her voice as frosty as ice. "Wasn't it you who sold your precious wife here? What kind of tragic persona are you trying to portray now?" "I was compelled by circumstances." Jiang Yanji hastily defended himself, his gaze evasive. "In this apocalypse, resources are scarce. I had no other option but to resort to such drastic measures. If you had given me some resources back then, I wouldn't have had to be so heartless. How can you expect me to stand by while you play the victim?" Song Huichuan interjected, unable to contain his anger, leveling his gun at Jiang Yanji. "You can't even provide for your woman and child, and yet you treat her like merchandise, then blame Zhixia? Have some shame." Liao Qingxi summoned a flicker of flame in his palm, his eyes sharp as daggers. "You deceived Zhixia into giving resources to Su Qianyue, which led to her being besieged by zombies, and now you dare to impose your moral high ground. You deserve a beating." Gu Yusin was enveloped in an icy aura, his gaze like a poisoned blade. "If you utter another word against Zhixia, I will ensure you regret it." Even the usually gentle Zhou Shubai frowned in disapproval. As a man, if you cannot protect your woman and child, how can you shift the responsibility onto others? You are unworthy of the title. Their words left Jiang Yanji's face a storm of colors, his mouth agape, yet unable to formulate a rebuttal, trembling in place with fury. Enough! He Jinyu's voice suddenly broke the commotion. He clapped his hands, and a dozen men in black swiftly surrounded Lin Zhixia's group, guns aimed at them, as well as at Xinxingye and Su Qianyue. Miss Fox, one of them must be purchased. Are you attempting to coerce us? Do you truly believe we can be bullied? Song Huichuan immediately raised his rifle, pointing it at He Jinyu. Don't think that we fear you just because you outnumber us. Liao Qingxi followed suit, indeed. Our firearms are not for show. The atmosphere was thick with tension, both sides standing ready to clash. The black-clad men shouted curses, while Song Huichuan's group retaliated just as fiercely. Alert! Host's conflict with He Jinyu has intensified, causing He Jinyu's favorability towards the host to drop to level 100. Warning! Negative intimacy has reached a critical threshold, making future reconciliation exceedingly difficult. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Lin Zhixia let out a cold laugh, internally addressing the system. Reconciliation? There are plenty of handsome men. Losing one He Jinyu will not affect me at all. Observing the standoff, He Jinyu's eyes flashed with impatience, quickly suppressing it. His tone softened slightly. Miss Fox, there is no need for both parties to suffer. If you purchase one of them, I will provide you with the information you most desire. Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her masked gaze. What credibility do you possess as a shady businessman? In business, credibility is also a bargaining chip. He Jinyu flicked his cigar with his fingers, speaking with a hint of certainty. I have no reason to engage in a life-and-death struggle over such trivial matters. Once a transaction is completed, I will relay the information accurately. My request is modest. 3 boxes of instant noodles and a box of roasted chicken. The two faced off for a few seconds, and everyone anticipated that Lin Zhixia would redeem Su Qianyue out of sisterly affection, especially given her tragic condition while pregnant. Yet the next moment, Lin Zhixia merely lifted her chin, her tone flat. I will redeem Xinxingye. The announcement caused an uproar. Jiang Yanji stared at her in disbelief. Zhixia, are you insane? You would redeem an unrelated celebrity instead of saving Qianyue? Lin Zhixia dismissed him with a wave of her hand, snapping her fingers lightly and turning to He Jinyu. The resources are in the G compartment. I will send you the information I seek shortly. He Jinyu's eyes widened momentarily in surprise before he chuckled softly. Miss Fox is indeed exceptional. It's a deal. The black-clad men opened the iron cage, and Xinxingye staggered out, still exuding a wild and untamed aura, regarding Lin Zhixia with cold eyes, like a wary wolf. Lin Zhixia offered no further words, simply nodding her head towards the exit. Follow me. Xinxingye pressed his lips together, neither refusing nor approaching, maintaining a distance as he followed her. On the other side, Su Qianyue, witnessing Lin Zhixia's indifference, immediately rushed to the cage's edge, gripping the bars with both hands, tears streaming down her face in a pitiful display. Sister,
Please save me.
I know I was wrong. I will never harm you again, nor will I take your man. You look like a resourceful big shot. I beg you to show some mercy and redeem me. I have a child. I cannot die here. The sight of her feigned innocence churned Lin Zhixia's stomach. She turned, looking down at Su Qianyue with derision in her eyes.
Redeem you?
So you can return and recover, only to conspire with Jiang Yanji against me? Or continue to sow discord and take what is mine? I won tea. I truly know I was wrong. Su Qianyue cried even harder, her tears merging with her snot. Sister, I promise to behave from now on. I only seek a chance to live. Lin Zhixia scoffed coldly, her voice as frigid as ice. A chance to live? In your past life, you and Jiang Yanji locked me out while I was attacked by zombies. Did you ever think to offer me a chance to live then? Now you plead with me? It's too late. She turned to leave without a hint of nostalgia, her resolute demeanor silencing Su Qianyue's cries, leaving her filled with despair. Su Qianyue stared blankly at Lin Zhixia's retreating figure, pondering, past life? What past life? Seeing Lin Zhixia completely disregard Su Qianyue, Jiang Yanji thick-skinly approached again, brimming with misplaced confidence. Zhixia, since you won tea save Qianyue, then take me with you. Though you have many men around, none can compare to my knowledge and intentions towards you. I am a graduate of a prestigious university. I am far more useful than those brutes who can only fight. His presumptuousness ignited the fury of Song Huichuan and the others. Chapter 42. Teasing the little wolf dog. Song Huichuan pushed him away with a scoff.
Uffed.
Have you taken a look in the mirror to assess your worth? Liao Qingxi punched him squarely in the face. With your limited knowledge, you can't even fend off zombies in this apocalypse, yet you expect Zhixia to take you in?
Dream on.
Su Qinghe adjusted his glasses, his tone cool yet cutting. Mr. Jiang, you can't even support yourself, yet you wish to assist Lin in managing affairs? Have you forgotten that it was Lin who helped you with your projects? Gu Yusin radiated an icy aura, his eyes sharp as knives.
Get lost.
Zhou Shubai could no longer restrain himself, frowning. One must possess self-awareness. Do not humiliate yourself. Jiang Yanji's face turned a mottled hue as he attempted to defend himself, but Lin Zhixia, now impatient, waved her hand dismissively. Stop wasting time with him. Let us go. The group turned to leave, but Jiang Yanji persisted, trailing behind as he shouted, Lin Zhixia, you will regret this. Without me, you will eventually face trouble. Unable to endure any longer, Song Huichuan exchanged a glance with Liao Qingxi. The two moved in unison, seizing Jiang Yanji and pinning him to the ground, kicking him mercilessly, landing blows that made him yelp in pain. This is for pestering Zhixia. This is for your arrogance. Song Huichuan cursed as he struck, warning that if anyone dared to follow, they would face dire consequences, ending up like Su Qianyue in the black market. Jiang Yanji, battered and bruised, curled up on the ground, too intimidated to utter a sound. Lin Zhixia did not look back, quickening her pace alongside Gu Yusin, Song Huichuan and the others, including the trailing Xin Xingye, as they exited the black market trading center. Outside, the night remained thick and oppressive, with the headlights of the off-road vehicle cutting through the darkness. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle and sped away. Outside the window, darkness enveloped them. Zombies roared and lunged. Yet Gu Yusin deftly maneuvered the vehicle, crushing the occasional zombie that clung stubbornly to the side. Xin Xingye sat in the corner of the back seat, his spine straight as a taut bowstring. He still wore the tattered black t-shirt, with a tear at the sleeve exposing his pale arm, flecked with dark stains of gore. Yet this did not diminish the wildness that clung to him. He tilted his head, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly retreating scenery outside, deliberately avoiding the eyes of the others in the vehicle. Only when Lin Zhixia spoke did his ears faintly redden. Does it hurt? Lin Zhixia turned to him, her tone flat yet laced with subtle concern. She had distinctly noticed the bloodstain on his arm from the iron bars of the cage earlier. Xin Xingye stiffened, his throat bobbing as he muttered, "It doesn't hurt." His voice, bright yet deliberately muted, seemed to conceal something. Doesn't hurt? Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, not waiting for his response as she leaned closer, her fingertips gently brushing against the wound on his arm. The icy touch made Xin Xingye flinch, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, yet he did not pull away. Still putting on a brave face despite the blood, Lin Zhixia remarked, retrieving iodine and gauze from her first aid kit. Su Qinghe, pass me a pair of tweezers. Su Qinghe promptly handed over the tool, his lips subtly curling downwards, feeling somewhat sour, as if he had tasted vinegar. Xin Xingye sat rigidly, every muscle tense, even his breathing subdued. He could distinctly smell the faint fragrance of Lin Zhixia, mingled with the antiseptic scent of iodine, which was surprisingly soothing rather than overwhelming. He stole glances at her, watching as she focused intently on cleaning his wound, her movements gentle and in stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. However, when the iodine touched his injury, he could not help but gasp sharply. Just bear with it. Lin Zhixia looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with playful mockery. You weren't scared of the men in black earlier. Can't you handle this little pain? Who said I can't handle it? Xin Xingye retorted, his neck stiffening, though his eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. I just wasn't careful. Before he could finish, the off-road vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt. Gu Yusin's deep voice resonated. We have a situation. The group instantly heightened their vigilance, while Song Huichuan readied his Type 95 automatic rifle, leaning against the window to peer outside. It's a mutated zombie, and there's more than one. He deliberately positioned himself closer to Lin Zhixia, nearly pressing against her. Xia, hide behind me. I'll take care of them. Outside, 3 robust mutated zombies roared and lunged forward, their bodies more aggressive than those they had previously encountered, their claws glinting ominously, and their deep gray skin riddled with grotesque wounds, the stench wafting through the car window. Prepare for battle. Lin Zhixia decisively declared, flinging open the car door and leaping out. Gu Yusin followed closely, his earth-based powers activating instantly, enveloping him in a dense, yellowish glow, immediately shielding Lin Zhixia behind him. His tone brooking no argument. "Stay close to me. Don't wander off." His gaze swept over Xinxingya, laden with scrutiny, as if issuing a warning. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi also dashed out, their palms igniting with fierce flames. Song Huichuan intentionally took the position closest to Lin Zhixia, the flames transforming into blades that struck at the mutated zombies while he called out, "Xia, watch me. I'll take care of them quickly." Liao Qingxi circled to the other side, his eyes gleaming with playful provocation as he occasionally glanced at Xinxingya. Some people should refrain from showing off their newly activated powers. We wouldn't want Xia to be distracted looking after you. Although Zhou Xubai remained by the vehicle, his gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Zhixia. Xinxingya observed the fierce battle outside, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. He did not wish to be seen as a burden needing protection, nor did he want to owe Lin Zhixia a favor. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the car door and charged out, grabbing a broken rebar from the roadside to strike a mutated zombie from behind. The clang echoed as the rebar struck the zombie, leaving only a shallow mark. The mutated zombie whirled around, roaring as it lunged at Xinxingya, its claws aimed directly at his face. "Be careful," Lin Zhixia shouted, pulling the trigger as a bullet pierced the zombie's shoulder. But it failed to deliver a fatal blow. Instinctively, Xinxingya raised his hand to block. In that critical moment, a flicker of orange flame erupted from his palm. Though it was no larger than a fist, it radiated an intense heat, instantly igniting the zombie's face. The zombie's skin sizzled and charred, emitting a deafening screech as it staggered backward.
Ding!
Detected Xinxingya activating fire elemental powers, current power level, level 1. Defense of the fortress increased by 10.
Ding!
Detected Xinxingya developing feelings of gratitude and dependence towards the host, affection level 20, current intimacy level 2. Intimacy level 2 activated, fortress attack power increased by 20. Randomly adding 20 points to the host's combat attributes, agility and critical hit rate increased by 10 each. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 110 defense power, 110 critical hit rate, 130 evasion rate, 110 agility, 120. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Zhixia's eyes. She hadn't anticipated Xinxingya's powers to activate so swiftly. "Concentrate fire. Aim for its head," she commanded. Xinxingya quickly regained his composure, directing the flames in his palm toward the mutated zombie time and again. Though the flames were small, his speed was remarkable, allowing him to deftly evade the zombie's attacks while finding opportunities to scorch its vital points. He deliberately edged closer to Lin Zhixia. Each time he repelled a zombie, he instinctively glanced at her, as if seeking her approval. Chapter 43. The taste of being cherished. Gu Yusin observed the scene, his brow furrowed as his earth powers surged, completely blocking 2 zombies. His tone carried a hint of overt emphasis. "Xia, leave this side to me. Stay away." Seeing this, Song Huichuan intensified his power output, launching fireballs directly at the last remaining zombie while loudly exclaiming, "Xia, look, I've taken down the last one." The battle concluded swiftly, with the system chiming in.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing 3 level 1 mutated zombies, earning 30 points. Current points, 60. Host combat attributes elevated by 1 level, increasing all attributes by 10. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 120 defense power, 120 critical hit rate, 140 evasion rate, 120 agility, 130. Just as Xinxingya intended to approach Lin Zhixia to claim credit, he was preemptively intercepted by Song Huichuan. "Kid, just activated your powers and already trying to cozy up to Xia?" Song Huichuan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with provocation. "You think you can compete for her attention with us? You're still too green." "I'm not competing for anyone," Xinxingya immediately retorted, his cheeks flushed crimson. "I just wanted to thank her." "Thanking her?" Liao Qingxi approached, patting Xinxingya on the shoulder, his gaze playful. "You don't need to be so clingy."
Do you?
"Can't you see Xia is already surrounded by us?" Su Qinghe adjusted his glasses, his tone deceptively mild, yet each word struck deep. "Mr. Shen, having just joined the fortress, it would be wise to familiarize yourself with your surroundings first. Lin has many matters to attend to, so it would be best not to intrude continually." Zhou Xibai nodded, his tone imbued with the meticulousness characteristic of a physician. Your wound requires further treatment. Allow me to escort you for a dressing change. We shouldn't trouble President Lin here. As he spoke, he reached to pull Shen Xingye away. Don't be too excessive. Shen Xingye broke free from Zhou Xibai's grasp, glaring at the group. Xia is free to converse with whomever she chooses. Who are you to interfere? Because we have known Xia longer than you. Song Huichuan retorted, his neck stiffening. While we risked our lives for her. You are still confined in a cage on the black market. Enough. Lin Zhixia interjected, stepping forward to halt the escalating dispute. Observing the tense atmosphere, she felt not anger but warmth within her heart. The sight of these men vying for her attention stirred a sense of being cherished that she had never experienced in her past life. Let us cease this bickering. Lin Zhixia approached Shen Xingye, patting his shoulder with a teasing tone. Well done, little wolf cub, quite impressive. Shen Xingye's cheeks flushed instantly, his ears heating up. He averted his gaze sharply, stubbornly declaring, Who is the little wolf cub? I merely refuse to owe you a favor. Oh? Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, leaning closer, nearly whispering in his ear, her voice laced with allure. I have purchased you, you are now mine, understand? The warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Shen Xingye's body to stiffen, his heart racing wildly. He could distinctly sense Lin Zhixia's breath and catch a whiff of her enticing fragrance. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, yet he remained obstinate. How absurd! You fickle woman. Fickle? Lin Zhixia chuckled softly, lifting his chin to compel him to meet her gaze. I have many people around me, all of whom willingly follow me. What about you? You claim to be disinterested, yet your body betrays you. This intimate gesture ignited jealousy in the others. Gu Yusin's aura darkened, his eyes sharp as daggers. Song Huichuan stepped forward, intent on separating the two, only to be halted by Gu Yusin's steely gaze. Liao Qingxi's playful demeanor turned sour with jealousy as he reached out to embrace Lin Zhixia's waist, only to have her deftly evade him. Shen Xingye's eyes widened in a fluster, instinctively attempting to back away, yet Lin Zhixia firmly grasped his chin. He met her teasing and confident eyes. Feeling inexplicably defiant yet unable to articulate a retort, he could only puff out his chest and glare at her obstinately. Enough of this commotion. Gu Yusin approached, forcibly separating Lin Zhixia from Shen Xingye, positioning Lin Zhixia behind him, his tone tinged with barely concealed jealousy. Let us return to the fortress first. His arm wrapped protectively around Lin Zhixia's shoulders, as if to stake his claim. Only then did Lin Zhixia relinquish her hold, affectionately ruffling Shen Xingye's hair. Come now, my little wolf cub. Shen Xingye abruptly swatted her hand away, indignantly retorting, Don't touch me. I can walk on my own. With that, he strode towards the off-road vehicle, maintaining an upright posture despite exuding a touch of disgruntled pride. He turned back briefly to glare at Gu Yusin, his eyes filled with unspoken resentment. Observing his retreating figure, Song Huichuan hastened to Lin Zhixia's side, his tone laden with grievance. Xia, you were far too kind to him just now. You didn't show me such concern when I was injured last time. Indeed, Xia. Liao Qingxi chimed in, reaching out to take Lin Zhixia's hand. I too wish for your affectionate touch. Although Yu Qinghe remained silent, he gazed at Lin Zhixia with a pleading expression. Zhou Xibai adjusted his glasses and quietly stated, Xia, when we return, I shall examine you to ensure you are uninjured. Lin Zhixia looked at the men surrounding her, a fond smile blossoming in her eyes. Being cherished by such remarkable men, all vying for her affection, was indeed a captivating sensation. She patted Song Huichuan's arm and reassured the others, enough now. You are all mine, and I care for each of you. Is that not sufficient? Upon returning to the villa complex in the west of the city, dawn was breaking. Lin Zhixia led Shen Xingye to Villa F. You will reside here from now on. There are clean clothes and supplies inside. Should you need anything, just let me know. You needn't feign kindness. Shen Xingye scoffed, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Yet, just before closing it, he stole a glance at Lin Zhixia. Flickers of complex emotions crossing his eyes. In the following days, Lin Zhixia practiced shooting at the training ground, while Shen Xingye practiced his abilities nearby, deliberately making his control over flames appear ostentatious. What are you doing? Song Huichuan, unable to tolerate the display, approached Shen Xingye and deliberately bumped shoulders with him. It was evident he found it difficult to be cordial with this intruder, vying for Lin Zhixia's attention. Just practicing my abilities. Is it necessary to be so ostentatious? You don't have to be so obvious in trying to catch Xia's eye. I shall do as I please. Shen Xingye shot back defiantly. Better than some who can only follow Xia around, seeking her favor.
Who are you calling a brat?
Song Huichuan's temper flared, fists clenched tightly. I care for Xia. Unlike you, with your ulterior motives. The two were on the verge of a physical altercation when Liao Qingxi hurriedly stepped in, only to stoke the flames. All right. Cease this fighting. Xia is still here. Do you wish for her to witness a farce? As he spoke, he cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Zhixia.
Xia.
I'm the most sensible one here, am I not? Lin Zhixia surveyed the chaotic scene before her, feeling not annoyance, but rather amusement. However, her tone remained cool and aloof. Enough. Instead of bickering over jealousy, why not train diligently? Whoever proves stronger, I will spend more time with. Her words silenced everyone, their eyes igniting with fervor. Song Huichuan was the first to respond. Xia, wait for me. I'm off to slay zombies and upgrade my abilities. I'll join. Shen Xingye quickly followed. I will undoubtedly level up faster than you. The handsome men eagerly resolved to train, the previously tense atmosphere transforming into a united front as they marched towards the fortress exit. Lin Zhixia watched them, finding the situation amusing, realizing she could indeed be cherished by a group. With their companionship, even in the apocalypse, life seemed less arduous. Chapter 44. How can I kiss him that evening? After dinner, Gu Yusin led her to the surveillance room under the pretense of repairing the fortress, and they engaged in conversation for quite some time. After Shen Xingye finished his training, he began searching for Lin Zhixia. He searched for a while, ultimately finding her at the door of the surveillance room, where he saw her with Gu Yusin. Gu Yusin was focused on the screen, his profile sharp and stern, while Lin Zhixia stood beside him, appearing earnest. The atmosphere between them was harmonious and tacit. Shen Xingye observed the scene, a sense of irritation bubbling within him, compelling him to stride in. What are you discussing with him? You've been at it for so long. His tone bore a hint of accusation, his eyes filled with displeasure. We were discussing the repairs to the fortress. Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, noticing his discontent. What's wrong? You seem upset.
I'm not.
Shen Xingye immediately refuted. Yet he dared not meet her gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, I just think someone like Yu Qinghe or Song Huichuan could handle this. There's no need for you to engage with him personally. Gu Yusin is more adept in construction and defense, and he can utilize his abilities to enhance the fortress's defenses, Lin Zhixia replied, smiling at him. You're not jealous, are you? Who's jealous? Shen Xingye's face reddened instantly, his tone growing flustered. I merely believe you shouldn't waste time on such matters. It would be better if you taught me more combat techniques.
Oh.
You wish for me to teach you? Lin Zhixia's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then you must plead with me. I will not plead. Shen Xingye stood defiantly, turning to leave.
Stop.
Lin Zhixia called out, if you want me to teach you, you must agree to one condition. Shen Xingye paused, turning back to look at her. What condition? From now on, do not treat me coldly, nor argue back. Lin Zhixia said as she approached him, gently grasping his chin. You must obediently listen to my words, do you understand? Shen Xingye's cheeks flushed crimson. His gaze filled with struggle, yet under Lin Zhixia's watchful eyes, he gradually lowered his head and murmured, I understand. Observing his obedient demeanor, Lin Zhixia felt a wave of satisfaction. Rising slightly on her toes, she placed a tender kiss on his forehead, saying, Now you are being good. Shen Xingye was taken aback by the sudden kiss, his body stiffened, his pupils dilating, and his cheeks were so red they seemed to bleed. He stared blankly at Lin Zhixia, his heart racing wildly, his breath quickening. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Beep. Detected that Shen Xingye has developed romantic feelings for the host. Favorability, 15, current intimacy level, level 3. Intimacy level 3 activated, fortress attack power increased by 30. Randomly adds 20 points to the host's combat attributes, increasing attack and defense by 10 each. Current host combat attributes, attack, 130, defense, 130, critical rate, 130, evasion rate, 120, agility, 130. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by the arriving Song Huichuan and others. Song Huichuan instantly exploded in fury, Xia. How could you kiss him? Liao Qingxi echoed his discontent. That's too biased, Xia. I want to kiss too. Gu Yusin's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky. He swiftly moved to Lin Zhixia's side, pulling her into his embrace, his eyes coldly fixed on Shen Xingye. Stay away from Xia in the future. Shen Xingye, intimidated by Gu Yusin's imposing presence, still defiantly glared back. Why should I? Xia kissed me willingly. How dare you talk back? Song Huichuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson. All right, stop causing a ruckus, Lin Zhixia interjected, gently pushing Gu Yusin away, smiling. From now on, whoever performs well shall be rewarded. Does that sound agreeable? The group exchanged glances, each discerning mutual reluctance and determination in the other's eyes. Just then Lin Zhixia's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, she heard He Jinyu's deep and hoarse voice. Miss Lin, I hope you are well. His tone was neither warm nor cold, leaving his intentions inscrutable. Gu Yusin immediately sensed danger, leaning in to inquire. He Jinyu? Lin Zhixia nodded. They exchanged a knowing glance and promptly switched to speaker mode. Lin Zhixia maintained her icy demeanor. Mr. He, what do you want? Have you obtained news regarding my mother? Indeed, I have. He Jinyu's voice came through the receiver, laced with a hint of languor. However, I require a batch of useful medicinal materials in exchange. Lin Zhixia's brows furrowed instantly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of her phone. In this apocalyptic world, medicinal materials were already scarce, and they had depleted a significant amount previously. The remaining stock was reserved for emergencies. There was no surplus to offer him. We do not have many medicinal materials left. It may not suffice for your needs. Her tone was cold, already hinting at refusal. Do not be so hasty to decline. He Jinyu chuckled softly, his voice dripping with calculation. I do not want your current stock. There is a secret laboratory on the outskirts of the West City, harboring numerous achievements left behind by researchers, containing the finest medicinal materials and reagents from before the apocalypse. What I seek lies there. He paused, his tone turning straightforward. My own people are merely ordinary. They cannot withstand the zombies on the road, let alone the potential dangers within the laboratory. Your companions possess abilities far superior to mine, ensuring my safety while retrieving the materials. I will provide the information immediately upon securing the items. This man is too cunning. Zhou Shubai could not help but interject, adjusting his glasses, his tone filled with indignation. Last time we spent a fortune for information, and now he wants us to risk our lives for medicinal materials. This could very well be a scam. Su Qinghe nodded in agreement, his expression grave. Laboratories are fraught with peril, and his words are hard to discern. He might be attempting to use us to clear obstacles. Lin Zhixia remained silent for a moment, her eyes resolute as she lifted her gaze, devoid of hesitation. Even if it is a trap, I must go. I must uncover the truth behind my mother's death. That's right. Song Huichuan thumped his thigh, rising with his rifle, his tone bold. What are zombies to us? Let's do this. It's nothing too daunting. With us around, we'll turn that laboratory upside down. Liao Qingxi chimed in, a small flame flickering in his palm, grinning playfully. Exactly. Xia's mother is like our mother-in-law. We would go through fire and water for her. Enough of the banter, Gu Yusin interrupted coldly, casting a reproachful glance at Liao Qingxi, yet he did not oppose. He turned to Lin Zhixia. This time we act together. Bring ample ammunition, be cautious on the way, and follow Xia's commands. The group nodded in agreement. Chapter 45. Clues to the Research Institute. An hour later, the fortress doors slowly opened. Lin Zhixia donned a black combat suit, 2 guns strapped to her waist, followed closely by Gu Yusin, Song Huichuan, and others, all fully equipped and exuding a formidable presence. Just as they were about to board the vehicle, Shen Xingye appeared, carrying a modified crossbow and a short knife at his waist, hastily catching up with a determined expression. Wait for me, I want to go too. Well, if it isn't our little wolf cub? Song Huichuan raised an eyebrow in jest, his tone teasing. With only level 1 abilities, are you not just a hindrance? We would have to divert our attention to protect you. Liao Qingxi echoed. Indeed, the laboratory is very dangerous. There might even be higher-level mutated zombies. You might end up trembling in fear and dragging us down. Shen Xingye's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly retorted, his gaze unwavering, I am not a hindrance. Lin Zhixia saved me. My life belongs to her, and I will fight alongside her. I know how to repay kindness. Lin Zhixia looked at his stubborn demeanor, unable to suppress a soft laugh. She stepped forward, tilting his chin, her fingertips gently caressing his cool skin, her tone deliberately alluring. Didn't he realize our little wolf cub was so loyal? It truly stirs the heart. Lin Zhixia was flustered by her sudden intimacy, his ears burning, his gaze darting away, yet he stubbornly insisted, I just don't want to owe anyone. TSK, Xia, you are too biased. Song Huichuan chimed in with a hint of envy. You just saved him, and now you're so affectionate. We've been risking our lives alongside you for so long, yet you've never shown us such tenderness. Exactly, fickle in love. Liao Qingxi joined in, his eyes filled with jealousy. Enough with the bickering. Gu Yusin interrupted them sternly, opening the door of a modified Maybach, his tone leaving no room for argument. Get in the car. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. This customized Maybach had reinforced blast-proof materials, worth a fortune, which Gu Yusin had specifically retrieved from his company recently. It was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. The group ceased their playful banter and boarded the vehicle in turn. Lin Zhixia felt uneasy under Lin Zhixia's gaze, quietly finding a corner to sit, but could not help but steal glances at her. The car slowly exited the villa complex, heading towards the black market trading post on the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the black market, Jinyu was already waiting, clad in a black trench coat. Seeing the Maybach, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by calm as he smoothly entered the vehicle. Everyone is here. Let us set off. Gu Yusin pressed the accelerator, the Maybach steadily moving towards the laboratory, its headlights cutting through the thick night, illuminating the path ahead. The journey proceeded smoothly. The bomb-proof vehicle combined with Gu Yusin's level 9 abilities made it nearly impossible for ordinary zombies to approach. Even if a few mutated zombies encountered the vehicle, they would swiftly be repelled by Gu Yusin's powers. Following Jinyu's directions, the group quickly arrived at the research institute he mentioned. The edifice of the research institute stands as a solitary peak in a post-apocalyptic world, forged entirely from high-strength military-grade alloy, towering over 20 stories and piercing the overcast sky. Despite enduring the ravages of the end times, its exterior bears only a few deep and shallow scratches, while the immense glass curtain wall, though marred by spiderweb-like cracks, still emanates a chilling brilliance. At the entrance, the bases of 2 stone lions are etched with a blurred emblem of the nation, faintly revealing remnants of its former majesty and secrecy. This building is no ordinary place. Jinyu's fingertips brushed against the cold wall as he spoke with a tone laced with casual revelation. Prior to the apocalypse, this was the nation's premier medical research facility, originally established to develop a potent antidote against unknown viruses. The vaccine project was a core mission, prompting the government to deploy a battalion of soldiers to safeguard the research's progress. He paused, a flicker of derision flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the taut expressions of those around him. Alas, even the noblest intentions cannot withstand the greed of humanity. Lin Zhixia's face was shrouded in uncertainty. How so? He scoffed, revealing that some ambitious leaders within the institute had secretly contravened orders from higher-ups, clandestinely conducting illicit experiments. What experiments? Song Huichuan's interest was piqued. They deceived the government by using zombies as live test subjects, administering a mysterious concoction they had developed in secret. Jinyu continued, asserting that not only did they fail to suppress the virus, but they also transformed the zombies into far more terrifying mutated creatures. These mutated zombies were colossal. Their speed doubled, and their flesh as hard as steel, devouring the entire research staff and guards, ultimately spiraling out of control. As he spoke, he pushed open the ajar alloy door, revealing a scene of suffocating chaos within. Experimental equipment lay scattered. Shards of glass petri dishes mingled with dark red stains covering the floor, and white lab coats were shredded, stained with dark brown remnants and unknown viscous substances. In the corner, several incomplete skeletons lay piled up, their finger bones still clutching broken test tubes. Instrument screens flickered with faint green light in the darkness, casting grotesque shadows around, as the air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, decaying flesh, and chemical agents. A glint of urgency flashed in Jinyu's eyes as he dashed toward the inner pharmacy, his hands swiftly rummaging through the shelves, muttering inaudibly to himself. Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxi, and others quickly dispersed to secure all entrances. Gu Yusin enveloped in a tawny defensive barrier, vigilantly monitored for any signs of movement from outside, prepared to prevent a sudden incursion by zombies. Lin Zhixia watched Jinyu's frenzied movements, her brow furrowed. She understood all too well the nature of this unscrupulous businessman. He would never part with information without a price. Resolving this, She stepped forward and directly inquired, Mr. He, let us first discuss my mother. He Jinyu did not raise his head, offering a dismissive response, yet his hands continued their frantic search, not even granting her a glance. Why the urgency? I'll inform you once the medicine is found. And then you will raise the price? Lin Zhixia pressed, her gaze sharp as a blade. I have witnessed your methods, Mr. He Jinyu momentarily halted, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Miss Lin, you are indeed astute, but information does not come cheaply. Assist me in acquiring the desired medicine, and only then shall we complete our transaction. You dictate the terms of the deal. Yet whether it can be fulfilled is at my discretion, Lin Zhixia replied coldly. If you do not reveal your intentions, how can I trust that your information is not false? Noticing his silence, Lin Zhixia seized his wrist, her grip firm enough to momentarily stall his movements. I lack the patience to play your games. Chapter 46, Encountering the Giant Zombie. Her gaze was as frigid as steel. If you refuse to speak now, we shall depart immediately, leaving you to keep company with the mutated zombies. He Jinyu, unable to extricate himself, felt his composure fracture as he helplessly remarked. You truly refuse to concede an inch. Sighing, he quickened his speech. I am here partly for the medicine and partly for information about you. Lin Zhixia regarded him with skepticism. A contact from the black market informed me that your mother, Lin Yue, not only invested in this research project but also participated in the core collaboration. However, for reasons unknown, a high-ranking official within the institute issued an assassination order against her, prompting his subordinates to pursue her. The contact could not ascertain the reason. Lin Zhixia trembled, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. She had always believed her mother was killed by Su Daqiang and Hu Meier. She never imagined the truth involved an assassination linked to a state-secret research facility. Is this information reliable? Her voice trembled, her fingertips turning white from her grip. In the black market, reputation is paramount. False information tarnishes one's credibility, He Jinyu replied, raising an eyebrow, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Who is your contact? I must speak to him directly. Lin Zhixia insisted, unwilling to let any lead slip. He Jinyu smirked, curious? That comes at a different price. You. Lin Zhixia's chest heaved with anger, yet she felt helpless. Do not rush, He Jinyu moderated his tone. I have yet to meet him. I have only communicated through an encrypted channel. Once I obtain the medicine, I will arrange for you to meet him, provided he is still alive. Lin Zhixia suppressed her fury and began searching the laboratory for clues. As she bent to straighten a toppled medicine cabinet, her fingers brushed against a photograph wedged beneath it. Carefully, she extracted it. The photo was already yellowed, depicting a woman with a gentle smile, her mother, Lin Yue. In the image, Lin Yue donned a lab coat, standing before the institute's emblem, flanked by several men in suits, undoubtedly individuals of significance, though unfamiliar to her. Lin Zhixia's legs weakened, and she steadied herself against the cabinet, a torrent of emotions surging within her. Could her mother's death be connected to this research facility? She immediately shouted, Zhou Shubai, come help. Zhou Shubai hurried over, astonished upon seeing the photograph. Lin Zhixia pointed to the medicines on the shelves. Pack up everything transportable. We need to investigate what they were truly up to. Wait. Zhou Shubai was about to act when He Jinyu swiftly intervened. Those medicines belong to me. You cannot touch them. You lack medical expertise. Possessing these medicines would merely allow for resale, Lin Zhixia calmly countered. We are not interested in selling. We merely wish to uncover the truth behind my mother's death. Once we complete our investigation, we will return all medicines intact. How does that sound? He Jinyu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. I do not trust you. I must supervise your research. How will you supervise? Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow. I will reside in your fortress and observe your progress at all times, He Jinyu stated bluntly. No. A fierce shout erupted as Song Huichuan burst in, gun aimed directly at He Jinyu. You are scheming. Bringing you into the fortress is inviting a wolf into the fold. Liao Qingxi quickly followed, flames flickering in his palm. His tone laced with defiant fury. You think you can worm your way into Xia's fortress? In your dreams. Su Qinghe pushed up his glasses, speaking with a calm yet resolute demeanor. Mr. He, the fortress is our sanctuary. We cannot allow any risk. I fear you not, He Jinyu shrugged. It's simple. Either Dr. Zhou accompanies me back to the black market for research, or I go with you. Choose one. The two sides remained locked in a standoff, tension thick in the air. Lin Zhixia pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Very well, we will take you back to the fortress. The handsome men gazed at Lin Zhixia in astonishment. Yet she remained composed, her gaze resolute as she declared, Fear not, I have my own strategies. Just then, Gu Yusin's voice rang out from outside. Xia, come quickly. The mutated zombies are here. Lin Zhixia rushed to the door, her pupils dilating in shock. Before her loomed a colossal mutated zombie, towering 6 meters tall, slowly advancing toward them. Its slate-gray skin was marred by grotesque fissures, with dark, decaying flesh peeling away to reveal stark, white bones beneath. 2 lantern-sized eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, scattering debris and resonating with a heavy thud that struck terror into the hearts of all present, while the noxious air it stirred made breathing a laborious task. A sense of dread washed over Lin Zhixia as she realized the reason behind the complete annihilation of the research facility's guards. The horror of this zombie had far surpassed that of a mere level 2 mutated creature. It was akin to a mobile harbinger of destruction. Alert! Level 3 giant mutated zombie detected. Both defensive and offensive capabilities have exceeded critical thresholds. Immediate evacuation is advised. The mechanical voice of the system conveyed an unprecedented urgency. The medicine had yet to be fully collected. Jinyu clutched the recently discovered medicine box tightly, his eyes gleaming with avarice. These were top-tier pharmaceuticals from before the apocalypse. And he could not afford to lose them. Forget the medicine, Song Huichuan urged, stepping back with his rifle. We cannot possibly contend with this monster. If Jinyu has lost his value, we must flee at once. Liao Qingxi concurred. We are already aware of the situation. Keeping him is a liability. It is not worth risking our lives for him and these worthless medicines.
No.
Lin Zhixia resolutely shook her head, her gaze sweeping across the shelves filled with experimental records and potions. He can still assist me in finding informants. These medicines and documents might just harbor clues regarding my mother's demise. Gu Yusin immediately understood her intent and said in a low voice, Xia. You help him gather the medicines, and we will hold off the zombie. Before he finished speaking, a brilliant yellow aura enveloped him as he activated his level 9 earth element ability, forming a thick energy barrier at the entrance of the research facility. Open fire! Song Huichuan shouted, pulling the trigger of his Type 95 rifle. The bullets ignited with flames as they shot toward the zombie's head. Liao Qingxi followed suit, unleashing several fiery blades aimed at the joints of the zombie's knees. Su Qinghe's water arrows, Shen Xingye's flames, and Zhou Shibai's swift strikes all joined the fray.
Yet,
the bullets merely left shallow white marks upon the zombie's skin, and the fire and water attacks were as ineffective as tickling. This monster's hide is far too thick. Song Huichuan cursed, switching to a heavy sniper rifle, yet still to little avail. Gu Yusin's forehead was beaded with veins, his face paling as he strained to maintain the barrier, the energy consumption far exceeding his expectations. Xia, are the medicines ready yet? Almost. Hold on a little longer. Lin Zhixia called out as she dashed through the expansive research facility, her voice echoing within the halls. The place was vast, and the medicines were scattered. Even with her abilities, she needed to traverse various rooms to collect them, a task both time-consuming and arduous. Jinyu hefted the heavy medicine box into the trunk of the Maybach, his focus solely on safeguarding the supplies, oblivious to the fierce battle outside. Just as he finished, Gu Yusin's yellow barrier suddenly dimmed and then dissipated entirely. He could no longer sustain it. The giant zombie let out a deafening roar as it charged forward. With a swift motion, it reached out, seizing Song Huichuan. Liao Qingxi attempted to rescue him, but he too was lifted by the other hand of the towering zombie. Rendered helpless like 2 captured chicks, they fired bullets and unleashed their abilities, but the onslaught felt like mere tickling to the creature. Even when ignited by flames, a casual spit from the zombie was enough to extinguish the fire. As it brazenly held the 2, it raised its hand as if to devour them whole. Release them! Zhou Shibai's eyes sharpened, unleashing his wind element ability with full force. He darted forward like a fleeting shadow, his blade slicing precisely at the zombie's wrist tendons. Blood splattered, providing Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi a chance to break free, but they fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood as they struggled to rise. Damn it! That hurt like hell. It feels like my insides are being crushed. Song Huichuan shouted, clutching his chest. Why is this creature so formidable? Liao Qingxi couldn't help but curse, feeling powerless against it. Zhou Xibai tried to outmaneuver the zombie with agility, dashing around it, targeting its joints with precise strikes that left only shallow marks. However, the giant zombie seemed to possess some intelligence. After several missed grabs, its murky crimson eyes turned, seemingly deciphering Zhou Xubai's tactics. Opting to ignore him, it shifted its focus to the weakest member, Shen Xingye. Just as Shen Xingye gathered a flicker of flame, he was overshadowed by the zombie's massive form, the stench nearly suffocating him. Su Qinghe, witnessing this, gripped his knife tightly, summoning all his strength as he struck at the zombie's foot. The blade hit the tough skin with a resounding clang, failing to inflict any damage and only serving to enrage the monster. The zombie lifted its foot and kicked Su Qinghe down, the impact echoing with a heavy thud as blood erupted from his mouth, staining his shirt. He curled up on the ground, too pained to rise. "Everyone, hold on." Lin Zhixia's expression hardened. She snapped her fingers and summoned a heavy anti-tank rifle from her spatial pocket. Quickly loading it, she aimed at the zombie's glowing red eyes, her finger resolutely pulling the trigger.
Boom. Boom.
The two deafening blasts resonated as two shells accurately struck their target. The zombie's eyes erupted in a brilliant explosion, releasing a soul-piercing wail as its massive form thrashed wildly, its enormous hands flailing. The walls of the research facility were dented, and it felt as though the entire world was trembling. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhou Xibai dashed forward like an arrow, slicing through the zombie's fingers to rescue Shen Xingye. Pulling him behind the Maybach, both men gasped for breath, their backs drenched in cold sweat. "Get in the car," Lin Zhixia shouted, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. She and Gu Yusin rushed to assist Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi, each person supporting the other as they made their way into the vehicle. Gu Yusin quickly took the driver's seat, glancing at He Jinyu, who was still shoving vials into his arms, the medicine box overflowing but showing no signs of stopping. Only when he heard the engine of the Maybach roar to life did he snap to attention, clutching the medicine box tightly as he stumbled toward the vehicle, unceremoniously shoving himself inside, disregarding others as his sole focus remained on the supplies. "Let us go," Lin Zhixia commanded. At her words, Gu Yusin pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Maybach shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, its tires grinding over the gravel with a harsh screech. Though the giant zombie was blinded, it pursued them relentlessly, its heavy steps shaking the ground with each stride. Its colossal hands repeatedly slammed against the car's roof, creating thunderous booms that sent pain through the eardrums of those inside, with dents forming on the roof as if it might be breached at any moment. Gu Yusin activated his level 9 Earth Element ability, enveloping the vehicle with a thin protective barrier, but it barely held. The pale yellow shield quickly became riddled with cracks, as if it might shatter at any second. The vehicle careened over the rugged terrain, the wheels slipping perilously close to overturning, causing the occupants to sway violently, the injured groaning in pain. Gu Yusin's driving was exceptional, his gaze sharp as an eagle, narrowly avoiding the zombies' strikes numerous times. The car skidded along the mountainside, paint peeling away and the windows shattered from flying debris. The zombie's enormous hands nearly grasped the rear of the vehicle, its putrid odor seeping through the cracks of the windows, suffocating them, and the frantic roars echoed behind them. At the critical juncture of life and death, a narrow mountain road suddenly appeared ahead, flanked by steep cliffs, barely wide enough for a single vehicle to pass. Gu Yusin's gaze sharpened as he abruptly swerved the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator once more, the Maybach skimming perilously close to the rocky wall as it dashed into the passage. The colossal zombie pursued closely behind but became ensnared in the entrance due to its massive size, its enormous body wedged helplessly between the cliffs. It thrashed and collided violently, rocks tumbling down, yet it could not advance another inch, relegated instead to a pitiful wail of frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yusin floored the accelerator again, the vehicle racing away, finally shedding the giant zombie as it sped toward the villa district in the west of the city. After an indeterminate passage of time, they at last beheld the long-awaited fortress. As the car entered through the fortress gates, the electric fence slowly ascended, effectively sealing off all danger. A collective sigh of relief was released as they slumped in the vehicle, drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen. The car came to a halt in the heart of the fortress. Lin Zhixia surveyed the injured individuals beside her and cast a glance at He Jinyu, who remained unscathed while engrossed in his own medications. A flicker of cold light ignited in her eyes, a surge of anger swelling within her. Had it not been for her quest to investigate her mother's death, she would have certainly left this scoundrel behind for the zombies' dinner. Chapter 48. A house full of wounded. The villa in Block E was suffused with the pungent scent of disinfectant, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and the aroma of herbs. Medical gauze, iodine bottles, and suturing instruments were strewn haphazardly throughout the space. Zhou Shubai's white coat bore numerous bloodstains, beads of sweat forming at his brow as he deftly sutured Song Huichuan's wound. His movements, so swift they left a blur in their wake. Stop groaning, Song Huichuan. The wound has just been stitched. If you struggle, the thread will snap. He shot a glare at Liao Qingxi. And you, Liao Qingxi, behave yourself. The rib is only bruised, not broken. Why the loud cries? Observing the injured around him, Zhou Shubai felt an overwhelming headache. Oh, dear. Dr. Zhou, it's easy for you to stand there and speak. Liao Qingxi lamented from the bed, baring his teeth in agony. That enormous zombie nearly clawed through my back. It's unbearable. Song Huichuan lay on another bed, his chest swathed in thick bandages. His complexion as pale as paper, his breaths trembling. Dr. Zhou, please save me first. That monster tossed me around like a rag doll. My chest is in excruciating pain. My insides must be ruined.
I don't want to die.
Zhou Shibai had just finished dressing Song Huichuan's wound when he turned to tend to Liao Qingxi's injury, his steps slightly unsteady, fatigue etched in his eyes. Su Qinghe was relatively well-behaved. Despite the intense pain of his wound, he gritted his teeth and endured, though he could not suppress the occasional wince of pain. His villa had transformed entirely into a makeshift infirmary, filled with the afflicted. Xin Xingye and Su Qinghe, though not severely injured, also required disinfection and bandaging. He was so occupied that he barely had time to drink water. Amid the chaos, however, He Jinyu stood leisurely in the center of the living room, cradling his precious medical kit. Doctor, could you hurry up? These minor injuries are taking too long. Finish up so you can focus on researching the medications. I'm eager to see the results. His gaze swept disdainfully over the injured, devoid of any sympathy, filled solely with impatience for the medications, as if those who had been wounded to protect him were mere hindrances to his endeavors. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia's expression darkened instantly. She turned to face He Jinyu, the chill in her eyes nearly palpable. Before He Jinyu could register her fury, a sharp slap resounded as her hand struck his face. The imprint of her fingers appeared vividly on his fair cheek, and he stood in disbelief, staring incredulously at Lin Zhixia. You dare to hit me?
Get lost.
Lin Zhixia's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Do you dare to cause chaos on my territory? Do you truly believe I want to turn against you? If you don't quiet down, I'll shoot you. He Jinyu recoiled slightly, startled by the ferocity in her eyes. At this moment, an unwelcome mechanical voice from the system echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind. Host warning. He Jinyu is one of the fated handsome men selected by the system. Current intimacy has dropped to 150, a decrease of 50 points, causing a 2-tier drop in intimacy level. Fortress attack power has simultaneously decreased by 20. Please cease harmful behavior and maintain relationships appropriately. Maintain relationships? Lin Zhixia felt a surge of frustration, cursing the system internally. You chose him. You marry him. No matter how handsome he may appear, it cannot mask the ugliness within. Selfish and cold-hearted, treating others' lives as expendable, such scum should not be deemed the destined male lead. Even if I were to be bitten by a zombie, I would never associate with such a person. The system fell silent in response to her tirade. Lin Zhixia took a deep breath to quell her anger. Returning to Zhou Shubai's side, picking up an iodine swab to disinfect Xin Xingye, she busied herself while soothing the others. Hang in there. Dr. Zhou is doing his best. Once he finishes with the wounds, I'll go to the kitchen and make some nourishing soup for all of you. Gu Yusin leaned against the wall, having tended to his own superficial wound, the bleeding gauze wrapped neatly. He clearly did not regard his own injury with much concern. His brow furrowed as he spoke after a moment's pause. That giant zombie we encountered was no ordinary foe. Not only does it possess formidable strength, but it also demonstrates targeted attacks, indicating a level of intelligence akin to that of a human. If this continues, zombies will only grow stronger. No matter how fortified the fortress is, the future will become increasingly perilous. He Jinyu scoffed, his expression as cold as ever. What can be done? In this apocalypse, it is survival of the fittest. Those who remain are simply the fortunate ones. Zhou Shubai was incensed by this comment. How can you be so heartless? Do those who've been bitten by zombies deserve to await death? We have the means now, and should strive to uncover a way to combat the virus, rather than sit idly by. He Jinyu raised an eyebrow, dripping with sarcasm. Researching a vaccine? Even the most advanced laboratories have been unable to achieve that. What can we accomplish with just a few of us? Who do you expect to rely on? You, Zhou Xibai? He cast a scornful glance at Zhou Xibai, his contempt unabashed. Zhou Xibai's anger flared, his face flushed crimson. Were it not for the several injured individuals awaiting his care, he would have already confronted He Jinyu. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage. While I may not match those top-tier researchers, I am a doctor. Given time and resources, I too may find a breakthrough. Enough of this bickering, Gu Yusin interrupted, his tone steady and resolute. We must seek solutions. Once we are healed, we will venture out to find relevant medical researchers and resources. Every person we save and every piece of information we obtain is a step toward hope for humanity. He Jinyu waved dismissively, his tone dismissive.
Fine, fine, fine.
You are all so noble, so selfless, wishing to contribute to humanity. I 1T stand in your way. But I 1T go, and Zhou Xibai isn't allowed to either. He must remain here to assist me in selecting medications. Lin Zhixia shot him a fierce glare, choosing not to engage further with this selfish individual. As night deepened, the moans of the injured gradually subsided, leaving only the occasional cough and muffled groan. He Jinyu had sat in the corner of the living room for a considerable time, and seeing that no one paid him any attention, he rose with an infuriatingly casual demeanor, sauntering over to Lin Zhixia. Miss Lin, speaking of which, where will I be staying tonight? You can't expect me to sleep on the floor. Lin Zhixia glanced at the adjacent empty room, noting the abundance of unoccupied spaces in the villa. Aren't there plenty of empty rooms in this villa? Since you wish to keep an eye on Zhou Xibai, why not stay in his villa? To her surprise, He Jinyu shook his head in disdain.
No, no, no.
This shabby villa reeks of medicine. How could someone as distinguished as I, a queen, possibly reside in such a filthy place? Lin Zhixia rolled her eyes at him, stifling her anger. Then where do you intend to stay? He Jinyu smacked his lips, pretending to ponder for a moment while casting a suggestive glance towards Lin Zhixia's villa, his tone laden with ambiguity. Miss Lin's villa is exceedingly spacious and immaculate. I happened to catch a glimpse earlier, and your bed seemed to carry a delightful fragrance. How about, before he could finish his sentence, the previously lethargic Song Huichuan, who lay on the bed, suddenly sprang to life, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, attempting to sit up with great effort. Alas, his injuries were too severe, and despite several attempts, he could not succeed, resorting instead to hurling vehement insults at He Jinyu at the doorway. You heartless merchant! Your audacity knows no bounds. Do you think I've perished? Once I'm on my feet, I'll ensure you feel the burn of 100 torches. As soon as he finished, a shadow darted in from the side. Shen Xingye had appeared behind He Jinyu, without anyone noticing. His youthful visage still bore traces of innocence, yet his gaze was fierce, as if ready to exact vengeance. Without uttering a word, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to He Jinyu's nose. A muffled thud resonated, and He Jinyu, taken by surprise, felt warm blood streaming from his nose, dripping onto his pristine white shirt, an eye-catching sight indeed. He staggered back, clutching his nose, not in anger but rather with a bemused expression, remarking, "What a raucous little pup. Is this how you conduct yourselves? Resorting to violence after a mere exchange of words? Aren't you just creating more trouble for Dr. Zhou? Now, he has yet another patient to tend to. When will he have time to analyze my medications?" In response, Zhou Xibai, without lifting his gaze, retorted, "I won't treat you." He Jinyu, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Xibai, protested, "Hey, how can you say that? A healer's compassion is paramount. As a physician, it is your duty to save lives. How can you stand idly by?" Zhou Xibai did not even spare him a glance. "People like you are unworthy." Su Qinghe, reclining on the nearby sofa, could not resist rolling his eyes at He Jinyu. "Consider yourself fortunate that President Gu is currently monitoring the surveillance. If he were present, your limbs would have been rendered useless, and you wouldn't be standing here so intact. Would you?" He Jinyu's bravado diminished significantly under the barrage of rebukes. Wiping the blood from his nose, he muttered, "Is this really necessary? I mean, I had no intentions toward your esteemed queen. I merely wished for a clean and tidy abode. Is that too much to ask? Why not say so earlier?" Lin Zhixia finally paused her work to cast him a glance. She turned and entered the storage room, emerging with a broom and a mop, thrusting them into his hands. Villa G is still unoccupied. It merely has a bit of dust. You can clean it yourself. He Jingyu stared at the cleaning tools in his hands, his expression falling.
Me? Clean?
I'm a queen. What do I know about such menial tasks? He continued to grumble, but Zhou Shubai, now impatient, stepped forward, grasped his arm, and pushed him out the door. Just as He Jingyu was about to voice another complaint, the door to Villa E slammed shut with a resounding thud. Zhou Shubai turned back, muttering under his breath, "What a nuisance." This remark elicited a chuckle from Lin Zhixia, who was surprised to see the usually mild-mannered Zhou Shubai so exasperated by He Jingyu's antics. It seemed He Jingyu had truly provoked the ire of many. In the ensuing hours, Lin Zhixia busied herself within the villa, attending to various tasks without respite. She first went to Song Huichuan's room, pouring him a glass of warm water and helping him adjust to a more comfortable position. She then moved to Liao Qingxi's room, replacing his cold compress, and patiently soothing his discomfort. Although Su Qinghe was quite well behaved, she could not neglect him, ensuring his dressings were changed on schedule. Shen Xingye, with only superficial wounds, continuously complained about pain. Upon seeing Lin Zhixia enter, he frowned and mumbled, "My arm hurts too. Could you check if it's inflamed?" Lin Zhixia approached, gently lifting his chin, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Admit it, are you jealous seeing me care for others? Competing for my affection?" Shen Xingye's cheeks flushed crimson, and his ears turned a delicate pink. He quickly turned his head away, stubbornly insisting, "Who's jealous? Certainly not I. It's just that my wound genuinely hurts. Do not overthink it." His prideful demeanor only made Lin Zhixia laugh softly. In the adjoining room, Song Huichuan, hearing their exchange, grew disgruntled. He began to wail louder than before, "Zhixia, I'm thirsty. I want some water. And my forehead is sweating. Hurry, and wipe it for me." Liao Qingxi, not to be outdone, called from his room, "Xia, I want some fruit, preferably chilled, to alleviate my pain. Also, my bandage seems loose. Please come help me rewrap it." Observing Lin Zhixia flitting between the rooms, Shen Xingye couldn't suppress a whisper of envy, murmuring to himself, "If only I were injured too." Zhou Shubai, busy tidying up medical waste, shot him a glare. "Enough of that. I'm already overwhelmed here. A doctor's time is valuable too." Thanks to Lin Zhixia's meticulous care, Zhou Shubai's exceptional medical skills, and the enhancement provided by the wind element ability, the injuries of Liao Qingxi, Song Huichuan, Su Qinghe, and Shen Xingye healed at a remarkable pace. Within a fortnight, they were agile once more, their prowess in the fortress restored to its former glory, and their bond with Lin Zhixia deepened.
Ding.
Detecting Liao Qingxi's affinity with a host has increased from level 6 to level 7. Fortress attack power increased by 70, randomly granting the host an additional 10 agility points.
Ding.
Detecting Song Huichuan's affinity with the host has increased from level 8 to level 9. Fortress attack power increased by 90, randomly granting the host an additional 10 attack points.
Ding.
Detecting Shen Xingye's affinity with the host has increased from level 3 to level 4. Fortress attack power increased by 40, randomly granting the host an additional 10 critical hit rate points.
Ding.
Detecting Su Qinghe's affinity with a host has increased from level 3 to level 4. Fortress attack power increased by 40, randomly granting the host an additional 10 evasion rate points. Current host combat attributes: attack power 140, defense power 130, critical hit rate 140, evasion rate 130, agility 130. During breakfast one day, Zhou Shubai set down his chopsticks, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with a grave tone. "Xia, we are running low on commonly used medications in the fortress. The research reagents we brought back last time are unsuitable for daily healing. If we encounter large-scale battles or serious injuries again, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Song Huichuan, chewing on bread, waved dismissively. "What's the big deal? The hospitals and pharmacies in the city are unattended. We can just take what we need. Plenty for everyone." Gu Yusin set down his coffee cup, adding, "Our firearms and ammunition are also nearly depleted. We used up a significant amount in the last battle at the Research Institute. We need to replenish them quickly, or we'll be at a disadvantage against mutated zombies or rival factions." Chapter 50. Out to gather supplies, then let us go see some. Liao Qingxi exclaimed as a small flame flickered to life in his palm, his tone brimming with audacity. In this apocalypse, the strongest dictate the terms, and it was the perfect opportunity to stockpile resources. Lin Zhixia frowned, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Medications are manageable. Small pharmacies are everywhere. However, firearms and ammunition are not so easily acquired. Legitimate channels are heavily monitored. Fear not, Song Huichuan declared, thumping his chest with confidence. With me as the Special Operations Team Leader, I assure you will have more than enough ammunition. However, He Jingyu suddenly scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. You're merely a team leader. Can you locate any armory beyond your previous Special Operations Team's cache? You might just be a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. You're courting death. As Song Huichuan's temper flared, he swiftly raised his hand and delivered a light yet admonitory slap to He Jinyu's nape, signifying his impatience with further discourse. There's no need for idle chatter. Just follow me, and I assure you, no one will be disappointed. He Jinyu, about to retort, was instantly subdued by Lin Zhixia's cold glare. Lin Zhixia, harboring some reservations of her own, remained silent after a prolonged contemplation. She understood He Jinyu's cunning nature. Should they depart, he might seize the opportunity to disrupt their plans and commandeer the fortress, leading to irreparable losses. You possess a petty mindset. He Jinyu discerned her thoughts and rolled his eyes. I'm still searching for the pharmaceuticals I need. There's no reason for me to vie for this crumbling fortress. Given your nature, it is entirely reasonable to be wary of you, Lin Zhixia retorted without hesitation. Turning to Zhou Subai. Xiao Bai, while we're away, I entrust you with keeping an eye on him. Zhou Subai nodded immediately, his tone resolute. Rest assured. Xiao Xia. Though my primary focus is on healing, dealing with someone devoid of abilities poses no challenge. If he dares to play tricks, I assure you he will face dire consequences. With Zhou Subai's assurance, Lin Zhixia finally felt at ease. She assembled her group, including Gu Yu's son, Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxiai, Shen Xingyi, and Su Qinghe, and drove 2 black SUVs towards the city center. They first arrived at the largest comprehensive hospital on the outskirts. As the vehicles halted at the entrance, a pungent mixture of blood and decay assaulted their senses. A few ordinary zombies were gnawing on something at the entrance, and upon spotting the SUVs, they immediately lunged forward with guttural roars. Gu Yu's son activated his earth-based abilities, a heavy yellow glow enveloping him. As he swung open the car door, he deftly dispatched the zombies with precise punches. The group swiftly entered the hospital, only to discover the outpatient building and pharmacy in utter disarray. Shelves lay askew, shattered medicine bottles and bloodied cotton swabs littered the floor, and the once bountiful supplies had been entirely stripped, leaving behind only expired cold medications and empty boxes. It appears other survivor groups have already raided this place, Gu Yusin noted, crouching to examine the fresh footprints on the ground. They must have left not long ago. Lin Zhixia remained undeterred, clapping her hands together. No matter. The hospital may be empty, but there are plenty of small pharmacies in the city. We shall search them one by one. We will surely gather enough supplies. The convoy cruised slowly along the street, stopping at any establishment bearing a pharmacy sign to scavenge. At the corner, Lin Zhixia pushed open the slightly ajar glass door of Huimin Pharmacy. The shelves were still neatly stocked with various medications, cold remedies, anti-inflammatories, fever reducers, and first aid supplies, including scarce antibiotics and medical alcohol. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she delicately brushed her fingers across the shelves. With a mere thought, the array of medicines vanished, all absorbed into her space of abilities, leaving not even an empty box behind. Next was Jiamen Pharmacy. Although small, it harbored a wealth of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, including angelica, astragalus, licorice, and honeysuckle, piled high on the shelves, alongside several sealed boxes of medical gauze and disinfecting pads. Without hesitation, Lin Zhixia waved her hand, and all the supplies were consumed by her space, leaving the pharmacy desolate with only dust-covered shelves remaining. Renqin Tang presented a slightly chaotic scene, with several ordinary zombies wandering inside, swiftly dealt with by Shen Xingyi and Liao Qingxiai in tandem. This pharmacy specialized in trauma medications, boasting a plethora of hemostatic powders and suturing tools. While directing her companions to eliminate the zombies, Lin Zhixia efficiently gathered the medicines. Her movements fluid and graceful. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 500 zombies and 2 level 1 mutated zombies, earning 20 points. Current points, 80. Combat attributes increased by 2 levels. with all attributes raised by 20. Current host combat attributes: attack, 160, defense, 150, critical rate, 160, evasion rate, 150, agility, 150. Thus, they continued to scour over a dozen pharmacies, amassing a mountain of supplies in her space. Upon reaching the 9th pharmacy, Kongtai, just as they moved the last box of cephalosporins into the space, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance. The group instantly became alert, drawing their weapons. They beheld a level 2 zombie blocking the doorway. Its grayish skin was taut, muscles rippling, towering over ordinary zombies, with claws glinting ominously and blood-red eyes fixated on them, letting out a low growl. Be cautious. This zombie possesses greater speed and strength than the typical ones. Lin Zhixia warned sharply, firing the first shot from her 92-style pistol, aiming for the zombie's head. However, the bullet merely left a superficial mark on its hardened skin, failing to penetrate. Utilize your abilities. Guyu Sen's earth-based aura surged, activating his level 8 powers to temporarily hold the zombie at bay. Song Huaichuan conjured a fireball the size of a basin, hurling it at the zombie's chest, causing it to emit a piercing shriek as acrid smoke billowed around them. Liao Qingxi joined in, manipulating fiery blades to slice at the zombie's joints, attempting to hinder its movements. Despite his level 1 abilities, Shen Xingyi bravely advanced, wielding a sharp knife to strike at the zombie's torso. The zombie violently broke through the dirt wall, shaking off its restraints, lunging at the nearest target, Shen Xingyi. Quick on his feet, Shen Xingyi evaded, the zombie's claws narrowly missing his shoulder, leaving deep scratches on the ground. Seizing the fleeting moment, Lin Zhixia switched to a heavy sniper rifle, aiming for the zombie's vital head. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The shot echoed, the bullet slicing through the air, finally penetrating the zombie's skull. Black ichor mixed with brain matter erupted forth as the creature froze, collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 2 mutated zombie, earning 20 points. Current points, 100. Combat attributes increased by 1 level, with all attributes raised by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack, 170, defense, 160, critical rate, 170, evasion rate, 160, agility, 160. With the level 2 zombie dispatched, the group breathed a sigh of relief. After scavenging the pharmacy, they set off towards the armory that Song Huaichuan had mentioned. Following his guidance, they first arrived at the reserve military camp. The camp's gates were tightly shut, with several ordinary zombie corpses scattered at the entrance, indicating a prior skirmish. Guyusen used his powers to push open the heavy iron door, and the group filed inside. Chapter 51. Decoding the armory. However, the armory door was securely locked, requiring a password for entry. Thus, the group began to search for any usable clues. Su Qinghe, being the most meticulous, rummaged through the duty room's filing cabinet and discovered a locked military supply log. Song Huaichuan took the log, running his fingers over the unit number embossed on its cover. Drawing upon his extensive military experience, he quickly deciphered the electronic lock's code. The heavy alloy door slowly rose, revealing a neatly arranged array of weapons and equipment within. The armory was brightly lit, with shelves lined with various arms. Rows of 951 automatic rifles glimmered coldly, and CSRLR-4 sniper rifles lay quietly on their racks. Numerous 9mm pistol rounds and 58mm rifle cartridges piled high, alongside grenades, smoke bombs, tactical vests, and bulletproof vests, all available in abundance. This is fantastic. These supplies will last us quite a while, Song Huaichuan exclaimed, expertly inspecting a rifle. Lin Zhixia wasted no time, raising her hand to continuously draw weapons and ammunition from the shelves into her space, while Guyu Sun, Liao Qingxi, and others assisted in transporting heavy ammunition boxes to the vehicles. After departing the reserve military camp, they drove towards the armed police unit's armory. On the road, they encountered several level 1 mutated zombies, which were swifter than ordinary zombies and emitted faint energy shocks. Guyusen used his abilities to shield against the impact while Song Huaichuan and Liao Qingxi alternated their fiery assaults. Lin Zhixia aimed at their heads, delivering precise shots. Before long, the zombies were dispatched.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, for slaying 3 level 1 mutated zombies, earning 30 points. Current points, 130. Combat attributes have been elevated by 1 level, with all attributes increased by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 180, defense power, 170, critical hit rate, 180, evasion rate, 170, agility, 170. The armory of the armed police unit was more expansive, housing not only conventional weapons, but also several heavy machine guns, and a plethora of armor-piercing rounds. Lin Zhixia's ability space was already filled with medicines and previous weaponry, compelling the group to load the supplies onto their vehicles. The trunk, back seat, and even the passenger seat of the off-road vehicles were crammed with ammunition boxes and weapons, with several heavy machine guns secured on the roof, leaving no visible gaps. Song Huichuan surveyed the tightly packed vehicles and patted the roof, satisfied that their ammunition supplies were thoroughly replenished. In future encounters with hordes of zombies or rival factions, they would be well prepared. Lin Zhixia looked at the fully loaded convoy, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. With her ability space brimming and 2 off-road vehicles stacked to the brim, this scavenging mission could be deemed a resounding success. She raised her hand to check the sky, stating, "We have enough supplies. Let's return and not keep Xiaobai waiting too long." Song Huichuan shared her concern, right? "We should head back. Who knows if Zhou Shubai, that naive fellow, can handle He Jinyu, that cunning schemer." The convoy gradually departed from the armed police unit, speeding toward home. Upon returning to the villa, He Jinyu dutifully opened the door for them, displaying no signs of mischief, though he leaned against the doorframe with a raised eyebrow, exuding a nonchalant demeanor that was somewhat infuriating. Song Huichuan could not resist a jibe. Well, who would have thought you were devoid of ulterior motives? He Jinyu maintained his insouciance, admitting that he had contemplated some devious thoughts but deemed them unworthy, stating, "I still haven't found my medicines,
So I'll let you all in for now."
Upon hearing his smug tone, Guyusen shot him a fierce glare, the chill in his eyes nearly palpable. He Jinyu, sensing the tension, promptly fell silent. After a day of exertion, everyone felt utterly fatigued, their bodies aching. To reward them, Lin Zhixia retrieved some food from her space, prepared by the gentle and charming Li Mayan. The food retained its freshness and exquisite flavor, causing her to worry about the well-being of the delightful young man. She regretted not having taken his phone number back then. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound, a cold mechanical voice resonating in her mind without a hint of warmth. "Host, danger has been detected concerning the target, the handsome Li Mayan. Please proceed to provide assistance promptly." Thinking of the boy with the radiant smile who had shyly offered her osmanthus honey, Lin Zhixia felt her heart tighten, her fingers whitening from the pressure. She hastily inquired of the system, "Where is Li Mayan? Tell me his location." The system's response was devoid of any leniency, the cold mechanical voice reiterating, "Host, the specific location of Li Mayan requires exploration on your part." "How am I supposed to explore?" Lin Zhixia cursed at the system in frustration, kicking a nearby chair, which collided with the wall, sending splinters flying. The handsome men dining were startled, nearly dropping their chopsticks in shock. Lin Zhixia, undeterred by their reactions, strode directly to He Jinyu, seizing him by the collar with enough force to make him rise onto his toes. He Jinyu, taken aback, struggled and exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? You're becoming more and more like a bandit." Lin Zhixia commanded firmly, "Now, immediately, use your connections in the black market to help me find someone named Li Mayan." Noticing He Jinyu's eyes darting as he contemplated the potential benefits, she straightforwardly offered, "Whatever you want, I can provide. Supplies, medicines, even weapons or the villa, none of it matters." The expressions of the handsome men darkened, exchanging glances in shock, having never witnessed Lin Zhixia so uncharacteristically agitated over one individual. Who exactly was this Li Mayan? Seeing her willingness to bargain, He Jinyu wasted no time, obediently picking up his phone to contact his informants, muttering about owing her from a past life. In less than 15 minutes, he returned, casually toying with his phone, his tone nonchalant. "Found him. He.S. at the Xingya Entertainment Film Company. That kid is trapped inside, surrounded by zombies." Lin Zhixia immediately sprang from her seat, conjuring a gun from thin air, its surface gleaming coldly. "Everyone assemble. Follow me to rescue him." Though the others were puzzled, they quickly gathered their weapons and fell in line behind her. Lin Zhixia decided to leave Zhou Shubai to guard the fort, as she had reservations about He Jinyu. She patted Zhou Shubai's shoulder with a tone of concern. "Xiaobai, you stay here. It's the safest option." Liao Qingzi concurred. "If we all leave and leave him here alone, he's more cunning than a fox. We can't afford to take that risk." Zhou Shubai, however, shook his head vehemently, adjusting his glasses, his eyes filled with determination. No. Xiaoxia. It's too dangerous now that night has fallen. The zombies outside will become more frenzied, and there may even be higher-level mutated zombies. You all going out to rescue someone is too perilous. He stepped forward, his voice resolute. Though my primary role is healing, my wind element abilities grant me speed to help divert the zombies and heal you. I must accompany you for protection. As for He Jinyu, he must either come along or risk causing trouble behind their backs. Chapter 52. Rescuing the little puppy. Lin Zhixia intended to persuade him further. But Zhou Shubai had already armed himself with a short knife from the corner, his eyes shining brilliantly. It settled. I'm going with you. He Jinyu could not be left behind. She could not trust him alone in the fortress. Who knew if he would take the opportunity to sabotage the electric fence or steal their supplies? Seeing his unwavering stance, Lin Zhixia relented. Fine. But stay close and keep an eye on He Jinyu. As the group turned to look at He Jinyu, he was huddled in a corner. Upon hearing this, he instinctively shrank back, crossing his arms defensively. What are you all looking at? I'm not going, he protested. I refuse to walk into a death trap. Song Huichuan stepped forward, reaching for him. Stop talking nonsense. Leave you behind in the fortress? No way. Who knows if you'll take the chance to claim our stronghold? He Jinyu forcefully pulled his arm away, retreating several steps while shouting, I don't care about your crumbling fortress. No amount of supplies is as important as my medicines. I'll stay here and keep watch. I could even steal from you. Everyone knows your intentions, Liao Qingxi sneered. Last time you set a trap for Gu? If we leave you behind, you might just conspire with outsiders to take down our stronghold. He Jinyu retorted defiantly. I'm not that idle. My goal is my medicines. I don't need to compete with you for your fortress. You go save your person. I'll wait for you to return. It's none of my concern. Who believes you? Su Qinghe adjusted his glasses, his tone calm yet firm. You act without principle. Leaving you here alone in the fortress is simply unwise. While bringing you along is troublesome, at least we can keep an eye on you and prevent you from stabbing us in the back. I'm not going. I'm not going. He Jinyu struggled fiercely, but Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi restrained his arms on either side. You lunatics. This is kidnapping. I'm not going to feed myself to zombies. My life is precious. As he cursed and writhed, he kicked and shouted, I really don't care about that broken fortress. I have no interest in your supplies. Let me go. Lin Zhixia, you bandit, forcing innocent people to their doom. You will face retribution sooner or later. Lin Zhixia held down his leg, while several others dragged him toward the Maybach. He struggled fiercely, his face flushed with anger, ceaselessly cursing. You barbaric savages. No sense of reason. When I return alive, you will owe me double compensation. 10 boxes of instant noodles. 5 boxes of roasted chicken. Not one less. Ultimately, he was forcibly stuffed into the back seat. The moment he settled onto the seat, despair washed over him as he leaned against the chair, still muttering. What a stroke of bad luck. To encounter you madmen, I must have drawn the short straw for 8 lifetimes. Occupying a nest? You overestimate your dilapidated fortress. The custom Maybach roared to life, its headlights slicing through the thickening dusk, carrying with it a stream of curses and urgency, gradually disappearing into the night. Gu Yusen. Drive faster. Drive even faster. Lin Zhixia urged repeatedly, her fingers tightly gripping the gun, knuckles turning white. That sweet, adorable little dog, Li Mian, who smiles with crescent-shaped eyes, must not come to harm. Although Gu Yusen did not understand why Lin Zhixia was so anxious, he trusted her instincts and obeyed. He slammed on the accelerator, and the Maybach sped forward like an arrow, leaving the zombies in its wake before they could react. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a steady halt outside the Starry Night Entertainment Company building. The entertainment company was in ruins. Shattered glass littered the ground. Once glamorous posters were torn to shreds, makeup tables lay overturned, dark brown stains of dried blood clung to the corners, and the air was thick with a foul odor mingled with cheap perfume. Facing the nearby zombies charging with a roar, Lin Zhixia showed no fear. Her gaze as cold as ice. She raised her hand and pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing the zombie's skull with precision, while she shouted, Attack. Swiftly and decisively. Gu Yusen extended a yellow defensive barrier to protect everyone, while Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi unleashed their fiery abilities in succession, fireballs and blades intertwining. Incinerating the nearby zombies amidst their wails, Shen Xingye and Su Qinghe worked in perfect harmony, one distracting while the other harvested. Zhou Xiubai transformed into a shadow, skillfully striking at the zombies' vital points. The group fought their way upstairs, where the ground was littered with corpses, quickly clearing out the ordinary zombies and a few level 1 mutated zombies. After searching 4 floors without finding Li Mayan, Lin Zhixia began to feel anxious. Finally, at the makeup room door on the 5th floor, they encountered a level 2 zombie fiercely hacking at the door, each blow producing an ear-splitting crack. Lin Zhixia called out loudly, "Li Mayan, are you in there?" Cowering in a corner of the makeup room, Li Mayan trembled in fear. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he could hardly believe someone had come to rescue him, and after a moment, he responded with a sob, "I'm here. Save me." Just then, with a loud crash, the zombie shattered the door, lunging inside with its claws aimed at Li Mayan. Just as he thought his end was certain, Lin Zhixia decisively fired her gun, the bullet striking the zombie squarely in the chest, causing it to stumble to the ground. Yet, being a level 2 zombie, it was tough, quickly rising again, its crimson eyes fixed on Li Mayan as it lunged forward once more. Lin Zhixia immediately shielded Li Mayan behind her, her voice firm. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gu Yusin raised his hand to unleash a shield against the zombie, while Song Huichuan's fireball struck the zombie's head, and Liao Qingxi's fireblade aimed for its joints. Shen Xingye concentrated flames to sear its wounds, Su Qinghe shot water arrows toward its eyes, and Zhou Xiubai circled behind, aiming his knife at its neck. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhixia switched to a heavy sniper rifle, aiming for the zombie's vital point without hesitation. The zombie fell to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Beep. Li Mayan's intimacy with the host has increased by 3 levels, current intimacy level 4. Fortress attack power increased by 40. Beep. Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 2 mutated zombie, earning 20 points. Current points, 150. Combat attributes increased by 1 level. All attributes boosted by 10. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 190, defense power, 180, critical hit rate, 190, evasion rate, 180, agility, 180. When the zombie was defeated, Lin Zhixia called for him to come out, but Li Mayan remained entranced, gazing at her with starry eyes. He thought she was the coolest and most formidable woman in the world. Even the blood of the zombies splattered on her face seemed like a badge of honor. Lin Zhixia quickly took his hand and led him down the stairs into the car. However, the others, seeing so much manpower and resources wasted for a helpless little boy, were dissatisfied and began to voice their grievances in the car. Song Huichuan rolled his eyes at Li Mayan. With such a frail appearance, "You made Xia anxious to save you. It's simply a waste of our time." Liao Qingxi chimed in. "Without any abilities, you'll just be a burden in the fortress, needing us to protect you." Shen Xingye, with a haughty expression, turned his head away, his brow raised in disdain. "You didn't even trigger your abilities in that life-and-death moment. A helpless pretty boy, what use is saving you?" He Jinyu leaned back in his seat, toying with the hem of his clothes, snorting in derision. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out, you're just a good-for-nothing hiding behind women." But throughout the ordeal, Li Mayan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Zhixia, his eyes filled with starlight, completely disregarding the cold remarks surrounding him. His focus was solely on Lin Zhixia's profile, a soft smile gracing his lips. A mixture of relief for surviving and dependence on his savior, as if the doubts and exclusions around him held no significance. Song Huichuan, already irritable, was infuriated by Li Mayan's obliviousness and swung his fist toward him. "You brat, dare you ignore me, the Great Chuan? Do you think we are easy targets?" Lin Zhixia, quick on her feet, seized Song Huichuan's wrist, twisting it with such force that he grimaced in pain, his hand forced to retract. Her gaze was as sharp as ice, carrying an undeniable warning. Though Li Mayan may lack abilities, no one is allowed to bully him. Seeing that the others remained disgruntled and unconvinced, Lin Zhixia softened her tone and added, "Actually, the hot dishes you've been eating these days were not made by me. They're all his culinary creations."
What?
Song Huichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Zhixia continued, explaining that the dishes had been stockpiled from his restaurant before the apocalypse, preserved fresh due to her spatial abilities. Upon hearing this, the car fell silent. They were frustrated yet helpless, as they were all kitchen disasters, incapable of even boiling instant noodles without burning them. Having warm and delicious meals in this apocalypse relied entirely on these stored cooked dishes. Bringing back a top-notch chef doesn't seem like a loss after all. Upon realizing Lin Zhixia had been eating his food all this time, Li Mayan's eyes lit up, curving into crescent shapes, his tone filled with joy. Sister, I didn't expect you to keep your word. You truly came to rescue me. Lin Zhixia gently ruffled his hair, her fingers gliding through his soft locks. Of course. I would come for you. I'm looking forward to having you as my personal chef. The other handsome men were left feeling envious. Yet they could only sulk in silence. Upon returning to the fortress, Gu Yusin continued his role of distributing living quarters, pointing to the most secluded villa in the west. That villa, enveloped in lush green vines, stood apart from the other buildings, yet remained accessible. The westernmost villa is yours. It is fully stocked with living necessities and food supplies. If you need anything, just let me know without hesitation.
Limuyan ubadian linudda.
Making his way toward his new villa, Lin Zhixia returned to the grand bed of the villa, unable to suppress a languid stretch as her bones emitted a series of subtle cracks, preparing to embrace a profound slumber. These past few days had been exceedingly exhausting. Just then, the system unexpectedly chimed in with a notification. Host, the zombie virus is becoming increasingly severe, with the emergence of rare level 4 zombies. Please enhance your intimacy with the handsome men promptly to bolster your abilities. Your intimacy levels with Gu Yusin and Song Huichuan have reached the critical threshold of level 9. You merely need to trigger the intimate relationship to attain level 10 and replicate the handsome men's abilities. Intimacy? How intimate? Lin Zhixia's fingers unconsciously caressed the bed linens, her cheeks flushing with a faint hue, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. In simple terms, it entails shedding all barriers and allowing complete proximity. A profound bond of souls and bodies merging entirely. Only through unreserved harmony can one breach the barriers of intimacy and unlock the power of ability replication. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia's face instantly turned crimson, akin to a ripened peach, her ears burning with heat. Her fingers twisted the blanket, and her breath quickened slightly. Are you a serious system? This is the apocalypse. Collecting handsome men is one thing, but to engage in such acts. Lin Zhixia rolled her eyes dramatically, her heart filled with resistance, muttering to herself that death would be preferable. It was worth noting that during her years with Jiang Yanji, they had only progressed to holding hands. Now, with the apocalypse barely upon them, the system was forcing her to tread down the path of a heartbreaker. She resolutely refused to compromise. No need. Lin Zhixia's red lips turned defiantly to the side, her gaze unwavering, her tone devoid of any concession. I can slay more zombies to earn points and still acquire the ability to fend off zombies. The system fell silent, and as soon as Lin Zhixia had touched the pillow, she succumbed to sleep. She was simply too weary. He Jinyu had been residing in the villa for a while and, with Zhou Shubai's assistance, finally discovered the latest research drugs from the laboratory. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly muttered to himself, preparing to leave with 2 boxes of drugs. However, Zhou Shubai seized his arm firmly. His tone resolute, "You can't leave. You haven't reported to Xia yet." He Jinyu impatiently shook off Zhou Shubai's grip, his face contorted in disdain, pushing him aside with a demeanor that reeked of treachery. "You as support are meddling quite a lot. What does it matter to me whether I leave or not in relation to her, Lin Zhixia?" With that, he turned to exit. Zhou Shubai immediately activated his ability, darting in front of him and blocking his path, his eyes shining with determination. "Xia doesn't need to give me any benefits. My life is hers." As the two argued, Lin Zhixia approached from a distance, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on her lips, flanked by Xinxingye and Li Mayan. She surveyed He Jinyu with a hint of amusement before speaking slowly. "Mr. He, are you planning to leave?" He Jinyu wasted no time with pleasantries, responding bluntly. "What else would I do? Am I supposed to live in this polyandrous estate with you? He Jinyu cannot afford such a lifestyle." Behind him, Xinxingye clenched his fists, ready to spring into action. "You scoundrel, what are you saying?" Lin Zhixia gently nudged Xinxingye's fist, nodding to signal him to hold back, assuring him she had her plans. With patience, she stepped before He Jinyu, extending her hand. "Mr. He, if you wish to depart, that is permissible, but what are the clues regarding my mother that I asked you to investigate? I want to meet him." Lin Zhixia's tone was resolute, devoid of any trace of compromise. He Jinyu's expression turned helpless, his shrewd eyes darting around as he counted on his fingers, his voice laden with calculation. After a pause, he finally spoke. "What I want is not much. A variety of firearms, 1 of each type, 2 boxes of ammunition, 2 boxes of antibiotics and other medical supplies. Observing his audacious demands, Shen Xingye's fists tightened, his knuckles turning white, his voice seething with anger. Why don't you go rob someone instead? He Jinyu toyed with a new type of drug in his hands, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, pride glimmering in his eyes. Lin Zhixia's expression remained icy, her fingers tapping lightly against her palm, her voice commanding, no more than 5 firearms, 1 box of ammunition. And medical supplies are up to you. Chapter 54. The war with He Jinyu raised an eyebrow with a defiant smirk, his tone filled with arrogance. What if I refuse? Then you shall not leave alive, Lin Zhixia replied, already drawing her QSC-92 pistol with swift precision, her gaze sharp as a blade, quickly chambering a round and aiming directly at He Jinyu's forehead. Seeing this, Shen Xingye followed suit, drawing his own gun, his eyes glinting like a poisoned blade.
Li Muyan.
Though nervous, gripped his pistol, his slender fingers trembling slightly. Do you think you can stop me with your feeble attempts? As he spoke, He Jinyu raised his arms, a pale yellow glow enveloping him. In that instant, the bullets fired were deflected by the shimmering protective barrier.
Impossible.
This guy actually has powers, Shen Xingye exclaimed, glancing at Lin Zhixia. Sister, what should we do? Lin Zhixia was equally puzzled, immediately querying the system in her mind. System, how does He Jinyu have abilities? Why didn't you inform me? The system's mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Detection indicates that He Jinyu's favorability and intimacy with the host are negative. Hence his ability level cannot be detected. So that's how it is. Just then, Gu Yusin and Song Huichuan rushed over, their footsteps rapid, faces alert. Standing not far from Lin Zhixia, armed with various firearms. He Jinyu, you shall not harm Xia. Song Huichuan's palms ignited with flames, a fireball erupting from his grasp and hurtling toward He Jinyu. Liao Qingxi followed suit, launching 2 fireballs from opposite sides toward He Jinyu's barrier. The fierce assault shattered his protective shield, the searing fireballs inching dangerously close to his polished shoes. No, they are too expensive. He Jinyu instinctively shielded his shoes, moving with remarkable speed, evading to the side. Even Zhou Shubai, who possessed speed abilities, was taken aback by his agility, marveling at the power of wealth. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity, He Jinyu lunged forward, gripping Li Mayan's neck, taking the defenseless boy hostage. Li Mayan's face turned pale, trembling slightly, disbelief evident in his eyes as he gasped, Mr. He, how can you do this? Just days ago, you praised my cooking. But He Jinyu disregarded him entirely, snatching the gun from his hand and firing twice at the surrounding individuals without a hint of mercy. Witnessing the little puppy being captured, Lin Zhixia's fingers turned white with tension, an undercurrent of panic in her voice as she urged, Stop. Your voice was as cold as ice. Let him go, and I will allow you to leave. A sly glint of triumph flashed in He Jinyu's eyes as he retreated, holding Li Mayan tightly while clutching the medicine box in his other hand. How much better it would have been if you had been this agreeable earlier. He moved steadily, his arm constricting around Li Mayan, his gaze wary as he edged toward the fortress door. The handsome men along the way gritted their teeth in anger. Song Huichuan's fireball swirling in his palm, Liao Qingxi's fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury, but Lin Zhixia silenced them with a glance. Zhou Shubai attempted a flanking maneuver, ghosting to the side, but He Jinyu caught him in his peripheral vision and scoffed, Don't waste your efforts. You cannot stop me. As they spoke, they had retreated to the electric fence. He glanced at Lin Zhixia, signaling her to open the gate. Reluctantly, she complied, her fingertips pressing firmly as her eyes brimmed with resentment. With a push of the switch, the electric fence descended slowly, creating a passageway. He Jinyu, seizing Li Mayan, exited the fortress, rudely shoving him aside without a hint of compassion. He turned, picked up another box of medicine from the ground, and without a backward glance, slipped into the prepared off-road vehicle. The engine roared to life as dust billowed, leaving behind a mocking farewell. Miss Lin, until we meet again. Damn it, that bastard. Song Huichuan kicked the ground vehemently, his chest heaving with indignation. His voice was laced with frustration as a fireball struck the earth, leaving scorch marks. I should have burned him. Liao Qingxi, equally enraged, stomped her feet in exasperation. The flames in her palm crackled in the air, narrowly missing the nearby railing. He got off too easily. After all this time of catering to him, not a single clue was revealed. He is the queen of the black market. In terms of ruthlessness, he ranks first. None dare to contest that. Gu Yusin crossed his arms, his gaze knowing and tinged with mockery. What could a person like him possibly refrain from doing? Lin Zhixia steadied the unsteady Li Mayan, watching the off-road vehicle disappear before her, her brow furrowed tightly. Just as she had begun to uncover leads regarding her mother, He Jinyu's escape had severed them completely. Finding that informant now seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unconsciously, her fingertips grazed the gun's body. Her frown deepening as a tinge of melancholy crept into her voice, her eyes clouded with unresolved sorrow. Do not despair, Shen Xingye approached her, gently patting Lin Zhixia's shoulder. His voice bore an awkward comfort, yet his eyes were resolute. There will always be leads. He Jinyu may have escaped for now, but if we encounter him again, I will ensure he reveals the informant's whereabouts. Beside them, Li Mayan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice quavering as he lowered his head. Sister, it's all my fault. If I had been of any use, I wouldn't have been taken captive, and the lead wouldn't have been lost. His head hung low, his ears drooping, resembling a chastised puppy. Lin Zhixia reached out to tousle his hair, her fingers warm, her gaze softening with affection. It's not your fault. He is simply too cunning. She gently brushed his nose with her fingertip. Your safety is what matters most. From now on, we will protect you, so there's no need to fear. Li Mayan lifted his head, meeting the warmth in her eyes. His nose tinged with emotion, he nodded earnestly. Sister, you are so kind to me, even better than my own family. Gu Yusin stepped forward, his expression grave, urgency threading his tone. While we can seek out new leads, the immediate priority is to strengthen our abilities. The zombies will only grow more formidable, and we must prepare ourselves swiftly. Lin Zhixia inhaled deeply, suppressing her sorrow, her voice resolute, her gaze unwavering. Although the lead had vanished, as long as they were alive, there would inevitably come a day to uncover the truth. She turned to the handsome men beside her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let us return and regroup. Next time we encounter He Jinyu, we shall teach him a lesson. Chapter 55. Collaboration with the Queen of Spades with her relationship with He Jinyu at an all-time low. It was evident that investigating her mother's death through him was no longer an option. Lin Zhixia refused to relent. She opened the chat group of the black market, seeking assistance from other avenues to investigate this matter. While she pondered over the chat window, a sudden request from a man named Queen of Spades appeared. She vaguely remembered this Queen of Spades. During the last transaction when Gu Yusin disguised himself as Old Ghost, she had seen him on the surveillance footage. Seemingly a minor leader. Lin Zhixia eyed her phone with caution, typing out a few words. What is it? The Queen of Spades quickly replied, I wish to discuss a transaction with you. Lin Zhixia frowned. What transaction? Queen of Spades. I can answer your questions. A simple question costs a box of bread, while a complex one costs 5 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages. Lin Zhixia scoffed, her alabaster fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. How can you be so sure that I will uphold my end of the bargain? The reply came swiftly, causing Lin Zhixia's heart to race. Of course, it's because I know you, Miss Lin. You are a woman of your word. The audacity of the other party revealed that they knew her identity, likely divulged by He Jinyu. Lin Zhixia's fists clenched, her brow furrowing in agitation.
He Jinyu.
That unscrupulous merchant had always been motivated by profit. It seemed he had sold her identity to others when he could not gain anything from her. As she contemplated responding, a thought struck her. How could she be sure this individual was not in cahoots with He Jinyu, weaving an even larger trap for her? Just as uncertainty consumed her. A heavy knock resounded from the door. Xia, may I come in? Gu Yusin's voice was low and gravelly, yet it brought an unusual sense of reassurance. Lin Zhixia promptly pulled him inside and revealed her conversation with the Queen of Spades. Gu Yusin's brow furrowed sharply. After a brief contemplation, he articulated his deductions based on their chat history. Currently, there are only 2 possibilities. One is orchestrated by He Jinyu, and the other is not. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, regardless of which it is, we can test the waters first. Lin Zhixia nodded in agreement. Gu Yusin took the phone and typed, I can agree to your transaction. I have my first question. The dealer referred to He Jinyu as queen. Is He Jinyu the king of all of you? Queen of Spades responded promptly. He Jinyu is indeed a queen, but not the king of all. He only governs a portion. Gu Yusin inquired further. So, there are many queens in your black market, correct? Hence, you are not under his jurisdiction? Indeed, Queen of Spades replied, I, too, am a queen. At this revelation, Lin Zhixia couldn't help but laugh. She had assumed He Jinyu wielded immense power, only to discover that the black market was rife with queens. Gu Yusen pondered for a moment before assisting Lin Zhixia in analyzing Queen of Spades' words. If I'm not mistaken, all prominent figures in the black market are bestowed the title of queen because they are valuable and can bring benefits to the trading community. And if they become useless? Lin Zhixia blinked, wide-eyed with curiosity. Gu Yusen paused before responding, then they might very well become commodities to be traded. Lin Zhixia was taken aback. No wonder the merchants in the black market were so mercenary, cruel, and indifferent to human life. In such a dark underground trading organization, it was indeed necessary to commit acts beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to carve out a path to survival. However, these concerns were secondary. The immediate priority was to locate the informant who held the key to her mother's whereabouts. Thus, Lin Zhixia seized her phone and asked, "Can you help me investigate He Jinyu's prior inquiry about the individual who knows the details of my mother's death? I need to find him." After a significant pause, the response came, "Miss Lin, you are aware of the complexity of this matter. May I charge you for a complex inquiry?" "Certainly," Lin Zhixia replied without hesitation. 5 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages are a far more reasonable exchange than what that unscrupulous merchant, He Jinyu, would demand. She continued, "Once you locate the individual, we shall exchange them for goods, including the items for the first 2 questions. Miss Lin is quite forthright. Leave this matter to me." Queen of Spades seemed pleased with Lin Zhixia's response. With the task of uncovering leads entrusted to Queen of Spades, the next objective was to enhance their strength. She notified all the handsome men in the villa's chat group, instructing them to prepare their weapons for the impending battle against zombies. Song Huaichuan, upon hearing the call to action, was the first to burst out of the villa, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement, eager to stretch his limbs after feeling cooped up for days. Shortly after, Liao Qingxiai arrived, removing his boxing gloves and donning the combat attire from the villa. After days of training, his powers had not increased. It seemed that only by slaying zombies would he see any real progress. As others began to gather, Lin Zhixia promptly pointed at the 2 fortified vehicles at the entrance, methodically organizing their departure. The doors and windows of these vehicles had been reinforced, providing solid protection. "We should split up for efficiency in dealing with zombies," she stated. Hearing this, Shen Xingyi immediately approached her, saying, "Sister, let us ride in the same vehicle. I can protect you." His feigned vulnerability irked Su Qinghe, who retorted, "Shen Xingyi, your power level is too low to protect Lin's own. Allow me. I am accustomed to looking after her. How could a doctor like me be absent from Xiao Xia's side?" Zhou Su Bai confidently patted his chest. "With me around, you will surely remain unharmed." Unfazed by their banter, Lin Zhixia continued her arrangements. "Gu Yusun and Su Qinghe, you both drive the vehicles. Song Huaichuan and Liao Qingxiai, your fire abilities are strong, so you will protect Su Qinghe while he drives." She glanced at Zhou Su Bai, who was holding a medical kit. "You should ride with them. Their fighting style is aggressive, and injuries are likely. You can attend to them." As the 4 were assigned their roles, Shen Xingyi and Gu Yusun exchanged subtle smirks, an expression of quiet satisfaction. In contrast, the other 4 appeared dejected as they climbed into their vehicle. "Let us get in." Lin Zhixia took her accustomed place in the passenger seat, and Shen Xingyi obediently settled into the back. Just as they prepared to depart, Li Muyan rushed out of the villa, apron still tied around him. His eyes filled with urgency. "Xiao Xia, wait for me." Lin Zhixia rolled down the window, her expression tinged with concern. "Muyan, why are you out here? You lack powers. It's dangerous outside. You shouldn't come." Li Muyan's cheeks puffed out in frustration, his eyes welling with unshed tears.
No, Xiao Xia.
"You can't discriminate against me just because I don't have powers. Bring me along. I'm certain my abilities can be awakened. And I can protect you like everyone else." He stomped his feet in desperation, clearly fearing being left behind. Unable to resist his earnest plea, Lin Zhixia cast a glance back at the vehicle. "All right, get in." Li Muyan's face brightened as he hopped into the rear seat. However, Shen Xingyi shot him a glare, his lips pressed tightly together in silent disapproval, turning his gaze away to the window. The fortress gates slowly opened, and the 2 fortified Bentleys rolled out onto the road. The zombies on the path were sparse. Su Qinghe and his team were sufficient to handle them, especially with Gu Yusun's powers bolstering their safety. "Xiao Xia, where are we headed?" Guyu-san inquired, his eyes fixated on the road ahead. Lin Zhixia hesitated for a moment, her lips parting slightly. To the old residents, I want to see if Su Dechang is dead. Guyu-san promptly directed the vehicle toward the city, where the population, and consequently the zombies, was denser. Yet their vehicle was remarkably sturdy, impervious to the zombies' wails and attempts to breach it. They cracked the windows just enough to fire shots at the zombies outside. These ordinary zombies, devoid of intelligence and sluggish in movement, fell like cabbages under their fusillade or were directly struck by Guyu-san's vehicle. After half an hour of driving without encountering a single mutated zombie, Lin Zhixia felt a pang of disappointment. This is dull. Gripping her QSC-92 pistol, she fired accurately at the zombies' heads, each shot exploding their brains and splattering the area. Suddenly, a cacophony of zombie howls echoed from afar, the sound far louder than that of the ordinary zombies, and their size was considerably larger. Oh no, it seems to be mutated zombies. Li Muyan's fear was palpable. Had it not been for Lin Zhixia last time, he would have been bitten by a mutated zombie. The sight of such creatures still haunted him. Beside him, Shen Xingyi scoffed, turning his face away with a hint of derision. What's the fuss about? It's just a level 2 mutated zombie. Though Shen Xingyi's powers were low, he had encountered level 3 zombies at the research facility and had escaped from them, which bolstered his confidence. How many are there? Guyu-san asked while driving. Lin Zhixia counted and replied, it seems to be 6. This was their team's first encounter with such a number of level 2 mutated zombies. As she strategized on how to tackle them, Su Qing, he called in. Lin Zong, what's the plan? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhixia's eyes hardened with resolve. Prepare for battle. With so many mutated zombies, it was the perfect opportunity to accumulate points, and she could not let it slip away. Each of them raised their firearms and began firing frantically at the window. The level 2 mutated zombies exhibited various traits. Some were massive, towering at 3 meters, directly trampling their vehicle. Others were swift, evading bullets, and some possessed strong healing abilities, rapidly mending their wounds. There was even one zombie capable of splitting itself into numerous ordinary zombies. Song Huaichuan and Liao Qingxi utilized their fire abilities to transform their firearms into flamethrowers, shooting flame-imbued bullets at the level 2 mutated zombies. Suddenly, one of the mutated zombies sprayed water, extinguishing the flames on the bullets. What the hell? This zombie is incredible. Song Huaichuan cursed while loading his weapon. Realizing that even a level 2 zombie could be this formidable, it seemed that killing zombies would only become more challenging. Zhou Subai, seated in the back, wore a frown, muttering to himself. If you can't speak constructively, then don't say anything. Song Huaichuan shot him a glare, his fiery eyes suggesting a readiness to lash out. Zhou Subai quickly silenced himself. Unwilling to back down, Song Huaichuan fired a massive fireball at the opposing zombie. The agile creature, however, dodged and pushed its fellow zombies aside, ensuring the fireball missed them entirely. Why are zombies getting smarter?
Liao Qing ci pondere da loud.
Questioning whether they were dealing with zombies or humans. Su Qing, he had a sudden idea. Let me try. He activated his abilities, unleashing a torrent of water onto the larger zombie. Though it was massive, its movements were clumsy, and it slipped, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, Lin Zhixia swiftly exited the vehicle, conjuring a heavy sniper rifle from her space and aiming it directly at the zombie's head. In an instant, the 3-meter-tall zombie collapsed, its skull shattering into pieces, a putrid stench immediately filling the air. Lin Zhixia wrinkled her nose in disdain and returned to the vehicle. At that moment, a notification chimed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 2 mutated zombie. You have earned 20 points. Current points, 170. Combat attributes have increased by 1 level, with all attributes boosted by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 200, defense power, 190, critical hit rate, 200, evasion rate, 190, agility, 190. As the lottery draw approached, Lin Zhixia gazed outside at the howling zombies, her excitement growing. Were these truly mutated zombies? They were nothing more than walking points. At that moment, a scream erupted from the car in front, where Su Qinghe was seated. Ouch. Ouch. It turned out that the young man had been too arrogant, leaving the window open too wide, and a fire-breathing zombie had burned his finger. Zhou Subai hurriedly helped him close the window, using his powers to heal the wound. These zombies are infuriating. Song Huichuan cursed in pain. Zombies possess intelligence. Don't be reckless with the windows. Liao Qingxi reminded him while shooting zombies through the window's gap. Song Huichuan scratched his head in confusion. Haven't the zombies lost their brains? How can they still be intelligent? I feel like they are smarter than me. Who exactly is the zombie here? Su Qinghe, sitting in front, couldn't help but laugh, patting his shoulder in consolation. Don't belittle yourself. Their intelligence is still beneath yours. Chapter 57. Establishing a life and death pact. I can't handle this. You take care of him, Song Huichuan said despairingly, glancing at the fire-breathing zombie. Su Qinghe nodded and began to use his water powers, focusing on combating the flaming undead. However, perhaps due to his relatively low power level, he seemed to be struggling, beads of sweat trickling down from his hair. Just then, a system notification chimed in.
Ding.
Su Qinghe, Pisces, water element ability level has risen from level 3 to level 4, capable of generating a substantial water source, enhanced water control abilities. Fortification defense increased by 40. With the level up, Su Qinghe produced more water, pouring it down to extinguish the flames emitted by the zombie. Now's our chance. Lin Zhixia seized the moment, firing relentlessly at the head of the fire-breathing zombie. After a few defiant roars, the zombie finally collapsed, turning into a pile of rotten flesh.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for killing a level 2 mutated zombie, earning 20 points. Current points, 190. Combat attributes increased by 1 level, each attribute increased by 10. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 210, defense power, 200, critical hit rate, 210, evasion rate, 200, agility, 200.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your combat attributes have reached 200, earning a lottery chance. Would you like to begin the draw? Lin Zhixia was just about to draw when she noticed the doppelganger zombie transform into hundreds of zombies, all pushing against their car as if trying to overturn it and force them out. What an eye-opener. These zombies possess such cunning. It truly puts one to shame. Lin Zhixia felt a surge of despair as he gazed at the overwhelming horde. Despite Gu Yusin's continuous efforts using earth powers to stabilize the vehicle, the sheer number of zombies was too great, causing the car to tilt at a 45-degree angle, on the verge of tipping over. Lin Zhixia had no time to draw, and could only say to the system, I will draw later. Seeing Gu Yusin's vehicle surrounded by zombies, Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi hurriedly used their powers to assist. They unleashed torrents of flames toward the zombies, attempting to drive them back. But it was merely a drop in the bucket, as the replicated zombies were simply too numerous. Xia, what do we do? Li Mayan, unable to use powers, could only sit in the car anxiously. Lin Zhixia noticed the large beads of sweat rolling down Gu Yusin's forehead and felt a pang of concern. In a state of urgency, she asked the system, is there any way for me to immediately replicate Gu Yusin's skills? He's the only one with earth powers, and it's difficult for him to hold on. The system's voice resonated in Lin Zhixia's mind.
Ding.
Since the host does not wish to utilize intimate relations to replicate skills, there is only one method, to establish a life and death pact with Gu Yusin. Lin Zhixia was bewildered. What does that mean? Host, after establishing the life and death pact, your lives will be bound together. If one dies, the other cannot survive. Isn't that equivalent to having only one life? Lin Zhixia hesitated internally, but in the next moment, the horde of zombies grew even larger. The car was almost on its side. All right, I agree. What must I do? Following the system's instructions, Lin Zhixia bit her fingertip, applying the blood to her palm. Then did the same to Gu Yusin. Gu Yusin, now clasp my palm, press your forehead against mine, close your eyes, and wait for 10 seconds. Gu Yusin, though confused, complied obediently. Behind them, Lin Zhixia was taken aback, anxiously urging, Sister, what are you two doing at a time like this? We'll all be dead soon. Li Mayan was also fidgeting nervously. Lin Zhixia ignored them, continuing the mental process of the life and death pact. The long 10 seconds finally passed, and Lin Zhixia slowly opened her eyes, the other south face close enough to touch. She clearly saw Gu Yusin momentarily stunned, his Adam's apple bobbing, and a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. She grasped Gu Yusin's hand and quietly declared, from now on, your life is mine. Gu Yusin, slightly dazed, asked, and yours? My life is also yours. Lin Zhixia's alluring lips parted slightly. As their eyes locked, an air of ambiguity filled the car, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Just then, the life-saving system notification chimed once more.
King.
Life and Death Pact established. Gu Yusin's intimacy with the host increased from level 9 to level 10. Fortification attack power increased by 100, host combat attributes randomly augmented by 10 points, agility increased by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 210, defense power, 200, critical hit rate, 210, evasion rate, 200, agility, 210.
Ding.
Host successfully replicated Gu Yusin's level 9 earth powers, which will significantly enhance alongside the host's personal combat attributes. As Lin Zhixia spoke, she felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through her, as though she could send a zombie flying with a single punch. She infused her surroundings with a faint yellow protective aura, which visibly deepened and expanded, transforming into a dazzling golden hue. With a gentle wave of her hand, the vehicle, which was about to topple, was miraculously pushed upright by a tremendous force. The golden aura acted like a massive umbrella, hurling the zombies attempting to topple the car away. She slowly opened the car door and stepped out. None of the ordinary zombies could approach her, all repelled by the golden light. Despite the cacophony of zombie howls and collisions surrounding her, the golden shield remained steadfast, and Lin Zhixia felt no fatigue or discomfort. What in the world is happening? Liao Qingxi, who had long run out of flames, was stunned by the scene and immediately exited the car to investigate. The others followed suit. The area enveloped by the golden light spanned at least 10 square meters, ample enough to accommodate 2 cars and all of them. Wow, sister, is this your power? It's incredible. The zombies can't get in. Shen Xingye observed the frenzied zombies outside, even teasing them by sticking out his tongue. Lin Zhixia remained calm, her gaze steady, as if the current scenario was something she had anticipated. Let the battle commence, my family. Song Huichuan was the first to leap onto the roof of the car, exclaiming, "Let me have some fun." The others followed suit, beginning to fire their weapons. These ordinary zombies, lacking combat prowess and unable to approach, could only endure the onslaught. Within moments, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood collapsed outside the golden light. Chapter 58. The Mysterious Zombies Beep. Gu Yusin, Capricorn, Earth Element, has slain 500 zombies, elevating his ability level from 9 to 10, enhancing the fortress's defense by 100. Due to the host's bond with the handsome man, the host's abilities receive a commensurate boost. Beep. Song Huichuan, Aries, Fire Element, has slain 300 zombies, advancing his ability level from 4 to 5, enhancing the fortress's defense by 50.
Beep.
Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius, Fire Element, has slain 300 zombies, advancing his ability level from 4 to 5, enhancing the fortress's defense by 50.
Beep. Soaking. Pits.
Water Element, has slain 300 zombies, advancing his ability level from 4 to 5, enhancing the fortress's defense by 50. Beep. Zhou Shubai, Libra, Air Element, has slain 300 zombies, advancing his ability level from 4 to 5, enhancing the fortress's defense by 50. Beep. Shen Xingye, Leo, Fire Element, has slain 100 zombies, elevating his ability level from 1 to 2, enhancing the fortress's defense by 20. They have all leveled up, but what about me? Lin Zhixia lamented inwardly to the system. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more.
Beep.
Congratulations to the host for slaying 1,000 zombies. Combat attributes have increased by 2 levels, with all attributes augmented by 20. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 230, defense power, 220, critical hit rate, 230, evasion rate, 220, agility, 230. On the roof of the vehicle, Li Mayan, holding a Type 92 pistol, bore an unmistakable look of despondency. He observed as everyone's abilities flourished while his own remained dormant. Su Qinghe, perceptive to his dismay, patted his shoulder, suggesting, "Perhaps your true ability lies in your extraordinary culinary skills. No one among us can compare to you in that regard." Indeed, upon hearing this, the shadow of despair dissipated from Li Mayan's eyes. "Yes, once the battle concludes, I shall prepare a feast for you all, a warm welcome." It was still early. Lin Zhixia, with her gun slung over her shoulder, raised her gaze to the 4 level 2 mutated zombies roaring in the golden light. The speedster zombie continued to leap about, desperately seeking a gap to infiltrate. The healing zombie attempted to mend its fallen comrades, roaring in frustration when healing proved futile. The doppelganger zombie seethed with rage at the destruction of its numerous replicas, yearning to rend the intruders to shreds. However, to Lin Zhixia's abilities, they were merely manifestations of impotent fury. Curiously, it was the zombie lurking behind these aberrations that caught her attention. It was neither large nor possessed of remarkable speed or healing prowess, nor did it replicate itself. Yet the other zombies appeared to fear it, treating it almost as their leader, igniting Lin Zhixia's intrigue. What ability did this zombie possess? It refrained from combat and did not roar, silently observing the chaos, reminiscent of a profound elder or a deity gazing down upon mere ants, viewing them as jester-like figures. Xia, why are you dazed? Hurry and shoot. Gu Yusin gently nudged the still entranced Lin Zhixia, coming back to her senses. She had no time to ponder the zombie's abilities and focused on firing at the mutated zombies. Yet the agile zombie proved to be a formidable adversary, evading their fire with astonishing swiftness, much to the frustration of Lin Zhixia and Gu Yusin. Seeing this, Zhou Xiubai approached confidently, thumping his chest. "Leave it to me, Xia." With that, he leaped from the vehicle, wielding 2 compact pistols, and chased after the agile zombie, his movements swift as lightning, resembling a fleeting shadow amidst the chaos. "What just zipped past me?" Song Huichuan rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have been seeing things. Liao Qingxi was left speechless by Zhou Xubai's speed. He just leveled up and is already this fast? If he were a deliverman, he'd be rolling in riches. Every doppelganger zombie that emerged was meticulously shot down by the attentive Su Qinghe, causing their speed to noticeably decline, as if they were running out of energy. The remaining members focused on the healing zombie, which proved to be the most challenging to eliminate. No matter how severe the wounds inflicted, it healed almost instantaneously. Shun Xingye, eager to contribute, fired his weapons with such rapidity that smoke began to billow. "If only we had 2 Zhou Zubais,"
Li Muyan exclaimed in frustration.
Though Zhou Xubai's speed was like a fleeting shadow, his voice echoed in their ears, fluctuating in volume. "Don't worry. Once I deal with the speedy zombie, I'll handle that one." While Gu Yusin and Lin Zhixia were also firing, most of their strength was directed towards reinforcing the protective shield, for it was their very lifeline. Finally, the doppelganger zombie could endure no longer. It was utterly exhausted and could no longer produce more zombies. Its innate strength was not formidable, merely thicker-skinned than an ordinary zombie. Seeing its imminent demise, Lin Zhixia swiftly redirected her gun and shot the critically weakened doppelganger zombie, achieving a triple kill.
Beep.
Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 2 mutated zombie, earning 20 points. Current points, 210. Combat attributes elevated by 1 level, with all attributes increased by 10. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 240, defense power, 230, critical hit rate, 240, evasion rate, 230, agility, 240. Lin Zhixia found the system's voice increasingly melodious. The healing zombie's regeneration rate was alarmingly rapid. Despite the group's relentless fire, it remained unscathed, causing Lin Zhixia to feel a pang of regret at the waste of ammunition. What if we used a heavy sniper rifle? Its power is formidable. It should struggle to heal quickly. Liao Qingxi suggested. That won't work. Gu Yusin shook his head, his gaze fixed on the swift zombie, now akin to a blur. Do you think the speedster would allow that to happen? It has already lost 3 of its companions. It will do everything in its power to protect the remaining 2. Before anyone could retort, Zhou Xubai's voice drifted into their ears. This is the power of unity. Song Huichuan could not restrain himself, cursing. Whose side are you really on? Zhou Xiubai replied without missing a beat. I am on the side of justice. With the healing zombie impervious to defeat and the speedster beyond their reach, the remaining members stood anxiously, save for Zhou Xiubai, who continued to dart about.
Lin,
what should we do now? Su Qinghe inquired, unable to contain his concern, as these 2 zombies were indeed the most challenging to confront. Yet Lin Zhixia shook her head, her alabaster fingers pointing into the distance. No, it is the one over there that is the most formidable. Chapter 59. A million of Mi. Gu Yusin, intrigued, raised his gaze to scrutinize the motionless zombie in the distance. That one? You mean the one that seems to lack any abilities? Yes, Lin Zhixia affirmed with a nod. I've been observing it. Though it remains still, its eyes are constantly shifting. What does that remind you of? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yusin's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting it resembles a CPU? Precisely, Lin Zhixia continued, analyzing further. Logically, a level 2 zombie shouldn't be this formidable nor possess such intelligence. The only explanation is that someone is controlling them. Controlling? Li Mayan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that even possible? Lin Zhixia elaborated. The The zombie orchestrating the entire scenario is akin to an esports master, manipulating each character in combat against us, and each of its subordinates possesses distinct attributes and specialties. Zombies? Playing video games?
Ha!
Song Huichuan erupted in laughter, feeling as though he had lost his mind. What kind of absurd world has this outrageous author created? The battle resembles a video game, and now even zombies can play games. Can you believe it? What do we do now? Zhou Shubai suddenly appeared behind them.
Hey!
When did you return? Shen Xingye jumped in surprise at the unexpected voice. Zhou Shubai gasped heavily, one hand resting on his knee while the other waved dismissively. I can't go on. I have no strength left.
Ha!
Liao Qingxi teased, playfully patting his shoulder. How can a man say he's unable to continue? Indeed. Song Huichuan chimed in, supporting Liao's jest. Liao Qingxi turned with a mischievous grin, casting a knowing look at Song Huichuan. Actually, you have said it before.
Impossible.
Song Huichuan retorted incredulously, immediately denying the claim.
Don't slander me.
Suddenly, Su Qinghe, who had been silent, raised his hand discreetly, casting his gaze downward, but not daring to meet Song Huichuan's eyes. I can testify, you have indeed said it. Song Huichuan's face flushed crimson, and he seized Su Qinghe by the collar, his voice laced with menace. Brat, look me in the eye. All right, enough of this. Gu Yusin interjected, casting a dark glance at the group. Instantly, everyone clamped their mouths shut, afraid to speak. If we can't devise a solution, we shall all perish here. Gu Yusin's words bore a heavy weight of oppression. After a lengthy pause, Shen Xingye spoke slowly. However, we cannot fathom a viable plan either. Exactly, Song Huichuan lamented, scratching his head in frustration. This is a matter best left to you clever folks. Frankly, my intellect pales in comparison to that of this zombie. What can I possibly do against it? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Zhixia stepped forward, her voice calm as she proposed. Everyone should take shelter in the vehicle. These two zombies lack strength and cannot breach the car. I will confront them.
Xia.
Gu Yusin quickly grasped her arm. Have you lost your mind? I am not mad. Lin Zhixia replied coolly, her expression betraying no hint of fear. To capture the thief, one must first apprehend the leader. If I destroy the CPU, the other two zombies will be easy to handle. Seeing Gu Yusin still reluctant to release her, she continued, moreover, my abilities are sufficient for self-defense. Even if the speedy and regenerative zombies attack simultaneously, they cannot reach me. I will accompany you. Gu Yusin's resolve was unyielding. Lin Zhixia shook her head. No need. I shall go alone for a swift resolution. You and the others can remain in the vehicle, drawing the attention of those two zombies while also using your abilities to protect them. With her plans laid out, Gu Yusin ceased his protests and organized the others to take refuge in the car. As they climbed back inside, the zombies mistakenly believed they were fleeing and rushed forward to attack. The two zombies pounded violently on the car doors, while Gu Yusin reinforced them with his skills, preventing any damage. Lin Zhixia, armed with a QSC-92 handgun and a sharp dagger, silently charged towards the distant controlling mutant zombie. This zombie was highly perceptive and quickly sensed the impending danger, attempting to alert the other two. Gu Yusin and the others could not allow the two zombies to trouble Lin Zhixia, so they provocatively opened the car windows, taunting the undead. Despite being controlled, the zombies' innate bloodlust remained unchanged. They could not forsake the group for a single individual, fixating instead on the fresh blood within the vehicle, eager to devour them all. The controlling zombie appeared flustered, abandoning its directive and fleeing into the distance. However, it seemed to move sluggishly, and soon Lin Zhixia caught up to it. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, plunging her dagger toward the zombie's head. In that fleeting moment, she glimpsed fear in the creature's eyes. Please, do not kill me. The zombie rasped, its voice fragmented and indistinct, sending Lin Zhixia into a daze. Before her stood not a human, but a mere zombie. With no time to hesitate, she thrust the dagger forward, but the creature was cunning. It anticipated her move and tilted its head aside, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The glinting blade grazed its neck, stripping away a layer of decaying flesh but failing to inflict a mortal wound. The zombie, realizing it could not harm Lin Zhixia, refrained from lunging at her like its brethren and continued to flee. Lin Zhixia could not allow it to escape. She drew her handgun and fired several rounds at its retreating form. Though none struck a vital area, the creature's speed noticeably diminished. Recognizing this opportunity, Lin Zhixia hastened her pursuit and aimed for its head, firing a shot that shattered its skull, causing its brain matter to splatter as it collapsed to the ground. In its dying moments, the zombie let out a hoarse cry that echoed with chilling resonance. "You have killed me, yet there are countless others like me." With those final words, its body crumpled to the earth, dissolving into a pool of putrid decay. Lin Zhixia stood frozen, pondering the implications of its statement. What did it mean that killing one would lead to countless others? Driven by an inexplicable urge, she approached the fallen creature. Using her dagger to sift through the shattered remains of its skull, the stench of decay nearly overwhelming her senses. At that moment, a system notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 mutated zombie. You have earned 20 points. Current points, 230. Combat attributes have increased by 1 level, and all attributes have risen by 10. Ignoring the system's prompt, she continued to hold her breath, engrossed in her search. In truth, she was uncertain of what she sought. But an instinctual feeling urged her on, the belief that this zombie was no ordinary level 2 zombie, and perhaps something significant could be found within its remains. Chapter 60. Acquiring the memory chip. Indeed, she discovered an object resembling a chip among the fragments of the shattered skull, akin to a SIM card from a mobile phone. With a hint of distaste, she wiped it with a wet tissue before tucking it away in her possession. Suddenly, the system issued another notification. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring a vital clue and item. Memory chip." "What is this? A memory chip? What purpose does it serve?" Lin Zhixia questioned the system, her mind clouded with confusion. However, no response came, indicating that this was yet another mystery for her to unravel. Feeling a wave of frustration, she quickly reassured herself that having a lead was better than having none at all. She looked up towards the distance, where Gu Yusin and the others were still engaged in a struggle with the remaining 2 mutated zombies. Their speed and regenerative abilities were clearly diminished compared to before. Lin Zhixia understood immediately. It must be because she had killed the controlling zombie. The other 2 had lost their anchor, their intelligence and capabilities significantly weakened. Seeing her companions still in battle, Lin Zhixia rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of gunfire upon the 2 zombies. In less than a quarter of an hour, both mutants lay motionless on the ground, their brains shattered. "Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 level 2 mutated zombies. You have earned 40 points. Current points, 270. Combat attributes have increased by 2 levels, and all attributes have risen by 20. Your combat prowess is truly remarkable, Xia." Liao Qingxi could not help but praise her. "At this rate, none of us could stand against you. Indeed, sister. It seems we shall have to rely on you for protection in the future," Shun Xingye added, maintaining his playful demeanor. Lin Zhixia, however, did not allow their compliments to swell her pride. She understood that her abilities were still insufficient. What she required was to stand atop the highest vantage point, uncover the truth, and deliver a crushing blow to those malevolent parasites, ensuring they would never rise again. After dispatching the zombies, Lin Zhixia could see that everyone was weary. Just as she contemplated their return, she noticed Zhou Xiubai was missing. "Where is Zhou Xiubai?" Li Mayan also sensed something amiss. The group scanned their surroundings, only to find Zhou Xiubai had strayed several dozen meters away from them. "Is this foolish lad out of his mind?" A flicker of concern crossed Gu Yusin's eyes. "Without your defensive enhancements, what will happen when you encounter a zombie? This boy is exceedingly audacious." The group promptly pursued him, only to discover Zhou Xiubai gazing intently at a dilapidated shack not far away. Song Huichuan patted his shoulder. "Hey, what are you staring at? You were completely lost in thought. We called you for ages and you didn't respond. Look over there." Zhou Xiubai pointed towards a small, ramshackle house. The others followed his gaze, observing that the structure was on the verge of collapse, its door marred by terrifying claw marks and bloodstains, with several sections of the wall caved in, clearly the handiwork of zombies. "What's the fuss about a rundown house?" Shun Xingye furrowed his brow in confusion. Before he could finish his sentence, the door of the house creaked open slowly, revealing a stooped figure before them. Clad in tattered clothing, with disheveled hair and a sallow complexion, he leaned on a cane. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to a zombie. However, as he turned his face slightly, Lin Zhixia froze. It was none other than Su Daqiang. She had intended to seek him out at the old residence, never expecting to find him here. A stroke of fortune indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Zhixia led the others towards him, and the handsome men quickly surrounded Su Daqiang. Su Daqiang, is it really you? Lin Zhixia's eyes held no trace of familial affection, only disdain. Upon hearing her voice, Su Daqiang sluggishly pushed aside his unkempt hair, and when he met Lin Zhixia's cold, resolute gaze, a flicker of fear crossed his features. Mustering his courage, he feigned anger and reproached, Lin Zhixia, ungrateful daughter. As your father, I have raised you for so long, yet you show no concern for your own father. Do you know how many times I have nearly been devoured by zombies? Liao Qingxi let out a cold laugh. Rescue you? By what right? Do you possess the qualities of a father? Do you have the character and sense of responsibility that a father should have? Do you even deserve it? Indeed. Song Huichuan couldn't resist kicking him. You pathetic old fool. If you're content to live off others, that's one thing, but you can't even control your own legs. How have you managed to survive this long? Gu Yusen scoffed, offering him not even a glance. No help for it. A tree that sheds its bark is doomed, while a shameless man is invincible. As Su Daqiang felt himself drowning in the contempt of the crowd, he quickly donned a new facade, adopting a pitiful demeanor akin to a lapdog. He tugged at Lin Zhixia's clothing, feigning innocence. Xia, you must believe your father. I was merely deceived. The ones I love most are you and your mother. My affair with that woman was merely for show. Lin Zhixia remained unmoved by his pitiful display. Instead, she forcefully shoved him away, brushing off the dust from her clothes, her face reflecting absolute disgust. Don't touch me, you're filthy. He attempted to advance a step, only to be pushed down to the ground by the handsome men. He could only crawl at Lin Zhixia's feet, pleading with her from below, desperately attempting to appeal to the daughter he had never valued. In his mind, Lin Zhixia was merely a sheltered, naive girl, easily manipulated. He had no idea she possessed such a fierce and resolute side. Su Daqiang remained stunned for a moment before crawling back to her feet, weeping profusely. Xia, your father has erred, grievously so. I have wronged you. I should not have favored Shangyue over you. If only you would save me, I promise to make amends. He knelt, continually begging, his voice trembling with regret. Whether for his misguided choices or fear of Lin Zhixia's wrath, it was unclear. Lin Zhixia looked down at him with an air of disdain. Do you wish to return with me? Upon hearing this, Su Daqiang nodded fervently. If you allow me to return, I will serve you faithfully. That may be possible. Lin Zhixia's gaze sharpened as she looked at him. But you must disclose the truth behind my mother's death. Otherwise, she glanced at the distant, howling zombies. I shall cast you out to be torn apart by them, leaving not even a whole corpse. Su Daqiang, horrified, fell back to the ground, then scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly, his eyes filled with terror. Xia, please, I am your biological father. Song Huichuan, evidently lacking patience, seized his neck from behind. Speak, or I'll put an end to you right now. Su Daqiang trembled, his speech faltering. He stood unsteadily. Xia, you know your mother passed away from a sudden heart attack. Nonsense. Lin Zhixia's eyes turned frigid, her sharp gaze seeming to devour him whole. You think I haven't investigated? My mother was clearly pursued by the research facility. And you and Su Meyer are implicated in this. Su Daqiang's face was a mix of shock and resignation. Xia, what you say is pure fantasy. We live in a society governed by law. Any accidental death is investigated by the police. If your mother had indeed been murdered, how could there be no wounds on her body? Why wouldn't the police pursue the killer? After hearing his words, the group fell into contemplation. Though Su Daqiang was despicable, he spoke some truth. Accidental deaths cannot escape police scrutiny. As darkness fell, Lin Zhixia glanced at Su Daqiang, whose face was alight with hope. Take him back, and keep him under watch. We will speak further once I am satisfied with your answers. Upon receiving the order, several handsome men seized Su Daqiang's arms, escorting him like a prisoner as they climbed into the vehicle alongside Lin Zhixia. Even in the car, Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi maintained their vigilance, keeping a close watch on Su Daqiang in the back seat. Gu Yusen and Su Qinghe drove steadily, the vehicle moving smoothly. Thanks to Lin Zhixia's abilities, no zombie could approach them. For the first time, the group found themselves at ease on the road, an unfamiliar sensation for the handsome men. The vehicle swiftly approached the gates of the fortress, where the grand entrance slowly swung open. Su Daqiang was forcibly escorted out of the car by several individuals, and upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery of the villa complex, he was utterly taken aback. This place resembled a secluded paradise, completely insulated from the outside world. With each villa standing tall and imposing, even shrouded in darkness, the formidable and sturdy walls were unmistakable, showcasing an unparalleled defense that could withstand any zombie assault without a hint of vulnerability. Gazing at the multitude of villas, Su Daqiang felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He glanced around excitedly and flatteringly remarked, "Xia, you've truly made something of yourself. In this apocalyptic world, having so many villas is remarkable. Father isn't picky. Just arrange for me to stay in one of them." Lin Zhixia cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "You? Stay in a villa? Do you really think you deserve it?" Even the typically honest Su Qinghe couldn't contain himself, adding, "Don't tarnish our CEO Lin's villa."
Su Daqiang.
Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, protested, "Then where am I supposed to stay? You can't expect me to sleep on the lawn." Lin Zhixia pointed to a nearby doghouse, a makeshift structure hastily built from leftover materials during the fortress's construction. She had initially imagined that, during the apocalypse, it would be dull, and if she could rescue some cats or dogs to keep her company, it would help pass the time. However, since she had encountered a mangy dog instead, she thought it best to toss him in there. Just put him in there. Su Daqiang stared incredulously at the cramped doghouse, unable to believe what Lin Zhixia had just proposed. "Lin Zhixia, what did you say? You want me to live in a doghouse?" In response, Lin Zhixia calmly nodded, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Yes, a doghouse for a dog of a man. It suits you perfectly." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. "What did you say?" Su Daqiang seethed, shouting after her. "Lin Zhixia, do you have no conscience? I am your father, your biological father. And you want me to live in a doghouse? You can stay or leave. If you don't want to stay, then get lost."
Son Waichuan suddenly kicked Su Daqiang,
sending him sprawling on the ground like a ball, tumbling several times before struggling to regain his footing.
Ouch.
Su Daqiang sat on the ground, crying out for help. This heartless girl wants her own father to live in a doghouse. How could you be so cruel? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Zhixia swiftly turned around and slapped him hard across the left cheek. "This slap is for your fickleness and betrayal of my mother." Immediately following, another slap landed on his right cheek. "This is for your treachery, stealing her company." Su Daqiang was left dazed, and before he could lament his fate, Lin Zhixia seized him by the collar. "The only reason I'm sparing your miserable life is to investigate my mother's death. If you dare to wail again, I will promptly toss you outside to feed the zombies." Confronted by Lin Zhixia's fierce and determined gaze, Su Daqiang was paralyzed with fear, collapsing back onto the ground. Trembling and rendered mute, "Throw him into the doghouse." At Lin Zhixia's command, Su Qinghe and Lin Zhixia immediately stepped forward, dragging the limp Su Daqiang and unceremoniously tossing him into the filthy doghouse. The doghouse was cramped and dark, forcing Su Daqiang to curl up like a disheveled dog on the wooden floor. They locked the door behind him, leaving him to pound helplessly against the walls. Unable to escape, Lin Zhixia glanced at the darkening night and addressed them. "Everyone is tired today. Let us return to our villas to rest. We'll interrogate him tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the handsome men obediently returned to their respective villas, and Lin Zhixia went to her bedroom to rest. She was utterly exhausted from the day. Chapter 62. The Fire Elemental Ability. Waking up, she realized it was already noon. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the clean and tidy villa, momentarily leading her to feel as if she were not in a world overrun by zombies, but rather in a warm and peaceful ordinary day. After stretching, she intended to rise and freshen up when she suddenly recalled that her personal combat attribute value had reached 200 yesterday, and the system owed her a chance for a lottery draw. However, a thought struck her. What if she drew something as inexplicable as the charm pill again? It might not be a reward but a calamity instead. The system seemed to sense Lin Zhixia's thoughts, and a mechanical voice echoed in her mind.
Ding.
The system has one remaining lottery opportunity. Would you like to use it? Lin Zhixia pondered for a moment and inquired, "What are the options in this lottery? It won't be another strange pill, will it?" The system replied without hesitation.
Ding.
Considering the host's dissatisfaction with the previous lottery results, the system has specially prepared new options for the host this time. Suddenly, a massive lottery wheel appeared in Lin Zhixia's consciousness, its dazzling colors causing a slight headache, yet her curiosity compelled her to examine the options on the wheel. This time, The rewards were indeed of a much higher caliber than before, surpassing the previous selection by more than double. The purple options included a tranquilizer gun, flashbangs, sniper rifles, and medical kits. The orange options featured tanks, cannons, and aircraft carriers. All of these were essential military equipment for survival in the apocalypse. Items Lin Zhixia had longed for in her dreams. The golden options included infinite bullets and unlimited water supply. Seeing these choices made Lin Zhixia even more exhilarated. For survival in the apocalypse, having infinite bullets meant they could sustain prolonged combat, while an unlimited water supply provided a foundation for long-term survival. The red option was particularly enticing. Although it was only a single category, it was the highest level prize. The glowing red description read, "Can replicate the abilities of any handsome man." Replicate abilities. Lin Zhixia's eyes sparkled. Last time, she had risked her life to obtain Gu Yusen's powers, intertwining their fates, which meant she effectively had only one life. The thought made her feel a sense of loss. Now, if she were to win this red prize, she could obtain any handsome man's abilities without any cost. Finally, my hard work has paid off. Lin Zhixia muttered to herself. System, I hope you understand my desires and know which ability I wish to replicate. If you repeat the previous mistake, Lin Zhixia clenched her fist tightly, threatening, I'll walk out and let the zombies devour both you and me. After delivering her warning to the system, Lin Zhixia clasped her hands together and shouted, Lottery. As her voice echoed, the magnificent lottery wheel spun rapidly, the pointer whirling like a top, making it impossible to discern where it would land. Moments later, the wheel gradually decelerated, passing by the purple options, then the orange, then the gold, until it finally came to a halt on the red option.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have won the prize, Ability Replication Talent. You may choose one handsome man's ability to replicate. Luck was on her side. She had actually drawn this reward, leaving Lin Zhixia in disbelief as she stared at the lottery options, contemplating whose ability she should replicate. Shen Xingya's ability level was too low, and Li Mian had yet to awaken his powers, so they were both excluded from consideration. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi possessed level 5 fire abilities. Su Qinghe had a level 5 water ability, and Zhou Xubai had a level 5 wind ability. Whose ability should she choose? While water abilities were less advantageous in combat and more suited for survival, providing a water supply, wind abilities focused on speed and healing. Given her current defensive capabilities, level 1 and 2 zombies could hardly approach her. Hence, it was imperative to prioritize an offensive capability. After much contemplation, Lin Zhixia ultimately resolved in her mind, I want to replicate Song Huichuan's fire elemental ability. As soon as Lin Zhixia's words fell, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her body, as if an inexplicable power was rapidly coalescing within her. The ribs beneath her skin radiated warmth, and a swelling sensation within her heart urged her to release this pent-up energy.
Beep.
Congratulations, host. You have replicated the handsome man Song Huichuan's fire elemental ability, power. It has been enhanced in accordance with your personal combat attributes. Beep. Given that the intimacy level with the handsome man Song Huichuan has reached a critical threshold, an intimacy reward of level 1 is granted. Currently, Song Huichuan's intimacy level with the host has reached level 10, enhancing fortress attack power by 100, and adding a random 10 points to the host's combat attributes, along with 10 points to defense. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 260, defense, 260, critical hit rate, 260, evasion rate, 250, agility, 260. Lin Zhixia dashed into Song Huichuan's villa, the closest to the entrance. Upon entering, she found him still asleep, his anger flaring at the sudden intrusion. Who is it? Who has entered so rudely? Do you not know to knock? However, upon seeing Lin Zhixia, his expression transformed into one of pure joy, his smile nearly stretching to the back of his head. He rushed towards her, bouncing like an excited puppy. Xiaoxia, you actually came to find me. Did you miss me? I knew you did. I missed you too. As he spoke, he attempted to embrace Lin Zhixia from behind, but she ignored him, making her way up the stairs instead. Undeterred by her speed, Song Huichuan followed her with renewed enthusiasm, casting aside his fatigue. Xiaoxia, where are you going? Is there something you need? I can help with whatever you want. Lin Zhixia remained silent, heading straight to the 5th floor. After the fortress was reinforced, the lower floors obstructed the view outside. The 3rd floor had its sight nearly blocked, the 4th only half visible. while only the fifth floor's windows allowed a clear view of the surroundings. Standing by the bed, Lin Zhixia opened the window and gazed outside at the horde of howling zombies. Most of them dared not approach the fortress, being mindless creatures that had evolved over time. Wary of the electric fences, deterred by the piles of dead zombies surrounding them, feeling an immense power accumulating in her palm, she faced her hand upward and focused her intent, conjuring a flame that flickered to life. Before Song Huichuan could even exclaim in surprise, she flipped her hand, and the flame shot forth. Chapter 63. Let us go level up. As the flames soared outside the fortress, it rapidly transformed from a small spark into a massive fireball, towering 2 stories high. Lin Zhixia directed the fireball towards the surrounding zombies, who shrieked in agony as they were consumed, reducing many to charred remains. In just a few minutes, all zombies within sight had been eradicated.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, you have killed 500 zombies, leveling up your combat attributes by 1, with each attribute increasing by 10. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 270, defense, 270, critical hit rate, 270, evasion rate, 260, agility, 270. Xiaoxia, you are amazing. When did you acquire fire elemental abilities? I truly admire you. It seems I will need you to protect me in the future. Song Huichuan exclaimed excitedly, nuzzling against her shoulder like a playful puppy. Go play somewhere else. Lin Zhixia, focused on honing her abilities, brushed him aside. Feeling rejected, Song Huichuan pouted, sitting on the nearby bed with a look of grievance. Xiaoxia, how can you refuse me like this? It makes me so sad. Suddenly, Lin Zhixia seemed to have an idea and said, Song Huichuan, why don't you go out and kill some zombies? He froze, staring at her in confusion.
Huh, why?
Lin Zhixia shrugged, knowing that her ability level would increase with Song Huichuan's power enhancement. However, she would not disclose any details about the system. Taking his hand, she gazed into his eyes with profound sincerity. Xiaochuan, may I call you that? Upon hearing this, Song Huichuan's previous disappointment vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Of course, Xiaoxia. Xiaochuan. Lin Zhixia continued, her eyes glistening with affection. I have seen all the kindness you have shown me, and I believe you can protect me well, because you are the smartest and most talented. She pressed on. You've noticed that killing zombies will enhance your abilities. Your potential is limitless, and with diligent practice, you will soon stand beside me in battle. At her words, Song Huichuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his earlier despondency replaced by an uncontainable excitement. His heart raced, and a flush crept to his cheeks as he nodded fervently. Xiaoxia, I never realized you trusted me so much. I will go out and kill zombies to enhance my abilities. I won't let you down. With that, he donned his protective gear and rushed downstairs. Yet Lin Zhixia suddenly called out, wait. Song Huichuan halted immediately, turning back with unmasked enthusiasm in his eyes. What is it? Xiaoxia? I'm worried about you going alone, she said softly, taking his hand with a hint of concern in her gaze. Go find Zhou Xubai and ask him to accompany you. At her words, Song Huichuan's excitement heightened. He clung to Lin Zhixia, bouncing with joy. Xiaoxia, I knew you cared about me the most. Zhou Xubai, upon receiving the command, wasted no time preparing his combat gear, weapons, and emergency medical supplies, and left with Song Huichuan. The fortress door creaked open slowly, with Zhou Xubai driving while Song Huichuan sat in the passenger seat, eagerly clutching 2 submachine guns. His eyes alight with anticipation as he gazed out the window. Xiaoxia, don't worry. I won't come back until I reach level 10 tonight, Song Huichuan declared, pounding his chest in assurance while glancing at Lin Zhixia through the car window. Don't be foolish. Safety is paramount, Lin Zhixia cautioned, following them with concern. Though Song Huichuan was brave, his impulsiveness was a cause for worry, especially since this was his first time venturing out to kill zombies without guidance. As the vehicle grew distant, Lin Zhixia could no longer hear their voices, but she saw Song Huichuan lean out of the window, waving at her with an exuberant smile. Gu Yusin emerged from the villa, observing the departing vehicle and the slowly closing fortress gate, a hint of confusion passing through his eyes. What are they up to? Gu Yusin approached Lin Zhixia, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, his gaze filled with concern. Nothing much, Lin Zhixia replied, reluctant to elaborate. They're just going out to kill zombies and level up their abilities. As Shen Xingye and others gradually emerged, they glanced towards the doghouse. where Su Daqiang remained curled up inside, cautiously peering out. Sister, how do you plan to deal with him? Li Mayan pointed towards the doghouse. Lin Zhixia's tone remained icy, as if speaking of a stranger, without significance. Bring him out. I will personally interrogate him. The handsome men complied, without hesitation. Shen Xingye and Li Mayan approached the doghouse, forcibly dragging the cowering Su Daqiang out. Su Qing, understanding the situation, fetched a soft chair from the villa and placed it behind Lin Zhixia. Together, they hauled Su Daqiang to the open space in front of Lin Zhixia. Seeing him still standing there, a picture of unwillingness, Liao Qingzi swiftly kicked him in the knee. With a yelp of pain, Su Daqiang fell heavily to his knees. Lin Zhixia, I am your biological father. How can you allow these little ruffians to bully me like this? Su Daqiang lamented, his face filled with grievance. He couldn't help but glare at the handsome young men, but quickly averted his gaze, fearing discovery. It was hard to imagine that the words cursing and cowardice could be so completely embodied in a single individual. This was but a mild display. Lin Zhixia did not even glance up. She slowly accepted a whip that Gu Yusin handed her. The whip was thick and long, sleek and taut, glinting ominously in the light. With a gentle flick in the air, it crackled like thunder, sending leaves and dust swirling in the doorway. Su Daqiang was instantly startled, the bravado he had moments before evaporating without a trace. He quickly adopted a submissive demeanor. Xiaoxia, I was just joking. I never meant to blame you. You've always been so obedient and kind-hearted. You wouldn't want to harm your own father, would you? Yet, as he mustered the courage to meet Lin Zhixia's gaze, which was as cold as ice, he faltered, and his voice trembled. Xiaoxia, I was wrong. I'll listen to you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I want to go west. Please, don't hit me. That depends on your actions. Lin Zhixia replied, lightly swinging the whip in her hand, her eyes glinting with an icy menace. Chapter 64. Interrogating Su Daqiang speak. How did my mother die? The whip struck the ground with a sharp crack, sending dust flying. Su Daqiang flinched, his words coming out in a stammer. Xiaoxia, I told you yesterday. Your mother died of a sudden heart attack. Nonsense. With another crack of the whip, this time it landed on Su Daqiang's knee. He cried out in pain, clutching his knee and collapsing to the ground, groaning incessantly. Lin Zhixia's expression was fierce, her crimson eyes nearly brimming with blood. My mother never had any heart problems. Why would she suddenly die of a heart attack? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I will end you today. Su Daqiang trembled, his entire body shaking. His lips quivering, his gaze evasive. Your mother was very busy with work. She neglected to rest. I always urged her to take care of herself. But she wouldn't listen, which led to her heart failure. Keep lying. Xue Qinghe could no longer tolerate his excuses and kicked him 2 meters away. By that time, President Lin had already taken over the company. All matters were handled by her. How could Chairwoman Lin Yue possibly die from overwork? Su Daqiang was at a loss for words, bowing his head in silence on the ground. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yusin finally spoke. Xiaoxia, we still don't know the circumstances of your mother's death. Were you not with her at that time? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia, who had been as cold as frost, felt her eyes welling up with tears, her voice choked with emotion. It's all my fault. Tears streamed down her face. I had just graduated from university. My qualifications were insufficient, and many directors and shareholders did not allow me to take the stage. It was my mother who pushed against the tide and placed me in the position of chairwoman. After becoming chairwoman, I was eager to prove myself, and my work became so demanding that I had no time to return home and accompany my mother, often coming home late at night. Until one day, there was an important project that required a week of business travel, and I left without even saying goodbye to her. When I returned, Lin Zhixia was sobbing uncontrollably. My mother had already been cremated, and I didn't even get to see her one last time. She cried like a weeping willow, her shoulders trembling. Gu Yusin, feeling a pang of sympathy, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, realizing for the first time how fragile she was, needing protection. To the handsome men, Lin Zhixia had always been a decisive, calm, and wise woman. She never flinched or softened her resolve, even in the face of thousands of zombies. This was the first time they had seen her cry, and they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Xiaoxia, don't cry. Liao Qingxi leaned down, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's not your fault. Don't be sad. Yes, sister. Li Mayan also squatted beside her, holding her hand and comforting her. You've already tried your best. Gu Yusin's eyes darkened with concern as he turned to Su Daqiang, his expression chillingly fierce. His voice low and filled with an imposing pressure.
Tell me.
Did you kill Xiaoxia's mother? No, it wasn't me. Su Daqiang, kneeling on the ground, shook his head like a rattle. It wasn't me. Yue is my wife. Why would I kill my own wife? Of course. It was to seize the position of president and the Lin family's fortune. Gu Yusin's face darkened ominously, a flicker of something sinister in his eyes.
Oh.
And to make room for your mistress, wasn't he it? Su Daqiang's forehead was slick with cold sweat, every hair on his body standing on end as he could only shake his head incessantly, unable to utter a coherent word. After a long pause, he finally steadied himself, his teeth chattering as he managed to utter a few words. No, really no. In that case, we have no need to waste more words on him. Liao Qingxi, clearly losing patience, took the whip from Lin Zhixia's hand. Let us see how well you can handle this whip. With that, he approached Su Daqiang, the whip gleaming ominously in his grip. Su Daqiang trembled in fear, terror flooding over him like a tidal wave, his eyes flickering with dread as he frantically tried to retreat.
No.
Don't come any closer. His resistance was futile. Shen Xingye and Li Mayan had already pinned him to the ground, and the thick, powerful whip struck him mercilessly. Su Daqiang let out a piercing scream as a line of blood blossomed on his back. The whip did not relent. Liao Qingxi swung his arm, the whip striking Su Daqiang like a venomous serpent, again and again.
Speak. Speak.
Waves of agony washed over Su Daqiang, his body convulsing uncontrollably, sweat seeping through his dirty hair as he emitted a series of pained cries and pleas for mercy. I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. Lin Zhixia shot him a cold glance. If you don't want to be beaten, speak the truth. But your mother's death really has nothing to do with me. Su Daqiang's legs twitched, his wails echoing like a ghostly lament. I truly did not kill her. I really didn't. After half an hour of this torment, Su Daqiang's cries grew faint, as if he were on the brink of unconsciousness. What a stubborn mouth. Gu Yusin scoffed. Observing Su Daqiang's pitiful state, Li Mayan cautiously approached and asked, Sister, he has passed out. If he dies, we won't be able to extract any more information. Lin Zhixia nodded. Take him away. Apply some medicine, and we will continue the interrogation tomorrow. Shen Xingye and the others nodded, dragging the limp Su Daqiang back to the doghouse. Glancing at the battered Su Daqiang, Gu Yusin's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. Xiaoxia, what should we do? This guy refuses to yield. What do you think? Lin Zhixia raised her gaze slightly, a cold, mocking smile gracing her lips. There are two possibilities. Either he is truly innocent, or his sins are too grave. If he admits to them, he is undoubtedly doomed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yusin nodded in agreement. You are right. Though Su Daqiang appears cowardly, that is merely a facade. He likely possesses a performative personality. Liao Qingxi, having just secured Su Daqiang, returned to overhear their conversation and couldn't help but frown.
Him?
A performative personality? Su Qinghe nodded in agreement, his tone imbued with a newfound gravity. When Chairwoman Lin Yue resolutely advocated for Mr. Lin's ascension, it was Su Daqiang who obstructed her efforts. Indeed, one would expect that he, as her father, would support his own daughter's rise to power. Li Mayan's wide eyes reflected a profound perplexity. Do not apply the reasoning of ordinary minds to those whose intentions are far from pure, Shen Xingye scoffed, his gaze shifting to the doghouse, where a murderous intent flickered ominously in his eyes. Sooner or later, I shall deal with him on behalf of my sister. Lin Zhixia, however, shook her head, her eyes glinting with an unrelenting coldness, her luscious lips curling into a cruel smile. Kill him? That would be far too lenient. Now that he has fallen into my hands, I shall torment him thoroughly, repaying the harm he has inflicted upon me and my mother 1,000-fold. Chapter 65. The reincarnation of a starving ghost. Throughout the day, the system's voice had not ceased. Beep. Song Huituan, Aries, fire ability level elevated from 5 to 6. Capable of generating substantial flames, enhanced fire accumulation. Beep. Song Huituan, Aries, fire ability level elevated from 6 to 7, capable of generating substantial flames. Can create a flame barrier. Beep. Song Huichuan, Aries, fire ability level elevated from 7 to 8, capable of generating substantial flames, burning speed tripled. Beep, Song Huichuan, Aries, fire ability level elevated from 8 to 9, capable of generating gigantic fireballs, scorching area increased fivefold. As night fell, Song Huichuan and his companions had yet to return. Lin Zhixia stood at the most prominent window on the 5th floor, quietly observing the situation outside the gates. Her fingers clenched tightly, a wave of anxiety surging within her. Where could Song Huichuan be? The system's voice fell silent, and Lin Zhixia could not restrain herself from inquiring. System, is Song Huichuan in danger? Moments later, the system's voice resonated softly. Beep, host. The system has not detected any life-threatening danger to Song Huichuan. However, it is noted that he is physically exhausted. If he continues to fight, he risks succumbing to fatigue and potential ambush. What a fool! Lin Zhixia slammed her fist against the windowsill, pain shooting through her joints. After half an hour, with the night fully enveloping the sky, she could no longer remain still. She dashed down the stairs, determined to seek them out. Seeing her intent to venture out, Lin Zhixia approached with concern, urgently attempting to dissuade her. Sister, it is far too late. You must not go out. It is too dangerous. No, they have not returned. And I must go and see. Lin Zhixia asserted, flinging open the fortress door. Sister, let me accompany you. Lin Zhixia called after her. But she pushed him back with a firm hand. No, I shall go alone. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside, drawing nearer and bringing her a sense of comfort. Xia, is that you? How did you know I was back? Were you waiting for me? A rugged vehicle approached, its headlights illuminating the path as it entered the fortress. Upon disembarking, Lin Zhixia's heart ached at the sight of Song Huichuan, weary and tattered, his body smeared with blood. She playfully chastised him, lightly pounding her fist against his chest, her brow furrowed. You rascal! Why did you return so late? Do you know how worried I was? Seeing her concern, much of Song Huichuan's fatigue dissipated. He yearned to leap forward and embrace Lin Zhixia like a puppy, but restrained himself upon noticing his filthy appearance. Xia, your worry makes me feel so fortunate. I would gladly face death outside for this. Enough with your morbid talk. Lin Zhixia exclaimed, kicking him lightly. If you dare die, I will scatter your ashes. Do you believe me? Despite her scolding, Song Huichuan could hardly suppress his joy. Our Xia would never do that. She cares for me the most. As Song Huichuan returned, Li Mian approached the door, removing her apron to welcome him. Chuanzi, you have finally returned. You have left your sister quite anxious. What Chuanzi? Song Huichuan retorted, a touch of displeasure crossing his face as he playfully shoved his shoulder. Learn some manners. You little brother. You should address me as Brother Chuan. Understood, Brother Chuan, Li Mian replied with her ever-gentle smile. You haven't eaten all day. Come in and have a meal. Realizing his stomach was growling incessantly, Song Huichuan turned to Lin Zhixia with a grin. Xia, let us eat together. Lin Zhixia ruffled his hair, instructing, go eat. We have already dined. This meal was prepared especially for you and Zhou Xibai. No way. Song Huichuan whined like a child, tugging at Lin Zhixia's arm. Xia, you are the best. Please eat with me. I've been exhausted all day. Zhou Xibai chimed in, yes, Xia. I've had a tiring day. Come dine with us. Unable to withstand their coaxing, Lin Zhixia relented and joined them in the dining room. As a feast of delightful dishes was laid before them, Song Huichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without uttering a single word, he devoured the food voraciously. Zhou Xibai, too, shed his usual refinement, diving into his meal without concern for appearances. Lin Zhixia rolled her eyes at them. Look at you two. You resemble reincarnated starving ghosts. What do you know? Song Huichuan retorted, his cheeks stuffed as he nearly struggled to speak. Today, I dispatched hundreds, no, thousands, even tens of thousands of zombies, you know? We even encountered mutated zombies. Zhou Xubai's complexion paled, evidently shaken. We were completely outmatched. If it weren't for my swift escape, this fool would have already met his end. Hearing this, Song Huichuan shot him a piercing glance. If you weren't so cowardly, what is the big deal about mutated zombies? I can still roast a few holes in them. Zhou Xibai rolled his eyes cautiously. If it weren't for Xia instructing me to protect you, I wouldn't bother with you, you reckless fool. What a day.
I am utterly exhausted.
Zhou Xibai lamented, hastening to shove more braised pork into his mouth. Lin Zhixia, however, regarded him with disdain. You're merely a support. What is there to be exhausted about? You're only treating his wounds. What do you know? Zhou Xibai replied. Weariness etched on his face. It depends on who I'm treating. This wild horse, Song Huichuan, runs around recklessly, returning covered in injuries. I feared he would contract the zombie virus, so I used my abilities to heal him, yet he disregarded all caution and fought head-on with the zombies. If it weren't for me today, he would have been infected. What do you know? I had to be proactive. Look at me, I leveled up 4 times today. If you hadn't insisted on dragging me back, I would have maxed out my abilities. Just as Song Huichuan began to argue further, he was silenced by a fierce glare from Lin Zhixia. Are you feeling rather proud of yourself? She chastised, striking him lightly. Do you think I asked Zhou Xibai to accompany you merely for fun? It was to prevent you from being reckless and getting hurt. With a playful grin, Song Huichuan took Lin Zhixia's hand. Xia, I was wrong. I promise not to act so recklessly again. I won't let you worry. Seeing his apology, Lin Zhixia's expression softened slightly. She then stood up, shaking off his hand. Just remember, this time I will temporarily forgive you. Should you act impulsively again, I shall withhold your meals. Song Huichuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. I shall obey. Chapter 66. Coercing Su Daqiang the following day, as dawn broke. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi dragged Su Daqiang from the doghouse. Upon finding him still in a deep slumber, Shen Xingye promptly fetched a basin of cold water. Dousing it over his bloodied form, water trickled down his disheveled hair as he shuddered violently, curling up and trembling uncontrollably. When he dared to lift his gaze towards Lin Zhixia, his body was tense, instinctively recoiling. What do you intend to do? He stammered. Since the whip proved ineffective yesterday, let us try the silver needles, Lin Zhixia declared, retrieving a box of silver needles from her pocket with deliberate slowness. Her demeanor calm, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. These needles were originally meant for sewing, but since you are so reluctant to speak, let us simply sew your mouth shut. Her tone was disturbingly tranquil, as if discussing a mundane matter, yet to Su Daqiang, it sounded like a sinister proclamation from the depths of hell. His eyes widened in horror, his body quaking violently as his voice turned hoarse, betraying his unmistakable fear. What did you say? Liao Qingxi, with a mocking smile still gracing his lips, stepped closer and whispered in his ear. Each word dripping with malevolence. Xia said she would sew your mouth shut. Please, no. Su Daqiang collapsed to his knees, his legs seemingly devoid of strength, trembling uncontrollably. Crawling like a dog towards Lin Zhixia's feet, he was forcefully kicked back by Su Qinghe, his voice a desperate wail. Please, Xia, I was wrong. Lin Zhixia slowly rose, her aloof silhouette stretching in the morning sunlight. The elongated shadow loomed closer to Su Daqiang, amplifying his inner dread. As the silver needles approached, he exerted every ounce of strength to turn his face away, yet Shen Xingye and Li Mayan held him firmly in place, rendering him utterly immobile. Just as the needle's tip was about to pierce his mouth, his pallor deepened, every hair on his body standing on end, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. With a light laugh, Lin Zhixia raised the hand holding the silver needles, her dulcet voice transforming into a haunting whisper. Let us refrain from sewing your mouth shut for now. What purpose does a silent dog serve? At this, Su Daqiang plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with dread for having narrowly escaped. Yet before he could regain his composure, Lin Zhixia's towering figure leaned down again, a devilish grin spreading across her face. Then let us pierce your fingers. A jolt of terror coursed through Su Daqiang, every cell in his body trembling, ensnared by the shadows of fear. No. Please, no. Almost instinctively, he thrust his rough hands forward, desperately attempting to flee. Shen Xingye and Liao Qingxi immediately seized him, dragging him back. Song Huichuan kicked him to the ground, stepping on his head with disdain. Fleeing? Where do you think you can escape to? Su Daqiang's cries echoed throughout the villa complex as he repeatedly knocked his head in supplication, blood seeping from his forehead. I beg you, spare me. Please let me go. Lin Zhixia snorted coldly, her gaze filled with malice as she leaned down to scrutinize Su Daqiang's filthy face. Leave? Did you not cry and plead for me to bring you back? Why the sudden desire to leave? Is the doghouse not to your liking? She circled him slowly, her eyes glinting with icy disdain. Unfortunately, a dog of your ilk deserves nothing less than a doghouse. Turning sharply, her voice icy yet commanding, she ordered. Hold him down, and pierce. As she spoke, Song Huichuan and Shen Xingye had already pinned Su Daqiang's filthy hands, while Gu Yusen approached with several silver needles. Observing his legs thrashing helplessly, Liao Qingxi swung a baseball bat, striking his joints mercilessly.
Ah!
Su Daqiang screamed in agony, his face contorting in pain, unable to rise again. The silver needles loomed closer, and he emitted cries reminiscent of a slaughtered animal, but the needles persisted, penetrating his fingertips one by one. His fingers were pierced repeatedly by the silver needles, his shrieks of anguish reverberating through the villa complex. Lin Zhixia, seemingly unsatisfied, commanded Gu Yusen to pry open his fingernails. Gu Yusen nodded, complying silently as he used the silver needles to forcefully dislodge them. In an instant, his fingers were left bloodied and raw.
Ah!
This pain is unbearable. Lin Zhixia, you beast. You ungrateful daughter. May you suffer. Outside, the zombies were drawn to the cacophony of screams, yet they could only wander outside the fortress. Any that touched the electric fence instantly turned to ash. The combined sounds of the zombies' moans and Su Daqiang's cries turned the fortress into a scene of horror and eeriness. Yet, Lin Zhixia felt no fear, instead relishing the symphony of terror. Observing Su Daqiang's continued silence, her eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief, and a sinister smile graced her lips. If silver needles won't suffice, let us resort to a branding iron. Whether from pain or rage, Su Daqiang's lips turned purple, trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do now? Lin Zhixia, clad in a pink princess dress, approached slowly, her cheeks flushed and a sweet smile illuminating her face, radiating a refreshing brightness. Yet, to Su Daqiang, that dazzling smile felt like a death sentence. His legs weakened, his body quaked, and he dared not meet her gaze. It's said that in ancient times, stubborn offenders faced various punishments to pry their mouths open, one of which involved branding with a scorching iron on their skin. The skin would sizzle, rendering it a grotesque mess. Lin Zhixia maintained her smile, yet her eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness. Humans are but flesh and blood. Without tasting suffering, how could they ever yield? She reached out, gently patting Su Daqiang's sweat-drenched, tear-streaked face. Wouldn't you agree, dog? Upon Lin Zhixia's command, Su Qinghe obediently fetched a basin from the storage room, containing several iron blocks. Zhou Shibai found a long pair of tongs and handed them to Lin Zhixia. Allow me. Song Huichuan attempted to unleash his fire abilities, but Lin Zhixia pushed him aside. Her eyes flashed with determination as she declared in a grave tone, I will handle this myself. As she spoke, flames erupted in her palm, bright and searing, infused with a palpable wrath. Witnessing this, Su Daqiang trembled uncontrollably, his body instinctively retreating a step, quaking as he pointed at the flames in her hand. Chapter 67. Taking him to the movies. What kind of monster are you? How can you conjure fire? Before he could finish, Lin Zhixia hurled the flames, igniting the iron blocks in the basin, turning them a fiery red. She grasped the tongs, picking up a piece of branding iron, and slowly advanced towards Su Daqiang, her towering figure casting an oppressive shadow. Please, do not come any closer.
Su Daqiang's pupils dilated.
His body taut, his complexion pale as parchment, his head shaking violently, releasing a chorus of agonized wails. I beg you, spare me. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. The moment the searing iron touched his filthy skin, a sizzling sound erupted, a palm-sized patch of flesh charred instantly, blood oozing from the charred skin.
Ah!
His eyes widened, his mouth unleashing a series of desperate, piercing screams. As he remained silent, Lin Zhixia glanced at the fire basin, and Shen Xingye immediately understood, seizing the tongs to apply a fresh branding iron to his skin. Lin Zhixia, you wretched woman! How dare you do this to me? He had no time to curse, as the next iron would only bring more agony than the last. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Zhixia interrogated Su Daqiang, employing various methods of punishment, including whips, silver needles, and branding irons, as well as other implements like awls and blades. They deprived him of food, providing only a meager amount of water daily to sustain his life. Despite the torment, Su Daqiang remained tight-lipped, prompting Gu Yusen to furrow his brow in apparent hesitation. That evening, Zhou Shibai returned to the doghouse to administer medicine to Su Daqiang, while several handsome men paced the living room, deliberating on potential solutions. As silence enveloped the room, Song Huichuan could no longer contain himself and spoke candidly. Xia, do you think it's possible that he simply doesn't possess any leads? After all the beatings and torment, if he still won't speak, it must mean he knows nothing. Liao Qingxi, seated on the sofa, with arms crossed, shook his head thoughtfully. I cannot agree with this assertion. He has a direct vested interest in your mother's demise, and is the prime suspect. Indeed, Li Mayan concurred, adding, his refusal to divulge even the slightest clue only further substantiates that he harbors guilt. Su Qinghe, lost in contemplation by the window, suddenly spoke. Could it be that he is protecting someone? Could it be Humayr? Shen Xingye sprang up from the sofa, resting his chin on his hand as he began to deduce. Surely, they conspired together, driven by ambition, to harm Xia's mother. Exactly. Zhou Shibai, who had just entered, caught the tail end of their conversation and nodded in agreement. Humayr is clearly no good. She must be the mastermind. Su Daqiang, with his simple-mindedness, could never commit murder. Yet, having been deceived by that fickle woman for so long, he would rather die than reveal the truth, wouldn't he? Li Mayan remarked with a tinge of melancholy. The group fell into a prolonged silence, each lost in thought. Suddenly, Lin Zhixia's eyes sparkled with insight as she turned to Gu Yusen. In that moment of shared understanding, they exchanged a knowing smile, while the others looked on in confusion. Song Huichuan, Gu Yusen called out. Startled by being singled out, Song Huichuan responded. What is it, Singe? Lin Zhixia approached him and gently patted his shoulder. Weren't you the one who recorded Su Meyer and that Zhao guy on the surveillance footage with your phone? Oh right. Song Huichuan's eyes lit up as he slapped his forehead in frustration. How could I have forgotten such an important detail? Indeed, Liao Qingxi smirked. If Su Daqiang were to discover he had been cheated on, I wonder what his reaction would be. Shen Xingye immediately dashed outside, exclaiming, I'll bring him out right now. Li Mayan, jumping up like a child, added with excitement. Let us see the drama unfold. Shen Xingye dragged the barely conscious Su Daqiang to the open space outside the villa and surprisingly offered him some leftover food from 3 days prior that had been discarded in the trash. Su Daqiang stared incredulously at the food, suspicion etched across his face, as if contemplating their sudden kindness. Could it be a ploy to poison him? Seeing his hesitation, Shen Xingye, far from being angry, kicked the bowl playfully, saying, Don't worry, it's not poisoned. If you die, we'd miss out on so much fun. Li Mayan chimed in with a mischievous grin. Hurry and eat. Afterward, we'll treat you to a movie. At the mere mention of the word movie, they all burst into laughter. Confused, Su Daqiang looked up at them, unable to decipher their intentions. However, the gnawing hunger coursing through him left little room for contemplation. He extended his battered hand, scooped up the leftovers, and began to devour them ravenously. Oh, dear. Liao Qingxi feigned sympathy, his eyes betraying a smirk, as he watched the full feast upon leftovers from 3 days ago with such fervor. Su Daqiang remained oblivious to their mockery, focused solely on satiating his immense hunger. Once he had cleared his plate, the others finally gathered around him, crouching by his side. Seeing the sympathetic gazes directed his way, Su Daqiang was taken aback. Why were they looking at him with such pity? Had he just consumed condemned food? At that moment, Gu Yusen and Su Qinghe arrived with a screen and projector, setting them up against the villa's outer wall. Come on, fool, time for a movie. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi kindly ushered him to the center seat, flanking him on either side. Li Mayan even thoughtfully provided sunflower seeds, drinks, and popcorn for everyone. As dusk settled, the projector illuminated the screen with clarity. 2 figures soon captured Su Daqiang's attention, Humayr and Zhao. On screen, Humayr tenderly intertwined her arm with Zhao's as they entered a bedroom, followed by an array of inappropriate sounds. Su Daqiang's face turned pale as his teeth ground together, fingers turning white as he nearly drew blood from clenching his palms. He raised his hand and smashed the beer bottle beside him, shattering it into a cascade of glass shards. Wretched woman! A curse escaped his lips, followed by a heart-wrenching and desperate wail, echoing even louder than the torturous cries he had previously endured. Chapter 68. Su Daqiang's confession. Lin Zhixia stood at the entrance of the villa, gazing at the crumpled figure of Su Daqiang, who wept uncontrollably on the ground, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. It was a case of evil begetting evil. Su Daqiang, who had plotted against his devoted wife and children, was now the victim of betrayal by his most beloved. Was this not a form of retribution? After weeping for an extended period, he staggered to his feet, slowly turning to face Lin Zhixia. His eyes were bloodshot, almost ablaze with fury, his face ashen. and his lower lip nearly bitten through. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and shouted, I confess. I confess it all. If that wretched woman shows no mercy, then I shall show none. At this proclamation, the group quickly converged around him.
Speak.
Lin Zhixia leaned against the doorframe, maintaining her icy, dignified demeanor. Su Daqiang pondered for a moment before slowly uttering, I admit it, your mother was killed by Hu Meyer. Is that so? Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow, inquiring, You previously mentioned that an accidental death would certainly attract police scrutiny. How exactly did Hu Meyer kill my mother, and how did she evade the police investigation? Su Daqiang hesitated, struggling to find his words. Lin Zhixia approached him, her high heels clicking ominously on the floor, her gaze sharp as an eagle's.
Pixer intent lu on sonontai dakian.
As rivals in love, she believed her mother, with her intelligence and resourcefulness, would have been on guard against Hu Meyer. What method did Hu Meyer employ to murder my mother? Time passed in silence until Su Daqiang, his eyes reddened, finally replied. Hu Meyer obtained a colorless and odorless poison from someone. When ingested, it leads to sudden death, mimicking the symptoms of a heart attack. She deliberately arranged for company personnel to assign you a project requiring travel. Once her informant confirmed you had boarded the plane, she called your mother to inform her that you were in her grasp. You know, though your mother was a clever and composed woman, her calmness faltered when it came to you. Moreover, since she could not reach you by phone, even knowing there was danger, she rushed to her fate without hesitation. Lin Zhixia's emotions surged within her, her fists clenched tightly, her body leaning slightly from the exertion. And then, she inquired, her lips parched, her voice trembling as her teeth grazed against one another. Gu Yusin sensed Lin Zhixia's distress and quickly approached her, gently taking her hand to soothe her emotions. Su Daqiang continued, After your mother left, Hu Meyer urged her to sit down and talk. Don't rush, have some water first. Your mother initially hesitated to drink, but she said that once she finished, she would naturally inform you of her whereabouts. She was aware of the potential danger, yet she resolutely drank that glass of water. Lin Zhixia's eyes reddened, her fists clenched as she demanded, And you? What were you doing at that time? Did you assist Hu Meyer in deceiving the police? I had no such courage, Su Daqiang replied, lowering his head, his voice trembling. I was playing mahjong and had no idea about this. Hu Meyer only told me later. Seeing Lin Zhixia's agitation, Gu Yusin grasped her hand, narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze as he leaned closer to Su Daqiang's weathered face. What day was that? Do you have an alibi? Gu Yusin's gaze was sharp as a knife, his imposing presence resembling a ferocious beast, exuding an oppressive aura. Su Daqiang's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine. He struggled to control his breathing, striving to remain calm. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his tone tinged with pity. This was all Hu Meyer's doing. I only learned about it after pressing her. How would I know which day it was? Ever since you became the president, I've been playing mahjong all day, not returning home. Besides, your mother never liked me and forbade me from coming back. Even the news of your mother's passing was relayed to me by the police. The police? Lin Zhixia's eyes burned with fury, her blood coursing through her veins as she confronted Su Daqiang, gripping his collar. Which officer? Tell me. Su Daqiang's face turned pale with fear, trembling as he stammered. I don't know any. Useless. She hurled Su Daqiang away, sending him crashing 2 meters across the floor, like refuse discarded onto the cold ground. Her gaze turned as sharp as a blade, glaring fiercely at Su Daqiang. Fickle and ungrateful, oblivious to your own wife's demise. If you weren't of any use, I would relish the opportunity to rip out your heart and see what it's made of. As she spoke, her body shook with rage, her eyes bloodshot, and her lower lip nearly bitten through. Shen Xingye and Li Muyan rushed to support her, fearing she might collapse. Sister, don't be angry. Don't lower yourself to the level of such scum. Li Mu's voice was soothing, like a clear mountain spring, bringing warmth to the moment. Yes, sister. Don't let him affect your health. I'll take care of him. Shen Xingye stepped forward and delivered a series of punches to Su Daqiang's face. With each cry of anguish, Su Daqiang's face became swollen, his nose crooked, resembling a pile of mush, allowing them to beat him without any resistance. All right, stop hitting him. He still has his uses, Lin Zhixia said, regaining her composure, urging rationality to take over. Throw him back into his den. Understood. Su Qinghe and Liao Qingxi complied, confining the disgraceful Su Daqiang back into the doghouse. Gu Yusin, Zhou Xibai, and others assisted Lin Zhixia back to the villa, helping her onto the sofa. Sister, have some water. Li Muyan offered a cup of warm water, placing it in Lin Zhixia's hands. Once everyone had gathered, they began to discuss the day's events. Do you believe Su Daqiang's words? Lin Zhixia inquired after taking a sip of water. How could the words of a scoundrel be credible? Song Huichuan kicked the table in frustration. I will burn him to ashes one day. Shun Xingye countered, but I think there might be some truth in what he said. Hu Meyer was a rival, eager to rise and seize the family fortune, and she has always been ruthless. It's entirely possible she could have done this. Exactly. Liao Qingxi nodded. Moreover, We've already beaten and tortured him, yet Su Daqiang refuses to confess. It seems he's hiding something for someone. Could it be that after watching the video, he lost faith in Hu Meyer and decided to speak out? Gu Yusin pondered deeply before finally speaking in a low voice. No, you all are viewing the issue too superficially. Su Daqiang is not as he appears. Everyone's interest peaked, and Lin Zhixia raised an eyebrow at him. What do you mean? Gu Yusin propped his chin up with one hand, frowning as he replied, I believe he is being deliberate. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow. A hint of skepticism crossing her face. Deliberate? What do you mean? Chapter 69 News from the Black Market. Gu Yusin began to analyze slowly. The reason he refused to confess at first was that he knew we would never truly kill him, as he still holds value for us. Su Daqiang may have long been aware of Hu Meyer's infidelity, or perhaps Hu Meyer was merely a pawn in his game. He is seeking an opportunity to perform a tragic play, making us believe he is despondent over Hu Meyer, thereby enhancing the credibility of his claims to extricate himself from this situation. As this revelation hung in the air, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and a heavy silence ensued. After a long pause, Liao Qingxi finally spoke up. This is impossible. Su Daqiang looks like a fool. How could he possess such cunning? Gu Yusin scoffed coldly. Do not underestimate him. Sometimes, those who appear the most innocent can be the most ruthless. Brother Sun, are you overthinking this? Liao Qingxi rubbed his head in confusion. Seeing that no one responded, Gu Yusin continued, consider this. Lin Zhixia's mother was the former chairman of the Lin Corporation. If Su Daqiang had no skills, how could she have ever looked his way? This statement plunged everyone into silence. Just then Lin Zhixia's phone rang, and she swiped the screen to see it was from Black Spade. Upon answering, a low, gravelly voice came through the line. Miss Lin, I have made progress on the person you asked me to find, but what? Lin Zhixia's voice was urgent. Black market traders are notoriously cunning. Could this person be attempting to raise the price? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat dejected, laced with regret. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. After we located the person, we were ready to send him to you, but unexpectedly, He Jinyu intercepted him. He said if you want the person, you must negotiate with him directly. Hearing this, a surge of anger rose within Lin Zhixia, her expression turning furious as she could not suppress her frustration. Muttering under her breath, that bastard. After hanging up, Black Spade left He Jinyu's contact information for her. So what now? Li Muyan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was inherently innocent and had never encountered such treacherous individuals in society. Noticing Lin Zhixia's unrest, Gu Yusin took her phone and gently caressed her back. Shusha. Don't let that kind of person infuriate you. It's not worth it. I will make this call. Lin Zhixia instinctively tried to stop him, but Gu Yusin had already dialed the number. After several rings, no one picked up. Gu Yusin called 3 times consecutively, yet still, there was no response. Damn it. This heartless scoundrel is acting so high and mighty. Song Huichuan was equally enraged, his jaw clenched, his face darker than a pot's bottom. On the 4th call, someone finally answered. What do you want? He Jinyu's voice was nonchalant, laced with indifference. Lin Zhixia, furious, seized the phone and shouted at the man on the other end. Stop wasting time. You've taken my person. Just tell me what I need to do to get them back. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Zhixia trembled with rage, her eyes nearly spitting fire. If I ever catch He Jinyu, I will make him pay. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed. Beep. Warning. The host, according to the setting, He Jinyu is one of the fated handsome men, and no harm can befall him. Nor can his life be threatened. Otherwise, a backlash mechanism will be triggered. Lin Zhixia, infuriated, felt her nostrils flare and her face turned a shade of iron. She bellowed. Backlash?
So be it.
What of it? What can be done? The onlookers watched her lose her composure, their gazes evasive, fearful that she might unleash her fury and incinerate them into cinders. Lin Zhixia's abilities were terrifyingly potent now, and it was likely that collectively, they could not match her strength. Only Gu Yusin maintained his composure and calm. He gently placed a reassuring hand on Lin Zhixia's shoulder, his deep gaze resembling a tranquil lake, instilling a sense of peace. He tenderly stroked her hair, comforting her. All right, Xiao Xiao, I understand your anger. It's not worth it to be upset over such a person. Leave it to me. I will resolve it. Still engulfed in her rage, Lin Zhixia was suddenly swept off her feet into Gu Yusin's embrace, her cheek resting against his sturdy chest, which offered her a modicum of solace. His chiseled features and smooth jawline, combined with the faint scent of mint emanating from him, brought her an instant sense of relaxation. He carried her into the bedroom and laid her gently on the warm, comfortable bed. After instructing the others to look after her, Gu Yusin stepped outside to make a phone call. Li Mayan entered with a plate of desserts, a sweet smile adorning her face. Sister, have some sweets. It's said that eating sweets brings happiness. Su Qinghe followed with a glass of freshly squeezed lemonade, offering it to her. President Lin, try this lemonade. Song Huichuan and Xin Xingyan nestled beside her, playfully coaxing, Sister, don't be angry. They're not worth it. Indeed, one is a scoundrel, the other a black-hearted villain. Both are societal failures. Lin Zhixia accepted the lemonade and dessert, tasting them as her emotions gradually settled. She was perplexed by her own feelings. She could approach any situation with calmness and rationality, except when it came to her mother. She did not wish to endure it, nor could she. She must exert every effort to uncover the true culprit and avenge her mother. After spending some time with Lin Zhixia, Gu Yusin returned from his call. His expression was enigmatic, leaving others guessing his thoughts. What happened, brother-son? Did He Jinyu relent? Song Huichuan stepped forward, inquiring decisively. Yes, what demands does he have? Has he raised the stakes again? Liao Qingxi's brow furrowed, his lips slightly downturned. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yusin approached Lin Zhixia's bedside, taking her hand and stating, He Jinyu is indeed a heartless businessman. However, he has not requested any material goods. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Zhou Shubai was taken aback. What? This unscrupulous character doesn't want material goods? What does he want? Our lives. Just as confusion filled the room, Gu Yusin nodded gently, his voice steady and resolute. He wants our lives. He demands that we serve him. What nonsense is this? Song Huichuan scratched his head, his face twisted with anger. Serve him? On what grounds? Who does he think he is? Exactly. Liao Qingxi's face darkened, his expression more severe than a pot's bottom. Last time, I nearly lost my life for him in the research facility and spent half a month recovering. What does he want now? Xin Xingye's veins bulged, his teeth grinding in frustration. If he dares to come, I'll take him down with a gun. Witnessing the group's fury, Gu Yusin shook his head, remaining calm and composed, his voice steady and reassuring. Chapter 70. Seeking the zombie vaccine, we must go, but not for him. Gu Yusin spoke with conviction and rationality, revealing that a biomedical researcher at the Virus Research Institute in City Z had developed a zombie vaccine. What? A vaccine has been developed? Zhou Shubai's pupils dilated, his lips curling in barely contained joy. Yet, Gu Yusin's expression remained grim. However, the success rate of this vaccine is only 10%. The group gasped. Did that mean there was still a 90% chance of becoming a zombie after receiving the vaccine? Gu Yusin frowned slightly, continuing, The situation in City Z is far more dire than ours. Most people have turned into zombies, and even the Virus Research Institute has not escaped this fate. In desperation, this biomedical researcher, resolved to face death, injected himself with the vaccine, and to everyone's surprise, a miracle occurred. He survived and acquired immunity against the zombie infection, enabling him to last until now. Wow, he is truly relentless with himself. Even the typically bold Song Huichuan could not help but express admiration. Lin Zhixia shook her head, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. In this apocalyptic world, many have been driven to extremes, under the direst circumstances. No one wishes to gamble with their own lives. Su Qinghe suddenly furrowed his brow, a heavy cloud of worry shadowing his gaze. That black-hearted He Jinyu is definitely seeking profit by having us rescue him. This way, he can treat this researcher merely as a tool for profit. However, Gu Yusin shook his head, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. No, He Jinyu does not care about the fate of this researcher. He is concerned about the drug in his possession. It seems he has taken on a business deal regarding this medication, and he is indifferent to the researcher as survival. Moreover, equipping this researcher with medical supplies and various instruments to study the vaccine is a costly and labor-intensive endeavor, and he is unwilling to invest. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingye scoffed coldly. Indeed, a person with such a cruel heart, driven solely by profit, would hardly be inclined to save others. It doesn't matter. Zhou Xubai swallowed hard, suppressing his anger, determination gleaming in his eyes. If he won't save him, we will. Li Mayan suddenly shifted her gaze, asking, by the way, Brother Sin, did He Jinyu agree to give us the contact for the informant who has news about the previous research institute? Gu Yusin nodded. He said that as long as we help him acquire the zombie vaccine, he will hand over the person to us. Liao Qingxi sneered. Can we trust the words of such an unreliable character? Lin Zhixia clenched her fists tightly, a fierce glint in her eyes. If he dares not to comply, I will make him understand what despair truly means. Early the next morning, the group donned their combat uniforms, gathered their firearms, ammunition, and medical supplies, and boarded the fortified and extended Maybach. As the fortress doors slowly opened, Gu Yusin expertly took the driver's seat and drove out. Li Mayan stood at the entrance, waving to them. Be careful on your journey. I've prepared dinner for you, waiting for your return. As zombies roared and lunged at them along the way, they were halted 10 meters from the vehicle by Lin Zhixia's protective barrier, unable to approach. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the Black Market Trading Center. After a brief wait, a tall man in a well-tailored suit approached leisurely. It was He Jinyu. He was impeccably groomed, presenting a stark contrast to the gray apocalypse and the crumbling ruins behind him. He slowly opened the car door and sat in the back without speaking to anyone, his gaze filled with disdain and indifference, embodying an air of superiority. Witnessing his arrogant demeanor, Song Huichuan could no longer contain himself, taunting, "We're risking our lives for you, and as an old acquaintance, you can't even spare a greeting? Aren't you ashamed?" Yet, He Jinyu merely snorted coldly, not even granting him a glance. Seeing this, Song Huichuan's temper flared immediately. His forehead veins bulged as he clenched his jaw, shouting, "You black-hearted scoundrel, do you understand manners? I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" In response, He Jinyu leisurely adjusted his cuff, the corner of his mouth curling into an ambiguous smirk, seemingly mocking. "Where did that barking dog come from? It's so noisy." Upon hearing this, Song Huichuan could no longer remain seated. He immediately approached and delivered a sharp slap to He Jinyu's head, his eyes ablaze with fury. "No one taught you manners, did they? Allow me to instruct you today." Just as it seemed the two were on the verge of a physical confrontation, bystanders hurriedly intervened. Gu Yu's son, still driving, dared not look back for fear of losing focus, yet he sternly commanded, "Stop creating a scene. If you value your lives, sit still." Lin Zhixia, seated in the front passenger seat, shot a fierce glare at Song Huichuan. "Behave yourself. It's merely a business transaction. Focus on your own responsibilities." With Lin Zhixia's intervention, calm was temporarily restored. After more than 2 hours on the road, they finally arrived in Z City. As they entered the urban area, it became evident that the extent of the zombie infestation here was far more severe than in their previous location. Dark clouds obscured the sun, debris and dust swirled chaotically, and the air was thick with the howls of the undead and the stench of blood. The desolate streets were littered with collapsed buildings and mountains of refuse. As a chilling wind swept by, scattering withered leaves and petals, leaving only devastation in its wake. Lin Zhixia concentrated on maintaining the safety of the vehicle with her defensive abilities, preventing the zombies from approaching. He Jinyu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise. He could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "That golden light outside seems to possess remarkable defensive properties. Whose ability is this? How is it so powerful?" No one on the vehicle responded, only deepening He Jinyu's intrigue. He turned to Gu Yusun. "Gu Yusun, is this your ability? In just a few days, has your defensive power grown this strong?" Gu Yusun, still focused on driving, did not turn to face him. His jawline tightened, revealing a hint of resolve as he coldly replied, "You overestimate me. My abilities are not that formidable." "Then who is it?" He Jinyu scanned the vehicle, scrutinizing each occupant. "Not important," Lin Zhixia replied coolly, a slight, frosty smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of quiet authority. It was then that He Jinyu shifted his attention to Lin Zhixia in the passenger seat. For reasons unknown, he sensed a distinct change in her. She emanated an indescribable intimidation, instilling a profound sense of pressure even in silence. After another half-hour, they finally arrived at the virus research facility mentioned by He Jinyu. The entrance was in disarray. The doors were twisted, walls caved in, and shattered glass littered the ground. A cold wind mixed with dead leaves howled past, leaving only a rusted sign that read Biological Safety Research Institute, faintly glimmering in the gloom. They parked the vehicle at the roadside. No sooner had they exited than several zombies lunged towards them. Lin Zhixia activated her defensive abilities, sending the creatures flying. The rusted door creaked open at the slightest touch, emitting an eerie groan. Once inside, they ascended the stairs to search the premises, with Lin Zhixia leading the way and the others following closely. Each time they encountered a zombie, Lin Zhixia unleashed her fire abilities, instantly incinerating the creatures into charred remains. He Jinyu, observing from behind, was taken aback. It turned out that the one with such formidable powers was not Guyu's son, but rather Lin Zhixia, the seemingly fragile woman. Concern began to stir within him. Given their past grievances, Lin Zhixia had every reason to eliminate him once she obtained the informant. With her capabilities, it would be a trivial matter to end his life. The elevator was long out of service, forcing them to climb the stairs. After 10 flights, they finally reached the laboratory of the biomedical researcher He Jinyu had mentioned. Inside, several zombies were contained, and a man in a lab coat, wearing rubber gloves, was intently feeding them a serum. His expression was grave and focused, muttering to himself, "It must succeed. This time it must succeed." However, before he could finish, one of the zombies, instead of regaining normalcy, grew even more agitated and lunged at him with wild abandon. Lin Zhixia summoned a fierce flame from her palm and hurled it at the creature. The zombie emitted a horrific scream as it was instantly reduced to ash. The horrifying scene caused the researcher to recoil, dropping his test tube, and the green liquid splattered across the floor. "Who are you?" the researcher stammered. Without hesitation, He Jinyu stepped forward with an enigmatic smile. "You must be Mr. Fu. We are here to rescue you. Bring your zombie vaccine and come with us." He grasped the biomedical researcher Fu Shiyan's arm firmly, pulling him towards the exit. Fu Shiyan, sensing unease, furrowed his brow and struggled against his grip. "What are you doing?" "I'm not going." At these words, He Jinyu's gaze turned steely, his pupils constricting as a dangerous aura emanated from him. "Someone has already paid a high price for you and your vaccine. I must take you with us." Fu Shiyan's brow knotted tighter, desperately trying to break free. But He Jinyu, endowed with abilities, was far stronger than an ordinary man, making escape impossible. Seeing this, Lin Zhixia quickly intervened, blocking He Jinyu's reckless actions. Her eyes shone with intensity, sharp as an eagle's, her voice clear and cold. "He Jinyu, what are you doing? This researcher is a human being, not your property. I advise you to release him immediately." Her gaze held a chilling intensity, a dangerous glimmer flickering in her eyes. In that moment, He Jinyu, meeting her gaze, felt an unprecedented sense of pressure and quickly averted his eyes, loosening his grip on Fu Shiyan. Yet he begrudgingly muttered, "Fine, I'll let go." The fear on Fu Shiyan's face dissipated somewhat as he looked at Lin Zhixia with newfound warmth, his voice laced with gratitude.
"Thank you, miss."
At that moment, a mechanical prompt echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind. Detected emotional affection from Fu Shiyan, Taurus, Earth sign. Affection level, 10. Intimacy level increased by 1. Fortress attack power increased by 10. Host's combat attributes randomly increased by 10 points. Evasion rate, 10. Current host combat attributes. Attack power, 270. Defense power, 270. Critical hit rate, 270. Evasion rate, 270. Agility, 270. Lin Zhixia's tone softened as she asked, "Mr. Fu, we have heard that you have developed a zombie vaccine, but it remains underdeveloped." Fu Shiyan nodded slowly, lifting a conical flask containing the serum still in experimentation. "Yes. The probability of the zombie vaccine successfully merging with human cells is only 1 in 10. As he spoke, his brow furrowed in concern. His eyes filled with sorrow as he sighed. "After the outbreak, all my colleagues were infected. I injected myself with this vaccine, fully expecting to die. I have been striving to improve it, but the lack of resources has stymied my research." Hearing this, Lin Zhixia's expression grew resolute, her voice steady and powerful. "Mr. Fu, I have established a fortress with abundant medical resources. My team consists of individuals with diverse skills and professions. Would you be willing to join us? We can provide you with a dedicated laboratory, allowing you to focus entirely on your research. Upon hearing this, Fu Shiyan's eyes brightened, his lips parting as if contemplating the offer. However, He Jinyu interjected, stepping protectively in front of Lin Zhixia. He raised his gaze slightly, a dangerous glimmer flickering in his eyes, his voice low and threatening. Miss Lin, is it truly appropriate for you to so openly see someone? As tensions rose between the two, Gu Yusin stepped forward to separate the two adversaries. His voice was steady and authoritative, brimming with resolve and reason. Mr. He, I recall during our previous conversation, you mentioned that you merely desired the vaccine, not the person. Then he shifted his tone, his deep, raspy voice seemingly imbued with a penetrating force. Mr. He, you wouldn't be reconsidering, would you? He Jinyu momentarily froze, narrowing his eyes as he slowly adjusted his cuffs. Seemingly contemplating something. After a pause, he replied, there's no choice. Just before my departure, I received another business request, with a client specifically demanding Mr. Fu. Then that changes everything, Gu Yusin retorted, his pupils constricting, an aura of malevolence emanating from him, his words carrying an unmistakable conviction. Mr. He, if you raise the price at the last minute, I'm afraid we cannot acquiesce. Several handsome men joined in, particularly Song Huichuan, who brandished a 92-style pistol. His gaze filled with menace. Exactly. You, heartless merchant, are you not satisfied with just the zombie vaccine? You wish to abduct a person too? Who doesn't know you are driven solely by profit? We cannot entrust Mr. Fu to someone like you. Upon hearing this, He Jinyu's anger flared. Veins prominent on his forehead, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fury, akin to a raging inferno threatening to engulf those before him. What kind of person am I? What sort of person am I? Where Mr. Fu is researched is irrelevant. He can be studied with you, but not with clients. Who set such rules? His gaze was piercing, as sharp as a biting winter wind. He then turned his attention to Lin Zhixia, his voice laced with a seductive yet dangerous tone. Is this rule established by you, Miss Lin? Lin Zhixia, not one to be trifled with, refused to indulge him any longer. Research? You suggest sending Mr. Fu to others for study, but I fear it's not the zombie vaccine that will be examined, but rather Mr. Fu himself. You speak nonsense. He Jinyu's facade shattered, revealing his true intentions. He indeed planned to sell Fu Shiyan to other institutions for research. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, many research facilities had found themselves at a loss regarding the development of the vaccine. Fu Shiyan, having ingested an unrefined vaccine yet remaining human, became their coveted target. Many sought to take him for research, even to extract his blood for human experimentation. He had intended to keep this secret, but was unexpectedly exposed by this woman, Lin Zhixia, whom he regarded as his arch-nemesis. Noticing his expression, the others quickly grasped his intentions. Fu Shiyan, no longer hesitant, hurriedly gathered essential medicines into a kit and concealed himself behind Lin Zhixia and her group. He Jinyu cast a dark glare at Lin Zhixia, the fury in his eyes threatening to incinerate her. Lin Zhixia, do you truly intend to make this irreparable? In that moment of eye contact, it felt as though a blinding spark ignited, the air thick with hostility. Observing this, Shen Xingye also glared, his voice resolute. He Jinyu, who truly is making this irreparable? You treat people as mere commodities for profit. We may overlook past incidents, but Mr. He is a key researcher in vaccine technology. We cannot allow you to harm him. Even Zhou Xiubai, who had remained timidly in the background, could no longer hold his tongue. Indeed, Mr. Fu is a significant contributor to society. We must ensure his safety. You have always been unscrupulous, and now you wish to barter such an important person for profit. How can your heart be so dark? I must condemn you morally. He Jinyu's expression darkened further, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to break free from its cage and devour those before him. Silence. His voice was low and heavy, as frigid as ancient ice. Instantly, a dark yellow aura radiated from him, enveloping the area like a colossal shield. The crowd was caught off guard, hurled back violently, crashing against the walls, the entire building trembling from the impact. Fortunately, Lin Zhixia's own defenses were sufficient to spare her from injury, but the others were caught unprepared, victims of his ambush. Ah! This hurts. Song Huichuan spat blood, howling in agony. Damn it, are you trying to take us all down with you? Liao Qingxi conjured a flame from his palm and hurled it toward He Jinyu. However, the dark yellow shield not only repelled the fire but sent it back, striking Liao Qingxi's leg.
Ah!
How could this happen? Liao Qingxi writhed on the ground, rolling about in pain as the flames refused to extinguish. Thankfully, Su Qinghe activated his water abilities, coming to his aid. Witnessing the injuries inflicted upon many, the fire in Lin Zhixia's eyes blazed even brighter, her desire for vengeance ignited. He Jinyu, dare to harm my people? You seek death. Before her words faded, a golden protective shield enveloped her. In an instant, He Jinyu was propelled backward by a tremendous force, crashing through the laboratory window and landing heavily in the stairwell. Glass shards littering the ground as he sustained numerous injuries. Yet Lin Zhixia was still unsatisfied. She pursued him, conjuring a roaring flame in her palm and mercilessly hurling it at He Jinyu. Upon hitting the ground, the flames expanded exponentially, engulfing the stairwell in a blaze. He Jinyu, terrified, scrambled down the stairs but lost his footing, tumbling down. At that critical moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind. Warning! Warning! Male lead He Jinyu has suffered severe injury. The love-hate narrative between the leads is triggered. Given the male lead is in imminent danger, the plot law is forcibly enacted. When the male lead is in peril, the female lead must rescue him. Before the words concluded, Lin Zhixia felt her body move against her will, breaking through the flames and racing down the stairs. Just as He Jinyu's head was about to collide with the stairwell wall, she swiftly embraced him. In that fleeting moment of their gazes locking, He Jinyu's pupils widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. This sworn enemy of his had actually saved him. What is happening? Why would I save this detestable man? Lin Zhixia's blood surged to her head, her fury boiling with no outlet, incessantly questioning the system in her mind. The system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Host. He Jinyu is one of the fated handsome men. He cannot die. Please maintain composure and refrain from harming the male lead. What fated handsome man? He is merely my mortal enemy. Lin Zhixia cursed internally, her frustration palpable. Observing the lingering intimacy of their princess carry pose, He Jinyu, feeling awkward, inquired Miss Lin. How long do you intend to hold me like this? At this, Lin Zhixia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground, she hastily shouted internally, Dog system, return my body to me. Seeing no reaction from the system, she reluctantly relented. Pouting defiantly, I want to kill him. I want to kill him, alright? Upon uttering this, Lin Zhixia finally regained control of her body. She quickly released her hold and turned her head aside, awkwardly explaining, I didn't intend to save you. I just didn't want to bear the guilt of murder. He Jinyu, clearly unconvinced by her explanation, wore a half-smile, his deep-set eyes obscuring his thoughts. Regardless, I must thank Miss Lin for sparing my life. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in her mind once more. The system prompted Lin Zhixia, indicating that He Jinyu's fondness for her had increased, raising their intimacy level by 5. Now standing at an impressive 95, she shrugged nonchalantly. Given that their relationship had already sunk to -95, was there even a need to maintain it? The surrounding flames had been extinguished by Su Qinghe, and the other handsome men quickly arrived, not surprised by He Jinyu's rescue but rather lamenting his fortunate survival. You little rascal. You should be grateful that our Xia has a kind heart, Song Huaichuan remarked, rolling his eyes. As they descended the staircase, an unsettling tremor reverberated through the floor, causing the building to sway slightly. What on earth? An earthquake? Song Huaichuan's brow furrowed in confusion. Outside the research facility, the winds howled eerily, interspersed with the guttural growls of zombies, their voices low and hoarse, akin to the whispers of demons. Zhou Shubai immediately sensed the danger. Exchanging a glance with Lin Zhixia, Stay put, I'll go check it out. Before his words could fully register, he darted away like a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. What is happening? Are there giant zombies again? Liao Qingxi felt a cold sweat break out, still haunted by their previous encounter with a giant zombie. That level 3 behemoth had nearly cost them their lives. He cast a resentful glance at He Jinyu. It was he who had nearly led them to ruin before. And now he was once more putting himself at risk for him. Overwhelmed by anger, he impulsively slapped He Jinyu across the face. He Jinyu, taken aback, erupted in fury. What was that for? He shouted, raising his fist to retaliate. Liao Qingxi, realizing his loss of composure, stammered an excuse, scratching his head. There was a mosquito on your face. Clearly unconvinced, He Jinyu opened his mouth to protest, but Zhou Xiubai suddenly reappeared before them. What's the situation outside? Shun Xingya asked, urgency lacing his voice. Zhou Xiubai shook his head, his expression clouded with concern. The situation is grim. There's a terrifyingly large zombie out there. He Jinyu, however, appeared indifferent, a smirk playing on his lips as if relishing their plight. Haven't we already encountered one at the research facility? How can you still bring that up? Su Qinghe retorted, unable to contain her frustration. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have suffered so much last time. But Zhou Xiubai shook his head again, his eyes filled with resignation. I fear this one will be even harder to deal with. What? Song Huaichuan tugged at Zhou Xiubai's collar. Don't scare us like that. Lin Zhixia, her mind racing, queried the system. What type of zombie is outside? The system's mechanical voice replied promptly. The zombie outside is a level 4 mutated zombie known as the Nightmare Zombie, possessing the ability to ensnare hearts and minds. A moment's carelessness could lead to losing one's sanity and becoming lost in an illusion. Please exercise utmost caution. Lin Zhixia's heart sank. They had barely survived the last encounter with a level 3 zombie, and now they faced a level 4 one. He Jinyu truly is a harbinger of disaster. She immediately relayed the Nightmare Zombie's capabilities to the group, urging them to remain calm and not to succumb to its allure. We lack experience in confronting a Nightmare Zombie. It is best to avoid direct confrontation and escape swiftly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yusin's eyes sharpened with resolve. In that case, you all stay at the entrance on the first floor. Don't go outside. I'll fetch the car and we'll leave as quickly as possible. He turned to depart, but Lin Zhixia grabbed his arm. No. The Nightmare Zombie is too powerful. The moment you step outside, it will detect you. We cannot allow you to take that risk alone.
Exactly, Seigneur.
Song Huaichuan chimed in, urgency etched on his face. You've been protecting us alongside Xia. In my eyes, you're like a brother. I can't just watch you walk into danger. Zhou Xiubai stepped forward, volunteering, let me go. I'm the fastest and can bring the car back in no time. Yet, before Lin Zhixia could object, Su Qinghe interjected.
Then,
this is indeed the best course of action. We must trust Zhao Bai. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, they took cover behind the walls on the first floor, while Zhou Xiubai transformed into a blur, swiftly reaching the car parked by the roadside. Just as he reached for the door, the Nightmare Zombie unleashed a violent gust of wind, lifting him into the air, rendering him helpless against the storm. Zhao Bai is in danger. Liao Qingxi exclaimed, pacing anxiously. We have to save him. Lin Zhixia nodded, her gaze fixed on Gu Yusin. Let us combine our defensive abilities. I cannot do this alone. The two joined hands, focusing their energy into a protective barrier. The faint yellow glow surrounding them visibly intensified, illuminating the entire research facility and the street outside. Their golden barrier managed to repel the howling tornado, allowing them to rescue Zhou Xiubai. Come back, Zhao Bai. Lin Zhixia shouted. But Zhou Xiubai, seemingly oblivious to the call, dashed toward the parked Maybach the moment he hit the ground, pain forgotten. He swiftly entered the vehicle, maneuvering it toward the entrance of the research facility with remarkable speed. Taking mere seconds, Lin Zhixia quickly coordinated the others to enter the car as the Nightmare Zombie continued its ferocious roar, its heavy footsteps stirring up clouds of dust, shaking the very ground beneath them. Gu Yusin was the last to get in, slamming the door shut and calling out to Zhou Xiubai, Zhao Bai, start the car. At this command, Zhou Xiubai immediately revved the engine, and the car shot forward like a bolt of lightning. As the Nightmare Zombie closed in, the tension in the vehicle heightened, and they swallowed hard in unison. Damn it! How can that thing move so fast despite its size? Song Huaichuan exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Yusin urged Zhou Xiubai, faster, Zhao Bai. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Xiubai pushed the speed to its limits, the engine roaring like thunder as they sped away, dust swirling in their wake. Yet, the Nightmare Zombie was relentless, gaining on them with alarming speed, its powerful hands outstretched, seemingly intent on crushing the Maybach. Lin Zhixia and Gu Yusin pooled their abilities to bolster the vehicle's defenses, but the zombie's strength was overwhelming, shattering their protective barrier with a single blow. As he was about to extend his foot to kick the car away, Lin Zhixia, with unwavering determination, flung open the car door and dashed out. The onlookers inside the vehicle cried out anxiously, but Lin Zhixia understood that she had to confront the zombie. Otherwise, if the creature were to stomp down, it would inevitably lead to destruction and loss of life within the car. Stay inside and do not come out. Her voice resonated with resolve and authority. She turned to Zhou Xibai, who was driving, and commanded, "Zhou Xibai, keep driving." Standing atop the vehicle, she wielded a black submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the colossal nightmare zombie before her. However, the creature towered nearly 10 stories high, rendering her firepower merely a fleeting annoyance. The nightmare zombie let out a deep, menacing roar that seemed to threaten and mock her simultaneously as it lumbered closer with heavy footsteps. Zhou Xibai pressed the accelerator furiously, while Lin Zhixia harnessed her abilities to keep herself steady, conjuring a golden protective shield around herself. She then released a fireball, launching it at the nightmare zombie's feet, enveloping them in flames. The creature howled in agony, causing the nearby trees to tremble and their dried leaves to scatter in the wind. It lifted its flaming foot and stomped a few times, extinguishing most of the fire. Lin Zhixia intensified the flames, but it was a mere drop in the bucket against such a formidable foe. Observing her struggle, the fire constellation trio inside the car quickly rallied their powers to support her. They opened the windows, casting their flames into the air, transforming them into large fireballs that sped toward the nightmare zombie. "You won to escape my flames," Song Huichuan shouted fiercely as one of the fireballs seared the zombie's left arm.
You nightmare.
Liao Qingxi declared, launching a massive fireball straight at the creature's right foot. "Don't you dare hurt Xia." Although Shun Xingye's abilities were not particularly high, he summoned all the power he could muster, sending flickering flames to obscure the zombie's vision. With the assistance of her companions, Lin Zhixia felt a significant relief from the pressure. As the flames began to engulf the creature, Su Qinghe and the others swiftly drew their firearms and unleashed a flurry of gunfire at its body. Yet just then, they were met with the cacophony of zombie roars from all directions. Ears perked, they realized the sounds emanated from every corner, as if they were surrounded by a multitude of zombies. Was this nightmare zombie their leader? Had they been summoned? Thousands of zombies surged forth, clawing at the golden shield that kept them at bay, incessantly roaring and attacking. Exhausted from maintaining her abilities, Lin Zhixia momentarily faltered, allowing a breach in her defenses. The horde surged like a monstrous wave, accompanied by the stench of decay and blood, closing in on her with predatory ferocity. Sensing the imminent danger, Gu Yusin activated his defensive powers, emanating a soft yellow aura that shielded the vicinity of the vehicle. However, his protective range was limited, only safeguarding those inside the car and leaving Lin Zhixia exposed atop the vehicle. As he opened the door to assist her, Lin Zhixia urgently shouted, "Stay inside. The zombies can't hurt me." Obeying her command, Gu Yusin reluctantly returned to the car. Faced with the overwhelming horde, Lin Zhixia retrieved a shimmering golden shotgun from her spatial pocket and unleashed a barrage upon the encroaching zombies. The front line of zombies howled in defiance as more behind them rushed forward. The men inside the vehicle, armed with weapons, continued to fire at the relentless undead. Refusing to relent, Lin Zhixia, feeling fatigue set in, noticed her energy shield dimming, unable to provide long-range protection. Nevertheless, she still managed to handle the ordinary zombies with ease. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host, for killing 500 zombies. Combat attributes increased by 1 level, with all attributes raised by 10. Congratulations, host, for killing 1,000 zombies. Combat attributes increased by 2 levels, with all attributes raised by 20. Congratulations, host, for killing 2,000 zombies. Combat attributes increased by 4 levels, with all attributes raised by 40. Current combat attributes: attack, 310, defense, 310, critical rate, 310, evasion, 310, agility, 310. As she fired her shotgun at the zombies, she bantered with the system in her mind. "You better remember this. I'm owed another lottery chance." With swathes of zombies falling to her onslaught, the men fighting alongside her also experienced a rise in their levels, prompting another system notification. Detected synchronized upgrades among the men. Song Huichuan, Aries. Fire ability level increased from 9 to 10, fortress defense raised by 100. Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius. Fire ability level increased from 5 to 6, fortress defense raised by 60. Shun Xingye, Leo. Fire ability level increased from 2 to 3, Fortress defense raised by 40. What about my dear Su and Bai? The system cannot play favorites. Lin Zhixia inquired while continuing her assault on the zombies. Due to Su Qinghe and Zhou Xubai not utilizing their powers to kill zombies, their ability levels have not increased. The system replied. Lin Zhixia sighed. Fine, I'll temporarily forgive you. After 2 grueling hours of combat, the relentless onslaught of zombies was finally decimated. The remnants of the undead piled high around the vehicle, with severed limbs and blood staining the ground, the stench so thick it threatened to overwhelm them. Gazing upon the gruesome scene, the cleanliness-obsessed He Jinyu retched violently, nearly expelling the contents of his stomach. Lin Zhixia stowed her shotgun, preparing to retreat into the car. Just then, a chorus of zombie roars erupted from all directions once more. This time, the roars were louder and more menacing, accompanied by an oppressive aura, as if they were ensnared in an invisible net, difficult to escape. Chapter 75. Lost in the Nightmare. The group surveyed their surroundings, witnessing a variety of zombies approaching. Some colossal, others swift, and some capable of splitting into multiple forms. Lin Zhixia felt a jolt of recognition. Were these not the level 2 mutated zombies? Could the nightmare zombie be their leader? Nevertheless, her gaze remained calm and unfazed as she regarded the scene unfolding before her. At this juncture, dealing with level 2 mutated zombies was no challenge for her. The opportunity for points was too good to pass up. Gu Yusin, maintaining his composure and order, commanded the men beside him. Open the windows and prepare for battle. Support Xia Xia. Upon receiving the order, they swiftly re-entered combat mode, rolling down the windows and aiming at the incoming mutated zombies. However, a cold glint flashed in Lin Zhixia's eyes as she emanated a powerful aura, declaring, no need. This horde is insufficient for me to tackle alone. Do not steal my kills. With that, she activated her defensive powers, isolating all zombies attempting to approach her. She then conjured 2 enormous fireballs from her palms, sending them rolling toward the flanking zombies. The agile zombies dodged swiftly, but those that could split were ensnared by the fireballs, forced to divide themselves to shield against the flames, yet it proved futile. As the flames intensified, they consumed the zombies entirely, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. The colossal zombie, cumbersome in its form, was unable to evade the onslaught and was swiftly vanquished, its body reduced to a mass of charred remains. Sensing the dire situation, the agile zombie attempted to escape, but Lin Zhixia unleashed a massive fireball that pursued the fleeing creature. The fireball raced forward, enveloping the zombie entirely, and in an instant, reduced its remains to a pile of ashes. Congratulations, host. You have slain 3 level 2 mutated zombies and earned 60 points. Current points, 330. Combat attributes have increased by 3 levels, with each attribute augmented by 30. Current combat attributes: attack, 360, defense, 360, critical hit rate, 360, evasion rate, 360, agility, 360. After dispatching all level 2 mutated zombies, Lin Zhixia beamed with delight, clapping her hands, exuding an air of confidence and triumph. Just as everyone began to relax, a chilling roar akin to that of a demon echoed from the distance, accompanied by violent tremors of the earth. Damn it! How has this creature caught up again? Liao Qingxi muttered under his breath, striding forward with great strides until he stood not far from the vehicle. It was then that Lin Zhixia seized the opportunity to behold the creature's visage. What a terrifying sight it was. To be precise, it was not merely a face, but a circular form resembling a swirling vortex, akin to a rapidly spinning top. One glance was enough to induce a disorienting sense of vertigo. Lin Zhixia hastily averted her gaze, but to her dismay, the vortex-like outline had already penetrated her retina, burrowing into her mind in an instant. The flames that had just ignited at her fingertips were abruptly extinguished, and the golden protective shield formed by her defensive ability shattered in an instant. It felt as if an invisible hand had dragged her consciousness into the depths of the ocean. The cacophony of gunfire and shouts faded into oblivion, leaving only the chilling rain of memories from 3 years prior. The autumn rain from 3 years ago was more biting than the acid rain of the apocalypse. Lin Zhixia clutched a multinational project contract, and no matter how thick the clouds outside the business class window, they could not dampen her excitement to rush into her mother's embrace to share the good news. Just last week, during a family dinner, her mother had smiled and promised to make her favorite snow fungus dessert, her voice so gentle it could melt frost. However, upon exiting the airport, she was met with the sight of the housekeeper, hunched and drenched, standing in the rain, clutching a black urn that glimmered with a chilling light. Madame suddenly passed away from a heart attack in the early hours. Despite all rescue efforts, the housekeeper's voice trembled uncontrollably as he handed her the urn, a coldness creeping up her fingertips and freezing her entire being. She felt like a marionette as she was guided into the car, her gaze vacant, returning home. The entrance to the villa bore no white silk. Only a few unfamiliar workers were moving items, and a makeshift altar had been hastily erected in the living room. Her mother's portrait was encased in a cheap frame, her smile still radiating warmth, yet contrasting starkly with the surrounding desolation. Her father, Su Daqiang, donned an ill-fitting black suit, his eyes artificially reddened. Upon her arrival, he merely nodded, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. "It's good that you're back. Take a rest. I'll handle the arrangements." In a frenzy, she dashed into her mother's bedroom, the familiar scent of gardenias still lingering in the air. The comb on the vanity remained where it had been left, its tines broken, a remnant from the last time she had styled her mother's hair. A moment her mother had lovingly brushed off without a hint of blame. A medicine bottle lay toppled on the floor, its label torn to tatters. Hidden within the wrinkled sheets was a half-shredded tissue, stained with dark red marks. Her heart constricted in sudden alarm. Her mother, who was so meticulous about cleanliness. How could the bedroom be in such disarray? Gripping Su Daqiang's arm, she pressed for details, but he abruptly shook her off, panic evident in his eyes. "The doctors have confirmed it. What are you making a fuss about? Do you want to give outsiders something to gossip about?" Indeed, in her father's eyes, the cause of her mother's death was inconsequential. The foremost concern was his own reputation. She curled up in her mother's wardrobe, clutching the unfinished cashmere scarf, sobbing until she could scarcely breathe, burying her face in its fabric, still fragrant with the scent of gardenias. But the person who had once brought her warm milk during late-night work sessions, who had shielded her from the machinations of business adversaries, was now gone. Her father publicly declared her mother had perished from a sudden heart attack, yet her mother had never suffered from heart ailments. Coupled with the disarray of the bedroom and her father's contradictory words, a cloud of suspicion enveloped her. She scoured her mother's medical records and questioned the household staff, but no one dared to speak the truth. She could only swallow her doubts, vowing to uncover the reality. In less than a month, Su Daqiang moved Hu Meyer into their home and shamelessly introduced her as a sister, claiming it was good to have someone else for company. In reality, Hu Meyer constantly incited Su Daqiang to vie for her position as CEO, undermining her in the company. Su Daqiang abused his power, turning a blind eye to Hu Meyer's financial misconduct, even appointing her as the financial director. Lin Zhixia repeatedly argued with him to dismiss Hu Meyer, yet he consistently shielded her. Since assuming the role of CEO, Lin Zhixia had secured several significant international projects, steering the company back on course, resulting in skyrocketing profits that gradually won over the shareholders. However, Su Daqiang secretly investigated the shareholders' backgrounds and secrets, compiling a mysterious ledger that documented their illicit dealings. Chapter 76. Slaying the nightmare zombie armed with leverage, he covertly coerced and bribed the shareholders into siding with him, diminishing Lin Zhixia's influence within the company. Her half-sister, Su Qianyue, proved to be a quintessential schemer, creating chaos at home. Jewelry and clothing mysteriously disappeared from her room, and each confrontation required considerable effort. As time elapsed, she grew weary of the constant strife. The loss of her mother, her father's betrayal, the intrusions of a mistress, and Su Qianyue's machinations left Lin Zhixia feeling utterly drained. It was during this tumultuous period that Jiang Yanji appeared, like a ray of warm sunlight, providing her with the only warmth on a wintry night. She was aware that Jiang Yanji, despite his academic excellence, hailed from a humble background, making them mismatched in status. Yet she disregarded these concerns, unwilling to let the last beam of sunlight fade, unwilling to part from the final person who had shown her kindness. Little did she know, until her last breath, that Jiang Yanji was cut from the same cloth as her father, equally self-serving and fickle, having early on entangled himself with Su Qianyue. She could only struggle to maintain her composure, juggling company affairs while searching for clues surrounding her mother's death. Yet before she could find any leads, the apocalypse descended. The betrayal of Jiang Yanji and the howls of zombies turned her unfinished investigation into a deep-seated scar.
Xia.
Don't get lost in this. Gu Yusin's shout pierced through the fog of her memories, as the immense hand of the nightmare zombie loomed perilously close to the car's roof, its putrid stench suffocating. A pale yellow protective aura enveloped him, a 10th level earth-based defensive ability forming a solid barrier against the crushing force of the giant hand. The aura trembled violently under the strain of the zombie's brute strength, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it with a brittle creak. He knelt atop the car, vigorously shaking Lin Zhixia's shoulder, his back soaked with cold sweat, his voice hoarse and strained. "Xia, look at me. You are not alone." Gunfire erupted below as Zhou Shibai, harnessing his wind-based abilities, accelerated, his figure blurring as he flanked the zombie, raising his rifle to target its ocular weakness with a relentless barrage of shots. The bullets embedding into the zombie's hardened shell, splattering black blood everywhere. "Beast, take this." Liao Qingxi propped his modified sniper rifle on the hood of the car, expertly locking onto the joints of the zombies. Each bullet struck the same spot as he shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Shen Xingye ignited a pillar of flames at his fingertips, enveloping the bullets in his fiery abilities as they soared toward the zombies' faces. As the flames exploded, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't you dare touch her." The zombie howled in pain, its massive hand sweeping towards them. Zhou Shibai activated his speed abilities, rushing to Shen Xingye's side and narrowly pulling him back. At the same time, he raised his gun and shot the zombie's wrist, black blood splattering onto his white coat. Su Qinghe crouched behind a tire, aiming his weapon with furrowed brows, his voice mingling with the sound of gunfire. "Lin, wake up. We need you." Suddenly, the protective barrier shattered with a crack, and the zombie's colossal hand surged like a tidal wave. Gu Yusin unhesitatingly threw himself over Lin Zhixia, absorbing the blow from the zombie, blood seeping from his back as he struggled to shield her. "Don't be afraid, Xia." Lin Zhixia's eyelashes fluttered violently, the echoes of her teammates' gunfire and Gu Yusin's muffled groans overlapping with her mother's gentle reminders from memory. "You must be strong. Learn to protect yourself." Abruptly, she opened her eyes, the confusion fading away. Grabbing the heavy sniper rifle from her ability space, flames ignited along the barrel, her voice icy as she aimed at the zombie's head. "Dare to disturb my peace of mind? Pay with your life." The flames erupted from the muzzle, the bullets crashing into the zombie's skull, creating a crimson fireball that sent black blood and charred flesh splattering several meters high. The zombie, in agony, wildly shook its head, its enormous hand slamming down, causing the vehicle to tremble. Lin Zhixia gathered her strength, her earth abilities exploding in a golden radiance that enveloped her. As she conjured flames in her palm and leapt up, the flames transformed into a fireball upon landing, crashing down onto the zombie's wound. The fire surged through the gaps in the rotting flesh, inciting the zombie to bellow in rage, thrashing its limbs. As its massive hand swept toward her, Lin Zhixia conjured a golden protective shield that absorbed the impact with a resounding clang, the barrier rippling under the force. Using the recoil, she closed the distance and struck the zombie's injured joint with a powerful punch infused with earth energy. Despite being severely wounded, the 10-meter-tall behemoth showed no signs of faltering. Lin Zhixia raised her heavy sniper rifle and fired 3 precise shots into its protruding eyeball. Black blood and murky fluid gushed forth as the zombie howled in pain, its massive body trembling yet still standing firm. The damage from the firearms merely inflicted superficial wounds, failing to reach its core. With one eye blinded, the enraged zombie swung its colossal hand toward those nearby. The group of handsome men barely dodged, perilously close to danger. As Shen Xingye was lifted, Lin Zhixia's eyes turned a fierce crimson. In a moment of desperation, she remembered the high-powered explosives stored in her ability space. Retrieving a tightly wrapped package of explosives, she ignited the fuse with a flicker of flame and, empowered by her earth abilities, hurled the explosives into the zombie's shattered skull.
A défini une explosion érupted.
Flames soaring into the sky, silencing the zombie's roar as its enormous body was blown apart, black blood and shredded flesh saturating the battlefield. She quickly dove into the wreckage, searching for anything resembling the memory chip from before, believing it to be the key to unraveling the mystery. After several minutes, she finally discovered the filthy memory chip nestled within the shattered remnants of the zombie's brain. At that moment, the system emitted a mechanical notification.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host. You have acquired an important clue item, Memory Chip 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a level 4 mutated zombie, earning 80 points. Current points, 410. Combat attributes have increased by 4 levels, with all attributes rising by 40. Current host combat attributes, attack power, 400, defense power, 400, critical hit rate, 400, evasion rate, 400, agility, 400. The host has accumulated 2 lottery chances.
Ding.
As this is the host's first kill of a level 4 mutated zombie, the system grants an additional reward. An active skill option, Nightmare Power, has been added to the lottery. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion crossing her features as she inquired of the system. What does that mean? The system's mechanical voice explained in detail. During the host's lottery, an additional lottery option will be added. If the host successfully draws the Nightmare Power skill, they will gain abilities akin to the Nightmare Zombies. Is it really possible? A flicker of subtle joy glimmered in Lin Zhixia's eyes, quickly replaced by rationality. If she could acquire this active skill, it would significantly ease her battles against both zombies and enemies alike. Chapter 77. The wounded handsome man. As the smoke cleared, she hurried to Lin Zhixia's side. The golden protective shield enveloping his blood-soaked back, her strengthened arms supporting him. Lin Zhixia, hold on, I will get you out. Lin Zhixia's voice was cold, tinged with fear. The battle had left many injured, and even Zhou Xibai, a doctor, was unable to heal himself. Seeing her battered companions, Lin Zhixia hurriedly helped them into the vehicle, with Fu Shiyan assisting in the rescue. When she spotted He Jinyu leisurely playing on his phone in the car, a fierce blaze ignited within her, her gaze slicing through him like a cold knife. He Jinyu, are you blind? Before she finished speaking, Lin Zhixia stepped forward, snatching the phone covered in black blood and smashing it against the car, the screen shattering instantly. We risk our lives outside, covered in wounds, and nearly losing our lives. And you hide in the car like a coward, playing on your phone? The golden halo around her flickered ominously, the pressure of her power thickening the air inside the vehicle. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on He Jinyu, her tone filled with an unyielding authority. He Jinyu, your indifference is utterly despicable. If we encounter such a situation again, I won't hesitate to let you experience the taste of being torn apart by zombies. He Jinyu felt as if thunder had struck above him, his heart pounding as his previously indifferent expression froze, his breath momentarily stalling. He abruptly looked up, Lin Zhixia's furious eyes nearly igniting him aflame, the swirling flames in her palms sending chills down his spine. He pouted, clearly reluctant, muttering, "Why are you so fierce?" He sluggishly rose from his seat, deliberately kicking the car's floor to vent his frustration, but his gaze never dared to meet Lin Zhixia's. With his head hung low, he begrudgingly opened the car door, whispering, "Fine, I'll help." The tension in the air was palpable as he awkwardly extended a hand to assist the wounded men. Fu Shiyan, helping the injured into the vehicle, merely frowned and shook his head, yet no one dared to intervene. Everyone understood that once Lin Zhixia's fury erupted, no one could contain it. After ensuring everyone was inside, Fu Shiyan volunteered to drive. With everyone, including Zhou Xibai, injured and He Jinyu being unreliable, Lin Zhixia needed to handle any emergencies, and he was the only one capable of driving. Fu Shiyan maintained a composed demeanor, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Outside the window, piles of zombie remains lay scattered, black blood and filth overflowing as the tires crunched over bones and corpses, the sound grating and the stench overwhelming. He maneuvered around the obstacles, pressing the accelerator as the engine roared, breaking through the sea of corpses and blood to carve a path out of this hell. Several hours later, the vehicle came to a steady halt in front of the black market trading post. Lin Zhixia's icy demeanor had not thawed, and she coldly commanded, "Get out." He Jinyu's face turned ashen, gripping his clothes in frustration, yet he dared not retort, angrily pushing the door open and glaring at them as he exited. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly seemed to recall something, promptly turning back to retrieve the zombie vaccine before reluctantly departing. Once he had left, Fu Shiyan pressed the accelerator, driving towards the distance. Along the way, the number of zombies was manageable, and Lin Zhixia could handle them alone. The vehicle sped toward the fortress, leaving behind the clamor of the black market and the bloodshed of the apocalypse. Upon returning to the fortress, Lin Zhixia and Fu Shiyan assisted their companions in disembarking. "Mr. Fu, the villa is still vacant. Once your injuries have healed, we will help you tidy it up so you can continue your research," Gu Yusin said, despite still nursing his own wounds, as he allocated accommodation for the new members. "These are trivial matters." Fu Shiyan waved his hand dismissively. "Your recovery is of utmost importance at this moment." With that, he supported them into Building E, where Zhou Xibai resided. Building E was equipped with the most comprehensive medical facilities, making it the ideal place for their recuperation. Inside the villa, Zhou Shubai had just been seated on a chair when he struggled to rise and fetch the medical kit, only to feel a sharp pain in his back that made cold sweat bead on his forehead. Fu Shiyan quickly pressed him down. Do not move. I was a biomedical researcher. Healing is my duty. I'll take care of these minor injuries. He then opened the medical kit, retrieving antiseptic and bandages. Gu Yusin's back wound was severe, with blood slowly seeping out, yet he maintained his composure. Noticing Lin Zhixia's gaze on his injury, he softly reassured her. It's nothing. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Fu Shiyan applied the medication with slightly more pressure, causing Gu Yusin to swallow hard. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Lin Zhixia. Shen Xingye had been scratched by a zombie, wincing in pain but gripping Lin Zhixia's clothing tightly. Sister, it hurts so much. That monster was relentless. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have surely been scarred. Lin Zhixia leaned down gently to inspect his wound, frowning as she said, Don't move, let me take a look. Despite his prideful demeanor, Shen Xingye's eyes sparkled with delight at the concern from his sister. Having you care for me makes this injury worth it. Liao Qingxi had been shot in the shoulder. When Lin Zhixia came to see him, he still smiled and waved his hand. It's just a minor injury. I want to be able to join you for morning workouts for a while. However, when Fu Shiyan was cleaning out the shrapnel, he couldn't help but gasp. Stealing glances at Lin Zhixia, hoping for a word of concern from her. Seeing his pale demeanor, Lin Zhixia hurried over and advised Fu Shiyan, be gentle. Su Qing and Mo sat quietly nearby, their arms bruised and swollen. When Lin Zhixia looked over, Su Qing gently said, President Lin, we're all fine. You've been busy, you should take a break too. Lin Zhixia shook her head. I'm fine. You all focus on your recovery. Zhou Shubai could no longer contain his anger, shouting, He Jinyu is too much. We are out here risking our lives while he hides in the car playing on his phone. How selfish. Shen Xingye immediately chimed in, exactly. He should face the zombies alone. Lin Zixia's expression turned cold. If he dares to flee again in the face of danger, I will eliminate him. Then she turned to comfort them. You all focus on healing. I will go to the space and fetch the best supplements to help you recover. With that, she pivoted and retrieved a collection of carefully stored high-quality supplements from her special space, well-packaged ginseng, bird's nest, and various nutritional agents, placing them on the table. These were stockpiled before the apocalypse and work wonders. Use them with confidence. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open as Li Mayan entered. Seeing their injuries, he felt a pang of heartache. He nestled into Lin Zhixia's lap with a hint of self-reproach. Sister, I'm so useless. I can't even go out and fight with you, nor can I protect you. It's all right, Lin Zhixia said affectionately, stroking his head. Because of you handling our logistics, we can fight without worry. He then spotted the bird's nest on the table and immediately picked up 2 boxes. I'll prepare it for everyone. It will help our wounds heal faster. Liao Qingxi teased with a smile. Li Mayan's skills are really becoming quite husband-like. Chapter 78. Extracting the nightmare's power after settling all the injured, Lin Zhixia observed Li Mayan bustling about with the bird's nest. And listening to the gentle conversations and reassurances among everyone, her taut nerves began to relax. The remnants of black blood from the battle still stained her clothes, and fatigue surged over her like a tide, yet the anticipation in her heart subdued it. She had 2 chances to draw prizes. A rich reward for defeating a level 4 nightmare zombie. Without lingering, Lin Zhixia quickly instructed everyone to focus on their recovery and turned to leave. The corridor of the villa was dimly lit, reflecting her tall and slender figure, each step steady and powerful. Upon returning to her top-floor bedroom, she locked the door behind her, completely shutting out the external chaos. The room was simply yet elegantly arranged, one wall lined with neatly stacked emergency supplies, while the other featured a sleek, minimalist white bed with precisely folded linens, exuding a sense of order and tidiness. Lin Zhixia sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing her temples, and then called out in a low voice within her mind, System, activate the lottery. Beep. The lottery function has been activated. Current remaining lottery chances. 2. Would you like to use your first lottery chance now? The mechanical voice of the system resonated in her mind, cold and unfeeling. Yes. A flicker of urgency sparked in Lin Zhixia's eyes. As soon as she spoke, a colossal virtual lottery wheel materialized before her, slowly spinning in midair, emitting a soft blue glow. The wheel was evenly divided into 6 sections, each labeled with different prize names, 5 of which prominently displayed heavy weaponry, a main battle tank, an anti-aircraft artillery, an armor-piercing sniper rifle, a quad-barreled flamethrower, and a portable missile launcher. Each of these weapons was a formidable tool against large swathes of zombies in the apocalypse, and just reading their names ignited a fervor within her. However, the 6th section was distinct, radiating an eerie red light and surrounded by a faint black mist. Upon closer inspection, it boldly inscribed the words active skill, Nightmare S power. This was the very skill Lin Zhixia had long coveted. Her breath quickened, her hands instinctively clenched, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She fixated on the red-lit section, fervently praying in her heart, I must win the Nightmare S power. I must. Lottery. She nearly shouted the words, her voice laden with uncontainable anticipation. The virtual wheel accelerated instantly, spinning so fast it appeared as a blur, the sound of rushing air echoing in her ears. Lin Zhixia's heart raced in time with the spinning wheel, her gaze locked in, fearful of missing any detail. Moments later, the wheel began to slow its rotation, the pointer gliding between the various sections. It first passed the main battle tank, then the armor-piercing sniper rifle, causing Lin Zhixia's heart to leap into her throat. As the pointer drew closer to the red-lit section, her breath nearly caught in her throat. However, just as the pointer was about to touch the edge of the red light, it hesitated slightly before sliding slowly towards the anti-aircraft artillery section, coming to a steady stop. Lin Zhixia let out a heavy sigh, disappointment etched across her face, her shoulders slumping slightly. So close, just a fraction away from obtaining the Nightmare S power. Yet, upon reflection, the anti-aircraft artillery was no mere trinket. With such heavy weaponry, her odds against future large-scale zombie hordes or high-tier mutated zombies would undoubtedly increase. Her disappointment was swiftly replaced by a sense of comfort, her eyes rekindling with hope.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, you have drawn the anti-aircraft artillery. The prize has been automatically stored in the special space. Please check. The system's notification chimed in at the right moment. Lin Zhixia immediately focused her mind, her consciousness sinking into the special space. The space has long since transformed from its original form. With the expansion of her territory, the area has grown immensely, and various supplies are meticulously categorized and arranged in an orderly fashion. In a clearing within this space, a brand new anti-aircraft artillery stands majestically, exuding an aura of awe. The cannon, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, is forged from high-strength alloy, its body adorned with intricate patterns that gleam with a cold metallic luster. The barrel is robust and elongated, resembling the maw of a colossal beast. Advanced targeting systems flank its sides, capable of accurately locking onto targets several kilometers away. The tracked chassis is both sturdy and adaptable to complex terrains. Lin Zhixia briskly approached, extending her hand to gently caress the cold cannon's body, her fingertips sensing the metal's chill and rough texture. Circling around the artillery, her eyes sparkled with delight and satisfaction, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. What a magnificent piece of machinery! With you, dealing with zombies will be much more manageable, she murmured, her hands exploring the cannon's surface, absorbing the sense of security and power this formidable weapon bestowed. Having savored the allure of her new armament, Lin Zhixia's consciousness withdrew from the ability space, redirecting her focus back to the lottery. She had one more opportunity, and no matter what, she was determined to see if she could draw the nightmare power. System. She thought, could you reinstate the option for nightmare power in the lottery? I am certain I can draw it this time. Beep. Host's request detected. The active skill, nightmare power, can be re-added to the lottery, but correspondingly, the other 5 options will be replaced with ordinary supplies. Does the host agree? The system's voice remained devoid of emotion. Lin Zhixia hesitated not a moment, nodding instantly. I agree. The allure of nightmare power was simply too great compared to those ordinary supplies. Having acquired this cannon was already sufficient to handle most situations. What she desired most now was this special skill. Beep. The lottery options have been updated. Would you like to use your second lottery chance immediately? Yes. Lin Zhixia inhaled deeply, adjusting her mindset, her gaze once again fixed upon the virtual spinning wheel. This time, the 6 sectors on the wheel had changed. 5 sectors included advanced medical first aid kits, large-capacity ammunition boxes, high-quality crop seeds, vacuum-packed compressed food, and special hemostatic agents. All were exceedingly practical supplies in the apocalypse. Yet their allure paled in comparison to that of nightmare power. The sixth sector, however, still glimmered with an eye-catching red light. The words active skill, nightmare power stood out brilliantly in the dim room. With her hands clasped in prayer before her chest, Lin Zhixia closed her eyes and earnestly wished, "This time, I must draw it, please." She could distinctly feel her heartbeat, each thump filled with anticipation. "Lottery!" She shouted once more, her voice infused with resolute determination. The virtual wheel spun rapidly again, light and shadow intermingling, obscuring the specific sectors. Lin Zhixia kept her eyes tightly shut, daring not to look until the wheel gradually slowed, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixated on the pointer. Chapter 79. Acquiring nightmare power. The pointer glided slowly over the various ordinary supply sectors, each movement tightening Lin Zhixia's heart. It brushed past the medical first aid kit, slid over the ammunition box, bypassed the seeds and food, and after a brief pause in the special hemostatic agent sector, continued forward. This time, Lady Luck finally favored her. The pointer smoothly entered the red light sector, landing precisely on the active skill, nightmare power. "I won! I really won!" Lin Zhixia exclaimed, leaping from her bed. Unable to suppress a fist pump, her face radiating uncontainable joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that instant of celebration, a warm current surged from above her head, flooding into her body, swiftly spreading through her veins to her limbs. This energy felt distinct from the power experienced during previous upgrades. It bore a strange yet formidable force, as if it possessed the ability to manipulate the human psyche. She could clearly sense a new piece of information nestled in her mind, detailing the intricacies of nightmare power. This skill could conjure incredibly realistic illusions, presenting the target's most fearful memories or scenes before their eyes, plunging them into endless nightmares and stripping them of their combat capabilities. Moreover, the mental shocks endured within the illusion could inflict tangible harm on the target's body, making it an exceptional weapon against high-level zombies and human foes alike. As the energy continued to meld with her, Lin Zhixia felt her mental prowess significantly enhanced, as though she could effortlessly peer into the depths of others' fears. She concentrated, and the visage of the nightmare zombie she had encountered previously materialized in her mind, an invisible wave of mental energy emanating from her core, though initially weak. It was undeniably real. Closing her eyes, she savored this newfound power within her, her heart brimming with awe and excitement. With nightmare power in her arsenal, her strength would ascend to new heights, undoubtedly enhancing her survival capabilities in this apocalyptic world. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the active skill, nightmare power. Skill description: can create real illusions, impacting target's mental and physical state. Current skill level, level 1, usable once per day. The skill will gradually upgrade with increased usage, enhancing the number of uses, realism of the illusions, and damage inflicted. The system's notification resonated, providing Lin Zhixia with crucial information about her skill. She slowly opened her eyes, confidence shining in her gaze. Though it could only be used once a day, that was sufficient. At a critical moment, employing nightmare power could very well turn the tide of battle. She believed that with continued usage, this skill would inevitably grow even more powerful. Stretching her body, the fatigue within her seemed to dissipate significantly, replaced by this new vigor. Gazing out at the encroaching darkness beyond the fortress, Lin Zhixia's lips curled into a fierce smile. With this skill, would she still fear uncovering the truth behind her mother's death? Early the next morning, while Lin Zhixia was still lost in slumber, she was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of a phone. On the other end, He Jinyu's deep and enigmatic voice resonated. "Miss Lin, the person you requested is here. Kindly open the door." The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the top-floor bedroom of the fortress was just kissed by the morning light with a hint of gold. Lin Zhixia casually donned a black combat jacket over her shoulders. As her fingers grazed the doorknob, the last remnants of her drowsiness vanished, replaced by her familiar icy demeanor. Upon opening the door, she found He Jinyu standing at the end of the corridor, his tall frame silhouetted against the light. Beside him stood a pallid, stooped middle-aged man, his clothes speckled with dirt and blood, clearly bearing the marks of a tumultuous ordeal. "He has arrived," He Jinyu stated flatly, though his gaze held a subtle scrutiny, as if awaiting Lin Zhixia's reaction. Lin Zhixia's eyes swept over the middle-aged man, who instinctively shrank back, his eyes darting away, betraying a deep-seated fear.
"Come in."
She stepped aside, allowing him entry, turning toward the living room and gesturing to a metal chair in the corner. Her voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Sit there and divulge everything you know honestly. Should you utter a single falsehood, you shall bear the consequences. Trembling, the middle-aged man seated himself, his hands clasped tightly together, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Jinyu leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, adopting a seemingly indifferent demeanor while discreetly monitoring the man's every move to thwart any tricks. I was originally a logistics staff member at the Genesis Research Institute, responsible for cleaning the laboratories and office areas. The man stammered, his voice tinged with evident trepidation, beginning to speak in fits and starts. On the surface, the Research Institute appears to be engaged in biomedical research, seemingly proper and orderly. However, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. The core areas are strictly off-limits to us in logistics, and the security is exceptionally tight. Speak plainly. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow, her tone dripping with impatience, causing the man before her to stiffen. Yes, yes. He quickly nodded, his speech quickening. I learned about the secret experiments by chance. One night while on duty, I was smoking in the stairwell and inadvertently overheard a few men in black suits discussing matters. They were the assassins sent to eliminate Ms. Lin. He swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. I dared not approach too closely, but I caught snippets of their conversation. A senior executive was conducting unauthorized experiments, backed by a group of confidants pushing it forward in secrecy. Ms. Lin Yue, your mother, stumbled upon a critical phase of the experiment during her visit to the Institute for a collaboration project. Fearing exposure, they issued a kill order to eliminate her. Lin Zhixia leaned slightly forward, her gaze sharp as a blade, scrutinizing the man for any trace of emotion on his face. Who is that senior executive? The man shook his head vigorously, panic etched across his features. I don't know. I truly don't. They never mentioned a name, only referred to him as someone from above, a person with significant power capable of mobilizing considerable resources. Trembling, he pulled out a severely worn memory card from his pocket and cautiously handed it over. I was so terrified that I couldn't make a sound, but I secretly took photos of two of the assassins, thinking that if I were to be silenced, I would have evidence. Eventually, this matter was discovered, and the Institute's personnel were everywhere searching for me. I had to flee, and thankfully, I encountered this gentleman, which allowed me to survive until now. Lin Zhixia accepted the memory card and inserted it into the portable terminal on the desk. The screen illuminated, revealing two clear faces, tall men with fierce eyes that radiated a palpable sense of danger. She stared at the photographs, her fingers tightening slightly. The truth behind her mother's death seemed to inch closer, yet the mastermind remained shrouded in mystery, like a specter in the darkness. Chapter 80. A call from Humayer. Jinyu glanced at the screen, noting that the explanation was satisfactory, and turned his gaze to Lin Zhixia. Upon seeing her nod, he coldly addressed the man, "Come with me." The man, as if granted a reprieve, quickly rose and followed him, leaving the living room in a state of disarray. The moment the door closed, Lin Zhixia's expression darkened. She studied the photographs repeatedly, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, global networks had essentially collapsed, and communication had ceased. The previously convenient channels for information retrieval had vanished. These two assassins had seemingly vanished without a trace. Finding them in this chaotic world based solely on two photographs, and ultimately unearthing the senior executive pulling the strings, would undoubtedly be a Herculean task. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly thought of Black Spade. Although unaware of his true identity, she could attempt to have him investigate. Lin Zhixia swiftly transferred the photographs to her phone and contacted Black Spade. I have two photographs of individuals. Assist me in identifying them, their whereabouts, and the senior executive behind the clandestine organization conducting secret experiments. I will double the reward, and you may select any supplies you desire, provided the information is accurate. Her voice, transmitted through the phone, carried an undeniable resolve. Rest assured, Miss Lin, I shall not be negligent in your request, Black Spade promptly replied. I will utilize all available channels for the investigation and will notify you at the earliest opportunity. Just as Lin Zhixia ended the call with Black Spade, a sudden, urgent ringing shattered the silence of the living room. A string of unfamiliar numbers danced across the screen, devoid of any identifiable location, like a voyeur lurking in the shadows. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated momentarily before swiping to answer, her tone as frigid as ice. Who is this? Lin Zhixia, long time no see, came a sharp, deliberately provocative female voice from the other end, grating like nails on glass. Lin Zhixia's pupils constricted in shock. She would never forget that voice. Hu Meyer. A surge of fury erupted from her chest. She had been searching for an opportunity to make this venomous mother-daughter pair pay, and now Hu Meyer had audaciously presented herself. Lin Zhixia clenched her phone, her voice so cold it could shatter steel. Hu Meyer?
How dare you call me?
Why shouldn't I? Hu Meyer's tone brimmed with arrogance. I'm calling to inform you to release Su Daqiang immediately, or face the consequences. So it was about Su Daqiang. Lin Zhixia scoffed, her eyes glinting with frost. Release him? Are you out of your mind? Is that so? Hu Meyer's voice suddenly turned sinister. Then if you wish to keep Fang Yuqing's life, consider my words null and void. The name Fang Yuqing struck Lin Zhixia like a thunderclap, jolting her heart. She sprang to her feet, her aura transforming into something razor-sharp. What have you done to Aunt Yuqing? Don't rush, Hu Meyer drawled leisurely. She's doing just fine for now, but whether she stays that way depends on your actions. Moments later, a faint, struggling voice came through the phone. Fang Yuqing, her tone laced with distress. Xia, don't come. It's a trap. Before she could finish, a rough sound of a struggle interrupted, followed by muffled whimpers, as though someone had covered her mouth. Aunt Yuqing. Lin Zhixia cried out in urgency. But all that remained was Hu Meyer's cruel laughter. In that instant, a flood of memories regarding Fang Yuqing surged through Lin Zhixia's mind. Vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. Fang Yuqing was the Lin family's housekeeper. Her husband was a compulsive gambler, often resorting to violence against his wife and daughter when he lost. The Lin family, moved by compassion, allowed them to reside with them to shield them from suffering. At that time, Fang Yuqing and Lin Zhixia's mother, Lin Yue, were in the same class, and the two girls quickly became inseparable friends. Lin Yue, gentle and kind, would often share her new clothes and beautiful accessories with Fang Yuqing. Originally named Fang Area, the name bore a rustic ring, prompting Lin Zhixia's grandparents to bestow upon her the name Fang Yuqing, symbolizing the hope for a brighter future. Fang Yuqing had an older sister named Dia, who tragically passed away due to an untreated illness. This event left an indelible pain in her heart, and she once grasped Lin Yue's hand, tearfully lamenting. If only I could change my surname, I don't want to be associated with that man. Lin Yue held her tightly, assuring her, even if our surnames differ,
We will always be sisters.
in her childhood, Fang Yuqing frequently visited Lin Zhixia, bringing an array of beautiful dresses and exquisite jewelry, dressing her like a little princess. In Lin Zhixia's world, aside from her mother, Fang Yuqing was the one who cherished her the most. On the third day after the apocalypse erupted, amidst a torrential storm, Jiang Yanzi deceitfully claimed there was no food, urging Lin Zhixia to risk delivering supplies. Just as she was cornered by a horde of zombies. On the brink of being bitten, Fang Yuqing drove up, unhesitatingly pulling her into the vehicle and breaking through the zombie blockade, ensuring her safe return home. Before departing, Fang Yuqing repeatedly urged her to stay indoors and protect herself. This act of kindness had forever imprinted itself on Lin Zhixia's heart. In this life, having been reborn, she vowed to protect everyone who had treated her well. No matter what, she could not allow anything to happen to Fang Yuqing.
What do you want?
Lin Zhixia forced herself to calm down, her voice trembling slightly from the suppressed fury. Hu Meyer seemed pleased with her reaction, her tone even more arrogant. It's simple. Release Su Daqiang, and I will ensure Fang Yuqing's safety. Su Daqiang had committed numerous heinous acts. My decision to spare his life was already a show of mercy. Do you truly believe I would let him go? Lin Zhixia spoke through clenched teeth. Then prepare to collect Fang Yuqing's corpse. Hu Meyer's voice turned sharp, informing her. I must tell you that Fang Yuqing is currently in my grasp. At my command, she will become mere fodder for the undead. You have 2 hours to bring Su Daqiang to the abandoned construction site in the south. If I do not see you within that time, I will take Fang Yuqing's life. I promise you. Lin Zhixia responded with unwavering determination, her voice resolute. As long as you do not harm Aunt Yuqing, I will bring Su Daqiang to you immediately, but you must guarantee that she will be released upon our meeting. How astute of you, Hu Meyer replied, her tone dripping with satisfaction. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, or the consequences will be dire. As she hung up the phone, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Turning to the others, she spoke solemnly. Hu Meyer caused my mother's death. And now that she has delivered herself to me, I will settle both old and new scores. With that, she pivoted to leave. Shen Xingya immediately grasped her arm. sister. We shall accompany you. Lin Zhixia turned to see everyone looking at her with steadfast resolve. But you are all injured. Lin Zhixia noticed several of them still bandaged, and concern flickered in her eyes. Liao Qingxi waved dismissively. These minor injuries are inconsequential. Zhou Shubai has already healed us with his abilities, and we are nearly recovered. Indeed. Xiaoxia, Song Huaichuan clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with battle spirit. Just take us with you. We shall make this vile pair taste our wrath. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhixia raised her gaze slightly. Very well, but you must follow my instructions. Once Aunt Yuqing is safely rescued, immediately seal all exits of the abandoned construction site. Do not allow her or Su Daqiang to escape. I will avenge my mother with my own hands. Gu Yusin nodded in understanding. Rest assured, they will not escape. With unwavering determination in her eyes, Lin Zhixia quickly instructed, Li Mayan and Fu Shiyan will remain at home. The rest of you take firearms and ammunition and follow me. Though Li Mayan felt a twinge of worry, she understood her lack of powers would only hinder them. So she nodded. Sister, please be careful. I will prepare dinner for your return. Lin Zhixia said no more and swiftly led Su Daqiang out of the villa, while the others hurriedly boarded the vehicles. The engines roared to life as the convoy sped toward the abandoned construction site in the south. Throughout the journey, Lin Zhixia's expression remained grave, her fingers tightly gripping the steering wheel as she outlined their battle plan. Gu Yusin, you will use your powers to seal the doors. Song Huaichuan and Liao Qingxi will handle the frontal interception, while Shen Xingye and Zhou Shubai will be responsible for capturing them. Su Qing will drive. As she spoke, her grip on the steering wheel tightened. This time, we must not afford Humayr any chance of escape. More than half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the dilapidated construction site, overgrown with weeds, its steel and concrete exposed, emanating a chilling aura. Lin Zhixia immediately spotted Fang Yuqing pinned to the ground, her body bound with heavy ropes, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Aunt Yuqing. Lin Zhixia's heart tightened as she flung open the car door and rushed toward her. Humayr stood a short distance away with several henchmen, and upon seeing Lin Zhixia and her group, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. Lin Zhixia, you are quite punctual. Where is Su Daqiang? Lin Zhixia gestured for Song Huaichuan to bring Su Daqiang forward, her voice cold. I have brought the man. Now release Aunt Yuqing. What's the rush? Humayr waved her hand dismissively, instructing, let Su Daqiang come closer. Once I confirm his safety, I will naturally release her. Lin Zhixia's gaze hardened as she suppressed her impulse to act immediately, signaling Song Huaichuan to advance step by step with Su Daqiang toward Humayr. Only when Su Daqiang reached the opposing camp did Humayr give a signal, and her subordinates promptly untied Fang Yuqing and removed the cloth from her mouth. Xiaoxia. Fang Yuqing rushed toward Lin Zhixia, her voice tinged with tears. Seeing this, Lin Zhixia was about to raise her hand to signal Gu Yusin and the others to initiate their encirclement plan. But her gaze suddenly caught sight of something bulging at Fang Yuqing's waist. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a bomb strapped to her. The countdown on the display glowed ominously red, leaving only 10 minutes. Damn it! Lin Zhixia cursed under her breath, her thoughts of encirclement instantly shattered. She never anticipated Humayr's cruelty in rigging Fang Yuqing with explosives, thwarting her plans for revenge. Humayr, you despicable fiend! Lin Zhixia's eyes widened with rage, wishing to tear her apart on the spot, but the bomb's countdown loomed like a death knell, halting her reckless actions. Humayr's smile grew more triumphant. Lin Zhixia, do you think capturing me will be so easy? This bomb has 2 wires, red and blue. One leads to life, the other to death. In 10 minutes, you will either save her or perish alongside her. We are leaving. With that, she swiftly retreated with Su Daqiang and her subordinates, vanishing at the end of the abandoned construction site. Lin Zhixia watched their retreating figures, her fists clenched tightly, yet she could only suppress her fury. Revenge could wait. But Aunt Yuqing's life was not a gamble she was willing to take. Xiaoxia, don't worry about me. Just take them and go. Fang Yuqing pushed Lin Zhixia away with determination in her eyes. This bomb is too dangerous. Do not sacrifice yourselves for my sake. I will not leave. Lin Zhixia tightly embraced Fang Yuqing, tears streaming down her face as she cried, I have already lost my mother. I cannot lose you too. Aunt Yuqing, I promise I will never abandon you. Gu Yusin stepped forward, calmly examining the bomb. Don't panic. We still have time. We can surely identify the correct wire. Zhou Shubai crouched down, scrutinizing the device. This bomb appears to be homemade, but the wiring is not overly complex. Typically, the red wire is used for detonation. But it could also be a decoy. As the captain of the special operations team, Song Huaichuan had dealt with similar explosives and stated gravely, I have handled improvised explosives before. And some manufacturers intentionally color the safety wire red to mislead people into cutting it. Moreover, this bomb's wiring connects to a pressure sensor. Cutting the wrong wire will result in immediate detonation. Lin Zhixia was in a frenzy, but did not dare act recklessly. What should we do? Only 8 minutes remain. Liao Qingxi fixed her gaze on the display screen and suddenly exclaimed, Look, there's a tiny indicator light next to the screen. It's currently green. If we cut the correct wire, the indicator light should turn red and cut off the power. Su Qing added. Furthermore, the bomb's casing is slightly warm, and the wiring near the blue wire shows signs of rust, likely from prolonged electrical current, indicating it may be the neutral wire. The red wire, in contrast, appears clean, suggesting it could be a trap. Gu Yusin nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Hu Meyer is cunning enough to make one think the red wire is the death wire and the blue one the safe wire, but it is likely the opposite. Moreover, when Aunt Yuqing was bound, the bomb's wiring was wrapped from the right side, making the blue wire closer to the power core. Severing it would completely sever the circuit. Lin Zhixia watched the countdown dwindle to 3 minutes and no longer hesitated. I trust you. Song Huaichuan. You take action. I will use my powers to shield everyone. Song Huaichuan took a deep breath, accepting the scissors from Lin Zhixia, and applied a slight pressure with his fingertips. Lin Zhixia immediately activated her earth-based powers, encasing them all in a golden protective shield. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to Song Huaichuan's hands. The scissors fell, accurately severing the blue wire. The countdown on the display screen halted instantly, the green indicator light shifting to red, and the bomb ceased to heat up. We did it! Lin Zhixia was the first to cheer. Lin Zhixia's anxiety finally dissipated as she embraced Fong Yuqing tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Aunt Yuqing. We're safe. Fong Yuqing could not help but shed tears as she gently stroked her head, saying, Silly child, do not cry. Auntie is fine. It is fortunate to have you, and everyone else. Gu Yusin patted Lin Zhixia's shoulder and spoke solemnly. This place is not safe. We should first escort Auntie Yuqing back to the fortress. Hu Meyer and Su Daqiang will have plenty of opportunities to settle scores later. Lin Zhixia nodded and helped Fong Yuqing to her feet. Chapter 82. High-power appliances. The group cautiously removed the explosives, confirming the absence of residual danger before swiftly departing from the abandoned construction site. The vehicle sped towards the fortress, with Fong Yuqing leaning against Lin Zhixia's shoulder, whispering, Xia. Thank you. When Hu Meyer captured me, I thought I was doomed. Auntie Yuqing, do not worry. I will protect you well from now on. Lin Zhixia firmly grasped her hand. A flicker of emotion crossed Fong Yuqing's eyes as she affectionately ruffled Lin Zhixia's hair, saying, Our Xia is still as kind-hearted as she was in childhood. The convoy returned safely to the fortress, where Li Mayan and Fu Shiyan had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing everyone return unharmed, Fu Shiyan sighed deeply in relief. You are finally back. Now that I see you safe, I can relax. Li Mayan approached with an apron on. Sister, the meals are ready, just waiting for your return. Lin Zhixia assisted Fong Yuqing into the living room. As soon as they sat down, Gu Yusin spoke. Auntie Yuqing, the villa in Building J is vacant and has been cleaned. You can stay there for now. However, Fong Yuqing gently shook her head, her gaze filled with reliance as she looked at Lin Zhixia. Xia, I wish to stay with you. After so many years apart, I want to spend more time with you. Her voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible plea. Lin Zhixia felt warmth in her heart and smiled. Of course. I have an empty bedroom upstairs with good lighting and views. You can stay there. Seeing that Fong Yuqing had made up her mind, Gu Yusin refrained from saying more. In the following days, the fortress was filled with warmth. Fong Yuqing, being diligent and meticulous, spent each day in the kitchen with Li Mayan, both experimenting with delicious dishes that could be made in this post-apocalyptic world. Li Mayan was an exceptional cook, while Fong Yuqing had a knack for combining various ingredients. Together, they prepared nutritious meals for everyone, who quickly recovered from their injuries while enjoying the delightful food. The bruises on Song Huaichuan had faded significantly. Liao Qingxi's shoulder was back to normal mobility, and even Gu Yusin's deeper back wound was gradually healing under Zhou Shubai's supernatural treatment and nutritional support. One afternoon, Lin Zhixia was organizing her mother's old belongings when Gu Yusin called. "Xia, please come to Villa A. There's something we need to discuss." Lin Zhixia set aside her tasks and hurried to Villa A. Upon her arrival, Gu Yusin stood before the main electric meter box, which powered the entire fortress. His brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhixia inquired as she approached. Gu Yusin pointed at the number on the meter. "Look. This month's electricity consumption is significantly higher than last month. In just a few days, we've already used 800 kilowatt-hours." Lin Zhixia was taken aback. In this world, everyone was conservative with electricity, using it only for essential lighting and medical equipment, seldom employing high-power appliances. A wave of confusion washed over her as she furrowed her brow. "How could we use so much?" "The only new person in the fortress is Auntie Yuqing," Gu Yusin replied gravely. "It's highly likely that she has been using high-power appliances." Though puzzled, Lin Zhixia said, "I'll ask Auntie Yuqing." Returning to the villa, Lin Zhixia found Fang Yuqing polishing the stair railing and gently asked, "Auntie Yuqing, have you been using any high-power appliances lately?" The main meter shows a significant increase in electricity usage. Fang Yuqing paused her actions and smiled as she explained, "I used the vacuum cleaner. I noticed that you children have been busy battling and gathering supplies, and the villas have accumulated quite a bit of dust. So I thought I would help you by vacuuming each villa daily. Perhaps the vacuum cleaner is too power-consuming." Lin Zhixia suddenly understood. It was no wonder the villas had felt much cleaner in recent days. With a smile in her eyes, she softly said, "So that's what it is. I thought something was wrong." "No worries, Auntie Yuqing. The fortress has a generator, and we have ample power. If you like cleanliness, you may clean as you wish without worrying about electricity usage." Fang Yuqing's expression brightened with relief. "That's good. I was afraid you would think I was wasting electricity." Lin Zhixia waved her hand lightly, not thinking further on it. After learning of Fang Yuqing's explanation, Gu Yusin chose to remain silent, but harbored lingering doubts. He knew well that even with daily vacuuming, it wouldn't account for the consumption of 800 kilowatt-hours in such a short span. A few days later, while everyone was occupied, Gu Yusin quietly checked the submeter boxes of each villa, and his heart sank at the results. The electricity usage in other villas remained consistent, with little fluctuation. However, the villa where Lin Zhixia and Fang Yuqing resided showed a consumption figure far exceeding the others, accounting for nearly 90% of the total usage. It was evident that Fang Yuqing had lied. She had not used the vacuum cleaner to clean the other villas. The source of the exorbitant electricity expenditure could only stem from her use of high-power appliances in Lin Zhixia's villa, which she deliberately concealed. Gu Yusin quickly found Lin Zhixia and shared his findings in detail. "Xia, I checked all the submeters, and only yours shows abnormal electricity usage. Auntie Yuqing is definitely not telling the truth. Why would she lie?" Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She knew Fang Yuqing to be honest and sincere. It was unlike her to suddenly start lying. She contemplated asking for clarification immediately but hesitated, fearing that if she directly confronted her, Fang Yuqing might misunderstand and think she was being stingy about electricity, which could damage their relationship. After all, Fang Yuqing was someone she cherished and had saved her life. "Perhaps Auntie Yuqing has her reasons," Lin Zhixia mused, thinking that direct questioning might come across as too blunt and could lead to misunderstandings. "Let us observe her for a while and see what she does. Perhaps we can uncover the truth," she suggested. Gu Yusin nodded, not wanting to put Lin Zhixia in a difficult position. "All right, let us observe first. We can discuss what to do if anything arises." As the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, golden sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, casting slender beams on the bedroom floor. Lin Zhixia was still lost in a light slumber when her phone suddenly vibrated urgently, the jarring ringtone jolting her awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she reached for her phone. Seeing the name Spade on the screen, instantly, her drowsiness vanished, and she answered in a serious tone. "Do you have results?" "Miss Lin, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Spade's voice came through the receiver, carrying a rare steadiness amidst the chaos of the world, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. "The individuals in those two photographs have been confirmed as professional assassins employed by Genesis Research Institute, regularly undertaking various assassination missions." Lin Zhixia tightened her grip on the phone, instinctively lowering her breath. "Have you traced their higher-ups? Where are they now?" Chapter 83. Autopsy breaks the deadlock. The lead ended here, and Spade's tone was filled with helplessness. According to confidential files, during the assassination attempt on your mother, the number of bodyguards surrounding her exceeded expectations and were exceptionally skilled, leading to a complete failure of the operation. 2 assassins were killed on the spot, and the scene was cleaned up meticulously, leaving no trace. The chain of employment by the Research Institute was intricately encrypted, and the flow of funds was thoroughly concealed. The intermediary from back then has long since disappeared, likely silenced. And now, with communication in the apocalypse in disarray, this lead has been completely severed. I understand. Lin Zhixia's voice was laced with unmistakable disappointment. After hanging up the phone, she rose to straighten her attire, suppressing the inner turmoil, and stepped out of her bedroom. The aroma of food wafted from the dining room, where Gu Yusin, Shen Xingya, Liao Qingxi, and others were seated at the table, waiting. As Lin Zhixia approached, the group rose to greet her, but upon noticing the gloom etched on her brow, their lively chatter ceased abruptly. Lin, is there news from the Spade? Su Qinghe was the first to inquire, concern evident in his tone. Lin Zhixia took her seat at the table and began to slowly divulge the findings of the investigation into Spade. As her words settled, the atmosphere in the dining room grew heavy. Damn it! How could the leads just vanish like that? Shen Xingye clenched his fists, slamming them onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Are we just going to let those puppeteers slip away? Calm down, Gu Yusin replied in a measured tone. Anger won't solve anything. We must devise another plan. Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, worry etched across his face. The Research Institute operates so covertly. Finding another breakthrough will be as daunting as climbing a mountain. Liao Qingxi sighed. We've been pursuing this for so long. And just when we finally had a glimmer of direction, we find ourselves at a dead end. Song Huichuan furrowed his brow, his voice resolute. No matter how difficult it may be, we cannot give up. The cause of Auntie's death must be uncovered, and those responsible must pay. Voices filled with frustration and concern echoed around the table, the low pressure in the air making it hard to breathe. Just then, Lin Zhixia's phone on the table vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number with no indication of its origin. Her brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she answered with a frosty tone. Who is this? Miss Lin, good morning, came a languid, mocking male voice from the other end. It was He Jinyu. Lin Zhixia's expression tightened further, her tone brimming with impatience. He Jinyu? What do you want? If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up. Don't be so hasty to end the call. He Jinyu chuckled, a hint of smugness in his voice. I come bearing important news regarding the truth behind your mother's death. Upon hearing the word mother, Lin Zhixia's breath caught in her throat, her aura shifting to one of sharp intensity. What do you wish to convey? Spare me the circumlocution. I first located the investigating officer responsible for your mother's suicide case. Following that lead, I've stumbled upon a crucial figure. He Jinyu's voice lingered, as if relishing the suspense. The coroner who performed the autopsy on your mother. I've tracked him down. Lin Zhixia's grip on the phone tightened, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had always believed her mother's cause of death was attributed to a sudden heart attack, never considering the possibility of an autopsy being conducted. What? Her voice rose, filled with disbelief. My mother underwent an autopsy? How was I completely unaware of this? The others at the table were equally stunned by the shocking revelation, halting their actions to fix their eyes on Lin Zhixia, expressions of astonishment painting their faces. He Jinyu chuckled softly, seemingly satisfied with her reaction. It's normal that you are unaware. The coroner is named Lu Ji. After completing the autopsy, he intended to report the anomalies but was forcefully suppressed by his superiors, who even threatened his sister's life. A powerless coroner, he could do nothing but bury this matter deep within himself, never uttering a word externally. Fury ignited in Lin Zhixia's eyes, her nails almost digging into her palms. It appeared that there were hidden truths from that year. Not only had those individuals harmed her mother, but they had also deliberately concealed the truth, shrouding everything in secrecy. Lin Zhixia pondered for a moment, maintaining her vigilance. How can I be certain that what you say is true? What if this is a trick? Miss Lin, you are a clever person. You should understand that I have no need to deceive you about such matters. He Jinyu's tone dripped with disdain.
Taking a deep breath,
she forced herself to regain her composure, her voice unwaveringly firm. I want to meet Lu Ji. Arrange for us to meet immediately. Meeting him is possible. He Jinyu's tone shifted to one of shrewdness. However, nothing comes without a price. I want a box of firearms and ammunition, along with 2 boxes of medical supplies. Once you have these prepared, I will ensure you meet Lu Ji a week from now at the entrance of the abandoned police station in the west of the city. Lin Zhixia contemplated for a moment, her resolve crystallizing. Fine, I accept your terms. 1 week from now at the abandoned police station, I will exchange the supplies for access to Lu Ji. Splendid. He Jinyu laughed. It's settled then. I will contact you in advance to confirm the details. Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall never learn the truth. After ending the call, a flicker of hope ignited in Lin Zhixia's eyes. Can we trust He Jinyu? Zhou Xibai was the first to voice his concerns, his tone fraught with anxiety. He is our adversary. If this is a trap, what if he intends to ensnare us at the abandoned police station? Shun Xingye's fists were clenched, his gaze ablaze with fury. Regardless if it's a trap, as long as we can uncover the truth behind Auntie's death, we must go, even if it means traversing a sea of flames. If he dares to play tricks, I will burn down his black market hideout. Impulsiveness will not resolve our issues, Gu Yusin said solemnly. He Jinyu's interest lies in the medical supplies. If we are well prepared, we can minimize the risks. Liao Qingxi stroked his chin thoughtfully. A box of firearms and ammunition along with 2 boxes of medical supplies isn't excessively valuable. Even if we are deceived, the loss is minimal. But Lu Ji is a crucial lead. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we will wait for another breakthrough. At that moment, Fang Yuqing descended the stairs in a lace nightgown, lazily inquiring, "What are you children discussing so early in the morning?" As Song Huichuan opened his mouth to explain, Gu Yusin discreetly stepped on his foot. Seeing this, Lin Zhixia smiled and interjected, "Oh, nothing much. They were just being their usual selves. Auntie Yuqing, why don't you join us for breakfast?" She did not wish to conceal anything from Fang Yuqing. Rather, she aimed to shield her from the impending dangers of the situation. Not probing further, Fang Yuqing simply smiled in acknowledgement. Chapter 84. The curious charger. After several days of recuperation, the wounds of the group had largely healed, and the fortress began to regain its former vibrancy. Fang Yuqing maintained her diligent nature, rising early each day to tend to the villa. Either experimenting with new recipes in the kitchen alongside Li Muyen or quietly organizing various corners, her demeanor warm as always. However, she occasionally found herself lost in thought, a flicker of elusive distraction evident in her gaze. One afternoon, Lin Zhixia noticed Fang Yuqing seated on the living room sofa, mending the curtains that had been torn by zombies, sunlight casting a glow upon her silvery gray hair. "Auntie Yuqing, let me help you tidy up the room. I see you've been so busy lately without a moment's rest," Lin Zhixia said gently. Fang Yuqing looked up, a smile of gratitude gracing her features. "No need, Xiaoxia. I can manage just fine. You've been working hard, as it is." "It's all right. I find myself with time on my hands," Lin Zhixia insisted, ascending the stairs. "I'll organize the clothes and miscellaneous items in your room for your convenience." With that, she pushed open the door to Fang Yuqing's bedroom. The room was simply but neatly arranged, the bed meticulously made. Lin Zhixia began folding the scattered clothes and placing them into the wardrobe. Then took a cloth to wipe down the surfaces and windowsills, her movements swift and meticulous. As she opened the bottom drawer of the bedside table, intending to place a few old books onto the shelf, her fingertips brushed against a cold, hard object. Curiously, she pulled it out and discovered a uniquely shaped black charger. This charger was entirely matte black, crafted from a material that felt akin to a special alloy, and it was surprisingly heavy, significantly more so than a typical charger. Its form deviates from the conventional rectangular shape, instead boasting a fluid, curvilinear design. Its surface etched with intricate silver patterns that render it unlike any brand found in the pre-apocalyptic market. Most peculiar is its interface, which is neither a common USB nor a Type-C port, but an irregular polygonal socket, its edges adorned with a faint blue glow that exudes an air of eerie technological sophistication. Even more striking is its size, considerably larger than an average laptop charger. And when held, it conveys a substantial weight, clearly not intended for ordinary electronic devices. Lin Zhixia examined the charger repeatedly, her mind filled with questions. She vividly recalled that when Fang Yuqing was kidnapped by Humayr, she had brought no electronic devices whatsoever, not even a mobile phone. After arriving at the fortress, Fang Yuqing never mentioned a need for charging, or was seen using any rechargeable items. So why did she possess such an unusually shaped, uniquely interfaced and oversized charger? Moreover, It was deliberately hidden at the bottom of a drawer, as if to avoid detection. Xiaoxia, how is the tidying up going? Fang Yuqing's voice broke Lin Zhixia's train of thought as she entered. Instinctively, Lin Zhixia grasped the charger tightly, turning to face her with a probing tone. Aunt Yuqing, why is there a charger in your drawer? And such a large and strange one at that. Upon seeing the black charger in Lin Zhixia's hand, Fang Yuqing's eyes momentarily flickered with panic, and her smile stiffened slightly. She hurried forward, reaching out for the charger, her tone hesitant. This is just an ordinary charger. Nothing special. An ordinary charger? Lin Zhixia arched an eyebrow, presenting the charger to her. Look at this socket, it's not a common model at all. And it's much larger than a computer charger. You haven't brought any devices that require charging, so how did you come by this? Fang Yuqing's fingers trembled as she took the charger, gripping it tightly, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Lin Zhixia's eyes. I found it during the apocalypse, thinking it might be useful later, so I casually picked it up as a backup charging device. Found it? Lin Zhixia pressed further. Where did you find it? This design and size don't seem like something for civilian use. It resembles equipment for specialized purposes. I can't recall. Fang Yuqing's voice grew softer, an unmistakable embarrassment crossing her face. Things were chaotic at the time, with zombies everywhere. I just picked it up for self-defense and didn't pay attention to where exactly. Xiaoxia, this thing is of no use. You needn't concern yourself with it. Saying this, she hastily returned the charger to the bottom of the drawer, covering it with a few old books as if to conceal its existence. Lin Zhixia observed her unusual behavior, her doubts intensifying. Fang Yuqing had always been straightforward and sincere, yet her stammering and evasive gaze, coupled with her inconsistent answers, clearly indicated she was hiding something. However, Lin Zhixia refrained from pressing further, as Fang Yuqing had saved her life, and she did not wish to jeopardize their mutual trust over a peculiar charger. Perhaps there were indeed unspeakable reasons behind Fang Yuqing's actions. Suppressing her curiosity, Lin Zhixia finished tidying up the room and made her exit under the pretense of needing to leave. With a heart full of questions, she made her way directly to Building A. Gu Yusin noticed her arrival and immediately approached with concern, his gaze searching. What's wrong? You seem off. Has something happened? Lin Zhixia stepped closer, recounting the details of her discovery of the charger, including its peculiar design, unique interface, substantial size, and Fang Yuqing's hesitant reaction. By the way, a few days ago, you mentioned the fortress's electricity consumption was abnormal, having drained 800 kilowatts in just a few days. At the time, we speculated that Aunt Yuqing had used high-power appliances. Now, it seems that this charger might be the cause. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow, her tone resolute. That charger is significantly larger than a typical computer charger, and its weight suggests it has considerable power. It could very well be draining electricity in secret. Upon hearing this, Gu Yusin paused his tapping fingers, his expression growing grave. Larger than a computer charger? He met Lin Zhixia's gaze, his voice low and serious. Have you considered whether Aunt Yuqing brought any electronic devices? Perhaps specialized instruments or encrypted communication devices. After all, such a large charger could not possibly be intended for an ordinary phone or tablet. Absolutely not. Lin Zhixia shook her head emphatically. When I was captured by Hu Meyer, I had nothing but the clothes I was wearing. All the clothing and daily necessities she has in the fortress were provided by me from my space. I'm certain she has no electronic devices that require charging, especially not ones that need this special interface or a high-power charger. Her words plunged Gu Yusin deeper into thought as he began tapping his fingers on the table again, his expression pensive. Lin Zhixia observed him, her unease growing. Do you think Aunt Yuqing might be concealing something from us? This charger, along with the previous abnormal electricity usage, feels distinctly off. Do not worry. Gu Yusin raised his gaze, his eyes steady and reassuring, effectively calming Lin Zhixia's anxiety. Aunt Yuqing is, after all, a good friend of your mother and has saved you. Perhaps there are indeed circumstances behind this charger that she cannot discuss. For now, refrain from alarming her or pressing her further, as it may incite suspicion. Leave this matter to me. I will find a way to investigate the origins of this charger and uncover the truth behind the unusual electricity consumption. Lin Zhixia nodded, her anxiety easing slightly. With Gu Yusin by her side, she always felt an inexplicable sense of security. All right, I won't interfere. Just keep a close watch. Gu Yusin nodded in acknowledgement, affectionately ruffling her hair. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. the injured within the fortress had fully recovered, and a tense atmosphere of readiness pervaded the air. Lin Zhixia loaded the last box of medical supplies onto the vehicle, her fingers brushing against the cold gun barrel, her eyes glinting with determination. This expedition to the abandoned police station was not only pivotal to uncovering the truth behind her mother's death, but also a crucial step on her path to vengeance. Are we all set? Lin Zhixia turned to the three individuals behind her. Song Huichuan clenched his fists, his gaze filled with fighting spirit. Liao Qingxi shouldered a modified sniper rifle, a rebellious smile playing on his lips, while Zhou Xubai carried a first-aid kit on his back. His eyes behind glasses steady and calm. We're ready to depart at any time. The three responded in unison, their voices resonating with conviction. At that moment, Gu Yusin approached briskly, clad in black combat attire, his broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuating his tall stature, yet a shadow of worry lingered in his brow. Xiaoxia, I don't intend to accompany you this time. Lin Zhixia paused, surprise evident on her face. Why not? This lead concerning Lu Ji is crucial. You've always followed along. Why this time? Gu Yusin placed his hand on her shoulder, his tone serious. This time, I will remain at the fortress. Aunt Yuqing's recent behavior has been too erratic. Shen Xingye and the others lack decision-making skills. I worry there may be complications. The unusual electricity consumption and that peculiar charger leave me unable to fully trust the situation. By staying here, I can oversee the fortress and discreetly observe her movements, preventing any issues from arising while we are away. Gu Yusin, you're overthinking it. Lin Zhixia gently brushed his hand away, her tone tinged with frustration. Aunt Yuqing is my mother's closest friend and has risked her life to save me. How could she possibly harm us? Perhaps that charger is simply something she picked up during the apocalypse, and the abnormal electricity consumption is merely a coincidence. Coincidence does not occur in succession. Gu Yusin's gaze became increasingly resolute. It was not a matter of doubting her character, but rather the unpredictable nature of humanity in this apocalyptic world necessitated an extra layer of vigilance for enhanced safety. Rest assured in your pursuit of the truth. With me overseeing everything within the fortress, there will be no issues. He fixed his eyes on Lin Zhixia, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Our objective is to uncover the truth and ensure our survival. We cannot afford to expose vulnerabilities based on fleeting trust. Lin Zhixia met his gaze for a moment, perceiving the meticulous consideration and deep concern reflected in his eyes. Aware of Gu Yusin's inherent caution, she understood that his steadfastness was justified. Very well, I entrust the fortress to you. We shall return promptly. Contact us should any situation arise. Gu Yusin nodded, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his voice softening. Stay safe. After a brief farewell, Lin Zhixia, accompanied by Song Huichuan, Liao Qingxi, and Zhou Xubai, boarded the off-road vehicle. The engine roared as they broke through the fortress gates, speeding towards the western part of the city. The desolation surrounding them was stark, with the occasional distant growls of zombies echoing amidst the ruins, yet the roar of the vehicle swiftly left them behind. An hour later, the silhouette of an abandoned police station came into view. The walls were worn and the glass shattered, emanating an eerie and sinister aura. The vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance, and Lin Zhixia was the first to push the door open, scanning her surroundings with caution. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the shadows of the police station. It was Lu Ji, clad in a black suit with the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing his well-defined wrists. His handsome features were marred by an air of aloofness, his deep-set eyes resembling a frigid pool, sharp enough to pierce through one's soul. With a straight nose and tightly pressed lips, he exuded a chilling demeanor that felt out of place in this apocalypse. You are Lin Zhixia? Lu Ji's voice mirrored his persona, cold and devoid of warmth, as his gaze swept over her companions with keen vigilance. I am. Lin Zhixia stepped forward, sincerity in her tone. Dr. Liu, I have come today to inquire about the truth behind my mother, Lin Yue's, death many years ago. I know you conducted her autopsy, and you must possess knowledge of the untold circumstances. At the mention of Lin Yue, Lu Ji's expression flickered momentarily before returning to its icy composure. I don't know what you're talking about. The case was closed long ago. It was a sudden cardiac event, with no hidden truths. That cannot be true. Lin Zhixia's tone was unwavering. He Jinyu has already informed me that you initially intended to report the anomalies, but were pressured by superiors and threatened with your sister's life. Dr. Liu, I understand your dilemmas, but my mother's death remains shrouded in mystery, and I must uncover the truth. If you are willing to share the details, I can offer you supplies, medications, food, or weapons, whatever you require, without hesitation. Lu Ji's brow furrowed tightly, his wariness intensifying. As I said, I don't know. You should leave. Don't waste time here. He turned to depart when suddenly, a series of urgent growls echoed from a distance, the ground trembling slightly as several zombies rushed towards them. Among them were two particularly large figures, level 3 mutated zombies. Not good, it's level 3 zombies. Song Huichuan exclaimed, raising his weapon immediately. These two level 3 zombies possessed unique abilities. One was enveloped in a dense, dark green toxic mist, a poison zombie that withered everything in its path, releasing a noxious stench. The other had skin as hard as iron, a hardened zombie whose every step cracked the ground with immense force. Get ready, Lin Zhixia commanded, and the four swiftly entered battle mode. The poison zombie took the initiative, unleashing a torrent of dark green mist towards them. Zhou Shubai, being an air sign, activated his abilities, transforming into a blur of motion, darting through the edges of the toxic fog. He did not confront the mist directly, but instead maneuvered around to the rear of the ordinary zombies, accurately firing his rifle and dispatching several that attempted to close in. Use fire to disperse the toxic mist, Lin Zhixia commanded loudly, activating her earth elemental power, which formed a golden protective barrier around Lu Ji and the nearby Zhou Shubai. The toxic mist was immediately repelled, unable to breach the barrier. Chapter 86. The silent truth. Her muscles subtly tensed, the augmentation from her earth abilities sharpening her focus as she locked her gaze on the approaching hardened zombie. Song Huichuan, a fire sign, summoned flames that roared to life in his palms. He ignited his ammunition, and as he pulled the trigger, the fiery bullets shot forth like dragons towards the toxic mist. The collision emitted a hissing sound as the intense heat scorched the dark green fog, revealing the twisted form of the poison zombie. Liao Qingxi simultaneously activated his fire abilities, conjuring two fist-sized fireballs that erupted with sparks, charring the zombie's skin. This guy's toxic mist regenerates. We need to end this quickly, Liao Qingxi declared, condensing his flames into a single, compact fireball which he hurled forcefully at the zombie's head. Meanwhile, the hardened zombie charged directly at the unprepared Lu Ji, whose expression changed drastically as he instinctively stepped back, tripping over the rubble. As its gaping maw descended towards him, Lin Zhixia urgently tapped into her earth powers, maneuvering the golden barrier to shield Lu Ji. With a resounding crash, the hardened zombie collided with the barrier, creating ripples yet failing to breach it. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Zhixia leapt, conjuring a massive fireball that radiated heat, distorting the air around it. From above, she struck the hardened zombie's head, but the fireball only left a charred mark on its tough exterior. It truly is extraordinarily resilient. As she landed, Lin Zhixia kicked the zombie's knee with formidable strength, causing it to falter momentarily. Just then, the poison zombie unleashed an even denser cloud of toxic mist, and Song Huichuan inadvertently inhaled some, erupting into a violent cough, his complexion turning pale. Seeing this, Zhou Shubai surged forward, channeling his energy into Song Huichuan, alleviating his cough and restoring his color. Thanks, Xiaobai. Song Huichuan gritted his teeth, gathering a larger flame and directing it fiercely towards the poison zombie. The hardened zombie seized the moment of Lin Zhixia's distraction, swinging its massive fist towards her side. She dodged to the side while simultaneously unleashing her nightmare abilities, sending an invisible wave of mental energy towards the hardened zombie. Its movements abruptly halted as terror filled its eyes, trapped in a vision of its deepest fears, seemingly pierced by countless sharp stones, crushed in an endless darkness. Now's the moment. A cold glint flashed in Lin Zhixia's eyes as she summoned her earth and fire powers simultaneously, forming a colossal energy sphere that fused stone and flame, and struck down upon the hardened zombie's head. As the energy sphere detonated, the combined force of the impact and burning heat finally breached the zombie's tough exterior, shattering its skull into fragments. Xiaoxia's abilities are indeed growing more formidable. She can even combine them, Liao Qingxi exclaimed in admiration. As Lin Zhixia landed, she stumbled directly into Lu Ji's arms, who instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, the faint scent of smoke and flames enveloping her. As he felt the warmth of her body and the firmness of her waist, a flicker of intense heat momentarily flashed in his cold eyes, the sudden surge of emotion enveloping his reason with a fierce possessiveness. At this moment, Song Huaichuan and Liao Qingxiai had successfully vanquished the toxic mist zombie. Liao Qingxiai relentlessly bombarded the zombie's weak points with compressed fireballs, while Song Huaichuan engulfed the creature in flames. Ultimately, under the combined pressure of their fiery assault, the toxic mist zombie was utterly extinguished. Zhou Su Bai swiftly approached, replenishing their healing energy and dispelling the lingering traces of toxin.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 level 3 mutated zombies. You have earned 80 points. Current points, 490.
Ding.
Host has utilized Nightmare Power to eliminate high-level zombies, enhancing skill proficiency. Nightmare Power has advanced to level 2. It can now be used twice daily, with significant improvements in illusion realism and damage.
Ding.
Host has cumulatively killed 2 level 3 mutated zombies, increasing combat attributes by 4 levels, with each attribute rising by 40. Current combat attributes: Attack, 440, Defense, 440, Critical Rate, 440, Dodge Rate, 440, Agility, 440.
Ding.
Detected a strong emotional response from Lu Ji towards the host. Intimacy has risen by 6 levels. Fortress attack power increases by 60, and the host's combat attributes randomly gain an additional 60 points. Current combat attributes: Attack, 460, Defense, 450, Critical Rate, 450, Dodge Rate, 450, Agility, 450. The system's notifications echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. Was it truly level 6 already? With this thought, she instinctively pushed away from Lu Ji's embrace. Lin Zhixia turned to him, her tone earnest. Lu Forensic Doctor, you witnessed the situation earlier. The apocalypse is fraught with peril. Only by joining forces can we survive more effectively. Lu Ji remained silent for a long while, his deep gaze fixated on Lin Zhixia as if imprinting her visage upon his heart. He finally spoke, his voice laced with a barely perceptible rasp. The autopsy report from years ago was altered by me. Your mother's death was no accident. Lin Zhixia's fists clenched tightly, her voice fierce. Then how did my mother die? Lu Ji spoke slowly. There were no external injuries on your mother. She did not perish from external harm. Only the artery on her wrist was severed, leading to her demise.
Suicide?
Lin Zhixia was momentarily stunned, then vehemently shook her head. How could it be suicide? Why would my mother take her own life for no reason? After a brief contemplation, Lu Ji continued, the reason we reported was that she suffered from bipolar disorder and, in a state of delusion, took her own life. Bipolar disorder? Lin Zhixia was taken aback. Having spent so long with her mother, how could she have been unaware of such a condition? However, Lu Ji shifted his tone. I detected traces of hallucinogens in her system. I intended to report this, but I was forbidden, and they threatened my sister. Bipolar disorder? Hallucinogens? Lin Zhixia's mind whirled. She knew her mother to be meticulous and cautious. How could she have consumed hallucinogens? What was truly going on? Was it Suda Chong?
Or Esri Mayer?
Or perhaps someone from that research institute? Lin Zhixia's nails dug into her palms, flames of fury igniting in her eyes. No matter who was responsible, she was determined to exact retribution for this blood debt. Lu Forensic Doctor, I hope you can assist me in avenging my mother. Lin Zhixia gazed at him resolutely. A twisted smile graced Lu Ji's lips, his eyes shimmering with a possessiveness unique to the obsessed. I can help you seek vengeance, but I have one condition. What condition? Lin Zhixia inquired. Remain by my side, and be mine alone. Lu Ji's voice bore an undeniable authority. Chapter 87. The Fortress as a Battleground. I will help you clear all obstacles, making those who harmed your mother pay with blood, but you must belong to me, trust only me, and see only me. Lin Zhixia was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a condition from Lu Ji. Observing the intense possessiveness in his gaze, she pondered for a moment. Now, as they faced unknown adversaries, Lu Ji's assistance was crucial. Moreover, after their recent interactions, she sensed that Lu Ji was not a villain but rather a person whose heart had been closed off by the harsh realities of life. Very well. I accept your terms. Lin Zhixia nodded. Immediately, a radiant light erupted in Lu Ji's eyes, his cold demeanor softening considerably. Lin Zhixia said no more, signaling for everyone to board the vehicle. Lu Ji followed closely, entering the off-road vehicle. The engine roared to life once more as they headed towards the fortress. Upon returning to the fortress, Lin Zhixia led Lu Ji to the vacant J Villa. This place is empty and has been cleaned. You can stay here. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Lu Ji surveyed the villa, before glancing at Lin Zhixia's retreating figure. A blend of obsession and tenderness in his gaze as he softly replied, "All right." The waning sunlight filtered through the fortress's tempered glass windows, casting elongated shadows upon the polished marble floor. Lu Ji stood by the terrace of Villa J, absent-mindedly tracing the window's edge with his fingers while his gaze remained fixated on Villa A in the distance, where Lin Zhixia was conversing with Guyu Sr. A chilling aura emanated from him, and even as the corners of his suit fluttered gently in the breeze, it did little to diminish the tempestuous possessiveness in his eyes. During dinner, the aroma of food filled the air. Li Muyan had just placed the final dish of sweet and sour ribs on the table when Shen Xingyi eagerly snatched a piece, delivering it to Lin Zhixia's bowl with a hint of pride. "Sister, I specially asked Chef Li to add more sugar. You must try it." Lin Zhixia smiled and nodded, just about to take a bite when a frigid glare pierced through the air. Lu Ji, seated at the corner of the table, slammed his chopsticks down with a resounding crack, instantly silencing the bustling dining room. "Who permits you to touch her?" Lu Ji's voice lacked warmth, his eyes sharp and venomous as they fixated on Shen Xingyi. Shen Xingyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly raised an eyebrow defiantly. "What business is it of yours if I serve food to my sister? Who do you think you are? I am hers. Naturally, I have the right to intervene." Lu Ji slowly rose, the atmosphere around him shifting ominously. "Remove your hand from her presence, or I won't hesitate to break it. Don't go too far." Shen Xingyi slammed the table, flames flickering in his palm. "Sister is willing to eat the food I serve. You have no right to dictate anything." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Lu Ji had already darted forward, appearing before Shen Xingyi in an instant. Though lacking supernatural abilities, years of dissecting corpses had honed his precision. He seized Shen Xingyi's wrist with a grip so tight it elicited a cry of pain, extinguishing the flames in his palm. "Let him go." Lin Zhixia hurriedly rose to admonish, attempting to pry Lu Ji's hand away. Lu Ji turned to her, his eyes filled with a mixture of grievance and possessiveness. "Xia, he harbors ulterior motives towards you. I cannot allow anyone to harm you." "I don't." Shen Xingyi shouted in defiance. "I only care about my sister." Witnessing the escalating tension, Liao Qingxi stepped forward, attempting to separate the two. "Let us discuss this calmly. Resorting to violence is not the answer." Yet Lu Ji showed no signs of relenting, retaliating with a punch aimed at Liao Qingxi. Caught off guard, Liao Qingxi was knocked back 2 steps, a familiar ache flaring in his shoulder from an old injury. Fury ignited within him, and he summoned his fire abilities, condensing a fireball in his palm. "You are utterly unreasonable." The fireball hurtled towards Lu Ji, who instinctively shielded Shen Xingyi with his body. Lin Zhixia gasped, immediately activating her earth powers to conjure a protective barrier in front of Shen Xingyi. The fireball collided with the barrier, erupting in a shower of sparks. "Lu Ji, you have gone too far." Lin Zhixia trembled with anger. At that moment, Song Huaichuan strode forward, grabbing Lu Ji by the collar and pulling him away with a furious tone. "Do you dare to touch our little wolf dog without consulting me first?" Lu Ji regained his balance, smoothing out his crumpled collar, his gaze darkening. "Get lost. Do not hinder me from protecting Xia." "Protecting? This is clearly madness." Song Huaichuan retorted, throwing a punch at Lu Ji, and the two were instantly embroiled in a fierce struggle. As the captain of the special forces, Song Huaichuan was agile and endowed with fire-related abilities, initially gaining the upper hand. However, Lu Ji's strikes were ruthless and targeted vital points, swiftly turning the tide as he landed a punch on Song Huaichuan's abdomen. With a muffled groan, Song Huaichuan staggered back, his anger intensifying as flames erupted from his palms. "You seek death. Stop." Gu Yusin arrived just in time, a faint yellow protective aura surrounding him, separating the two. His gaze was icy as he addressed Lu Ji. "This is a fortress, not a place for your recklessness." Lu Ji glanced at him, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Who do you think you are? As long as I am by Xia's side, your pretense is unnecessary. Don't be so arrogant." Zhou Shubai stepped forward, his tone serious. "We are all comrades, and we should support one another, not harm each other." "Comrades?" Lu Ji scoffed. "In my eyes, aside from Xia, everyone else is a potential threat." No sooner had he spoken than he drew a menacing black pistol from his waist, pointing it at Song Huaichuan with unwavering resolve. "You attacked me earlier. Now, Either apologize or die. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Lin Zhixia rushed to shield Song Huichuan, shouting at Lu Ji, put the gun down. He is my friend. You cannot harm him. Friend? Lu Ji's gaze dimmed, a hint of hurt lacing his voice. Xia, am I just another friend to you like them? This isn't what I desire. I know you care for me, but you can't indiscriminately harm others. Lin Zhixia softened her tone, cautiously approaching him. Let us talk this over calmly, alright? Su Qinghe also stepped forward, urging, Dr. Liu, let's communicate properly. Using a weapon is too dangerous.
Fushian studazide, brau farod.
Speaking solemnly, Dr. Liu, the fortress's rules do not permit the arbitrary use of weapons against others. Your actions are inappropriate. Yet Lu Ji remained unmoved. The gun still aimed at Song Huichuan, his eyes fixated on Lin Zhixia. Xia, make him apologize, or I will kill him today. You are utterly unreasonable. Song Huichuan trembled with rage, wishing to charge forward, but Lin Zhixia held him back firmly. She shot a pleading glance at Lu Ji. Please, I implore you. Put the gun down. I will handle this. I promise it won't happen again. Her eyes were gentle yet resolute, and as Lu Ji gazed at her, his fury gradually melted away. After a moment of silence, he slowly lowered the gun, though his gaze remained cold as it swept over the others. Today, for Xia's sake, I spare you, but heed my warning. Keep your distance from her in the future, or you won't be so fortunate next time. Lin Zhixia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly declared, all right, everyone, let us disperse. The food will get cold. Despite their discontent, the others could only leave reluctantly. Noting Lu Ji's obsessive demeanor, Gu Yusin cast a deep, worried glance at Lin Zhixia before turning to exit the dining hall. Lin Zhixia approached Lu Ji, softly saying, let us go back to the J Villa, I need to talk to you. Lu Ji nodded, closely following her like a devoted guardian, his vigilant eyes scanning for any threats to Lin Zhixia. Upon returning to the J Villa, as Lin Zhixia closed the door, Lu Ji pressed her against it, his hands bracing on either side, trapping her. His breath quickened, his gaze burning with possessiveness. Xia, why did you protect them just now? Instinctively, she sought to evade him. Yet he held her firmly. Avoiding his gaze, she softly replied, they are my comrades and friends. I cannot stand by and watch you harm them. Friends? Lu Ji's fingers grazed her cheek, his grip tightening. I do not need you to have other friends. Having me is sufficient. Lu Ji, please don't do this. Lin Zhixia struggled to push him away. Everyone needs friends. I am no exception. I will not allow it. You saved me, and you belong solely to me. Lu Ji's emotions surged, and he suddenly leaned down, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Lin Zhixia's pupils dilated, her mind blank. She fought against him, but his strength was overwhelming, holding her tightly and leaving no room for escape. This kiss was imbued with intense possessiveness and obsession, much like his character, fiery and domineering. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Ji finally released her, a mixture of satisfaction and unease in his eyes. Xia, you are mine and only mine. No one can take you away from me, ever. Lin Zhixia's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She gazed at the obsessive and fervent man before her, her emotions conflicted. She understood that Lu Ji's possessiveness stemmed from his past and his inner insecurities, but his approach left her feeling suffocated. Lu Ji, I know you care for me. Lin Zhixia inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. But you cannot express it this way. We can take our time to get to know each other. I will try to accept you, but you must also grant me space and respect for the people around me, alright? Lu Ji stared into her eyes, silent for a long while before slowly nodding. Alright, I will listen to you. But I have one condition. You must spend at least 2 hours a day with me and not remain alone with others for too long. Lin Zhixia sighed in resignation and nodded. Fine, I agree. A faint smile finally appeared on Lu Ji's face as he gently stroked her hair, his gaze both tender and possessive. Xia, as long as you stay by my side, I will treat you exceptionally well, help you seek revenge, and ensure you become the happiest person in this apocalypse. Lin Zhixia looked at him, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to confront this intensely possessive man. In the living room of Building A, the morning light filtered softly through the heavy curtains, illuminating Gu Yusin's impeccably tailored black suit, accentuating his composed and reserved demeanor.
Xia,
I have thought of a way to investigate Aunt Yuqing's use of electrical abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia's eyes brightened. Really? I knew there was nothing you couldn't solve. However, Gu Yusin suddenly shifted the conversation. But I need your cooperation. I will certainly cooperate, Lin Zhixia replied decisively. Seeing her response, Gu Yusin took out his phone and messaged the Fortress group chat, summoning Li Mayan and Su Qinghe. What is going on, Brother Sen? Li Mayan asked, sitting on the sofa, her clear, water-like eyes wide with curiosity. Gu Yusin absent-mindedly rubbed the sofa's armrest, his tone calm, yet familiar. I discussed it with Xia. We cannot rely solely on stockpiling supplies. The fortress must possess self-sufficiency. Brother Sen, do you have other plans? Li Mayan's eyes widened with intrigue. Gu Yusin paused briefly before continuing. The vacant land on the west side is wasted. We should convert it into a vegetable garden. Glancing at Su Qinghe, a knowing smile flickered in his eyes as he teased. Su Qinghe, you often lament that your water abilities are of little use while fighting monsters. This time, I have an important task for you. Su Qinghe's eyes sparkled instantly, his previously gentle demeanor tinged with eagerness as he leaned forward. What task? Finally, I can be of great help. The vegetable garden requires watering and nurturing the seeds. Gu Yusin gestured toward the window. Your water control is the most precise. These tasks fall to you. If you can help the seedlings thrive, it will be a worthy use of your abilities. Su Qinghe nodded vigorously, his face radiant with excitement. No problem. I will ensure the seedlings do not go thirsty. Gu Yusin turned his attention to Li Mayan, his tone more familiar. You are skilled in the kitchen, so it would be good for you to learn from Aunt Yuqing how to grow vegetables. In the future, when we harvest fresh produce, you can create even more culinary delights. It's far better than eating canned food every day. He paused for a moment and directly instructed, please summon Aunt Yuqing and inform her that we, a group of novices, wish to cultivate vegetables and seek her expertise. She is certainly more knowledgeable than us due to her greater experience. Li Mayan rubbed his hands together, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. I shall fetch Aunt Yuqing right away. Standing to the side, Lin Zhixia subtly curled her fingers at her sides. She understood Gu Yusin's intention and felt a twinge of complexity in her heart. The thought of leveraging Fang Yuqing's goodwill for their scheme made her uneasy. Nevertheless, the bizarre charger and the unusual electricity consumption pushed her unease aside, replaced by a resolute determination to uncover the truth. I have plenty of vegetable seeds in my space, all hardy varieties, she thought, her gaze steady as she resolved to ask Aunt Yuqing for guidance on the most suitable crops to plant. When the trio arrived at Lin Zhixia's villa, Fang Yuqing sat by the window, sunlight catching the silver strands of her hair, casting a gentle glow. Upon hearing the knock, she lifted her gaze, warmth radiating from her eyes. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Li Mayan interjected eagerly, his tone friendly. Aunt Yuqing, we intend to cultivate a vegetable garden in the vacant lot on the west side and would like your guidance. Lin Zhixia stepped forward, handing a cloth bag to Fang Yuqing. As she tilted it slightly, an array of vibrant vegetable seeds rolled into her palm, exuding a rare vitality in these troubled times. She met Fang Yuqing's gaze, feeling a fleeting sense of avoidance and guilt the instant their eyes locked, but it was quickly masked by a radiant smile. Please take a look at these varieties. We have cabbage, radishes, and lettuce, she said, her voice clear and sincere, devoid of any hint of pretense. What do you think is the best to plant? We will heed your advice. Fang Yuqing picked up a seed, pausing momentarily before smiling gently. Cultivating vegetables is indeed a noble endeavor. It is quite rare to enjoy fresh produce in these dire times. I will accompany you to assess the garden. Her smile remained gentle, yet a subtle glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes, almost imperceptible. As they made their way to the vacant lot, they heard two boisterous voices around the corner. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi rushed over, shovels in hand, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, evidently having hurried upon hearing the news. Vegetables? Why weren't we invited? Song Huichuan seized the shovel from Su Qinghe, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. For heavy tasks like tilling, you need my expertise. I'm the captain of the special forces. Liao Qingxi, unwilling to back down, brandished his small shovel. Don't boast. I am a fitness instructor.
How about a little contest?
The loser washes everyone's socks tonight. As they bickered, they immersed themselves in their work, swinging their shovels with vigor, sending dirt flying. Eager to succeed, Song Huichuan slipped, landing heavily in the mud, his back and trousers splattered with wet earth. Grass clinging to his hair, resembling a creature that had just emerged from a bog. Liao Qingxi laughed so hard he could barely stand, pointing at him and stammering. Song Huichuan, are you fertilizing the garden? Before he could finish, he lost his balance, tripping over a clump of dirt and landing right next to Song Huichuan. Their muddy forms entangled in a comical mess. Lin Zhixia chuckled softly, the tension in her eyes loosening slightly. Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she knelt down beside Lin Zhixia, guiding her on the best spot to plant. A sunny area is ideal. The soil is loose and cabbage grows quickly and tenderly here. As Lin Zhixia squatted beside her, diligently clearing weeds, her fingers brushed against the damp soil, but an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. Occasionally, she glanced at Fang Yuqing, who was naturally directing Li Mayan in sowing seeds, appearing genuinely there to assist in their endeavor. Yet, the more she observed, the more Lin Zhixia felt that there was something hidden behind the peculiar charger, a secret yet to be unveiled. Su Qinghe activated his abilities. Streams of water flowing from his fingertips, evenly sprinkling the freshly turned earth, enveloping it in a fragrant mist. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi rose from the mud, looking like playful monkeys, yet they refused to quit their competition. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Villa A was entirely different. Gu Yusin stood by the window, his gaze cold as he observed the merry sounds from the vegetable garden, devoid of warmth, filled only with calculating intent. He dialed Zhou Shibai, his tone icy. Xiaobai, come to my place. It's urgent. Minutes later, Zhou Shibai rushed in, his white coat still marked with traces of disinfectant, his glasses slipping down his nose, exuding a sense of urgency. Mr. Gu, what's the matter? Gu Yusin retrieved a small black box from his drawer, containing 4 miniature cameras, pushing it towards him while speaking in a hushed tone. There may be an issue in Fang Yuqing's room. While she is at the garden, you must infiltrate and install these. He paused, adding, your wind abilities grant you speed and stealth. Ensure it is done cleanly, without leaving a trace. The jovial expression on Zhou Shibai's face vanished as he adjusted his glasses, solemnly taking the box. Rest assured, I will enter as silently as a shadow and exit just as discreetly, ensuring no one notices. Focus on the back of the nightstand, the top shelf of the bookcase, the air conditioning vent, and the frame of the dressing mirror. Gu Yusin's gaze was sharp as a blade. You have 40 minutes. Regardless of the outcome, you must retreat. Understood. Zhou Shibai grasped the box tightly, his form flickering as his wind abilities surged, transforming him into a blurred silhouette, silently racing towards Lin Zhixia's villa. In the vegetable garden, the sowing was nearing completion. Fang Yuqing wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice gentle. Let us plant these for today. They should sprout in a few days. I will head to my room for a drink and change clothes, then return to check on you. Take care, Aunt Yuqing.
Li Muyan respondă promptly, feigning enthusiasm.
We would like to consult you on how to fertilize the seedlings later. Fang Yuqing nodded with a smile and turned to head towards the villa. Lin Zhixia watched her retreating figure, her smile fading slightly, a hint of complexity crossing her eyes. She instinctively glanced towards Villa A, catching Gu Yusin's gaze. In that fleeting moment of connection, they silently understood each other's intentions. Gu Yusin immediately communicated through his Bluetooth earpiece, whispering to Zhou Shibai, have you retreated? Fang Yuqing is returning. Zhou Shibai vanished from Fang Yuqing's room like a shadow, returning to his own Villa E as if nothing had occurred. Mr. Gu, the extraction was successful. The cameras are all installed, rest assured. That evening, Gu Yusin brought Lin Zhixia to Villa A, leading her into the innermost study. There, the computer screen displayed multiple feeds, each showing clear surveillance footage from Fang Yuqing's bedroom, capturing her every move in vivid detail. Isn't this a bit excessive? Lin Zhixia's gaze fell, displaying a hint of hesitation. Throughout her life, aside from her grandparents and mother, Aunt Yuqing had been one of the few who treated her with kindness. Now, suddenly, so many cameras were monitoring her. A pang of guilt flickered within her heart. We are merely seeking the truth, Gu Yusin reassured, placing a hand on Lin Zhixia's shoulder. If Aunt Yuqing harbors any unspoken troubles, we can assist her. Would you not agree? At his words, Lin Zhixia nodded. Her intention in bringing Aunt Yuqing over was to ensure her well-being. Noticing her demeanor soften, Gu Yusin's tone remained steady as he continued. I will stay in Villa A for the next few days, keeping an eye on the surveillance footage. If anyone inquires, simply state that I have important matters to attend to. Do not disclose this to anyone else. It must remain between us and Xiaobai. Especially not Song Huichuan or Xinxingye. Their straightforward natures may inadvertently reveal our plans. jeopardizing both our scheme and your relationship with Aunt Yuqing. Seeing him arrange everything so meticulously, Lin Zhixia felt a sense of reassurance deep within her heart, though a tinge of heartache flickered in her eyes, prompting her tone to grow ever more gentle. All right, I understand. It will be a bit tough for you these next few days. Gu Yusin placed his hand on her shoulder, his gaze increasingly resolute. As long as I can protect you, this is nothing. In Chapter 90, Fury in Search of Zombies. The garden of the fortress was still glistening with morning dew, clinging to the verdant leaves and refracting delicate light. Su Qinghe stood at the edge of the field, his fingertips conjuring fine streams of water, cascading like silver threads onto the vegetable beds before him, his movements tender as if cradling a precious treasure. His water-based ability was not particularly powerful. The flow was neither hurried nor sluggish, just enough to moisten the soil without uprooting the tender seedlings, ensuring the moisture permeated thoroughly. Brother Qinghe, your vegetable watering skills are improving. Li Mayan approached, carrying a bamboo basket filled with freshly picked tomatoes, their vibrant red hue promising an abundance of fresh vegetables in the days to come. Su Qinghe turned, a gentle smile gracing his face as he gradually ceased the flow of water. My water manipulation ability may lack offensive power against zombies, but it is quite suitable for nurturing vegetables, providing vitamins for everyone. Lack of power? Lu Ji scoffed, stepping forward, a palpable chill emanating from him. It is not the ability that is weak, but you who are inept. His eyes, sharp as blades, bore a natural arrogance. What of the water signs? I am a Scorpio, and your behavior is a disgrace to our constellation. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan immediately frowned, shifting the bamboo basket behind him to shield Su Qinghe. Dr. Lu, such words are unwarranted. Although Brother Qinghe's ability may not be suited for combat, he has consistently contributed to the group, which is far more admirable than those who merely talk tough, lacking even abilities of their own. Without raising his gaze, Lu Ji merely cast a sidelong glance at Li Mayan, his tone laced with icy disdain. Who do you think you are to interject? He scrutinized Li Mayan with clear derision. Aside from flitting about the kitchen, what else can you do? When faced with high-level zombies, you would be unable to escape, left only to await your fate. What of cooking? Li Mayan's anger flared, his chest heaving slightly. When we go out to slay zombies and return to a warm meal, that is my contribution. Far better than you, who neither fights nor works, only here to nitpick and quarrel. Nitpick? Lu Ji retorted coldly, his expression darkening. I merely speak the truth. You waste your abilities while he is a natural burden. What a perfect match. You speak nonsense. A haughty voice interjected, as Lin Zhixia stood at the entrance of the garden, clearly having overheard the dispute. Su Qinghe's watering ensures we have food, while Li Mayan's cooking prevents us from starving. And what about you? What have you done? You can neither water plants nor cook, lacking even abilities. In terms of usefulness, you fall short of either of them. Lu Ji remained unfazed, his expression growing colder. His pride, typically unyielding, was stoked by the continuous ridicule, igniting a fire of resentment within him. With a slow lift of his gaze, he surveyed the three present, a defiant smirk gracing his lips as he spoke with palpable disdain. You think you are worthy to judge me? He scoffed, his scorn almost overflowing. You are but a collection of trivialities, and you dare mock me? Abilities? That is merely a matter of time. With a swift turn, he kept his hands in his pockets, his stride heavier than before, his tone resolute and brimming with arrogance. Just wait, if killing zombies can awaken abilities,
I will go now.
Once I unleash the power of the Scorpio water sign, you will witness true might. You worthless fools aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. With that, he dashed towards the fortress gate without waiting for a response, snatching the rifle from Liao Qingxi, who was about to practice shooting, slinging it over his shoulder with effortless bravado. Liao Qingxi was taken aback. What are you doing, Lu Ji? Lin Zhixia had just exited Villa A, and, upon seeing his reckless demeanor with the gun, felt a pang of anxiety and hurried after him. What are you doing? Put the gun down. There are zombies outside. It's far too dangerous. Lu Ji appeared oblivious, his steps unwavering, his back straight as he exuded a reckless determination mixed with disdain.
Lu Ji, stop.
Lin Zhixia quickened her pace, nearly catching up to him, her voice tinged with urgency. You have no abilities. Going out alone is a death sentence. We can talk this out. There's no need to rush into awakening your powers. Yet Lu Ji disregarded her pleas, his mind consumed with the need to prove himself, to make those who mocked him take notice. He flung open the fortress door, the foul wind rushing in, mingling with distant zombie howls. Undeterred, he leapt outside, quickly vanishing amidst the ruins. Lin Zhixia reached the doorway, watching his determined silhouette fade away, her frustration boiling as she stomped her foot, unable to quell her worry. She turned and strode back to the garden, her expression darkening with discontent. Why did you provoke him? Lin Zhixia's gaze swept over Su Qinghe, Li Mayan, and Shen Xingye, her voice laced with clear reproach. You know his temperament. Obsessive and competitive, he explodes at the slightest spark. Now he has gone out alone with a gun to hunt zombies. What will we do if something happens? Su Qinghe sighed, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. I did not intend to provoke him. I simply stated the truth. He came over accusing me of wasting my abilities, and I had no choice. Li Mayan frowned as well, his tone brimming with indignation. He was the one who spoke first. He called me a burden and ridiculed Su Qinghe. Am I not allowed to respond? Moreover, he is so arrogant, believing himself superior. Even if we hadn't provoked him, he would have gotten into trouble eventually. Shen Xingye crossed his arms, smirking with a mix of pride and schadenfreude. He brought this upon himself. He clearly lacks abilities, yet looks down on others. Now that he has been challenged, he acts impulsively. If he dies, it's his own fault. Chapter 91. Rapid Upgrade of Abilities. Indeed, Li Mayan concurred. He has been threatening others in the dining hall for no reason. Everyone has long been weary of him. This time he insisted on proving himself, should danger arise. It is of his own making. Though Su Qinghe remained silent, his eyes reflected a tacit agreement. Lu Zhi's behavior upon arriving at the fortress had been excessively domineering, provoking others recklessly, leading to a build-up of dissatisfaction among the group. Lin Zhixia observed their expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. She recognized the truth in their statements. Lu Zhi's nature indeed invited disaster. Yet, if something were to go awry, not only would the clues surrounding her mother's death possibly be lost, but she would also feel a heavy burden of guilt. Even if he were in the wrong, she could not stand idly by and watch him walk to his doom. Lin Zhixia's tone softened, filled with concern. Outside, there were numerous high-level zombies, and without any abilities, only a gun. She felt utterly helpless. Don't worry, sister, Shen Xingye reassured her, patting his chest. He was someone who valued his life greatly. If he encountered zombies he couldn't defeat, he would certainly return. Perhaps, after facing defeat, he would realize his own limitations and refrain from such arrogance in the future. Li Mayan nodded in agreement, moreover. We have already cleared a significant number of zombies around the fortress. If he is merely wandering nearby, he should not face much danger. Once he learns his lesson, he will surely come back. Lin Zhixia gazed at the overcast sky in the distance, her heart still in turmoil. She understood that everyone made valid points, yet her worries persisted. Lu Zhi's personality was exceedingly extreme, both stubborn and obsessive. If he truly encountered danger, he likely wouldn't retreat easily, but would confront it head-on. Let us hope for the best, she sighed softly, her gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. If he has not returned before dark, we should go look for him. However, less than 10 minutes had passed when the system suddenly alerted Lin Zhixia.
Ding.
Detected handsome Lu Zhi, Scorpio, Water Element. Activated Water Element ability, currently at level 1. Fortress defense increased by 10. Lin Zhixia was taken aback. Was he really that strong? Meanwhile, Li Mayan continued to plant vegetables and lament. That guy will definitely come back, looking miserable. If he doesn't apologize, we cannot forgive him. But Lin Zhixia could not help but interject no. His abilities have already been activated. What? Is that true? Li Mayan exclaimed, scattering the vegetable seeds in his hands. Upon meeting Lin Zhixia's unwavering gaze, his expression dimmed, and his mouth turned down in disappointment. I have been useless for so long. My abilities haven't even activated. Lu Zhi was right. I am just a burden.
How could that be?
Shen Xingye quickly patted his back, speaking with a hint of prideful seriousness. What nonsense are you saying? Your culinary skills are unparalleled. We fight zombies to survive, but without your warm meals, we would only be left gnawing on compressed biscuits. What joy is there in that? Exactly, Su Qinghe added, stepping closer and lowering his voice. Your cooking is far more precious than any ability. We all depend on it. Lin Zhixia approached as well, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Everyone has their strengths. There is no need to compare yourself to others. She turned to Li Mayan. Abilities are merely a means of survival. Your worth has never needed to be proven through them. Listening to their comforting words, the shadows in Li Mayan's eyes gradually lifted. He picked up the scattered seeds and forced a smile. I understand. Seeing his spirits lift, Lin Zhixia chose not to linger and returned to her villa. The continuous battles and relentless pace had left her physically and mentally exhausted. She yearned for a brief respite. No sooner had her head touched the pillow than the system's urgent notification echoed in her mind.
Ding.
Lu Ji, Scorpio, water element ability level increased from 1 to 2. Fortress defense increased by 20. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow. This leveling speed was astonishingly rapid. Before she could ponder further, another notification followed swiftly.
Ding.
Lu Ji, Scorpio. Water element ability level increased from 2 to 3. Fortress defense increased by 30.
Ding.
Lu Ji, Scorpio. Water element ability level increased from 3 to 4. Fortress defense increased by 40. A flurry of notifications left Lin Zhixia utterly bewildered. She bolted upright, her eyes wide with disbelief. Has he gone mad? How can he level up so quickly in such a short time? A mixture of shock and an underlying unease washed over her. Given Lu Ji's temperament, he was likely out there recklessly slaying zombies to level up, heedless of the dangers. At that moment, an urgent knocking echoed from downstairs. Accompanied by Lu Ji's slightly hoarse voice, "Open the door, I'm out of bullets. Give me some." Li Mayan's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the voice. He walked to the door and scoffed. "Did you not activate your abilities? Why aren't you using your water element powers to kill zombies? Our bullets were painstakingly gathered. We cannot afford to waste them on you." Su Qinghe had already reached the door, her hand almost on the doorknob, but recalling Lu Ji's earlier arrogance, she hesitated and quietly stepped aside. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Lin Zhixia's heart raced, and she hurried down. However, when she opened the door, Lu Ji had already vanished, leaving only the wind that stirred a few dried leaves on the ground. How could you deny him even bullets? Lin Zhixia turned, her voice laced with urgency. The water element abilities were primarily supportive in nature and could not directly kill zombies. He was out there alone without any bullets, which was far too perilous. Shun Xingye scoffed. Who told him to be so arrogant before? This is a lesson for him. Now is not the time for lessons, Lin Zhixia said, her brow furrowed. The streets are swarming with zombies. He could be in serious trouble. I must go find him. We'll go with you. Shun Xingye immediately replied, and the others, including Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi, nodded in agreement. They could not let Lin Zhixia face danger alone. They quickly gathered their weapons and supplies, rushing out of the fortress. The streets of the apocalypse lay desolate. Amidst the crumbling ruins, the occasional growl of zombies echoed, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. They searched along the path for a considerable time, but just as patience began to wane, Lin Zhixia suddenly halted, her eyes narrowing sharply at a nearby pile of rubble. "Listen, there's movement over there." The group focused intently, and indeed, they heard a cacophony of zombie growls. It seemed many had congregated in that direction. Lin Zhixia's heart sank, sensing trouble, and she quickened her pace toward the ruins. As they approached, the sight before them made everyone's hearts tighten. Lu Ji was surrounded by a multitude of zombies. At least 100, including several level 1 mutated zombies. His rifle was long out of bullets, and he could only rely on his agility to evade their attacks. His clothes were tattered, and the situation was dire. Lu Ji. Lin Zhixia gasped, ready to order a charge for rescue, when suddenly the system's notification rang in her mind.
Ding.
Lu Ji, Scorpio, water element ability level increased from 4 to 5, fortress defense increased by 50, personal talent activated. Water arrow. No sooner had this been announced than a fierce light flickered in Lu Ji's eyes. He raised both hands, and instantly, countless crystal-clear water arrows formed in his palms, each radiating a chilling glow. With a swift motion of his arm, the water arrows shot forth like arrows released from a bow, targeting the surrounding zombies. The sound of water arrows piercing through zombie skulls resonated, and one by one, the zombies fell, soon leaving a sea of corpses behind. Even the level 1 mutated zombies were not spared. The water arrows effortlessly pierced their tough exteriors, annihilating them completely. In mere minutes, the hundreds of zombies that had surrounded Lu Ji were thoroughly dispatched, leaving only a ground littered with carcasses and dark blood. Su Qinghe's eyes widened, watching the water arrows slowly dissipating from Lu Ji's palms, feeling a pang of jealousy that almost made her choke. We are both humans with the same level 5 water element abilities. Why can he conjure such powerful water arrows while I can only use mine for watering plants? The disparity is simply too vast. Li Mian stood in shock, his gaze filled with despair as he watched Lu Ji. I haven't even activated my abilities yet, and he can already use water arrows to kill zombies. I am truly worthless, he sobbed. As he spoke, he burst into tears. Lu Ji, having retracted his abilities, turned to face the approaching group, a devilishly charming smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over Su Qinghe and Li Mian, laced with a hint of mockery. If one cannot handle it, do not blame the road for being uneven. Lin Zhixia hurriedly approached him, grasping his arm with an expression full of concern. Are you all right? Are you seriously injured? As she scrutinized him, her brow furrowed even deeper upon seeing his tattered suit. How could you be so reckless, confronting so many zombies alone? Even if you possess exceptional talent, you should not belittle your own life. As Lu Ji felt the warmth of her palm and the care in her words, a warmth blossomed in his heart.
Ding.
Detected Lu Ji's intimacy level with the host has risen from level 6 to level 7. Fortress attack power increased by 70. Host's combat attributes randomly gain an additional 10 points. Current host combat attributes: attack power, for 60, defense power, for 60, critical hit rate, for 150, evasion rate, for 50, agility, for 150. Then, Lu Ji abruptly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, his eyes radiating a fierce possessiveness. So you truly care for my life and death. I thought I was merely an inconsequential person in your heart. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zhixia gently pushed him away, her tone tinged with reproach. If I didn't care about you, why would I specially come out to find you? Come back with me. I'll tend to your wounds. No, Lu Ji shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering. I must become stronger. Only then can I better protect you and avenge you, ensuring that those who have harmed you pay the price. Becoming stronger is not an urgent matter. Lin Zhixia patiently persuaded. Leveling up requires a gradual approach. If you recklessly engage zombies without regard for danger, what if something happens? We could team up to hunt zombies together. It would be safer and allow us to level up. What could be more enjoyable? Under Lin Zhixia's patient persuasion, Lu Ji's determination gradually waned, yet a glimmer of unwavering resolve ignited in his eyes. He locked onto Lin Zhixia's gaze, his tone firm and unyielding. All right. I will heed your advice. Then, he shifted the conversation. However, I have a condition. Lin Zhixia paused. What condition? Tomorrow you will come out with me to hunt zombies. Just the two of us. I want to be alone with you. Lu Ji's fingertips lightly grazed her wrist, the coolness of his touch lingering from battle. His eyes filled with an almost tangible possessiveness, leaving no room for her to refuse. His pure black suit, tainted with dust and remnants of zombie filth, accentuated the pallor of his complexion, intensifying the obsession and gloom in his brow, as if he were one with the darkness of this apocalyptic world. Seeing the steadfastness in his eyes, Lin Zhixia hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. All right, I agree. With her affirmative response, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed with satisfaction, a flicker of triumph flashing within, and the taut line of his jaw softened slightly, the oppressive gloom surrounding him diminishing. As the crisis subsided and an agreement was reached, everyone exhaled in relief. Lin Zhixia supported Lu Ji as they headed toward the fortress. They cast envious glances at Lu Ji, yet dared not say much, for he was a fearless prodigy. As the morning light filtered through the curtain seams, casting delicate patterns on the floor, the bedroom door swung open abruptly, and a figure, cold from the morning dew, strode in directly. Lin Zhixia was still lost in a light slumber. Amid her hazy consciousness, she felt the bed sink suddenly, followed by a cool body pressing down on her, her hands firmly pinned above her head, warm breath cascading over her forehead. She fluttered her eyelashes open, colliding with Lu Ji's deep, almost obsessive black eyes, which still held remnants of unquenched anger and a fervent desire for possession. What are you doing so early? Lin Zhixia's voice was hoarse from sleep, her mind still hazy, and she felt an inexplicable unease from the weight on her and her constrained hands. Lu Ji leaned closer, his nose nearly brushing against hers, his tone carrying an unassailable dominance, laced with subtle urgency. I am here to hold you to your promise. Promise? Lin Zhixia was momentarily bewildered. As her sleepy eyes gradually cleared, she suddenly recalled her agreement to go out with him to hunt zombies. After days of relentless activity, Her body ached, and all she wanted was to linger in bed a bit longer. She mumbled a refusal. Could we do it tomorrow? I'm too tired today. I just want to rest. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Ji's grip tightened significantly, completely pinning her beneath him. His hand clasping her wrist with a fervent strength that felt as though he could crush her bones. The obsession in his eyes surged, his voice turning icy. No. We agreed today. It must be today. You cannot go back on your word. Noticing Lin Zhixia's lack of response, as if she had drifted back to sleep, he lowered his head slowly, his gaze lingering on her flushed cheeks. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his tone shifted to one of sultry dominance. Regardless, you must spend time alone with me. If you want to join me to hunt zombies, then you will stay in the bedroom with me. I find this position quite agreeable. His warm breath brushed against her ear, infused with his uniquely chilling aura, causing Lin Zhixia's heart to leap, her cheeks igniting instantly. Chapter 93. Moments alone, she struggled slightly, but he pressed down even tighter, prompting her to hurriedly say, No. I'll go. I'll go right now. The weather is lovely today. It would be a shame not to hunt zombies. Seeing her capitulate, a flicker of triumph danced in Lu Ji's eyes. Not only did he not immediately release her, but he also leaned in closer, his nose brushing against her ear, his voice low and husky. Remember your words. You must not renege. Only after Lin Zhixia nodded repeatedly did he slowly loosen his grip, standing up while deliberately straightening her disheveled collar, his gestures revealing an unmistakable possessiveness. Lin Zhixia dared not delay, quickly scrambling out of bed and rushing into the washroom to freshen up. The cold water splashed on her face, slightly suppressing her earlier panic. Yet, upon recalling Lu Ji's obsessive gaze, she couldn't help but sigh. His possessiveness was truly overwhelming. Once she had tidied herself up, she went downstairs and hastily consumed a few bites of the breakfast prepared by Li Mayan. As soon as she set down her bowl and chopsticks, Lu Ji was already waiting by the door, gun in hand. Dressed in black, he appeared even more imposing, his gaze firmly fixed on her as if fearing she might escape. We can leave, he stated casually, yet he stepped forward, naturally taking her hand. His palm was broad and warm, the grip imbued with an unyielding strength, tightly enclosing her hand within his. Lin Zhixia attempted to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his grip, compelling her to follow. The other handsome men, having just finished breakfast, stood up as soon as they saw the two preparing to leave. Shen Xingye immediately declared, Sister, I want to go with you. Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi echoed him, their eyes filled with concern. Lu Ji paused, turning back to cast a cold, sharp glare at them, his expression dark and menacing, issuing an unambiguous warning, as if to say that whoever dared to follow would face his wrath. The group was momentarily taken aback by his fierce gaze, their pent-up anger finding no outlet. Shen Xingye clenched his fists, a look of grievance on his face, yet he dared not approach, helplessly watching as Lu Ji held Lin Zhixia's hand.
Limuyan pota.
Discontent evident in his tone. It's been 2 days since I last saw Sun Go. Where has he been? Look at how arrogant Lu Ji is. Does he even care? If he doesn't, it'll truly be chaos. Su Qinghe gently patted his shoulder, exclaiming helplessly. Manager Gu said he has important matters to attend to and instructed us not to disturb him for the next few days. We can discuss it later. Shen Xingye stomped his foot in frustration but found himself powerless, merely watching the two figures vanish through the fortress gates, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Stepping out of the fortress, the morning breeze dispersed some of the lingering heat, yet Lu Ji continued to tightly grip Lin Zhixia's hand, his steps steady and swift. Lin Zhixia attempted to break free several times, but he resolutely pulled her back. There's no need to hold on so tightly. I want to run away. She sighed in resignation. Lu Ji turned to look at her, his gaze possessive. I fear you may change your mind. Only in this manner can it be ensured that you belong to me. Lin Zhixia, disinterested in engaging in a debate, allowed him to lead her forward. Upon reaching a relatively secure area near the fortress, Lin Zhixia raised her hand to activate her earth-based abilities, instantly enveloping them both in a golden protective shield. The surrounding zombies were merely ordinary, so you can practice here getting acquainted with the use of water arrows. The shield will prevent the zombies from approaching, so feel free to act. Lu Ji nodded, but his gaze drifted towards the distant ruins, where the faint roars of advanced zombies could be heard. He raised his hand to conjure several water arrows, skillfully shooting them at the nearby zombies. The sound of arrows piercing through their skulls echoed continuously. However, After a short while, he frowned, his tone laced with impatience. These ordinary zombies are utterly unchallenging. They do not allow me to showcase my true strength. Let us move further away. It's too dangerous at a greater distance, Lin Zhixia firmly rejected. With you here, what could possibly be unsafe? Lu Ji stepped closer, nearly whispering in her ear. Moreover, this way, we can enjoy our solitude better, can't we? You belong solely to me now, with no one else to disturb us. His breath brushed against her ear, carrying a hint of warmth. Lin Zhixia instinctively wanted to retreat, but was firmly held by his arm around her waist, immobilized by his grip. Don't move. You must stay close to protect me. Lin Zhixia rolled her eyes in exasperation. My golden shield can prevent zombies from approaching within 10 meters. There is no need to be this close. But what if a stray one slips through? Lu Ji refused to release her, tightening his embrace with an undeniable authority. If something were to breach the shield, being close allows you to use your abilities to protect me. Lin Zhixia could only smile wryly, knowing that arguing with him was futile, and allowed him to hold her waist as they made their way towards the distant ruins. Along the way, they encountered increasing numbers of zombies. Lu Ji's expression hardened, and he gathered more water arrows in his palm, unleashing a barrage upon the zombies, clearing a wide area in an instant. Lin Zhixia did not remain idle either. Flames ignited in her palm as fireballs rolled towards the hordes of zombies, perfectly complementing Lu Ji's water arrows in a seamless display of teamwork. Look, isn't this splendid? Lu Ji remarked, casting a glance at Lin Zhixia while eliminating zombies, his eyes filled with satisfaction. With no one else around, it was just the two of them, fighting and surviving together. Lin Zhixia remained silent, focusing on the approaching zombies, yet the pressure of his presence beside her was undeniable. Suddenly, Lu Ji halted his movements, turning to her with a probing gaze. Do you possess the ability to replicate others' powers? Lin Zhixia was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. This was something even Gu Yusin, who had spent the most time with her and was the most astute, had not deduced. Lu Ji had only been at the fortress for 2 days and had already figured it out? Lu Ji derived the answer from her expression, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face as he gently caressed her cheek, his tone laced with affection and obsession. It's all right. I am willing to let you replicate my abilities. For you, I shall hone my powers to their utmost, to provide you with the strongest support and better protect you. Lin Zhixia silently scoffed in her heart. Powers are not so easily replicated. The previous 2 instances had been mere strokes of fortune, one a gamble for her life, the other pure luck. The next time would not be so simple. However, she could not deny that Lu Ji's water arrow talent was indeed formidable. If she could replicate it, her combat abilities would ascend to another level, and she found herself desiring it immensely. They continued to battle zombies while advancing. Lu Ji's water arrows became increasingly precise, their power amplifying, while Lin Zhixia's flames and earth abilities combined with growing proficiency, allowing them to clear zombies at a swift pace. After an afternoon of exterminating zombies, the surrounding area was nearly devoid of them, the air thick with the stench of blood. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Zhixia's mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for slaying 1000 zombies. Combat attributes have been elevated by 2 levels, with all attributes increased by 20. Current host combat attributes: attack, 480, defense, 480, critical hit rate, 470, evasion rate, 470, agility, 470, ding. Lu Ji, Scorpio, water element ability level has risen from level 5 to 6. Fortress defense increased by 60. Chapter 94. Lu Ji's story. Lin Zhixia exhaled in relief, pausing to stretch her sore arms. Lu Ji also withdrew his powers, stepping forward to wrap his arm around her waist, his eyes brimming with joy. Today has been fruitful, especially since I could spend time alone with you. In that moment, as their gazes locked, it felt as if the entire world around them had come to a standstill, even the roars of zombies fading into silence. Lu Ji and Lin Zhixia shared a subtle smile, and she slowly inquired, "Why do you desire to possess me so?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of uncontainable sorrow passing through his eyes, his lips trembling with a chill. "Because you're all I have now." The two leaned back against each other, Lin Zhixia continuing to dispatch zombies while listening to Lu Ji recount his story. "My mother passed away when I was young, and my father was an alcoholic, spending his days either beating me or my sister. Eventually, I became a forensic doctor and managed to escape with my sister. As for my drunken father, he was killed for failing to repay his debts, and I dissected his body myself. As he spoke, Lu Ji erupted into a fit of laughter, tinged with unending pain. I dissected him to see what his heart was made of. After that, I fell in love with this profession. For I had never been able to interact with the living. They are always full of lies. Only the dead are honest. Their bodies always reveal the truth. Until I encountered the matter regarding your mother. I knew the truth, but could not speak of it because they threatened my sister's life. She was my only family, and I had to remain silent. Yet they still feared I would spill the truth, so they outright dismissed me, blacklisting me in the industry, preventing me from ever working in forensics again. But that no longer matters. At this point, a deep sorrow welled in Lu Jia's eyes. My sister was bitten and killed by a zombie. She will never return, leaving me all alone. Hearing his experiences, Lin Zhixia felt a pang of sympathy. No wonder he was so possessive. His life had been shrouded in such darkness. Until I met you. Lu Ji suddenly gazed at Lin Zhixia with deep emotion. The howling zombies were kept at bay by the shield, and his eyes were solely focused on her. A tidal wave of love shimmering in their depths. You are like a beam of light piercing through my barren and gloomy existence. You saved me, not only my life, but also my withered heart. From this moment on, my world encompasses only you, leaving no room for anyone else. Lin Zhixia raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against Lu Ji's cold cheek, her voice softer than ever. I understand that you have endured immense suffering. From now on, I will not leave you. Her eyes were resolute, devoid of hesitation. You are not alone. I will stand by your side. Lu Ji trembled, staring at her in disbelief, the sorrow in his eyes swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy, his obsessive possessiveness now tinged with a fragile dependency. He abruptly pulled her into a tight embrace, as though he wished to meld her into his very being.
Dang.
Detection shows that Lu Ji's intimacy with the host has increased by 1 level. Current intimacy level is 8, increasing fortress attack by 70. And randomly adding 10 points to host combat attributes. Current host combat attributes: attack, 490, defense, 490, critical hit rate, 480, evasion rate, 480, agility, 480. Just as the two reveled in each other's presence, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and 2 grotesque figures burst forth from the ruins. 2 level 3 mutated zombies. On the left, a zombie engulfed in ethereal blue flames advanced, surrounded by scalding air currents that instantly charred the vegetation in its wake. It was the fire-wreathed zombie. On the right, a slender yet remarkably swift zombie bore claws glimmering with a sinister greenish-black toxin, releasing a pungent scent with every swipe. It was the venomous claw zombie. Be careful. Lin Zhixia urgently pushed Lu Ji aside, summoning a blazing fireball that hurled towards the fire-wreathed zombie. Upon impact, a blinding flash erupted, but the fire-wreathed zombie remained unscathed, absorbing some of the flames and intensifying its fiery aura, unleashing a powerful jet of fire. Lu Ji's expression hardened as he conjured dozens of sharp water arrows that densely shot towards the venomous claw zombie. Although the arrows pierced the creature's body, they failed to inflict fatal damage, and the venomous claw zombie continued its relentless assault, claws slicing through the air as it lunged at Lu Ji. The two faced off against the zombies in a fierce struggle. The flames of the fire-wreathed zombie escalated, while Lin Zhixia's fireballs barely held against the onslaught. The venom from the venomous claw zombie splattered onto the ground, corroding it into small pits. Despite Lu Ji's rapid water arrows, he could not find a way to strike its vital points. As time wore on, Lin Zhixia's protective shield began to crack, its golden glow dimming. Suddenly, the fire-wreathed zombie unleashed a wall of flames, while the venomous claw zombie seized the moment to attack from the side, its claw crashing against the shield. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered, leaving both of them exposed to the zombie's fierce onslaught. Use nightmare power. Lin Zhixia decisively activated her skill. The first wave of nightmare power struck the fire-wreathed zombie, plunging it into an illusion of being submerged in endless icy waters, extinguishing its flames and causing it to thrash wildly. The second wave targeted the venomous claw zombie, which saw itself pierced by countless blades, its own venom turning against it, rendering its movements slow and erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhixia combined her earth and fire abilities to form a colossal fireball, striking fiercely at the fire-wreathed zombie's head. while Lu Ji summoned all his powers, transforming numerous water arrows into a lethal water blade aimed at the venomous claw zombie's neck. With two resounding crashes, both zombies collapsed, lifeless.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 level 3 mutated zombies. Nightmare power has risen to level 3, granting 3 daily uses effective tomorrow.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, for earning 80 points. Current points, 570. Combat attributes elevated by 4 levels, with each attribute increased by 40, and a lottery chance awarded. Current combat attributes: attack, 520, defense, 520, critical rate, 510, evasion rate, 510, agility, 510. The two exchanged smiles, ready to catch their breath, when heavy footsteps echoed ominously behind them. A colossal level 3 mutated zombie emerged, towering several meters high, its muscles bulging and skin as hard as iron, moving with surprising speed for such a massive frame.
It was the hardened assault zombie.
Lin Zhixia's heart sank. Her nightmare power was depleted and could not be summoned again.
Run,
she shouted, gripping Lu Ji's hand tightly as they sprinted towards the fortress. The hardened assault zombie roared and pursued, its speed surpassing theirs. Just as it seemed to close the distance, it lunged forward, landing heavily in front of them, blocking their path, the stench overwhelming. The shadow of the hardened assault zombie loomed, the fall wind carrying black blood splatters on their faces, causing Lin Zhixia's hairs to stand on end. As she prepared to summon her remaining earth ability to erect a fragile barrier, the zombie's massive arm swung towards them with a whoosh, capable of reducing them to pulp.
Watch out.
Lu Ji yanked Lin Zhixia behind him, conjuring the last of his water arrows to strike at the zombie's eyes. However, the arrows shattered upon contact with its tough skin, leaving no mark. The zombie howled in pain, intensifying its assault, its colossal foot crashing down, sending fissures spreading toward them. In that life-or-death moment, a roaring engine echoed from afar, a blinding headlight slicing through the apocalyptic gloom. Gu Yusin drove a rugged vehicle toward them, like an arrow released from a bow. The window rolling down to reveal a radiant golden aura as his level 10 earth ability erupted forth unreservedly.
Xia, Ji, get back,
he commanded. As he spoke, a thick, earthen shield materialized, standing like a fortress before them. With a thunderous crash, the zombie's fist slammed against the shield, causing it to tremble violently. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, yet it held firm against the lethal blow. Gu Yusin's forehead bulged with veins, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as he pushed his abilities to the limit to stabilize the shield.
Get in the car,
Song Huichuan shouted from the passenger seat. Lin Zhixia pulled Lu Ji along, hastening towards the vehicle under the shield's protection. Lu Ji hesitated, wanting to shoot another arrow, but Lin Zhixia firmly urged, "Don't be reckless.
Just get in."
As they reached the vehicle, Liao Qingxi and Shen Xingye promptly opened the back doors. Lu Ji first helped Lin Zhixia inside, then turned to deliver a kick to the pursuing zombie, using the recoil to leap into the car. Seeing that they were safe, Gu Yusin quickly narrowed the shield's perimeter and called out, "Xia, combine your powers." Understanding the command, Lin Zhixia placed her palm against Gu Yusin's hand, their golden earth energies intertwining instantly. The two shields merged, glowing brilliantly like a colossal eggshell enveloping the vehicle. As the zombie swung its fist again, the shield only quivered slightly, showing no new cracks. "Su Qinghe, drive," Gu Yusin commanded sternly. Su Qinghe had already gripped the steering wheel tightly upon hearing the order. He slammed on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward toward the fortress like a wild stallion. The zombie roared furiously behind them, its massive strides pounding the ground, shattering debris in its path. "We can't let it catch up." Shen Xingye clenched his fists, flames igniting in his palm as he shouted out of the window. He, along with Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi, thrust their bodies out, all three being fire elementals. Their combined powers formed 3 massive fireballs that hurtled toward the zombie with scorching heat. The fireballs erupted with a deafening blast, flames soaring skyward, charring the zombie's skin black. Yet it continued its relentless pursuit. "This monster has such thick skin," Liao Qingxi cursed, retrieving a modified sniper rifle from his backpack, aiming for the zombie's eyes. Song Huichuan and Shen Xingye fired simultaneously, bullets trailing fire as they pierced the air, targeting the creature's vulnerable spots. "I'll provide healing." Zhou Shibai moved to Lin Zhixia and Lu Ji's side, a soft blue healing glow emanating from his palm. Lin Zhixia's arm bore a deep gash from the zombie's claws, revealing bone beneath, while Lu Ji's back was lacerated by sharp stones, his clothing soaked in blood. The pale blue energy surged into their wounds, instantly alleviating the pain, visibly mending the broken skin. Though Lu Ji did not express his gratitude, his gaze towards Zhou Xiubai softened considerably. He remained fixated on the zombie outside, his palm still protectively shielding Lin Zhixia. Lin Zhixia and Gu Yusin continued to channel their energies, but the shield gradually dimmed under the zombie's continuous onslaught. The creature seemed utterly enraged, its speed increasing as it relentlessly battered the shield, each collision sending shudders through the vehicle's occupants. Lin Zhixia felt her powers depleting rapidly, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her vision beginning to blur. Hold on, we're almost at the fortress. Gu Yusin noticed her weariness, casting a steady, yet subtly concerned glance her way. He quietly intensified his supernatural output, alleviating much of the burden on Lin Zhixia. At last, the silhouette of the fortress emerged ahead, its towering walls standing out starkly against the somber sky. Open the door, Su Qinghe shouted into the vehicle's intercom. Pressing the accelerator to the floor, the off-road vehicle surged towards the entrance, like an arrow released from a bow. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan at the fortress entrance immediately pressed the switch, and the heavy steel door began to creak open. Hurry inside. Lin Zhixia gritted her teeth, exerting her last ounce of strength to maintain the protective shield. The off-road vehicle narrowly brushed past a zombie's massive fist as it rushed through the entrance, and the guards promptly pressed the button to close the door. The zombies roared as they lunged forward, their immense bodies crashing against the half-closed gate, which emitted a jarring metallic screech, but stubbornly continued to shut. Then, the zombies attempted to scale the walls. Upon touching the electric fence, they were hurled back by a powerful current, letting out shrill cries of agony. Unyielding, they rammed against the outer wall, repeatedly receiving electric shocks, their black blood splattering onto the wall, releasing a pungent burnt odor. The group let out a collective sigh of relief as Su Qinghe brought the vehicle to a steady halt in the center of the fortress plaza. Do not let your guard down. These mutated zombies are not so easily vanquished. Gu Yusin pushed open the car door and leapt out, prompting everyone to arm themselves and head to the 5th floor of Building C, the optimal sniping point. With Zhou Xiubai's treatment, Lin Zhixia and Lu Ji's wounds had mostly healed. She retrieved weapons from her space, including the previously drawn anti-aircraft grenade launcher, and distributed them among the group. Lu Ji closely followed her, his palms perpetually gathering water arrows, vigilant of their surroundings. The 5th floor of Building C offered a broad view, with every window directly facing the zombies beyond the walls. The group swiftly occupied advantageous positions. Gu Yusin set up the grenade launcher, aiming for the zombies' heads, while Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi readied their rifles, flames lacing their muzzles. Shen Xingye conjured compressed fireballs, prepared to hurl them at a moment's notice, while Su Qinghe stood nearby, his water-based powers coiling in anticipation to support the attack. Zhou Xiubai guarded the entrance, constantly monitoring everyone's status. Target the heads of the zombies. Fire. With Gu Yusin's command, the grenade launcher erupted with a deafening roar, sending a fiery shell toward the zombies. Simultaneously, Song Huichuan and Liao Qingxi unleashed a barrage of rifle fire, their flaming bullets surging toward the target like fire-breathing dragons. Shen Xingye's compressed fireballs detonated in succession, igniting bursts of flames in the air. The zombies, besieged by the relentless onslaught, were forced to retreat, their charred skin expanding into cracks. Standing by the window, Lin Zhixia ignited flames in her palm, forming a massive sphere that she hurled forcefully at the zombies' wounds. Chapter 96. United against the zombies, the group coordinated their strikes. The immense impact, combined with the searing flames, finally breached the zombies' defenses, black blood and shredded flesh erupting forth.
Now.
Lu Ji's gaze sharpened as he condensed dozens of sharp water arrows in his palm, launching them densely toward the zombies' core. The water arrows pierced through the zombies' bodies, striking true at their vital points. The zombies' movements abruptly halted, their colossal forms swaying before letting out an earth-shattering roar and collapsing to the ground. The group did not cease their assault, continuing to fire at the zombies' cores until they were utterly lifeless and motionless. Lin Zhixia let out a breath of relief. Slumping against the window, her body drenched in sweat but unable to conceal the smile on her face. Just then a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 3 mutated hardened assault zombie, earning 40 points. Current points, 610. Battle attributes elevated by 2 levels, each attribute increased by 20. Current host battle attributes, attack power, 540, defense power, 540, critical hit rate, 530, evasion rate, 530, agility, 530, ding. Detected handsome male Guyusin, Capricorn. Earth element supernatural ability level has reached level 10, max level, triggering exclusive bonus, fortress defense increased by an additional 20. Ding. Detected handsome male Song Huichuan, Aries. Fire element supernatural ability level has reached level 10, max level, triggering exclusive bonus, fortress attack power increased by an additional 20. Ding. Detected handsome male Liao Qingxi, Sagittarius. Fire element supernatural ability level has risen from level 6 to level 7, fortress defense increased by 70, host battle attributes randomly increased by 10.
Ding.
Detected handsome male Su Qinghe, Pisces. Water element supernatural ability level has risen from level 5 to level 6, fortress defense increased by 60. Host battle attributes randomly increased by 10. Ding. Detected handsome male Zhou Shibai, Libra. Air element supernatural ability level has risen from level 5 to level 6. Fortress attack power increased by 60, host battle attributes randomly increased by 10. Ding. Detected handsome male, Shen Xingye Leo. Fire element supernatural ability level has risen from level 3 to level 4. Fortress defense increased by 40, host battle attributes randomly increased by 10. Ding. Detected handsome male Lu Ji, Scorpio. Water element supernatural ability level has risen from level 6 to level 7. Fortress defense increased by 70. Host battle attributes randomly increased by 10. Current host battle attributes, attack power, 580, defense power, 580, critical hit rate, 570, evasion rate, 570, agility, 570. Lin Zhixia felt the powerful energy surging within her, a sharp smile curling at the corners of her lips. The handsome men around her also breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Shen Xingye approached Lin Zhixia, proudly tilting his chin. Sister, I was truly impressive. Wasn't I? That last fireball was a tremendous help. Liao Qingxi patted the back of his head. You little rascal, it was clearly a collective effort. But speaking of which, Lu Ji, your water arrows are absolutely astonishing. Lu Ji paid no heed to the praise, simply moving closer to Lin Zhixia and gently wiping the sweat from her cheek. His gaze both obsessive and tender. I will train my powers to the highest level so you will no longer suffer. Gu Yusin observed the scene, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes before he regained his composure. All right, everyone is tired. Let us return to rest. The group nodded in agreement and gradually made their way downstairs. Lin Zhixia dragged her weary body back to the top-floor bedroom, shedding her combat jacket stained with black blood. After a hot shower, just as she was about to sleep, she suddenly recalled that the system still owed her a lottery draw. Anticipation flickered in her eyes. Lu Ji's water arrow skill had been so remarkable. If she could replicate it, her ranged attack capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a new level, giving her greater confidence in facing higher-tier zombies. Just as she intended to summon the system in her mind, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and a figure shrouded in cold air burst in. Lu Ji stood at the doorway, his black shirt sleeves still stained with drying blood, disheveled hair sticking to his forehead, and his deep black eyes swirling with obsession and unease, like a lost beast. What brings you here? Why are you asleep at this late hour? Lin Zhixia frowned, about to rise when he swiftly stepped forward, pinning her against the wall. His solid chest pressed against her shoulder, carrying the chill of the apocalyptic night, while his hands braced against the wall on either side of her, forming an impenetrable cage. The unique coldness of his presence enveloped her, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood that tightened her heart. I cannot sleep. Lu Ji's voice was hoarse and low, laced with a touch of madness, his heated breath brushing against her neck. This villa is rife with threats. Gu Yusin's gaze upon you, Shen Xingye's dependence on you, Liao Qingxi's deliberate proximity. All of them wish to take you from my side. His fingers tightened around her wrist, the grip so forceful it felt as though he might crush her bones, the unease in his eyes growing more intense. I lack a sense of security, Xiaoxia. I fear that when I awaken, you will no longer belong to me. Lin Zhixia sensed the tremor in his fingertips, a flicker of sorrow passing through her heart. She understood that his obsession stemmed from a past filled with isolation and despair, The loss of his sister had severed his last remaining ties, leaving her as his sole fixation. Softening her tone, she gently lifted her hand to caress his taut jawline. Do not indulge in such wild thoughts. We are companions, and I shall not abandon you. Yet, Lu Ji's gaze remained stubbornly fixated, revealing his unwavering sense of insecurity. No, I simply lack a sense of safety. What would grant you that sense of security? Lin Zhixia inquired, her eyes meeting his. Her question ignited the smoldering flames within Lu Ji, and he abruptly bowed his head, capturing her lips with a fierce kiss. This was no gentle exploration but a passionate claim, infused with an overwhelming possessiveness that left Lin Zhixia breathless. His kiss was fierce and urgent, as though he sought to consume her entirely. Dizziness enveloped Lin Zhixia as the air within her chest dwindled, a suffocating sensation washing over her, prompting her to frantically push against his chest. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Ji finally released her, his eyes reflecting a blend of satisfaction and lingering obsession as he gazed at her swollen lips, his breath still rapid. Lin Zhixia gasped for air, her cheeks flushed with color. Just as she prepared to scold him, he swept her off her feet, turning and throwing her onto the bed with a heavy thud. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Ji was upon her once more, his hands firmly pressing down on her shoulders as he leaned in for another kiss. This kiss, though still commanding and irresistible, bore a newfound warmth, as if he were pouring forth the fears and affections that had long been repressed. Lin Zhixia struggled, but his strength was astonishing, holding her firmly beneath him, rendering her unable to move.
Ding.
Detection indicates Lu Ji's intimacy level with the host has risen from level 8 to level 9. Fortress attack power increased by 90. Host's combat attributes randomly increased by 10 points. Current host combat attributes: attack power, 580, defense power, 580, critical hit rate, 580, evasion rate, 570, agility, 570,